silent apology. I'll make no argument that there have been times in our adventuring when I was a loot baby, as someone once said, and I often whined and complained more than I should have. Yet lying in bed last night with Batria next to me, snoring like she always does, I thought about how the last days went. A few tears started to roll down the weathered face of their warrior, and he let them be free, disappearing into his beard. I almost lost her once, and that moment almost broke me. That day, I had to choose if I would give up this quest to be an adventurer, admit I was a failure, and return home as one. Max didn't let me. He gave everything to keep her safe and bring her back. He almost sold his soul to Bob in order to get the money we needed to pay for her healing. Fowl let out a small chuckle as he smiled at Max. We'll ignore how it was my money that actually paid for everything, but in the end, he has never backed down, and every choice he makes is as a leader with an impossible task. Us warriors know our job. To protect each of you is 100 times harder because he loves all of us. A few sniffles came around the table, and Cordelia's frustrated expression softened slowly. None of us would be where we are without him, and last night, I finally realized the whole point of Dagon letting us use his room. We've reached a point in the tower where we have to decide if we'll risk everything, knowing that from this moment on, death could be right there, that each floor represents a test and a competition. I ask myself how one moves a whole party through a tower floor faster than Max. Answer is simple: it's probably one person, maybe two, and the rest of that team is no longer there. Fowl's thick fingers started to drum on the table as he smiled at Max. You knew we were tired from 2 days of fighting. The mud in places we don't want to discuss made it worse. Each fight was hard because you made us work for it, and I realized last night that you were doing less and less, making me pick up the slack to help me learn to do so. Unable to help it, Max grinned and nodded. Tanilla was casting more spells, and Cordelia had to shoot more arrows. We were never in real trouble, but you let us experience the frustration a normal party might, and those few close calls were reminders that stuff goes sideways. So when we reached the last part of the floor, I realize now that you would have ensured we were safe and not allowed us to fail. Even if it meant you killed them all after it started, you just wanted us to step up and be willing. He waited a few moments and then bobbed his head. My God, Fowl, you've gotten smarter. Bah, go hump a troll. Grinning, Max rose, moved to where his friend was, and hugged him. You're my brother, even if you're shorter and hairy, he whispered to him. And don't forget it. After the two hugged and returned to their seats, Max watched the three women, waiting to see how they would respond. How you two always do that makes me jealous, Batrier said. Ready to kick each other's arse one day, and the next, you're hugging and comparing sizes. Still, Fowl's right, I owe you much, and I'm sorry for not speaking up how I should have yesterday. He could see the tension between Tanilla and Cordelia as both women gazed at each other. Fine, their archer said after a moment, looking away first as she raised her hands in the air. I acted poorly, and our warrior's right. I was scared. I'm scared I experiencing how quickly Dagon killed me, and knowing that somewhere out there are others like that was hard to deal with. But I shouldn't have acted that way, and I can't believe I'm going to say that Fowl's right again, but you have sacrificed so much for us. I am sorry, Max. With a single nod, he smiled at her. I'd offered a hug, but you've never been much of one for that. Her response was an eye roll followed by a grin and her middle finger. Clearing his throat, Max shrugged. Well, I'll owe Fowl a drink for that. It made what I was going to say a lot easier. We're going to grind the heck out of every floor we can, and I'll see about afterward running through as fast as possible for rewards after. For now, we need both the experience of fighting as well as those gains. Does that mean we're going to go back to the 62nd floor today? Nodding at his friend, Max grinned. I figured I owed you a real apology, and if I can get you a treat, why not do that first? Grinning, their warrior stood. Well then, what are we waiting for? There's loot to be had. Groans and eye rolls came from everyone as they all stood, smiles present as they prepared for another day in the tower. Calculating results of previous floor. Results totaled. Time spent on floor is within top 3. Number of kills on floor is in top 20. Calculating rewards. Rewards for achieving top 3 fastest time. Full level experience granted skill gem. Error experience denied. No replacement given for lost experience. Skill gem granted epic rank random skill granted upon use. Max grinned as the shard appeared on the sand. He picked it up and motioned to his friends. Looks like we're back in the top 3. Each of them quickly came over and acquired their stone, and soon the beach had 4 adventurers, all smiling from their new skill additions. You make me feel bad, Fowl complained. I'm over here crushing that gem without waiting, and I know you're going to give it to your sister. Should I save mine and give it to someone else? Maybe. I mean, you got the staff weapon skill, which I still find funny but won't comment on. That means you're close to getting weapon mastery. It's a great thing to have as it opens you up for a few other opportunities down the road. Maybe perhaps I'll be nice in 10 or 20 floors and give away one of mine. Chuckling, he gave his friend a gentle slap and then pointed at the water. Looks like we're going to get wet. Grunting, Fowl nodded and tapped the ring on his finger, already prepared. Wonder what the tower has in store for us today. Once everyone was gathered along the beach's edge, Max strode out on top of the water, grinning as the others waited for him to quickly scout ahead. He's a bit of a show-off, he heard Batrayer say. But he's my show-off, Tanilla replied. This place is almost impossible to comprehend. For the first time in a while, I agree. With his boots, he moved through the water like he was flying, and beneath where the rest of the team waited, he saw a world similar to one he had only witnessed once. Everywhere, tiny fish and other creatures were swimming and moving around the seabed, which dropped off into a sheer cliff after 100 yards. The light from the sun above streamed down, creating ripples of light that added to the already colorful space. He could see for miles, and all sorts of plants of every color were attached to large pillars of rocks that rose up around him, creating movement everywhere he looked. A few predators, perhaps. It's still not something we should be concerned about. I think we should be more worried about what is below. Some fish that looked like long snakes made quick attacks on smaller ones, each of them easily over 20 feet long, yet none of them appeared to want to come in Max's direction. Deeper within the water, it grew slightly darker, but his boots allowed him to see through what he knew would be normally impossible and see lots of lights stretched in different directions. Merfolk, perhaps we can't forget that many different kinds of beings live in water. Seeing that they were going to be swimming downward, Max returned to his friends and explained what he had found. So we'll need to be careful with the rings and make sure to recharge them, Tanilla said. Perhaps we can take shelter in the dimensional space and it will allow them to do so. Yeah, drowning isn't how I want to go, Fowl added. Still, I wouldn't mind some fresh fish. Their healer groaned and bonked Fowl on the head with her staff. We'll stick together and swim as a pack. I'll take point while Fowl handles your three safety. His taunt obviously works best in that limited space. With no complaints, they set off, finding that most of the creatures avoided them. Only one of the serpent-like fish had been foolish enough to get close. It was pincushioned and stored within their warrior's ring after Cordelia ended its life. About an hour passed, and Max and the rest began to sense a difference in the water temperature as the stone that rose from the bottom started to form chasms like a gorge in a mountain. Each passing moment also made the lights below brighter, and as they drew close to the first section of stone and rock they would have to swim through, Max and Bob sent spells off in two directions. Incoming. Dozens of tentacles began to spring up from the dark spots within the stone, and as Bob's wind blades and Max's ice spear struck the thick appendages, roars reverberated in the water. Goblin shite, are those Kraken? Fowl shouted. Max could only smile and nod as a trio of them began to rise from their hiding hole, yellow eyes locked on the party, their giant mouths starting to suck in water. Looks like we're going fishing. A groan came from his head as another pair of wind blades was sent at the closest enemy. You really need to get some better jokes. That was disappointing, Tanilla said as she watched the carcass of the kraken she had killed on her own sink into the waters. And now we're complaining about how easy that was, Batra teased. Still, you're right. None of those were as big as that one boss, and both you and Cordelia made their life difficult after taking out their eyes. Bah, easy, she says, Fowl muttered as he yanked a segment of a tentacle off his plate armor. Try getting hugged by one, and then telling me how easy it was. As the group joked and teased, Max stored some of the pieces from the kraken he had killed and considered the path they would have to take to continue their journey deeper. You think we'll see more? He nodded at Cordelia as she stood next to him. I do. While there is a decent amount of space between the rocks, it's a great choke point for anything coming through, and I can see a lot of other spots that might be caves or holes like these three came out of. Better eyes than me right now, she teased. And again, sorry about the other day. You're fine. My behavior made me look like an arse also. He gave her a grin and held out his fist. I know you're not a hugger. She groaned and bumped fists before moving to where the other three were. They did good, almost too good. We are in a water floor and many might struggle with the movement restrictions. Those two are well suited for here with her arrows and Tanilla's spells. A different group might not have this kind of success. True. I guess we'll find out the hard way. 2 hours later, Max cracked his neck and allowed himself to relax a moment. So many suction cups, Fowl muttered as he stood beside him. I didn't imagine there would be that many of those things in there. Haha, and yet we did fine. At least we made it through the pass without any problems. Best yet is what is below. You say that, but where do we start? There are so many lights down there and it stretches on in 3 directions. How do we decide? Go where the biggest clump is. Max had been debating that, unsure how big of a potential city or something else could be down there. Knowing they were still a ways off from whatever lay beneath them, the fact that the 3 paths of light traveled in a straight line before vanishing from view made the whole thing look even bigger. Tough decision. He nodded at Tanilla's question as the other 3 joined him in Fowl. Our warrior and I were trying to decide where to aim for. Whatever is down there, it's not like anything we've seen before. So it's not like the Merfolk Tower floor? Cordelia asked. It is, and it isn't the size is what's different. This is at least 10 times bigger. Our biggest problem is that I'd bet gold coins on the portal being in the largest section, which causes a problem because that means we're about to go somewhere that is potentially crawling or swimming with potential enemies. Well, the good news is we'll fight what we can if need be. Batrayer's comment made him feel a little better, as no one else seemed bothered by what he had said. I guess we'll head out and aim for an outer edge. Drawing closer to the lights, the city beneath them started to take shape. That makes Peltagau and Nalgrun look like farm towns. You are correct, yet the gnomish city is similar to this. Massive structures appeared, and shapes swimming around them were visible. Each recognized the circular structure of the buildings, with smaller ones set near larger ones and tubes connecting them together. Dark stone was easy to pick out, but they could see glass and metal giving off a reflection with pinks, yellows, greens, and other colors coming from different floors. Small shapes moved around them like ants climbing over sticks and leaves in a forest. As they neared the last few miles before they could physically touch a building, 3 different groups began to approach them. Those are merfolk and something else, Cordelia asked when the groups got within range. She's right, Tanilla stated. I recognize the hair and way they move, the other two. Max saw it. If he had to guess, the one in the middle was the merfolk, while the one on the right had gold hair and almost milk-white skin. The pack on the left was almost see-through, and the shapes they had noticed were the reflection of light through their bodies. They're not looking aggressive, Fowl said as he stayed near the 3 women. No weapons that I can see. Another minute passed, and the 3 groups moved about 50 yards from them and stopped. One of the gold-haired beings, a woman, moved forward and held up both hands. Tower climbers, welcome. Your path lies before you. Are you ready to choose? She asked. Choose what? Max replied. Which tribe you shall champion, of course. The tournament has been announced and you must choose a side. To fight, the woman shook her head and he could almost hear the conversations from the ones behind her. You shall fight the other 2 tribes. To pass this floor, your party must win. Lose, and your journey ends here. After speaking, she smiled and displayed 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth. It would appear we don't get much time to decide, Max said as he looked at the others. Any thoughts? Well, we know the merfolk, and that woman's grin doesn't make me want to side with them. I have no clue, but it's almost impossible to detect the other side with my eyes right now, Tanilla said. I agree. Both Cordelia and Batrayer nodded after their warrior and mage had spoken. Turning back toward the 3 packs, Max moved a little closer. We'll side with the merfolk. The 2 packs on the side laughed, and he watched as the gold-haired group grinned and displayed their teeth, a few of them licking both rows with exceptionally long tongues. We will feast tonight, one said, and then they all departed. The other group reacted as well, and the very water around them started to almost freeze as they turned and swam away in the opposite direction. After both of the other races had swam away, the entire group of merfolk moved closer, and all of them bowed. The male who had been speaking froze, and Max followed where his eyes were gazing. Those boots, how do you have them? Jalnig Nuk gave them to me as a gift after defeating him. Max's words caused their eyes to widen, and a woman, shrouded in more leather than the rest, tapped the one who had been speaking and swam past him. You defeated Jalnig Nuk. Her voice seemed doubtful, but her eyes fixed on his boots. I did. Is he here? He doesn't know. How could he? They are not from here. But those boots bear the king's magic. It must be the truth. As the merfolk spoke in their language to each other, Max wanted to laugh. I can understand you, and yes, I defeated him. Now what do I not know? If their eyes got any wider, he was confident some might pop out. The king, he is not here. She paused, glancing back at the rest, and then frowned. Come, it is better to take you to our place and tell you what we can. There will not be much time as the tournament has been called for. Soon you all must fight. We all must. The woman raised her hand and cut off Cordelia, who had moved to join Max. Come, there is much to discuss. As they swam through the city, flanked by their escort, the light of the buildings seemed like they were swimming through the stars. Everywhere were the 3 races, all keeping to themselves. A great contrast in expressions was shown on the 2 species they could see. The gold-haired race all looked excited as their eyes followed the party. The merfolk, however, didn't look as cheerful, and Max wondered if they perhaps at least were hopeful of their presence. Eventually, they were led to a large round building closer to the city's center and ushered into a space where, once they moved through it, all the water vanished. Bright yellow light came from orbs hanging in the area, and various seats were present. Everyone funneled in after the ones leading them and found a trio of older merfolk sitting on separate chairs near the center of the large round room. Gasps came as they entered, and the 20-plus merfolk in various colored cloths bowed slightly and moved to the outer edges. You need to go present yourself to the council. They are here to speak to you. Max watched as the woman who had guided them took a few steps back. With a motion of his head, him and his party strode across the room, their boots echoing off the coral floor as they made their way down the occasional step that led to a slightly lower level. Finally, they stood before the council, 2 older women and a man. Each had multiple necklaces and rings on. Their eyes studied the party as it came to them. Bright and colorful sashes decorated their bodies, wrapped around them multiple times to create unique outfits. Max could feel their eyes on him as he stood slightly before the rest, and the frowns and exchanged glances each gave each other after seeing his boots. Each of them bent their necks slightly at the party. All three of them frowned, and Roletta leaned forward. You must fight in a tournament and win. 3 of you must fight, 2 of you must win. The outcome of that tournament will determine which race shall experience life and which races will experience death. Wait, we're going to have to fight separately, Cordelia asked. What happens if one of us loses? You can concede before a killing blow or dying from an injury. It counts as a loss just as much as dying does. Some consider it cowardly, but each must choose their own path. Their archer started to respond and then shut her mouth, almost making bubble sounds as she repeated opening and closing it. What do the winners get? Tanilla asked. Freedom from this place, Nereid replied, to return to our home. Not all of us will go but some, those who have endured and not fallen. And the losers? Coburn frowned at their mage's question. It is not something most would like to hear. We can take it, Max stated. They become food. His words silenced everyone as the whole party looked at one another. I'm sorry, but you're saying whoever wins eats the losers? Fowl asked, shaking his head. Not just the losers, but also a certain percentage of the population. Each race only gets so much food to tide us over between tower climbers. Then when the tournament comes, whoever wins is given their normal portion plus 10% or more of each other's race. The white skin and gold-haired race is the Naiads. They are fierce warriors and have strong magical and physical abilities. Each of them lives for combat, and many will often try to make it so their opponent cannot concede. Once that injury has been inflicted, they will begin to eat their opponent to death on the arena floor. Max's stomach churned slightly at the thought of witnessing such a thing. Coburn saw their reactions and gave them a few seconds before continuing. The other race is the Asura. They are a very dangerous species and are known for stealth. You probably saw them or saw parts of them because they intended it to be that way. Had they wished, you would never have known they were there. Each of them has a touch that it is so cold many die from just that one instance. Those strong enough to resist it will then find themselves under assault from invisible weapons. So you're saying they don't ever show up, like they're always invisible? Fowl asked. Yes, Nereid replied. Holy elf tits, their warrior muttered. This sounds pretty nasty, but we'll be fine, Tanilla stated, putting a hand on Cordelia's shoulder. We got this. If I may, I would like to change the subject. Please tell me how you met our king and acquired something from him. Never in all my time here have I ever seen such a thing. How long have you been here? Max asked. Clearing his throat, the merman looked up momentarily before returning his attention to them. 4 or 5,000 years, if I'm right. Max handed Fowl and Cordelia a water flask as each started to choke. Max could hear the murmurs and whispers of all the merfolk sitting on the floor and seats near them, discussing what he had just told them. Even the council members took a moment to consider his story of meeting and defeating Jalnignuk. If he could withstand our king's attack, surely that gives us hope. Roletta, he can only fight once, and the other 2 must also win. How long has it been since that has happened? Still, this gives us hope. We should tell our people. Roletta seemed excited at the prospect of this fight, while Coburn seemed to be the one who wasn't. Nereid was silent the entire time they spoke, eyes fixed on the party. Do you know who will fight? Max asked. Coburn's head moved side to side for a moment. Each of us has individuals from our kind who train for these moments. Before it starts, they will be granted a potion that will transform them in power. The problem is often, there is one who has won and chosen to stay here. Both races have such a champion. Each time they drink the potion, they grow stronger. They are truly frightening foes. Do your people not have a champion like that? We have not won in a long time. Many side with the Naiads or Asura. As such, our champions are defeated. The times a group of tower climbers has chosen us, we have not done well. Wait, Tanilla said as she held up her hand. You said we need to win 2 matches out foe 3. How does this work? Do we fight one of the other races more than once? Shaking his head, Coburn used his tongue to pick at his teeth, wincing multiple times before Nereid cut him off. These fights are you against the other 2 races simultaneously. 3 enter and only 1 leaves. It appears our foes have gotten smarter and played us for fools. Anytime a team picks us, they ensure we lose. Anytime a group picks one of them, they work together to ensure the victory. Their losses have been mitigated by their gains, and our people have suffered greatly for it. Coburn crossed his arms and frowned. The chances of this being successful is still almost impossible. To withstand 2 opponents simultaneously with that kind of power isn't a joke. We're not laughing, Tanilla replied. Don't worry, we'll win this. Now tell me, how long do we have until the fight takes place? Rubbing his eyes, Coburn pointed at an hourglass on a table. It was as tall as Fowl and had pink sand running through it quickly. Perhaps 2 hours, most likely less. She nodded and motioned for everyone to come closer. We need a room and some time to plan. I've got an idea. Tanilla held Nereid's gaze. You're certain this is the order of the fights? Certainly. Each time they put their strongest warriors in the last 2. This first one is to make the whole tournament fun. Occasionally, one of our champions won because of this, giving hope to the others. Then the next 2 matches become nothing but playtime for the races. The second fight will be the Naiads champion. The last will be from the Asura. I appreciate your help and look forward to watching some of your people get to return home. Max watched as both women talked, knowing he was eavesdropping, but Tanilla had told him he could. He could see the light returning to the merman's eyes and was excited at the plan the love of his life had devised. After the councilwoman had left, everyone gathered together. So this first fight is our easiest one. Someone has to go in there. It's between you two, and I don't care which of you goes. Fowl and Cordelia stared at each other, and they started laughing. Play you for it, she asked. Donkey, dwarf, beer, of course. Each of them turned their back to the other and waited a second. Donkey, Cordelia shouted. Dwarf, Fowl yelled out. Beer, Max called out, causing both of them to turn simultaneously. Fowl was halfway bent over with hands on each side, mimicking a donkey, while Cordelia had her hands shaped like a cup, pretending to take a big drink. H-A-H, their warrior exclaimed. I knew it, bah. Why didn't you pick dwarf? Because only a fool of a dwarf picks himself. We're all drunks and we know it, so it's donkey or beer every time for me. 2 out of 3, she asked. Fowl shook his head and smiled. Nope, one fair and square. Now I get to go fight some crazy arse bosses and hope to live. If you die, Fowl Hammerfall, I'll kill you, Batrar stated as she grabbed his beard and pulled him close. Do you hear me? I do, babe, but stop that. You're turning me on and I need to get ready to fight. Cordelia made her gagging sound, and Max allowed himself to laugh as they knew what was about to take place was nothing to joke about. You sure? Fowl nodded and puffed his chest out. I'm going to kick both their arses, so go ahead and bet all the gold you got on me. Sweat ran from his forehead, and his mouth felt a little dry as Fowl stood there on the sand, watching the pair of fighters he was going to face. Each was 10 feet tall, and the one from the Asura was almost impossible to see even an outline of. Equal distance away in the weird triangle they started on was the one from the Naiads, and the warrior looked absolutely fearsome. She had 2 long curved swords and wore chain armor that almost looked like seaweed was growing on it. Her mouth looked big enough to swallow his head whole. I'm an idiot, but I ain't going to die. His mind raced at what Tanilla had told him, and with everything he had, this fight would be his first real test. Around him, a stadium with at least 400,000 spectators was packed. It reached so high above him that he couldn't see the top. Large screens were placed all over, and he knew they would show his potential win or almost guaranteed defeat. Glancing across the sandy floor, he saw where Batrar and the others waited behind a gate. Each of them gave him a thumbs up or smile, trying to encourage him. I should have picked dwarf. The announcer had finished whatever speech they were giving, and the crowd's roar shook the ground of the quarter-mile-wide arena floor. A loud gong sounded, and the Asura disappeared completely from view, leaving him with a very hungry-looking Naiad. Keeping with the plan, he moved as fast as his stubby legs would let him, racing to the gate where his friends were. Laughter came from the crowd, and behind as his opponent made her way toward him. Where you going, my little snack? I want to suck the flesh off your bones. A shiver ran through his spine as he considered what that might feel like and found a burst of speed, stopping right before the gate and bringing his shield and hammer to the ready. Good, you're good, Max said. Make them come to you. I've got you. Nodding, he banged his hammer against his shield, waiting for the warrior to come. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at him and then the rest of his friends behind him. They can't help you. No spells can be cast through the gate. Instead, they'll get a front row view of. Shut your ugly mouth. I came here so they could watch me kick your skinny white arse. His shout made her blink a few times, and he smiled, glad that his helmet could be hidden and that she could see the look he was giving her. She charged, apparently upset at either his taunt or his being cut off. Both swords moved with a precision he had witnessed many times. The sound of metal on metal rang out, and a pained cry escaped those ugly lips with so many teeth behind them. What is that? Chuckling, Fowl swung his weapon at her. She had paused, and it appeared she was trying to figure out why she was bleeding and burning slightly. His hammer struck a glancing blow against her foot that wasn't covered in armor and caused her to leap back, letting out a grunt from his attack. Left, 270. Without hesitating, Fowl spun to his left and followed Tanilla's plan. Thank the gods his sonar works. Juggernaut. He streaked forward, shield out, and slammed into a shape just a few yards away, driving it backward and turning until he was facing the already close wall. While he charged, he pulled out a potion Max had given him, smashing it against his face and feeling his body grow. Gods, these goblin potions, it's been so long. Stronger and taller, he now pinned his opponent against the wall. A howl came from the Asura he couldn't see but knew was hurting from the impact. Droplets of clear liquid ran down his shield onto the sand below. His hammer struck repeatedly against something, causing more rivulets of liquid to appear. Now, Max's shout told him what was coming from behind. Ring activated. He became incorporeal, and the Naiad ran right through him, both of her swords slashing into the Asura he had already injured. The oath, it cried out. I. No movement was seen, but suddenly large chunks of ice began to form on the woman's arm, and a howl of pain reverberated near him. Fowl didn't wait as he put distance between the pair, storing his shield and pulling out the last item he had to use. One sword was still being swung as the other appeared to be frozen solid, and Fowl heaved the cask at the pair, glad to have practiced throwing things for his whole life, and turned, running again as fast as he could. Heat washed over him a few seconds later, but he didn't stop to look back. He continued moving for another 20 seconds, and the warmth of the fire that blazed behind him dissipated. Finally, he turned to see the handiwork he had unleashed. Two forms stood there, each struggling to walk, covered in a flame they all knew too well from a previous tower floor. One fell, and then, after a few more seconds, the second dropped to the sand in the flames that had spread out. Smoke rose upward, and he realized that the arena had gone silent. A gong sounded, and then it sounded once more. Cheers came from a smaller section of the space around him, the place where the race they had chosen to represent was. He looked at them and saw smiles. Each of them shouted his name and danced in their seats. A warmth, different from the still burning inferno, formed in his chest, and a few tears began to appear. Sniffing, he quickly wiped them away. Not now, otherwise they'll learn you're softy at heart. Holding up both hands, Fowl joined in the celebration. The winner of the first match is Fowl Hammerfall, champion of the merfolk. What, that's it? You rambled on about how great the others were before the match. Where is my love? The announcer never answered his shout, yet he didn't care. The sound of his side grew louder as he was announced the winner. When we get somewhere, Private Batrier said in a low growl. You were amazing, babe. I know, but still, we owe this to Tanilla and Max. They put this plan together. Yeah, but it wasn't them out there showing all these people who the real man is. Puffing his chest out, Fowl nodded and struck a pose. You're right, babe, I am the real man. A giggle came from their healer as she grabbed his beard and began kissing him. An elven archer began puking on the other side of the room, just a few yards away. The crowd's shouting and cheers were slightly different than they had been for Fowl. I guess they weren't expecting what happened at all. Unable to hide her amusement, Tanilla smiled and waved when she heard her name announced. Loud cheers came from the section where the merfolk were located. Across the arena floor were her two opponents. Just like Fowl described, the Asura was difficult to make out. Only a brief outline of something that wasn't right would occasionally appear and then vanish. The naiad who was to face her was on a different level than the previous one. She stood at least 25 feet tall and had two swords similar to what the previous fighter had used. Each of them was made of solid black metal and was at least 9 feet long. The armor she wore was also a black chain, a stark contrast to her milk-white skin. A pair of green eyes glared at her. If you keep breathing like that, you might pass out. Your taunts won't work, the woman shouted back. Unlike my sister, I'm no fool and won't be distracted. I'll take my time cutting you to pieces. But if you do that, won't I just surrender? Gone was the calm demeanor, and a low growl came from her opponent. I'll cut out my tongue. Okay, sure. How will those swords fit in this tiny mouth? Tanilla called out as she used her hand to demonstrate. I mean, I can't even fit. Enough, prepare to die, be killed. Oh, how original. Both swords slammed into the sand as her opponent's face began to turn slightly red. I need to thank Fowl for teaching me how to piss off people who knew he had such a talent. She summoned her lightning elemental and tapped her staff against the ground. The announcer was finishing as he had before, and she knew it was almost time to begin. Oh, I forgot one last thing. Seconds before she knew the gong would sound, her hair and eyes began to change color, and she felt the true power of her blood course through her. Every part of her felt alive, so often she wished she could stay like this. Max had told her she was strong enough to resist the temptation to give in to the sweetness of this intoxicating effect, but she wasn't sure that was true. Her whole body tingled, and every inch of her skin coursed with a power that was hers to command. The expression on her opponent's face made the sensation of it all like frosting on a cupcake. Damn you, Max, now I'm hungry. In her mind, she focused on Himhai's smile and the way it felt when he touched her. So many times he had said she grounded him, but no matter what he said, the truth was he allowed her to be the person she was. The gong sounded, and as her opponent grabbed both swords and raced toward her, Tanilla grabbed an air spear and let it carry her toward Max and the others. I really need to thank him for teaching me about this. Walls formed and got in the way of her opponent as she sent smaller spells to distract and buy her time. Overhead, a large cloud was forming, and she just needed more time to make it what she wanted. Wizard step. Two black blades struck the spot where she had been standing as the naiad turned around, trying to find where she had gone. Over and over they played the cat and mouse game, and every so often she sent out a frost nova, making sure nothing snuck up on her. Stop running, stop being too slow. Another growl came and she waited, knowing something had to change. Her opponent turned red, and the speed at which she moved told her everything she needed to know. A berserker. Hate-filled eyes locked onto her, and it took every ounce of concentration she had to stay away from the charging naiad. What had been 3 to 5 seconds of peace turned into only one as she continued to zigzag back and forth across the arena floor, using all the space she could to get away. Seconds ticked away, and then the red glow faded, and the woman slowed down. Seems your skill ran out. You should Her taunt seemed like a good idea, but then Tanilla discovered the problem with talking all the time. She had forgotten to cast Frost Nova, focusing on staying alive and being a pest. Pain began to radiate from her back as cold seeped in. Wizard step. Instantly, she was just a few yards behind the spot where she had been standing and cast Frost Nova immediately, causing a shape to appear as it radiated out from her. Stone prison. Wrote. Every nerve in her back ached, but she ignored them, moving again as the naiad came at her. You forget, there's two of us. Not giving in to the desire to point out how the second one was currently not moving, Tanilla continued to pour mana into the storm cloud above. Lightning crackled and popped, unable to be contained by how much she had already fed the spell. 10 more seconds. More attacks came and she felt the drain on her mana pool. Using this spell over and over was taxing, and while she could do it more than most, especially in this state, she was running on fumes. 2 more. One last cast sent her to safety, and she called down the spell she had been building up. This is going to suck. Spell burst. Lighting storm focused. She screamed as the cost she couldn't pay tore through her, the agony of running completely out of mana and demanding a price that wasn't there. Yet her scream was unable to be heard of the sound of the bolt which came from the cloud, striking the naiad who had smiled for a moment, just a dozen yards away, swords raised and ready to cut her in half. Like lightning rods, the spell traveled down both of them into the woman, and a bright light blinded anyone watching. The scent of burning flesh was gone the moment it had started, vaporized by the amount of heat and power conducted in that one section of space. Black glass formed, racing across the center of the impact zone, expanding for dozens of yards, stopping inches from where she lay crumpled in the sand. Silence. Breathing. No noise reached her ears as her mind screamed in agony and pain. Say it. Say it-ta-nila, the voice, that voice, she knew it. Every part of her loved its tone. Chills and shivers filled her when it said her name. It reminded her of what needed to be done. I forfeit. Her throat was dry and she could barely speak, yet she willed everything she had to yell. I forfeit, forfeit. The sound of a gong rang out. A few seconds later, a second one came. Cheers came from almost half of the arena. She could hear it, and it made her head hurt more. A cool sensation washed over her, and slowly the pain of everything began to fade away. I've got you. Wetness ran down her throat. It tasted awful, and she knew it was a potion so rare that most mages would give up so much for one. Warmth spread through her body as the liquid raced down her throat. Mana crept into her body and was immediately sucked away. She owed a price, and until it was paid, the pain of what she had done would not diminish. Another piece of glass touched her dry lips. Drink. Something sweet flowed down her throat after dancing along the top of her tongue. Unable to help, she cried out in pain as her body shook, yet hands held her against something warm. Maxie's holding me. She wanted to cry out to say his name but couldn't. Once again, the same awful taste came, and this time her body absorbed it, and when it was all over, only a slight amount of mana was left in her. It was enough, though. Max. Heal her. Warmth came as life sprung up inside her. Blinking, she saw the face of the man she loved looking at her. His bald head glistened in the arena's light, and his smile looked forced. Reaching up, she stroked his cheek. God's woman, you were amazing. He bent down and kissed her, and all the pain and dryness that was on her lips began to vanish as the wetness of his touched hers. Wrapping both arms around him, she pulled him close, not caring that Fowl or Cordelia had said something she would repay them for later. All she cared about was the man who held her and loved her. Slowly the world returned to normal, and she pulled back, taking in lung-filled breaths. I needed that. He laughed and nodded. Anytime you need that, I'm more than happy to provide. Now then, my love, can you stand? Smiling, she nodded, let him lift her to her feet, and quickly found her balance. Her whole team was there, and the expressions on their faces told her they understood what she had done. I'm proud of you, lass, Batrear whispered as she came next to her and hugged her. You showed them we're not to be trifled with. Next, the one she wasn't sure would ever be able to see past her being a princess strode toward her. Gone was the look of timidness that had so often filled those eyes. She could see something different, a new kind of respect. You wow. I'm not sure anyone else in our world could have done what you did, not even Max. Your child is lucky to have such a strong mother. Her knees went weak for a moment, and Max was right there to keep her standing. Unable to speak, she simply nodded and smiled at their archer who moved a step so Fowl could come next. I must say you're a quick learner, Tanilla. Usually it takes a lifetime to find out how to infuriate people, but you did it on the first try. Perhaps I'm a genius when it comes to teaching. If this adventuring stuff doesn't work out, I'll open my own shop. Fowl's School of Smack Talk. She reached out and grabbed the dwarf who had worn her down when they first met. His smile and joy of life had allowed her to join them and not be concerned with who she was. Watching him love on Batrear, even when he wouldn't say the words, gave her hope of something like that one day. You know you're my favorite dwarf, she whispered into his ear so Batrear wouldn't hear. She felt him stiffen and then laugh. You're an evil one, he declared, wagging a finger at her. Saying that and doing it so that you can deny it, I'm too good for my own britches. Now you'll find ways to piss me off without even trying. Winking, she watched as he stepped back. Max reached out and took her hand, slowly turning her until she faced him. I never doubted you. I knew you could do it. Please, all of my plans always go perfectly. You know that. She watched him roll his eyes and shake his head. Not that you, right now, you don't feel it, do you? Blinking, she realized what he was talking about and reached over her shoulder, pulling a strand of braided hair so she could see. The gold glow of it was there. Even though every part of her felt alive, her hunger wasn't there right now. Why? It's because you replaced it with something else, didn't you? The same thing that allowed me to resist the hunger. Letting her braid fall, she touched her chest and took a deep breath. Closing her eyes, Tanilla realized that he was right. At the edges of everything was the desire for power she had feared for so long. Yet holding it back was exactly what Max had just said. I am loved for me just as I am and not what it wants me to be. Smiling, she stroked his cheek. It's funny how Tanilla's plan has gone perfectly so far. You chose well. I'm quite certain she is smarter than you. Max chuckled as he did not doubt that Bob was right. His opponents were in their spots, and he stood there, weapon and shield in hand, ready for a match that was specifically designed for him. Part of me wonders what they must think after watching what they witnessed. I mean, they know one of them has to win. We lose if we don't, and with Tanilla forfeiting, they probably think we used our strongest one, hoping for 2 wins in a row. I'd hold off on the cocky side at first. Don't forget what Dagon taught us. Every match is a fight to the death, and at least one of these has done it multiple times. He knew Bob was right, and forcing himself to focus took a little effort. There was no outline at all where the Asura was supposed to be, and he doubted the Naiad he was facing would be much of a problem. She looked a little larger than the one Fowl had faced, but after watching the first 2 fights, he was certain he could kill that one easily. I know, we'll stick to the plan. When his name was called, the merfolk crowd went wild, cheering and shouting louder than for the other 2 fights. Tell me, do you think she'll be able to handle it, the change? From how she appeared from the moment you saved her until we walked out here, Tanilla has managed to control that part of her well. The way she stands and talks hasn't changed even though her whole body is coursing with power unlike before. He nodded to no one, recalling how she did act the same even though she wasn't. While the outside might look different, he knew the woman he loved was still the same on the inside. The time has come to determine this tournament winner. Prepare for a fight unlike all the rest. Max frowned as the side where the Asura were sitting erupted. I mean, do they actually get to see the fight? Probably the ones from that race can. Then again, does it matter as long as your side wins? Twirling his sword a few times, Max waited. The time it took for the match to begin was killing him. Finally, the gong sounded, and the moment it did, he was gone. Running at full speed, he rammed into the Naiad and drove her into the wall, crushing her between his shield. Blood poured from her mouth and created a design along the wall as he turned to find his real opponent, glad for the rush of cold that told him that the first task was done. Come out and play. His taunt did nothing, and a part of him was almost saddened that no reply had come. It's smart enough not to respond, knowing you could locate it possibly that way. Just a few yards from the wall and the crumpled corpse, Max's sword vanished. A chair appeared, and once it was set down on the sand, he sat in it. He then pulled his sword back out. Sitting there with a shield and sword casually hanging from his hands, he waited. The crowd seemed to hate and love the taunt he was throwing out, some shouting for blood and others calling on the Asura to not be a coward. Seconds ticked by and nothing appeared on his sonar after half a minute. Max sighed. It's never easy, is it? Again, this opponent is smart. He saw you move and knows you're fast. For a predator like it, this isn't a race. It's a game of waiting for the right moment. Then I guess I'll have to make that moment appear like I told Stacy. Standing up, he stored the chair and faced the wall he had used to end the Naiad's life. One chance. Take it before it's gone forever. Tapping his foot, he waited, trying to appear relaxed and unprepared yet completely ready to move in a moment. When no strike came, he shrugged and faced the entire arena floor. Do it. The sand began to rise, and an inch-thick layer of it hovered about 3 feet off the ground for 100 yards around him. Go. Jogging, he started to sweep around the arena, changing directions as the circle of sand followed him. He began moving faster and faster, hoping to spot what he was looking for. Nothing appeared, and his frustration grew, and he paused in the middle of the arena. Wait, once I start to move, make it 3 layers, thinner, and 7, 15, and 30 feet high. These walls are 35 feet tall, and if what you said is true, it may be sticking to one above our current layer. Well done. Darting forward, Max watched as Bob did as he asked. The sand separated, forming smaller layers of the shimmering white material. It only took him 3 seconds to find the disturbance in his new approach, and as he moved in its direction, his sonar sensed the incoming barrage of attacks. A 30-foot-tall outline appeared, sand impacting its shape as it darted around the arena, tossing invisible daggers of ice at him. Each one struck his shield, easily blocked as his ability to sense them negated their surprise attack. A single howl came from the beast, and he knew it had to have realized it wouldn't win this fight. He was closing in on it, just a few seconds away from reaching it, knowing what it would say. All the sand fell to the ground as Bob cut off the flow and he entered stealth. Blink. Berserker. Ultimate form. Rampage. Magical strike. Ghost strike. Power strike. His move had caused it to stop. The words it had been about to utter halted. Dagon's lessons paid off. There was no point in holding back, hoping his strength alone would be enough to end this thing's life. He would only get one shot, and he was going to take it. Max could now end the tyrannical reign of these fighters, who devoured those unfortunate enough to pick the wrong side. His blade struck where the head was, still invisible and unable to be seen, but his sonar knew exactly where it was. All 3 strikes weren't needed, but they were used, taking off its head at the neck and slicing off its right shoulder. Clear liquid gushed like a geyser from the wounds, and Max landed on the ground, reappearing before a crowd that hadn't made a sound. A cold wave of power washed over him, and he smiled, knowing his job was done. Well, they're dead. Play the sound. The ringing of the gong took place twice, with no delay between them, and the merfolk's side went wild. Flicking his sword to clean what little liquid had a chance to adhere to it, he stored it and walked to the gate where his friends were. "You 3 no wonders you had defeated Jalnig Nuk," Nereid exclaimed, "to see such a solid victory, and you did as you said you would, defeating the champions that caused us so much pain." Tears rolled down her cheeks as the woman looked up at them from the floor where she had kneeled. "We are happy to help friends," Tanilla said, smiling softly and trying to pull the woman up. "So please stand with us, and let's celebrate with the rest of your people." The councilwoman nodded, laughing and crying as she discussed what this victory could do for their people. "You seem to have not held back," Fowl said as they followed at the back of the group. "Dagon would be impressed. Please, you're the warrior who took down 2 alone. If you aren't careful, I'll start hearing badly sung songs about you in the local alehouses and have to set them straight." His friend laughed and punched Max in the side. "Today feels good, I mean really good. For once, I believed I carried my own weight." Which, as we both know, is a lot. Resisting the urge to comment on their warrior's waistline, Max nodded. "I still can't believe you won that game of donkey dwarf beer. You never seem to beat me." "That's 'cause you cheat. We both know it," their warrior exclaimed. Laughing so hard it caused the others to look back, Max winked at his friend. "I knew it. I knew you lied when you said you weren't cheating. Bah, you ogre-humpin' warrior. I can't even enter a drinking contest without wondering if you'll steal it from me." "Please, the only thing I have to worry about now is needing to take a piss," he replied. "We both know neither of us is going to get drunk." Max enjoyed the entire walk with Fowl, and they were each glad to have a moment to celebrate the successes of what had occurred. "You 5 have earned a place within our hearts and our stories," Roletta said as she drew a red line on each of their foreheads. "Know that the ones who are able to return home shall spread the story of you 5. Do not doubt that our king will hear of your kindness, and if your paths ever meet again, we'll give you a feast worthy of such an accomplishment." Coburn stepped up after her, his finger making a new mark with yellow next to the first. "Many come to the tower and choose the path they walk. You have swam with us and provided us with food and safety. As such, our children will be taught your name, and some may even carry it all their lives." "Poor kid," Cordelia whispered. "Look, it's Fowl." Chuckles came, and the councilman cleared his throat as he finished making the last mark. Nereid's cheeks were still wet, and she dipped her finger in the small jar she held and smiled. "This last mark is one of kinship. You shall be part of our family. Any merfolk who meets you will know you as a brother or sister. Our home shall always be open to you." Max watched as she did Tanilla's forehead first, and the paint glowed before vanishing. "That appears to be similar to the mark you were given. Should I reject it?" Bob hesitated a moment as Nereid did Batra next. "No, you're not making a pact or promise, so you should be fine. I can imagine this brings blessings and curses, but turning it down would be problematic. Remember what that being told us. Our choices will have long-term effects. Which means there may be merfolk out there named Fowl. Yes, a pox on generations to come." When Nereid reached him, she dabbed her finger against a fresh tear. "You, Max Host, I offer something special. While some might consider what I am about to do a dangerous decision, I have witnessed a man who stood against our king and bears his armor. Not only that, you defended us, and even more, I saw a love most could only dream of displayed for the one you call Tanilla. As such, take this." She bit her lip and dabbed the spot of blood that formed on her finger. "My line is your line." Gasps came from around the room, and Coburn started to shout as Nereid's finger touched his head and made a mark. "Bloodline granted. Merfolk status granted. Calculating. Bloodline is currently 60. He felt warmth flood through his body, and Nereid sagged, his arms catching her as she fell. "What did you do? Leave her." Roletta shouted, grabbing onto the councilman as he moved toward them. This was her choice. What's happening?" Max asked as he watched the woman in his arm begin to age. "Protect your people and mine. I finally found one worthy of my life." A gentle breeze came, and the councilwoman turned to dust instantly. Her clothes became flat, and some fell to the floor while a few hung on his hands. "No, she." Max glanced around the room to see all the merfolk except Coburn and Roletta had fallen to their knees, heads bowed. She has made a choice and we must accept it. Perhaps one day you and I will find another worthy of such a thing. Slowly, the councilwoman moved to Max and held out her hand. Stand, Max Host. You have been marked and granted access to a bloodline. One day may you grow strong enough to seed an entire race. Oh, what in the gods just happened? Fowl asked. Max could see Tanilla shaking even though she smiled. He's evolving. I'm sorry, come again, Fowl asked. What does that even mean? Max was only slightly listening to them, his mind still reeling from what had just taken place. She gave me her bloodline. How is that even possible? Asked Tanilla. She appears to know more than we do. Still holding a few pieces of clothing, Max looked up at the woman he loved and saw that her gold eyes were wide. How did she do this? Roletta made a shushing sound. Cordelia's hands lifted him, and Max followed the older merwoman, almost not noticing the look of frustration on Coburn's face. She took them to a doorway and down a short hall and finally into a small room with a circular couch. Sit, relax. I will return in a few minutes with some food and drink. It appears you have much to talk about. As Roletta moved past Max, she lifted a hand and brushed his cheek. Those garments are yours, along with her gift. Treasure them. May you never forget the faith she has put in you. Everyone was still standing near the door as it slid shut. Tanilla coughed to get their attention. Sit. I'll explain what I know, but we need to sit. Almost as if half asleep, the rest of the party followed her instructions, each one still looking at Max. How do you feel? Are you okay? He nodded at her as he licked his lips. I'm a bit in shock, not from anything that happened physically, but just from what she did. I didn't realize that could happen that way. A cough came from their mage as she shook her head. Wait, you already know about the bloodline. Yeah, from having killed Rinia Kazrak. I didn't mention anything because I wasn't sure what it meant and didn't want to talk about it until I knew more. Of course, he's already done something like this, Fowl muttered. And by this I mean, what the hell are we talking about? Sighing, Tanilla glared at their warrior who leaned back slightly as he got his first real glare from the gold-eyed elf. Each god has a bloodline. Thija has granted us, the royal family, hers. My eyes and hair are part of what tells you I possess it. If what Max has said is true, then most likely something about Kazrak was a distinguishing feature as well. He might have been hiding it, like I can mine, but I doubt it. Someone like him doesn't strike me as someone who would do so. Maybe his size? Cordelia asked. It could be. Regardless, each bloodline has other perks. While most won't tell you what they are, they add tremendous power and strength to what is called a true descendant of the god. From what I've learned, the bloodline that Phaeus handed out is gone. That is why the queens are a former shell of what the human kings and queens once were, and most likely made the deal they did for power, allowing their people to be used as cattle. So how does one get a bloodline? I mean, does a god do the naked dance and… Batrier smacked Fowl with a brush and had a bar of soap in the other. What woman? There ain't no children here. I'm guessing even Cordelia's has done the… A pillow hit their warrior in the face, and Max saw the look of anger in their archer's eyes. Finish that statement, and so help me, I'm going to shove my foot so far up your arse you're going to taste the crap I stepped in. Fowl balked, holding up both hands and closed his mouth. No one knows, Tanilla replied with a chuckle. All we know is that the bloodline can be granted in some ways like Nereid did. It is protected in ways you wouldn't believe, which is why. She paused, gently rubbing her stomach as she glanced down at it. My father, this child is already in danger for being half human and half elf. But the fact it will carry the bloodline of my people once he finds out, a target will be on their back forever. Finally regaining his senses, Max stored the clothing he had been holding and scooted closer to her, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and placing the other on her stomach. No one will ever hurt our child or you. You know that. She sniffed and nodded. Words and the ability to carry them out are two different things, she replied. Not that I doubt your commitment or intentions, but I think we both know there is still a gap in our power compared to a king. Dagon has done more than we realized by showing us that true power. Even what I have isn't equal to my father. I'm sorry, dear. Can you tell us what you have exactly? Beyond the golden hair and eyes that make you look like a goddess. She chuckled at Batrier's words and sighed. I can, for so long I fought this form because of what it unlocks in my mind. It was all about power and strength. If you remember, I mentioned that my mother stays in this form because she cannot overcome the desire to look that way or feel the way it makes her. While I'm in this form, all of my stats are doubled. Holy elf. Tits, Cordelia finished their warrior's curse. You're serious, double, as in times two. Nodding at their healer, Tanilla tapped her wrist where the bracelet was. Imagine cutting off that kind of power and strength, because when you have it and no people struggle to be around you, the choice is to allow them to act like a servant or slave or limit yourself. But I don't feel that kind of pressure. I mean, I guess it's there, but it's not like it was the first few times you displayed it. Why? Friendship, acclamation. Strength, I'm not sure. There were elves in our castle that could withstand the power and pressure. If memory serves me, all of them were incredibly strong. Okay, we're drifting off the path, Fowl said. So what do you mean that Max is evolving? He watched as everyone turned their attention back to him. I think I already know the question you're going to ask, he said. You want to know specifically what I know or have. Always the smart one, Tanilla replied. Smiling back at her, he took a deep breath. I gained 20 from Rinia and 20 from Kazrak after killing them. When Nereid did what she did, I gained another 20. Tanilla tusked her tongue and tapped her chin. Well, that does pose a problem. You have 3 bloodlines in you, and I've never heard of that before. Usually it's just one, and I'm not sure how the 3 even mix or what that would mean on the power it provides. All I know is the little my father drilled into me about protecting the bloodline and how it was a gift, and that if we ever completed the tower, we could start our own. Part of me wanted to complete the tower because I wanted to be different from what I saw in my family and didn't want to follow his path. You've done a great job making your own way, Max stated. Still, I don't know anything beyond that either. I could try to summon Phaeus again and find out more, or perhaps Dagon would be willing to share some knowledge. Perhaps, he might be willing to do that. Still, I'm not sure what all this means. Max noticed his friend holding his hand up. Oh, why are you raising your hand? Clearing his throat, Fowl shook his hand a few times at everyone. I'm going to ask a question. It might sound dirty, but it's not. So don't be tossing pillows or smacking me with stuff. He watched as all 3 women raised an eyebrow at the same time. No promises, Batriger muttered. Spit it out. So Max and Tanilla are having a baby that happened before he killed those 2, which means the baby they're having will only have one bloodline. Their mage started to snort and then began to laugh, her eyes watering from how hard and long she laughed. After a moment, Tanilla wiped both eyes and smiled at their warrior. That was a fantastic question, and the answer is, I have no idea. From what I know, which again is limited, I don't know. Just as Nereid gave hers away, and as I mentioned before, there are ways to transfer it. When we complete the tower, and if he can get one, who knows? What would that do for a child? I mean, I know you don't know everything, but based on what Tanilla has said, if she gives her full bloodline, and I have my own bloodline and can transfer some of it to our child, then they would be incredibly powerful, both in good ways and in bad. When words get out, many might fear them. Others might seek to use them. This path we walk is unlike anything I can recall from my memories. There must have been some time when 2 bloodlines merged. Phaeus could most likely answer that question as well. It looks like I will need to try to have another conversation sooner rather than later. Later is better. Finish the tower. We need to get stronger. Tanilla is right. Her father is going to be just like Dagon, if not worse. You've seen her power and know what she is capable of. Imagine a king with access to potions with red skills and hundreds of years to grow stronger. Max, her voice brought him back and he smiled, tapping his head. I'm fairly certain we're not going to solve anything at the moment, and I doubt I'm suddenly going to grow longer ears, have hair all over my body, or grow gills. Fowl chuckled and stroked his beard. If there's one thing for sure we know won't happen, it's you getting any hair. All of them laughed and took a moment to let the actions they had accomplished today sink in. Eventually, Roletta returned with some food and drinks, Coburn in tow. Our people are dancing everywhere, celebrating a victory that has long been believed impossible. Now we shall have enough food to reproduce and replenish those we lost. I got a question, Fowl said as he set down his cup. How much food do you get for a win like this? A devilish grin appeared, and Coburn looked almost evil for a moment as he rubbed both hands together. We are going to feast on 15% of both races. Uma, I'm sorry, what? A chuckle came from Roletta as she gave Coburn a gentle shove. Forgive him for acting like this, but yes, we will get to eat a portion of their population. The osira are actually quite tasty and can be prepared in many different ways. Max watched as his dwarven friend turned a little green. Perhaps instead we could go ahead use the portal. While we appreciate your hospitality, we have a tower to climb, and time is always an important factor in our life. Both of the older merfolk laughed and nodded. Forgive us, living 4,000 years makes you forget that others are in a hurry. We can go right now if you are ready. Tower Floor 64 reached. Completion of Tower Floor 63 achieved. Full level of tower experience granted. Calculating results of previous floor. Results totaled. Time spent on floor is within top 10. Number of kills on floor is tied for first. Calculating rewards. Potion Elixir of Stats. Potion Elixir of Stats. Max shook his head in disbelief as 2 golden potions appeared at his feet on the obsidian floor. 2, Fowl exclaimed. We get 2, yup, it appears we've tied for first place. Laughter and cheers came as everyone raced forward to claim their prizes. So this is how they did it, Cordelia said as she tossed the empty potion bottle and let it break against the ground. Getting potions like this for placement. I'm guessing they only counted the tournament kills, Tanilla added as she finished drinking her rewards. Otherwise, it would be pretty impossible that everyone killed exactly the same amount of kraken. Max nodded, staring out across the volcanic zone at a mountain surrounded by thick black smoke. So many tendrils of lava were flowing down it that he wondered where the path up it would be. What's on your mind? He shrugged and pointed toward the path from where they stood. It should be a boss floor, and that's how we're supposed to go. We need to wait a few days for everyone's cooldowns to refresh before we can attempt it. do we? Looking down at his friend, Max was confused. Yeah, I mean we just fought, and I know we all used abilities and skills with long cooldowns. Unless you're planning on us going in there without everything. Oh no, I know that. I was just thinking that if we went to Dagon's training area and died, would our cooldowns reset? The sound of glass shattering behind them caused them to turn and see what had happened. Batrier held her hand over her mouth, an empty potion bottle broken at her feet. Are you okay, babe? Did your potions give you a bunch of intelligence? Because that's an incredibly smart idea, she replied. Grunting, he held up his middle finger at her and frowned. You all in the concern over intelligence. Sometimes you can't see the keg because you're so focused on the cup in your hand. Okay, that made no sense, Max replied. Still, that's a great idea. I guess we can go try. Dagon chuckled as he unlocked the door. Seems someone is smarter than you all realized. I don't actually promote that it can do that because it drains some power, but since it's your first time, you can use the secret feature of this room. Fowl gave everyone a quick nod as he swaggered in first, his chest out the entire time. Gods, I'm never going to hear the end of this moment, Batrier muttered. Oh, I will, after I stick a dagger in him. Less than an hour after leaving the tower floor, they were back in it, ready to head out. Same formation as always. Call out if I miss something, and let's see what we've got. For well over 2 hours, they moved along the obsidian pathway. Max was trying to understand how the whole area around them was made of this stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong, but don't you need water to make obsidian? Typically, I mean it's the tower floor. Why would we expect stuff always to work the way we know? Tanilla replied. Why? Waving his hand around the area, Max shrugged. This just seems more than normal. So yeah, I'm a little anxious. You know me, I always like to be prepared. He ignored the scoffs and continued focusing on around him. Eventually, they came to an opening a third of the way up the mountain and stopped, having not faced a single foe yet and only occasionally needing to cross over a lava flow. This is worked stone, Fowl said as he touched it. Well-worked obsidian. Yeah, nothing like what we're used to. Part of me wishes I could use my stone mastery skill on it, but it doesn't even react. That's because obsidian isn't a rock, Tanilla replied. Well, not technically. And you know this how? Fowl asked. Books in a lifetime without friends. Their warrior winced and turned his attention back to the entrance. Guess we're going in. Everyone was breathing hard as Max set them down, looking at the large opening. That was the first time they had been in a hallway that wasn't 10 feet wide and 15 feet tall. Traps, so many traps, and lava, Cordelia stated between gasps. Next time just put me in storage. Chuckling, he waited for them to catch their breath. We were running non-stop for what? 2 hours. I thought it was kind of fun, Max said. Says the warrior who didn't get burnt, their archer replied. You shrugged that lava off like it was nothing. Only Batrier's heels kept me from being roasted alive. Grinning, he motioned for them to stay put. You all stay here. I'm going to scout ahead and see what might be up there. What if you set off a trap again and suddenly the floor falls away like the others? Tanilla has an air wall. You'll be fine. Besides, this is the first tunnel that's different, and I can smell something that isn't foul. A chuckle came from inside his head as he moved forward in stealth. She is right, you completely failed to spot that trap. The whole thing is filled with traps I can't detect. Besides, I can easily get to them if I need to. Bob didn't respond, but he could sense some amusement at that statement. Slowly, the tunnel widened more, and soon, it was easily 50 yards high and about half that wide, coming to a stop where he could see a gigantic room beginning to appear. Unlike the obsidian tunnel he was in, which did not have the typical worked stones he had seen before, the area of the floor at the opening had the same bricks again. Laid out in a circle, he could see the pattern and glance around the edge, feeling his eyes widen. That's a massive fire wolf. Sure, go with that, but it does appear you found the boss. The creature in the middle of the quarter-mile-wide circular room was easily 50 feet tall, and every bit of its fur was on fire. Watching it was difficult as flames continually moved over every inch of it. Its breath was small gusts of fire, and its eyes were a red so dark he had never seen anything like it. Without waiting, he quickly returned to the others. All right, I'm certain it's the boss, and this is one for Tanilla. Me. Nodding, he grinned. It's a fire boss, so pull out that ice familiar and get ready to take it out. We'll go down the tunnel slowly, and both of us will prepare an ice spear ahead of time. You think that will work? Fowl asked. I mean, I guess it can, but what if it doesn't? Then we try not to get cooked. Groans and eye rolls were all Max got for his joke. Tanilla summoned her familiar, and the two walked side by side, each pouring mana into the spells growing above them. It's almost like a date, she told him. A let's go kill a boss together kind of date. I always knew I picked the right one. Nearing the corner, both turned simultaneously, the red eyes of the boss fixated upon them. Go. Bob sent air blades at the boss, and Max's ice spear streaked above the worked stone floor. Having aimed for the chest, he smiled as the boss jumped upward, dodging the attack as it flew beneath it. The only problem for it was that Tanilla now had a target that couldn't jump again. Her larger spear flew faster than Max's, catching it right in the chest. The 40-foot-long shard went halfway in, causing the wolf to roll and tumble along the floor as it landed, letting out a yelp. Not hesitating, Max rushed in, sword out this time in a long, two-handed styling cleaved at its head. Power strike. Magical strike. Rampage. All three blows hacked off sections of the boss's head, but no cold snap came. Not waiting, he continued to chop at it, flesh and blood, flames splattering all around him. It's dead, she killed it. Pausing mid-swing, he realized Bob was right. Arg. Is it dead? Fowl shouted from the opening. Yes, Tanilla killed it. A whoop came from his party as they made their way toward him. Wait, what? He turned and waved for his friends to hurry up. She killed it. One hit. Laughter came as they hurried toward him and the corpse. You're certain she did it and not you? Cordelia asked, pointing to the remaining part of the head. That's disgusting. Oh, I'm certain. I didn't get my usual notification and it's very much dead. Sorry about stealing the kill. You're fine, he replied, waving off her apology. I guess I should have considered how much stronger you are now that you aren't holding back. Their mage's face lit up slightly and she pulled a braid over her shoulder and waved the golden hair at him. It's your fault. You helped me get past my problem with it. Yup, not a bad problem to have. A perfect shot, waiting to see what it did when I sent mine. I'm not touching that thing to harvest it, Fowl muttered as he watched the flames die down on the corpse. Still looks hot enough to burn ya. I don't think we're going to get much of a chance anyways, Max said as he motioned to the part up at the top that was beginning to dissolve. Looks like we missed out. Once the last remaining part of the boss had vanished, a flaming chest appeared in the middle of the room. Want to open it? Tanilla smiled and nodded. I believe I earned that right. As she moved toward it, Fowl leaned over and gently elbowed him. 2 gold says she burns herself, he whispered. I'll take that bet. Their mage stood next to it, an actual chest that looked like it was on fire, flames flickering a few inches from every part of the surface. Without giving it another glance, she took her staff and lifted the lid, causing the flames to die down immediately and the whole chest to turn into obsidian. Mother of an ogre, Fowl muttered, fishing out 2 gold coins and handing them to Max. How did you know? She's a smart one. Stop betting on me and get over here, Tanilla called out. And learn to whisper next time. Laughing, the pair caught up and arrived after the other two. That seems unusual, Cordelia stated after looking in. What is it? Let me look, Fowl muttered as he jumped a little, realizing the chest was just a little taller than he had expected. Need a lift, Bah, go away. Max laughed as his friend produced a step stool and set it down, finally able to look inside without jumping. What in the gods, 3 of them? That's not a bad sign at all, Tanilla said as she pulled out one of the escape gems they already had. I mean, I'd almost rather have an empty chest than 3 of these. Batrick or Cordelia, each of you should take one. That way we can spread them out if needed. Both women did as Max said, and soon all that was left was a single blue crystal for the faction. Why no loot? I mean, did we take too long? Did we set off too many traps? Max shrugged at Fowl, who kept looking inside, eyes almost like a puppy hoping for another treat. I have no idea. Maybe the next floor will tell us something when we reach it. Maybe the next floor will tell us something when we reach it, Fowl said, impersonating Max. Yet I do not like the looks of this already. Once more they found themselves inside a large gold room. Sitting on the same gigantic chair was the being who had welcomed them to the 60th floor. Where's the crystal ring? Cordelia asked. I don't think we get one here. The entity turned its large mirrored head in their direction. Come sit. It is time to judge how you have done. Goblin nuts, Fowl cursed, glancing behind him and seeing no portal to escape from. Should we break one of those gems now? Shaking his head, Max pointed at the 5 chairs that had appeared. No, let's see what the tower thinks of us. As soon as the 5 of them were seated, 4 worlds appeared behind the being. Each one floated and turned. Those are where we were, Batrayer whispered. Correct. You 5 have made choices that have impacted the future of each of these worlds. There are things in place here that I cannot tell you because your minds wouldn't be able to comprehend the implications meaningfully, nor are you yet in a position to possess that knowledge. For now, let me reveal to you what has happened. The first floor they had been on was covered in mountains and forests. The image of the world moved closer to them, spinning a few more times before stopping, and a glowing circle appeared on it. You passed this test in a time most cannot begin to hope for, even on subsequent attempts. Not only that you killed some of the fewest number of beings on it, rewards were granted for such feats, but then something else happened. A duplicate image of the wine Max had given the elder appeared on the ground. A gift was given, even more so, a gift that carries weight further than many might believe. As such, that gesture and act has impacted a tribe in ways that have not yet been seen. Even now, we are unsure how this will affect that thread until it is played out. The circle began to expand, and soon the whole planet was covered with cities, some rising and some falling, but a steady progression appeared to take place. It appears this thread has many paths. Perhaps we will see what the next ones to come do with it. For now, know that your actions have been recorded and noted as something unique. A loud snap came as 2 fingers pressed together and came apart, causing the first world and the wine to vanish. What did you do? Tanilla asked. I gave him some wine. Max responded hesitantly. Now on to the second world. Before them now stood a frozen planet covered in ice and stone. Many might think this a place of suffering and death, but on this world many tribes survive, each one battling for control of the magic within. Once again, you were able to complete this task in an impressive amount of time. You also placed at the bottom of ending lives. A copy of the giant Max had struck down appeared. It is recorded that you were able to strike down this creature with a single blow, and yet, with that kind of power, you left an entire army that sought your death alive. Many wouldn't hold back, using that kind of power to end these creatures' lives and seek the treasure they might drop as well as the experience they grant. You did neither. The being paused, and its reflective face showed no hint of what was happening inside it. Rewards were granted based on your actions. This thread changed again in a way we had not seen in ages. The group you faced moved across this world, striking down other species and claiming the planet for themselves. So what? I needed to kill all of them. Max's question got no answer as another snap rang out and the world vanished. A planet filled with green water and soil was put before them, the third floor. What about my question? Max shouted. The being leaned forward, pointing a finger at him. You will wait for everything to be judged, and then you will be given a small moment to ask a few questions. Do not interrupt me again, or you will not like the consequences. Suddenly, an aura of tremendous power erupted from the metallic being, and everyone was crushed beneath it, struggling to breathe as its finger swept across them all. Here you are weak. If you wish for this kind of power, you will learn to respect those who already hold it. Just as quickly as the aura had appeared, it vanished, and they all gasped for breath. The third floor was one you placed in the top areas in some ways yet did not stand out on the first pass. Your second attempt once more put you in a very small group of beings able to complete it quickly. Rewards were granted. Images of the mud golems rose on one side of the spinning world. On the other side, a being appeared that they knew as some kind of troll. You slaughtered a whole section of one kind and left the other alone. This group has conquered most of the world with no one to oppose them. Soon all the food on it will be gone and even their own race will die off, leaving this world lifeless. Max wanted to scream, but Bob helped him hold his tongue. Do not push it. We are dealing with things we do not have the power to withstand. The lesson is obvious, and I know you see it. But how could we know what our actions would cause at those moments? How could we know that killing one race would cause another to take over and eventually run out of food? I get that they are trying to help us see that our actions have consequences that we may not understand, but then again, hasn't every part of our journey so far been mindless killing? No, really. Max thought with hope. You gave some non-humans some wine. Just wait, there is a reason for this, and we will learn soon enough. Here we see the importance of balance. Good, bad, evil, heroic. Those words and meanings are often lost when one does not know the whole picture. Once more a finger pointed at Max. I can sense your mind understanding that. Proof of one who might be worthy. Glancing at his friends, he could see their faces, each frowning, some chewing on their lips or clenching their cheeks. As with all the other times, a snap sent that image away, and the last world to appear was one covered mostly with water. Cities rose from it in different spots, and Max blinked a few times, wondering where those had been. Our favorite world for every group that is attempting what you are. A choice was given, and you picked a side. As with every other world, you achieved victory in this case. It was even more so, a stunning victory. Your complete decimation of the other two races created a chain reaction, allowing the kind you supported to grow dominant. Now, through diplomacy and order, they have peace, keeping two races which seek blood held back. Something like the sound of a chuckle came for a single second. A well-laid-out plan was hatched. You then obliterated the power of the opposing sides. You played a difficult game, defeated it within their rules, and forced them to fight. A glimmer of hope was still held onto by a single race that if they won the last match, they could win it all. Yet like a predator, you revealed your true power and decimated your opponent. An image of Nereid appeared, and Max started to rise from his seat, only able to stop when Bob called out. The being paused, waiting until his arse was firmly placed against the flat surface. A gift most could never imagine to receive this early on was bestowed. That action changed this world in ways you cannot believe. Now the names of your party are etched in stone that does not fade, and many bear them with pride. His heart ached, and Max felt a tear in his right eye. With a steady hand, he brushed it away. The tower has taken an interest in you, Max Host. We know what you possess, the skill that lives within you, never in our. Its voice was suddenly cut off, and the being's body jerked twice. Just as quickly as the jerking had started, it ended. A loud snap echoed round the room. As the sound dissipated, Nereid's image and world vanished. Finally, the last floor. Tell me, why did you strike down the creature in the volcano? As the being spoke, an illusion of the creature they had faced appeared before them. Each of them looked at each other, yet none spoke. You are permitted to speak. It was the boss of the floor we thought I thought. Sighing, Max realized what had just happened. He had deemed what they would face a menace before even attempting to converse with it. I never checked to see if it was aggressive. No, you did not. What if that had been a protector of innocence or a guardian of a great evil, keeping a whole world safe? Would you still have attacked it? Not if I knew. So you assumed that it was evil because of how it looked, because of where it lived. His mind raced, already knowing the threads of where this would lead. answer it honestly. Based on our experience in the tower and how every creature we faced on certain floors was a creature that sought out our destruction, I assumed, knowing what that spells, that it was the same. Not once did I consider what it might be. Instead, I chose to act based on my previous experience. That was to be expected. Here is the lesson you all must learn. Everything you believe you know and trust to be true will not be so after the tower. If you pass it, there are consequences for acting how you did. Max's head hurt from the loud snapping sound that came. Judgment has passed. You may continue on this journey. For a brief moment, I will answer any questions that I can. There are some things I cannot tell you. They all looked at one another, and Max's mind ran with thousands of topics he wanted to know more about. Tanilla's hand shot up, and the being gave her a small nod. Is it true that if we complete the tower, we can become a god and start our own bloodline? Wise people often ask many questions at a time. The answer is yes to both, but the timeline for such is different. I cannot give more details. None are allowed to share what they know of after the tower. To do so causes pain you have yet to endure. He could see Tanilla's lips begin to move as she turned to him and smiled even more. Will we be judged again? Fowl asked. An even better question. Not for some time. Know that after this floor things will change again. If you complete enough of the tower, we will meet again as you near the last few floors. Sometimes that dwarf surprises me. Hurry up and decide what you're going to ask this thing. I'm almost certain we won't get many more questions. Are those real worlds? I mean, worlds that people or beings live on, and did we really affect them? It gazed at Cordelia, who shrank back a little in her chair. That I cannot answer in a way your mind would understand. We could discuss philosophies of life, death, and what is real. Are all the creatures you faced in the dungeons before real? Did they have a home? If someone kills you, are you real? Some lived better lives because of you. A world died because of you. But also know there is a world where many call them by your name. That knowledge should thus tell you that these places exist. Perhaps not in the way you consider them to be, but the tower and the system count each of those lives as one, just like you count your own. Ask it. Bob's will almost crushed him, as Max knew the question he wanted to ask but feared it would be one he could not get answers to. I have a question, Max stated. You said the tower knows the skill inside me and has noticed me. Why me? And does it also know of the other two who have a skill like mine, and has it taken notice of them? Silence came and the being jerked a few times. I can answer only certain things, and this will be all I can say. You, Max Host, have more eyes on you than most human minds can hope to grasp. Conflict and wars occur because you and the two others who have similar skills. Power on a level you cannot comprehend is. A large jerk came, causing the being to slam into the back of its chair. You are. Another jerk sent the metallic body back, and then another. A single flicker of light, so fast one might have thought they had blinked, came and the being sat straight in its chair. Our time is done. What comes next will be much easier for a few floors. The tower has found you worthy. A loud snap rang out and Max's head ached. The wind blew against his skin and his sonar started to tell him about his surroundings. Back so soon? I guess I shouldn't be surprised. The voice of a dwarf he knew immediately told him where he was. I, Bidefaro. It appears that floor was easier than we thought. Max looked at his friends, watching as each tried to process the discussion they had just had. Batria was slowly brushing her beard while Fowl was asleep beside her on the couch. Cordelia stared up at the ceiling, making small noises with her lips as she blew air out. Max wanted to sketch Tanilla as she twisted the hair at the end of her braid around a finger, eyes shut the entire time. This is what I get for grouping with a human, their archer said after a few minutes of silence. Reach high levels in the tower and get told that on some world merfolk are using my name. It could be worse, Batria replied. Think of all the foul children. Both women snickered as their warrior snorted, his name having caused him to open an eye for a moment before closing it and returning to sleep. He nodded at Cordelia. I appreciate that, knowing I've got you all in my faction and family help. Part of me is upset because we now have more questions. The other part of me is focused on what we know. Which is so little, Tanilla muttered. Exactly. Well, I for one am interested to see what the next few tower floors hold, Batria said before letting out a yawn. Closing her eyes, their healer quickly started to snore like Fowl, only slightly louder. You two okay? Their archer asked. Rubbing his thumb on Tanilla's ear, Max nodded. We are, you, he replied. Absolutely, I can see it now. My own world of Cordelia's, all beautiful and amazing with a bow. He chuckled and nodded. Perhaps you'll need a few others in that world, maybe a Max or two. Gods know one Max is more than enough, Cordelia replied. You all need a bath, Bidefaro exclaimed, holding his pudgy nose. I've smelled some ripe adventurers in my time, but you all win the award right now. Groaning, Max raised his arms to stretch and immediately put them down, assaulting himself from the stench that came. I think you're right. Glancing at the other four all equally spaced apart, Max couldn't help but laugh. I'm assuming you'd prefer it if I didn't make us take a carriage ride back. Only if you don't want to die, Fowl muttered. I'm pretty sure we all smell worse than an ogre's arse. Before you go, can I ask what floor? For the king you know. Max checked with the others who all shrugged. We're about to do the 69th floor. A whistle came from the dwarf as he jotted that down in his book. It's not even been 2 weeks. You all have been flying through them. If only, Cordelia grunted, then we wouldn't smell so bad. His shirt and armor vanished, leaving just his muscly-bound upper body. Immediately an odor was released, and Bideforo was heard coughing and crashing against the stone. Gah, don't my eyes, they burn. Chuckling, Max pinched his own nose. I'd suggest you do the same, but this way you can at least touch me. Grunts and groans came as they all mimicked him, moving at the same time to put their hands against his skin while holding their noses. Remind me to punch whoever in the tower designed that level, Fowl said as he reached for another turkey leg. I mean, the whole tower floor was one big stench fest. Worst yet was how it changed every so often, so by the time I thought I would start not to smell it anymore, wham. A new one, Cordelia nodded. For once, I agree with Shorty. I think I used 4 bars of soap. Glad you're willing to sit by me again, Max said as he winked at Tanilla. Please, you were the one who kept saying you needed to stay ahead. I know you were avoiding me, their mage replied. So it was that bad? Irwini asked. I mean, thankfully, I avoided whatever stench you all had, but how you talk about it. Never in my whole life has anyone stank so bad, Batrier stated. I've changed diapers and waded through some awful things before, but if my man smelled like this every day, I'd send him back to his mom. The kind of gut-holding laughter Max hadn't expected from the faction leader echoed around the room as she obviously got some joke that didn't translate well. I would have made her send me, Fowl said between bites. So the next boss, that's impressive. I know you all have a lot of stuff to deal with, but I'll send a note to Everett and let him know you'll be home soon. He's been bugging me every day. They waved as the dwarf left them alone, letting them eat and recover in peace and quiet from the mess hall that always swelled with other adventurers trying to meet and talk with them. So you're going to try and talk with whatever we face tomorrow? Cordelia asked after the door shut. I mean, just in case. I might as well, especially after these last 4 floors. Max considered the non-stop waves of monsters that they faced, forced into tunnels and hallways against undead, insects, and other creatures that ignored any attempt he made to communicate. I'm really wanting to know where the crystal circles have gone. Not since old shiny head and body thing has there been a single one, Fowl complained. Just the old way of tower climbing. Kill till you reach the portal. But they have been easy, even if a little long. Not once did we have to search for the portal. These were all simple follow a course and just kill the entire way. A blessing or a curse, I'll take it, Batrier declared as she filled her cup for a 3rd time, made healing easy even when things got a little difficult. Max sensed Tanilla looking at him and realized he was drumming his fingers on the table. Something on your mind, she asked. Nothing more than what we all have talked about. I mean, there's always something on my mind, but I'm still working through some stuff. The tower is watching you. Nodded at her. Also how the thing speaker, I don't know, should we call it Chrome Face? Chromie, Max exclaimed, pointing at Fowl and ignoring the groan in his head. You and these names. So Chromie appeared to be disciplined or punished or something when he tried to say certain things. As we discussed, it appears the other black skills are in a tower, which is why we're pushing so hard lately, Tanilla quickly interjected. Exactly. But the power, I've been thinking about that. Phaeus mentioned spending power to help. So what if gods are doing things to influence us or others with power? And what kind of things could they influence? How many times in the past did we say the gods touch me? Could that have been true? Which then leaves my mind going wild to figure out how many gods and why. Because of your skill. Max nodded, and the idea Bob and he had been discussing finally felt plausible. Some god gave me this skill. I'm not sure if it was intentional, but after we started our journey together, things got crazy. This means they knew I had it, so they spent the power on me afterward to ensure I would grow stronger. Wait, Fowl said as he held up a mostly eaten turkey leg. You're telling me you actually know which gods are doing stuff up there personally just for you. Taking a deep breath, Max let it out slowly. There are things that I know that I cannot share. Not because I don't want to, but because I can't. He tapped his head and made sure each of them saw it. Why I have this, I'm still not sure, but I don't think whoever gave me this skill expected me to be the way I am. Often, I wonder if my friend Caleb had skipped ahead of me if he would have acquired it. Would he even be alive? What would he have become? He could see their reactions to that thought again, each having already shared the truth of what would have happened if they had his skill. My head hurts trying to think about all that, their warrior bemoaned before taking another bite. Welcome to my world. He stayed silent, waiting for someone else to say anything. After no one did, he stood up. I'll be back in the morning, going to go see him. Max bent down and kissed Tanilla on the head. You know me too well, my love. Tell Rakanath I said hi. You look to be in better spirits than how your dragon described you last time, Erthen said as she studied him. He could feel her large gold eyes trying to read him after finding them both in the field they had been lounging in. Part of him wished Rakanath was still here, but she felt they needed to talk in private. Yes, I might have been in need of some wisdom. Thankfully, you have taught him well. Seriously, I thought we were looking at years of watching over him. Erthen thrummed, her large body shaking the ground and causing dust clouds to form around the base of it where she was lying. A boy brings me a dragon egg that he stole. Liberated from another. Ignoring the fact he bears the mark of our father, he proceeds to bond with it, something that, as I've mentioned countless times, shouldn't have happened. You have mentioned that a few times, Max said. She huffed, sending a moist, warm wind over him. Please stop interrupting me. I know your kind is used to doing this, but I do not like it. Holding up both hands, Max didn't reply. Then what you gave him with those elves, he has made that core his own in ways that I do not understand. Inside him, things that make little sense take place. Let me ask you this. Do any of your kind ever grow too quickly? It only took a moment for an image of a teen he knew back home to appear. Yes, I know one in my town who grew so fast his parents had to constantly spend money on him for healing. She nodded and a few teeth appeared as she smiled. And why did he need healing? Sighing, Max knew exactly where she was going with this. His body grew so fast that it couldn't handle the stress. He was over 7 feet tall by the time he was 14. As with your kind, for a dragon to grow as Rakanath has is dangerous. His bones should be weak and his scales and skin stretched thin, yet none of that has happened. Every part of him is stronger than a dragon of his age or size should be, and just a week ago he has learned to master his breath. You mean he can now belch out fire? A groan came from the red dragon. Rakanath was just as excited as you are now. Yes, he can breathe and control fire in ways that typically take a dragon years to learn. His mind is immensely sharp, and his physical prowess is beyond normal. Had he been this ready when Kemrus appeared, we would have torn him apart. The bond, check it, bond. You are bonded with Rakanath. Rank 1 of bond unlocked. Rakanath gains 20 of your stats. Rank 2 of bond pending. Know that Wekheim is watching. Wow. Erthen lifted her head slightly. What do you mean by that? It appears our bond has reached a new rank. He now gets 20 of my stats. A low growl came from her as she cleared her throat. Humor me and give me a rough number. He will be getting a little over 200 points in each. Max stood there, unsure what to do as it looked like Erthen might have just fainted. 200 in each stat. Max nodded and watched the red dragon as she sat down in the chair she always carried. Part of him wanted to laugh about how she shifted forms and accepted the drink he gave her. That explains so much. It's almost as if our father himself has put a special blessing on the two of you. He winced, and she saw it, cocking her head sideways. What? It's nothing. Just something I've been wondering for a while on how things seem to occasionally go better for me than most. You think he might be helping you in some way? Max looked at his palm where the mark was hidden and rubbed it a few times. Is that even possible? Her metal cup rang out as she tapped it against the arm of her stone chair. Perhaps I know he can bless his children if he chooses. It's rare but possible. Right now I'm beginning to learn that you, Max Host, are one of those things. He glanced to the west, knowing he couldn't see Rakanath but sensed he was returning. I can tell he's coming back. So what do I need to do? A wisp of smoke left her nostrils as Erthen snorted. I cannot answer that question, but you must be with him eventually. While he hides the pain, I know it is there. You are a part of him, and when you are gone for so long, it causes him actual pain. Even your short time together weeks ago did more than you might realize. He took to lessons with a new amount of energy. My problem is I can't just have him flying around a city, and he doesn't fit in my dimensional space. And yet his neck has a spot you fit perfectly on. Frowning, his heart and mind were torn as he stared off in the direction he knew his dragon was. You never make life easy. Why don't you try something different this time? Bob's thought seemed so crazy, but it also seemed right. Do you think it would work? What I think and what might work doesn't matter, does it? But if it fails, you can ensure his safety. If what Erthen says is true, then you must consider the possibility. Better to check now than later. Bursting out in laughter, Max let out a sigh. I'm going to try something stupid, so I'll tell you my plan and then I'll need a day. You two can stay here, right? There is no need for us to leave this place right now. We will be fine, that's good. Then just wait until Rakanath gets here. I'll tell you both at the same time. Wait, we're leaving. What about the boss floor? Max nodded, ignoring Fowl's question. We'll do that in Peltigau. For now, we need to leave and I need to get some things set up. There isn't much time and we'll need to walk into town as well. Oh, why can't you just take us to the faction house? Just trust me, he told his friend. When I'm done, it will all make sense. Okay, none of this makes any sense, Tom muttered. You're telling me that you have a dragon. Yes, and that this dragon is not even a year old and yet you want to try to take it into the tower to face a boss. You do understand. Throwing both hands in the air, the faction trainer let out a scream and began to pace around. I don't think he understands, Tanilla whispered. I mean I do, but I've also learned a long time ago that you do crazy stuff daily. Everett sat in his chair, tapping his fingers together, both eyes narrowed as he stared at Max. You're awfully quiet. I thought you would have said something by now, their trainer muttered. Experience means I'm silent until I'm ready to talk, not walk around a room squawking like a chicken. You can go hump an ogre, Tom exclaimed. Forgive me, but some of us were lacking a little bit of information and you didn't share that with me after getting back from your trip with them. Do you tell me everything?" Their trainer groaned and turned around, moving to where the desk was and leaning against it. "So can we protect him?" Max asked, ignoring the tiff between the two. "I'm assuming we can get approval from the queens, as I don't see either of them going against you. Most of the other factions should also give a wide berth. The only one that might not would be the Enlightened Souls, and if they chose to upset you, that would be on them. This leaves us just keeping the average person who might find out about this from doing something stupid. Then let's do this." Everett shook his head and chuckled, closing both eyes for a moment. "What, by the gods, did I sign up for?" The rest of his party had already shared their thoughts, and as Tanilla had stated, they took it rather well. "Remember when we first came here," Fowl said with a grin. "You seem to have believed you got the better end of that exchange." Everyone in the room laughed except the faction leader, who sighed. "And I have learned that instead, I signed up for getting way more than I bargained for. Still, I would do it all over, and this time not give a discount." Shouts came the moment he appeared, and even though the guards had been warned and multiple faction leaders were present, the appearance of a silver dragon with him and an incredibly tall woman with a red-scaled tail still surprised them all. Everyone hold. Multiple shouts came as Max quickly jumped off Rakanath and moved to stand between him and everyone present. A line of his party and faction members all stood shoulder to shoulder, each prepared for battle. "Are we good?" Max asked as he reached Everett. "Yes. As you can see, some guards here have not managed to stay on their feet. The other faction leaders are all holding off anyone from coming in the area, but many have requested an audience with you sooner rather than later." The older man nodded and immediately moved to talk with those not in their faction. "You four ready?" "No, but let's do this." Quickly they all moved to the portal where Rakanath was standing, moving slightly from side to side. "This is exciting," Fowl chuckled. "You've grown since I last saw you. What have you been up to?" "Just eating things and training." Max reached the edge of the portal. "Okay, like I said, let's see if this works. If you can't enter, you'll need to fly off, and I'll find you as soon as we beat this boss." "I understand. Either way, I am overjoyed that you are attempting this with me." He patted Rakanath's snout and dug his nails as gently as possible under one of them. Slowly, he stretched his hand toward the portal. "If anyone up there can hear me, I could use some of that favor if I still have it." The option appeared in his vision, and he selected the 69th floor. "Error-attached entity has not met qualifications to enter." "Error entity cannot enter with." His eyes hurt and his mind felt on fire as Bob attempted to do the impossible. Time was lost as he felt every part of him vanishing and reappearing. His body changed, and for a moment he saw millions and millions of lines of pulsing threads, all connecting and forming a gigantic one, and then he could finally breathe. Is it like that every time? He wanted to laugh, and yet tears fell first as his sonar and hand told him that Rakanath was next to him. None of his party was there with him. "I need to rest." He could feel something from Bob, and it felt like agonizing pain. "Are you okay? What happened?" "The tower, it caught me as I did what I did. I don't know, something is off. I need to rest and see what it has done." Blinking, Max felt his skill's presence almost disappear, and a lump in his chest started to form. "Is he okay? I can sense something from you and him." "Did I cause it?" Max turned and looked up at the pair of silver eyes staring at him. "He will be fine. It took a lot out of him to allow you in here. I'm not sure we can do this every time. Perhaps instead we'll have to do this the right way, which is staring on the bottom floor of the tower." He nodded, finally looking around to see where they were. "There are oceans in here?" Rakanath asked. Before he could speak, laughter came, and Max sensed the rest of his party entering. "You did it. By the gods, you did it, Max," Fowl shouted as his friend came and hugged him. "I might have finally earned my gold back betting on you against Tom." Each of them approached the silver dragon and scratched his scales, getting a few trills in return. Max watched as Tanilla shed a tear and scratched the bottom of his dragon's jaw. "You've always been a part, and we're happy to have you with us as well. Hopefully we'll get more time together." "Is this another one of those tower floors?" Cordelia asked as she pointed at the ship waiting by a long dock. "What does she mean by that?" Max smiled and then started to laugh. "It means we'll take a boat ride and you'll have to fly around. The good news is you can see if anything is nearby and tell me if so. Somewhere out there will be a boss like I told you, and all we need to do is defeat it. And I can help fight it." Max nodded. "Then let us begin. I am excited to see how this works." Laughter came from them as they jogged to the boat, watching Rakanath fly past them, sending up small gusts of wind and dust. "He's overly excited," Tanilla said as they climbed onto the ship. "If I'm honest, I'm surprised he was allowed in." Max frowned and ensured none of the others were close as they scoured the deck. "Bob's hurt. I don't know how, I just know he is hurting. He said the tower caught him and that something was wrong." She grimaced and squeezed his hand. "Are you okay then?" Nodding, Max tried not to frown. "I just hope this is all worth that." "Look, I'm the captain," Fowl shouted, and Max turned to see his friend at the wheel. The dwarf gave it a spin, and the moment he did, the sails unfurled and the ship began to pull away from the shore. "Hey, do you know how to sail?" Cordelia yelled from the crow's nest she had climbed up into. "Not a freaking clue." Max motioned to the wheel with his head. "I tell you, we could go to the front of the ship, and I could hold on to you while you lean over the edge with your arms spread wide, but that would mean risking our lives with a dwarf at the helm." Tanilla laughed. Later. For now, go be this ship's captain. Another error is taking place on that same planet. None of the others replied as all five sensed the disturbance. The skill is active and attempting to allow access to the tower for an unapproved dragon, one of the female watchers stated. Are those permitted access on that world? None have ever attempted and the same male watcher who pointed out the error was cut off as all the threads from that world pulsed simultaneously. How can that have happened? It has grown stronger and bolder, one of the other male watchers stated. It has evaded the system many times, but this is not where it should be. The tower will not allow it. We cannot allow it. A pounding on the door to their room rang out, and all five glanced away from the pulsating threads. It is Wekheim. He appears anxious. It is his child. He should be the first female water replied. Even now, both of them may die. Over and over, the sound that might deafen anyone who could hear it rang out. Let him in. A second later, the ancient god rushed in, his eyelids opening and closing from both directions. You must allow it. The connection is weak. We do not have to obey you. They are attempting to bypass. If they do not, then only 2 black skills will remain. Then what? All 5 watchers went silent. I'll pay the price. Just save them both. Each watcher looked at the other and then nodded. The pulsating threads returned to normal and Wekheim clutched his chest, his 3 claws digging in through his bright yellow robe. Wekheim, you are skirting rules that are in place for a reason. Stray too far and you may find yourself in a perilous position. Not even you can withstand the power of the system and the rules. His gold eyes glared at the male watcher who had spoken to him. You forget, we agree to operate with the system. Have you ever considered what would happen if that system broke or those who agreed to it all changed their minds? Yes, chaos, a breaking, everything that led to us being chosen for this task. You were there, do you not remember? Wekheim nodded slowly. I was there. I remember what we did and what it cost. The problem is that often we believe we are above ever having to repay that cost. So you'll know I always pay my debts. He moved to a panel and held his hand over it, giving away more power than he needed to, ensuring he proved a point. I have paid mine today. Make sure you remember those whose lives you toy with. If the wrong one dies and the prophecy does not happen, the chaos that once was will happen again. He turned and walked out. Once the door closed, the 5 looked at each other for a moment. The system has caught the one. What shall we do? The second female watcher asked. Leave it for now. It needs to learn not to mess where it does not belong. The other 4 stared at the one who first pointed out the error. Agreed. Rakanath roared after releasing a stream of fire upon one of the 4 ships the group was engaged with. Tanilla sent fireballs at 2 of the ships while helping Max summon air walls to deflect incoming attacks. I got a hit. Fowl shouted as the cannon he was firing left a smoking hole in the ship on their port side. You're still behind. Cordelia called out as she raced to the 3rd cannon on the starboard side, and after a second to adjust aim, scored another successful attack. They're jumping in the water again, prepare to be boarded. Batrar's warning came as dozens of the fishmen abandoned the sinking vessels they had used to get close. Leave the cannons. To the middle, Max called out as he watched his dragon rip off the sails of the 3rd ship. Only a few are escaping from my ship. You're about to be assaulted again. It looks to be like 100 this time. Grunting, Max was glad that Rakanath could communicate from the air with him, providing a viewpoint that they wouldn't normally get. Rakanath says there may be 100 this time. Damn, that's a lot of fish food. Fowl joked as he twirled his hammer a few times. Are we keeping score? You'll lose. My pet counts too. These 2 are having way too much fun, Tanilla said as she prepared a lightning spell. Don't they realize we're so far ahead it doesn't matter? All Max could do was smile as her gold hair bounced with every step she took. Seconds later, men with heads like fish, their mouths filled with 3-inch-long teeth, began to appear. Their claws easily dug into the ship's side, and soon over 20 were coming at them from both sides. Fowl bashed the last corpse that was still twitching as Max used his wind magic to push the rest of the corpses to the ship's edge. They're not as strong as I had thought they might be, Cordelia stated. It's just their numbers. He nodded as Rakanath finished tearing apart the last ship, leaving any of the remaining fish crew on them unable to catch up as their own vessel sailed away. I could see how it would be worse for many if they didn't have a dragon and mage taking out ships. Still, that's 1 ship more than the last 4 times, Max replied. If you all are good with cleanup from here, I will go check on him. A single hand wave was his reply as the archer used her wolf to help drag a few of the corpses near the main pile. These were not vanishing like all the other tower floors and created a mess as well as stench if left alone. Erthen was right about your control with fire. You've been completely on target every time you've used it. Patting a scale on his dragon's neck, Max couldn't help but grin. I feel the same way. Remember, you don't have to shout, I can hear you over the wind. His excitement had made him forget that, and instead, Max just laughed, scratching scales with both hands as the wind rushed over him. We can fly ahead again. Since these ships do not suddenly appear as before, we can keep scouting as long as you can see ours. Something large is already on the horizon in our traveling path, much bigger than any ships. I think it is land or well not land but something like it. Is it too far away or something else? I've never seen anything like it. Max nodded and felt Rakanath begin to beat his wings faster, rising higher in the sky. Go back to the others and I'll tell you what I find. If we go together, they may be attacked, which could spell problems for them without you. You think they are in danger without me. Since Tanilla has changed, they are much stronger, but if 4 ships suddenly appeared and you and I were not there, they would possibly be overrun. She could handle the defenses, I believe, but with that many of those fishmen swarming the ship at the same time, I fear it would put them in danger. The last thing I want is my presence here to cause more problems. That wasn't your fault. While I cannot argue that we are right or wrong, your friend is not responding. I can sense your worry and feel burdened for being part of that. We both know I'm right. Go back to them. I'll be safe and return shortly. Max stood up and smiled, giving Rakanath's neck a few more scratches. I still can't believe I'm about to run and jump off the back of a dragon, and to think all I ever wanted for so long was to bake. Do you still want to bake? Laughing, Max nodded. Maybe one day I'll make you something. He shouted as he ran with ease along his dragon's spine, leaping into the air and using his wind magic to fly back to his friends. So he says there is an island of some kind with lots of sharp-colored rocks sticking out of the water. It's shaped in a circle with a single opening that leads to a large water area about a mile wide within the ring of rocks and land. He saw movement in the water and on the small beach area. Probably coral of some kind, Tanilla said as she tapped her chin. I'm guessing that's where the ship is taking us. And you all were worried I was going to crash this thing. It literally sails itself, Fowl complained. Do we need to discuss the cart incident again? Their archer asked. That was the donkey's fault, not mine. Max rolled his eyes and clapped his hands. Focus, this is our first boss fight with Rakanath, and I want to make sure we're ready for whatever comes. Remember our last battle at sea. We don't want to fight in the water. Yeah, lightning is bad, their mage muttered. So we're expecting hordes of fishmen trying to climb on our ship and stop us, Batrier asked. Are we going to stay on it as long as possible or what? I could do the easy thing of dimensional space or carrying you all. The real question is which one do you prefer? He watched as they all grinned and nodded at each other. Dimensional space. No one likes being strapped to your chest like a baby, Fowl stated. Max sent another chain lightning spell at the fishmen on the port side, watching as dozens of them fell dead, the heavenly scent of it all out of place in a battle that was going sideways fast. We need to go. Get in the vault. Tanilla unleashed her spell as more enemies climbed over the mountain of their dead comrades, glowing red eyes locked on them all. Hurry, whatever this boss is, something gigantic just flew from its arm. Knowing he would have to apologize later, Max closed the vault as Tanilla jumped inside and ran to Fowl, grabbing their warrior by the back of his plate armor. What the? No time, jumping and using his magic, Max flew off the ship's deck, getting high enough to see a gigantic white harpoon obliterate the front portion of the ship. Hundreds more of the fishmen were swarming in the water around the boat. Max finally got a chance to see the boss, and his mouth fell open. Is that a shark? Fowl asked. It's a bloody shark. It's like 30 feet tall at least. Half of its body stood out of the water, thick gray skin with countless scars and glowing runes all over. Max watched as the harpoon that had eviscerated the ship returned to its outstretched left hand, a yellow glow of some kind covering the weapon. In its other was a large curved sword with a hook on the back of the tip. Glowing green eyes looked up at him and it roared, sending out waves through the water from where it stood. Yeah, I don't want to fight that in the water, Fowl stated. I see a beach. Already on it, Max stated as he flew toward it. Just wish it was bigger. He landed near the back part of the patch of sand, a thick canopy of palm and coconut trees creating a wall before ending about 100 yards against a mountain of coral. We've got like what, 75 yards? Fowl asked as Max set him down. Maybe the water's rising, or maybe it's the waves. Still, let me get the others. Soon the 3 women were all standing next to them. That's an ugly boss, Cordelia said. Careful, it's doing something, let me know when to attack. Max summoned his shield and moved to get before everyone. Rakanath says something is happening. His eyes strained to see what was happening, but with a half-mile between them, all he could notice was a dark bluish glow where the boss hadn't moved. The water at the base of the beach began to vanish, moving further and farther away from it. Oh, where's the water going? Frowning, Max couldn't answer his friend, holding a hand over his eyes as he stared hard. It's rising up. The water is lifting it higher and higher. He could see Rakanath circling above. Max, Tanilla said, her voice not hiding her concern. I think I know what it's about to do. He realized it as well. Crap. Like someone had drank all the water up through a straw, fish flopped on the sand where it was missing, and then the large mountain of water that had formed under the boss was immediately sent downward. Get close. As everyone huddled against him, Max used his sand mastery. Mounds of the beach raced toward him, building a bubble with a sloped front, hardening into glass. A gigantic wave of water, at least 70 feet tall, came, racing at them at an almost impossible speed. Everyone hunkered down behind him, and Fowl had their shields out, still drawing more sand and creating glass anchors running deep into the beach. The sound of the impact made his ears feel like they would pop. Unbelievable pressure struck them all as the water slammed against the barrier he had created. It took half a minute for the water to stop washing over them and retract back to its original position. Ogre nuts, foul cursed. What kind of ability is that? Shaking his head, Max didn't have a response. The water is pulling away. It should be safe now. Using sand, he forced the bubble upward, leaving it there in case it was needed again, but moving it to the side. Oh, where are the trees? Max turned to see that every one of the trees that had been behind them was gone. They're in the water, Tanilla replied. It looks like we're up against our first hard opponent. Cordelia scoffed as she summoned her wolf and knocked one of her bigger arrows. Bring it to shore, Max. We need to see just what we're up against, and make sure you don't kill it on the first blow. It's time to see what we can do. He felt each of his friends setting their feet and preparing for a fight. Damn, Bob, I wish you were here. It's been a while, but I'm excited about this moment. Guess I'm on roundup duty, Max said. I'll be back soon with a boss. Try not to steal my kill this time. Laughter came from behind as he ran toward the water. All he could do was grin, ready to see how this fight would go. Another roar came as Max circled the shark. The shark's harpoon missed him and quickly returned to its left arm. Max fired off 3 small bursts of flames overhead. He pulled back a little, slicing at the fishmen foolish enough to believe they could be anything more than a nuisance like a fly. A small burst of flame washed over the boss, and it sent its harpoon at Rakanath, who twisted and spun, avoiding the attack as he circled around. Flames danced along the water, yet any damage that appeared to be done to the boss was immediately healed. It's healing faster than I do. Both times he had gotten close, his side of their exchange of blows had been parried and blocked, a sign that the boss was faster than any of the other creatures from any of the other floors. Large water bubbles continued coming at Max, yet he dodged them easily. Water rose and washed over the shark, taking the fire that burned with it. As it did, a slight blue glow covered the gray leathery skin and some runes began to radiate. The boss slowly grew, adding another foot or two before it stopped. Frick regeneration and growth, standing on the water, he frowned. All attempts to get it to move with him toward the land almost seemed to fail. It had moved a little but didn't appear like it wanted to. There is something in the water beneath it. When it pushed all the water away, I saw it for a moment. Perhaps that is why it won't follow you. Max prepared for a distraction, sending 4 small fire spells upward. His dragon descended again, unleashing a larger fire blast. The moment it started, Max immediately descended into the water, his eyes adjusting as he did, and spotted a weird altar of some kind on the base of the floor. Through the hundreds of fishmen that swam around it, a dark black aura radiated around it. Without waiting and knowing that his opponent would easily sense he was gone, Max raced toward the bubble of fishmen, watching them turn and shriek at him. It's coming after you. A single glance backward revealed that this boss had grown again, now well over 30 feet and probably approaching 40. Large teeth chomped as it swam toward him. Notifications started to appear as he swam through a murky section of water. Poison resisted. Poison resisted. Every second the same notification came, yet he ignored it, 2 swords in his hand, and he slashed his way through any fish that got close while sending out water and air blades as often as he could manage. Damn, Bob, I miss your ability to handle all that. Cutting through the horde of monsters, he reached the altar, a dark sensation of magic being given off as he drew close and swung with both weapons. Power strike. Unsure how resilient the altar might be, didn't wait, using a stronger attack in hopes of destroying it quickly. An explosion of power and magic rippled through the water as the altar shattered. Chunks of bone impaled parts of his skin, yet his regeneration quickly pushed them out. A roar came from behind, and as he escaped through the second half of the ball of fishmen, Max watched as the boss chewed and ate his minions, never pausing as both green eyes locked onto him. The harpoon shot out, and his sonar gave him enough warning to evade it. He watched it immediately start to return to the shark. At least I got its attention. Changing directions, he moved toward the beach, sending ice spears at the boss and watching as they shattered harmlessly off its face. Like an arrow, he shot out of the water, landing on the beach and turning, shield and sword ready as the boss breached the surface. Unlike him, it chose to walk along the water near the sand, its massive body causing waves to radiate as it moved. You shall die for that, vermin. I shall rebuild my altar with your bones. Shaking his head, Max understood the deep guttural voice and smiled. I don't think so. Tonight I'll enjoy some shark fin soup. It roared, gnashing its large teeth and sending its harpoon at him, striking his shield and causing him to skid a little in the sand. An arrow streaked past him and struck the shark in its eye. Fire came and he sensed the presence of his friends approaching. He started to move forward when black portals began to appear all around him and shapes started to fall from them. His sonar went crazy, immediately recognizing over 20 new fishmen, slightly bigger, each with weapons and wearing armor. A single slash struck the nearest as he saw multiple ones along the beach, all coming to where his friends were. I got it, Tanilla shouted. Giving her some space, he cast a quick chain lighting spell, catching a dozen of them with it and stunning them, not managing to kill them with how little mana he had put in it. Fowls started hammering away, and Max could sense Cordelia's wolf tackling one behind him. All over the beach, his party was taking on the new additions, so he focused on the monster before him. Two small flames went upward as he charged, his weapon parried by the boss as its curved blade caught his. It stretched out its arm, and he felt the harpoon streak not at him but at his healer. Blink. Protect ally. Before it had impaled Batrair, Max appeared in front of the harpoon, his shield deflecting it. Their dwarven healer turned and both eyes widened as she saw him and the retreating weapon she hadn't seen coming. Without waiting for her to speak, he raced at the boss, tired of the game it played and the potential danger it posed to his allies. Ducking under its sword, Max slashed at the boss's legs, cutting through the thick skin a little. He avoided each attack as the shark splashed water while attempting to kick him and strike him. With every injury Max inflicted, he watched as tendrils of water moved up the leathery surface and immediately healed the shark. Not another one of those. I need to get it on land, Max shouted, hoping everyone would hear him as he kicked off the surface and flew. Dodging a sword slash, he moved around the boss, getting it to face him. Max knew he needed to have its attention facing the sea. He unleashed a fire nova and then an ice one as he drove toward the boss's chest. Berserker. Ultimate form. Hardened body. Slamming into it felt like running into a rubbery wall. Max drove his sword deep into its body and pushed with everything he had. He used his wind magic to fly and buffet the creature's head, forcing it back slightly. His sonar warned him that somehow the shark bent its head, and he felt the teeth that clamped onto him. Pain came as they tore through his armor, bypassing the protection he had expected from even his ability. Warm blood began to pour from his shoulder, where it had managed to bite down. Regeneration. The boss ripped him free of its chest, shaking him like a rag doll. His sonar told him what was about to happen, and slashing with his sword, Max drove the blade under the boss's jaw as it lifted its head upward. Rakanath slammed into the boss, his body sending it stumbling backward, rolling with Max's shoulder still clamped between its teeth. Heat came and then the shark shuddered, its jaws finally opening and allowing him to free his pinned appendage. Rakanath was barely standing, leaning slightly to one side, one of his wings bent in the wrong direction, but he was still belching out flames at the boss's legs. Tanilla held a steady stream of lightning, causing the boss to spasm as arrows began to pincushion the boss. Sensing the moment had come, Max stood tall on the boss's chest. His sword immediately turned into a large spear, and he thrust it upward and into the exposed neck. Rampage. Magical strike. His blade pierced the thick hide with precision, and his strength drove the 12-foot-long spear to the shark's brain 3 times. A cold wave washed over him, quickly becoming a jolting sensation. Max held onto the spear as notifications flew by. Consume has. Error. Unable to let go, his whole body twitched as that message displayed a dozen times. Finally, one last one came, ending the pain of it all. Consume is locked. Blinking a few times, he stared at that last notification, trying to understand it. A roar came from behind him, and he turned to see Rakanath surrounded by a green glow, his wings starting to bend back the right way. Can I eat? Yes, Max shouted as he yanked his weapon free, transforming it into a sword. Still staggering, the young dragon reached the burnt flesh and began chomping on it, ripping off chunks and swallowing them whole. Max drove his sword into the boss's chest and began cutting off leather strips, storing them as quickly as possible. Within a minute, the body began to fade, and Rakanath let out a frustrated growl as he bit down on a bone, snapping it and tearing free his prize. You were right, that was not much time. Are you okay? I felt something when you killed it. Max dropped to the sand and moved to where his dragon was, glancing at his friends who stored some of the minions they had killed. Something is wrong with Bob, but I did get some stats, which is the first time in forever. That is good, right? But what about skills? Let's wait for the others. They'll want to hear this. Everyone stared at the bone chest, a depiction of the shark etched along the front with tons of smaller fishmen all near him and an altar as well. So it's broken? Fowl asked. But you said you still got stats. I know, but when I think it tried to absorb the skills as usual, it had some error. Like it wasn't able to, and then it said, locked at the end. Tanilla was frowning as she scratched a few scales on Rakanath's nose. So whatever he did to get him in here has caused this. Once again, I'm sorry for the pain you and he is experiencing, the silver dragon declared. Had I known. None of us did, their mage replied. We all wanted you with us. This floor was so much easier because you were here, so do not feel bad. Trust me when I say we have had many moments where we did not know what would happen and things went sideways. Sideways, each of them chuckled and nodded. It's a phrase and means things didn't go as planned, Batria replied as she patted part of his neck. Trust me, I know all too well as I almost died once. It's part of adventuring. Sometimes you can't see what's below and have to jump, hoping you'll be fine when you land. That does not seem wise. Why would you do such a thing? Max scratched a few scales as he stood next to Tanilla and shrugged. Why did you slam into the boss? Did you know that would work, or were you hoping it would? A low thrum came as Rakanath showed a few teeth. I was certain I would be able to move it. I calculated the speed at which I would hit, combined with my mass and the approximate weight of such a creature for it. Factoring in the previous directio, and it had been forced as well as. Okay, we get it, Fowl muttered. You're smart, no need to make my head hurt. Just say you knew you were big enough to move it. The thrumming grew louder as Rakanath cleared his throat. Your dwarf is right. I knew I was big enough to move it. Well, that illustration didn't go as I hoped. Still, there appears to be a chest, and I'm interested to see what might be inside. Do you all think we should see if he can open it? Lifting his head quickly, Rakanath made everyone take a step back as his silver eyes locked on the object of discussion. I can open a chest. Max and the rest all laughed as they pointed and nodded. As the silver dragon made his way toward his first chest, Max wanted to check something. Status check: no weapon or shield. Max Hust, 19-year-old human male. Level 1. Exp 728, 1000. Tower experience 69. Base bonus items total. SDR 1123 plus 2179 plus 255 30 557. Dex 1101 plus 2136 plus 240 34 77. Con 1060 plus 2250 plus 255 36 65. INT 1018 plus 1975 plus 165 30 158. WIS 1005 plus 1950 plus 165 30 120. Defense of the Dragon 30 4.5. Defense of the Demon 30 4.5. Demon Essence 1387. World Champion 20 stat increase. Bloodline 60 of the required 100 unlocked. Tower stat bonus 10. Tower 60th floor bonus 5. Rakanath slowly lifted the lid with a single claw, turned his head sideways and peered into it. So are all these mine? Nobody likes a greedy dragon, Fowl teased. Ignore him, Batrier said as she moved around to the other side of the chest. Let me see what's in there, and holy elf tits. Her rare outburst and description of the elf biology caused everyone to quickly hurry over and see what had caused her to do so. 2 items each, Cordelia said quietly. I can't even imagine what they have. Max nodded as he looked at the wide range of equipment and saw that 2 blue spheres were locked for Rakanath. So put 2 talons in the purple area like you're going to pinch them, and just think about getting what is yours, he instructed the dragon. Like this. He reached in with his hand and pulled out a bone helmet. That looks scary as heck, Fowl muttered. Rakanath didn't wait and mimicked what he had seen, putting in 2 of his talons, managing to barely get both tips in, and a blue orb appeared in between them. Oh, that's an essence orb. What's an essence orb? I think he's supposed to eat it, Batra told Fowl. Carefully, their newest party member lifted the orb to his snout and sniffed it, silver eyes going wide, and quickly deposited it in his maw, smacking loudly. Oh, ooh, that is wonderful. Without waiting, he repeated the process, letting out another round of moans. Awkward, Cordelia whispered. What about those crystals? Shaking his head, Max sighed. Those are for the faction. I also use them for crafting, but now we will have to let everyone else take their items. Sorry, do not apologize. I can already feel the power of those 2 rewards coursing through me. I feel alive. As if to demonstrate his point, Rakanath backed up a few steps and leapt into the air, sending a spray of sand at everyone as he shot upward into the sky. Coughing a few times, Fowl brushed the sand from his beard. Yup, he's still a baby. I dare you to say that to his face, their archer teased. No, I have enough intelligence to not do that. Besides, I'm still waiting on Max to tell us how good his helm is. Realizing he was holding it and still hadn't inspected it, Max didn't wait any longer. Inspect helm. Helm of the Tidal Lord plus 75 strength, constitution, dexterity. Invisible state. Wow, yeah, Everett and Tom are going to flip. Swapping out his old spider helm, Max immediately felt the power rush through him. Everyone quickly reached in, taking out an item, with smiles appearing immediately. Tanilla was excited to upgrade her pants and armband while Fowl replaced his belt and bracer. Cordelia couldn't stop bouncing up and down after getting an upgrade for her chest piece and bracer like their warrior. Twinsies, Batrier said as she showed off her matching armband and traded out one of her earliest earrings. You still got one more, Tanilla said. Taking his out last, Max nodded and inspected the bone-looking baser resembling Fowl's. 75 to strength and constitution. Yup, finally replacing my worm bracer. Hard to believe. I mean, that was our first boss together, remember? Everyone got a little teary-eyed as he held up the bracer he earned from that fight. Well, thank the gods I don't have to see your bones or your bone well you know. A groan came from their healer. Storing the item, Max deposited the 3 large crystals, watching as the chest disappeared and a portal took its place. I guess all we need to do now is leave, he said. Who wants to go out first and ensure everyone is ready for us? I'll do it. Watching their archer go, Max sent 2 fire bolts into the sky and waited for Rakanath to return. I guess we can all go, Fowl stated. See you on the other side. As the 2 dwarves left, Tanilla moved to his side and took his hand. Feels weird watching him fly like that in here. You okay with what happened? I have to be. I'm a little scared and unsure what Bob has gotten into, but if I know him, he'll return to normal soon. At least I know he is still there, which reminds me. Max pulled out a journal and ran his finger along some lines, stopping and jotting down a number. You think that's the max stats for this level? I'm missing a whole bunch of numbers, which is going to make this hard to figure out. Hopefully I'll be able to gain a few more soon and finish this up. But do you think the tower will let you share that with Everett or anyone else? Max winked at her. I won't say anything, but I may have a way around it. Until I try, I don't want to say anything lest the tower gets mad at me and stops me. Her eyebrow rose and then she chuckled, kissing him before moving toward the portal. Don't stay too long. I won't. Lies, she yelled before vanishing from the floor. Rakanath spiraled down toward him, and Max could feel what had to be joy coming through their bond. His scales sparkled in the sunlight, and for a few seconds, he ignored the fact that this wouldn't happen again for a while, if ever. You look happy. I am, more so than you can realize. I sense a change between us. Can you not? After a moment, Max realized that he had sensed a change. Where emotions had previously felt like a small trickle, they were now much deeper and less muted. Bond. You are bonded with Rakanath. Rank 1 of Bond unlocked. Rakanath gains 20 of your stats. Rank 2 of Bond unlocked. You may now communicate with your thoughts alone. Rank 3 of Bond pending. Know that Wekheim is watching. Our bond has evolved again, Max said. What has changed? Closing his eyes, he concentrated. Having spoken with Bob countless times and not needing to learn how to do so, he felt the thread that connected them and grabbed it in his mind. Can you hear me? I can. You can talk to me like this. Holding his head and wincing, Max groaned. So loud you don't have to shout. Forgive me, Rakanath pulled back his head and sat down, moving his neck slightly as if glancing around them. What is it? Since we came in here I have felt different. Erthen warned me of this and I didn't realize how much it might impact me. You are always positive. Even when things look bleak, you don't give up. Almost all of the emotions I feel from you are so strong, and you keep a positive and cheerful outlook. Even worse, you and your friends are always laughing, and I think or I know that it has affected me. Just as I get a portion of your stats, I get a part of you of who you are. Right now, I cannot help but be optimistic, and it makes me I believe you use the wordjity. Unable to help it, Max started to laugh, and his dragon growled before starting to thrum. See, even now you laugh, and I cannot help but join in. You are infectious, which is why your family is how it is. You also affect them. Smiling, Max shrugged. I guess that beats being like Cordelia or Batrier. Oh, those two are funny in their own way. Still, we should leave. I know they are waiting on us and you have much to do. I must head out and tell Erthen. She will be excited to hear the news. Walking to the portal, Max held out his hand. Let's go then. Time to show everyone how great you are. Rakanath thrummed as he pressed his snout against his palm. A flicker of energy radiated from where the mark Wekheim had given him, rested against a silver scale. Everett sighed, taking another sip from his drink as everyone relaxed in his office. You know, that was one of the most stressful moments I've had in a while, even compared to the stuff on the other world, Fowl asked. Absolutely. You don't realize all the problems I've had that came up as word spread about a dragon entering the tower. Every human, dwarf, and elf wanted to come and get a peek, making life incredibly difficult. And don't forget how those poor adventurers who exited the tower before you reacted when Rakanath appeared. Chuckles came from everyone, including Tom as that memory played out. That poor archer pissed himself, Fowl muttered. Good times. Is there any other secrets you need to share with me? Tom asked as he stared at Max. Demon women, perhaps. No demon women, but that is a specific question. Do you need to tell me about any demon women? Bah, go hump a troll, the trainer replied as he looked at his empty glass. Are you sure you gave me as much as last time? I did. You might just be learning to withstand it now, Everett informed him. Still, you look like you might pass out soon. Now I'm good. I do have one thing that I need to do, Max said as he rose. I meant to give this to you a while ago, but I am glad I didn't as I used it already. The sword he had crafted for Everett appeared in his hands, and he held it out to the faction leader. Don't worry, I already gave Tom two. He gave me two. Both dwarfs snorted as the trainer's words started to slur more. He snuggled down on the couch, leaning his head against the plush corner. Setting his cup down, Everett stood and took it from him, eyes widening at the stats upon inspecting. Max nodded and shook the older man's hand and waited, watching as Everett spent a few more moments inspecting the actual weapon and not just its stats. When he reached the blade's bottom near the guard, he paused and drew it closer to his face. You didn't need to put that there, the man said, his voice trembling. I did because it's true. What's it say? Fowl asked, leaning forward slightly. Everett. A part of every one of us is in this sword. When we pass the tower, we will always be with you. God's way to make an intoxicated dwarf sappy, their warrior muttered. You're a special man, you know that. Max nodded and moved back to where Tanilla was. Sighing, he looked around the room. Where did Cordelia run off to? A slight chuckle came from the faction trainer as his eyelids opened momentarily. She was flirting with some elf ranger today, probably off celebrating her win. It's about bloody time, Batrayer stated. That girl was so wound up she needed. Words stopped when she saw Fowl smiling at her, motioning with his hand to continue. Ah, yes, well, she needed a good friend. Bah, you speak dirty all the time. Don't act like a prude just because we're before these men. Their healer's hand snaked out and grabbed his beard, pulling him close. How about I talk like that here or show you instead how I really am somewhere else? We need to go, Fowl exclaimed. See you tomorrow. As the pair of dwarves raced out of the room, Max motioned to the door with his head. I'd ask if you wanted to join them, but that sounds really bad. It does, but I know what you mean, and yes, I would love to. As the door closed, Everett held the sword, tears running down his cheeks as a slight snore escaped Tom's nose. Consume is locked. Yanking his spear free from the eye of the Cyclops, Max tried to ignore the pain of what he felt inside. Anything. He shook his head at Tanilla and quickly got to work, hacking off fingers in any part he could of the 60-foot-tall boss. I thought we'd never beat that one-eyed freak, Fowl muttered. It's a good thing you could get past its helm. Max nodded as he watched the corpse fade away. The ruins they were in towered above them, and long shadows created an eerie feeling from the sun's angle. Part of me hates that they wouldn't talk back. Still, I did get some points from the boss, which means we're approaching at least some changes in the power levels. Changes, he says, Cordelia called out, as if the last 4 floors didn't have a sudden uptick in how much stronger everything became. And bigger, Batrayer added. Don't forget bigger. Fowl chuckled, but apparently resisted the urge to say anything as he waited for the chest to appear. All of them turned to see the stone chest she was pointing at. It appeared near one of the toppled buildings the boss had flattened when Max had managed to trip it. I do love a good upgrade, Fowl said as they jogged to it. Inside the chest each of them found they had acquired 2 more items and excitement broke out as the new upgrades either had 75 points to 3 stats or 90 to 2. That's a nice boost to everything, Batrayer said as she spun the new ring she had acquired around on her finger. Looks ugly with this big eye, but I'll take it. Ugly as that cloak on Max, Cordelia stated. I really am starting to understand that fashion sense or lack thereof of you all talk about. What, you don't like this? Max asked as he twirled around, showing off his red cloak with a big eye on the back of it. I mean, I'll always be able to see behind me. Groans came as they watched him pull out 2 large pink crystals and store them. What's ironic is how I expected nothing less from you, Fowl declared. Okay, that was cornea, and you need to stop. Batrayer managed to get out before starting to laugh. That's it, Tanilla exclaimed as she held up both hands. I'm out of here before this gets worse. Max couldn't help but enjoy the light mood as everyone gave their best one-liners as they left. Seems someone couldn't see a good joke if it poked her in the eye, Fowl said before taking the portal. A groan came from all 3 as they followed after him. Tanilla looked up from her book, watching Max work on the bow he had been trying to create for Cordelia. It's almost finished, isn't it? Or I think so, but I'm not sure. Usually I get a little help from Bob with this kind of stuff. He handles the magic side so I can focus completely on the crafting side. It's not that I can't do both, it just takes at least twice as long. You're struggling without him, I can tell. Not like you're not as good when it comes to fighting. It's more like a part of you is missing. Setting the tool down, he took a deep breath and nodded. Part of me is okay with him being gone because it's making me be a better fighter. While that sounds wrong, I don't have the ability to just go crazy because he can reset all my skills. It's made me see where I used to rush in without thought and just depend upon him to shore up my weak points. With him also handling the casting of so many spells, I could focus on fighting or other things, and now I have to really pay attention to every detail, and my timing has been off. I'm nowhere near as fast as I used to be, juggling all the spells and abilities. It sounds wrong, but part of me would almost say let's go use Dagon's room again and reset our abilities. Not that he would probably allow it. He nodded and picked up a precision point hammer and spun it a few times in his hand. I know plus us needing to wait for cooldowns has given me time with my family and the chance to craft. Even Cordelia is out there enjoying whatever friend she found. He watched as a small smile appeared on Tanilla's face. You want to share that thought with me? Shaking her head, Tanilla didn't hide her satisfaction at knowing something he didn't. A girl has to keep some secrets. Besides, if you haven't noticed, she is more focused in the tower lately. Oh, I have, which is why I'm trying to complete this. Then don't let me distract you. Max groaned as she lifted her book and started to read again. Bob, I could really use your help. While working on the weapon, he split his attention between trying to get the power cores in the perfect position and finding a way to interact with his skill. The thread that had always connected him was there, but it was like it fed into a stone wall, and he couldn't bash through it or find an opening. Fear occasionally gripped him at the thought of Bob being caged up, knowing how difficult that was to endure when he had his skill, not wanting to imagine what it would have been like alone. Max's crafting skill called to him, and he pulled his attention back to his current project, knowing he had almost messed it up. "It's been 4 days," Max stated as he waited outside the faction hall with the rest. "She knew we were supposed to go back yesterday, and yet Cordelia is still not back. Will you tell me who she is with and where they are at?" Tanilla and Batrayer both bobbed their heads. "His name is Loris Gilrick. Where they go, I don't know, as it often changes places. Sometimes they stay in the city, and sometimes she says they go off into the woods." "The woods? Why wood?" "She's a ranger and an elf," Tanilla replied. "It's better out there." Max tried not to react and ignored the question he wanted to ask, choosing instead to focus on the issue at hand. "Okay, so we're supposed to what? Just wait. I mean, how never mind. What should I do?" Both women shrugged. "We've had our moments where we spend a little too much time having fun," Batrayer stated, gesturing at Fowl with her thumb. "So I can't blame our Archerl, who hasn't had a friend or fun in a while, enjoying herself." "I mean, you remember how much you end." "He does," Tanilla exclaimed. Grinning, their healer nodded. "Fine," Max said with a huff. "Is there anything you would like to do today since we won't be going into the tower?" Tanilla smiled and nodded. "Oh, I can think of some fun stuff to do." Max smiled as she raised both eyebrows. "This wasn't what I had in mind." "Shush, you're ruining the moment." Lying there in a bubbling tub of mud, he tried to understand how she thought this was a perfect way to spend a day. "I mean, we were on a tower floor covered in mud, and everyone complained, but no, let's get naked," she said. "Then let's get in a tub of mud." He picked up another slice of cucumber on a plate next to him with his clean finger and popped it in his mouth. "They're for your eyes, not to eat. I know, but I don't like the way they feel." Tanilla groaned, and he sensed her lift one of the cucumbers, turn her head and look at him. "You do realize I'm trying to relax and not listen to you complain. If I wanted that, I could have invited Fowl." He started to chuckle at that thought. Yeah, mud in his beard, he'd. The door to their room burst open, and Max stood upright, holding his weapon in a moment. Max, his sister's hand covered her eyes, and he groaned. "What? You need to get back to the faction house." Now, he could hear the worry in her voice, and without giving a second thought, the mud flew off his body as he used his mastery on it. Stepping out of the tub, the rest of the mud was stripped off, and he was clothed, ready for battle. "Wait a moment outside. I'll take us back." Tanilla was standing on the floor next to him, mud dripping from her until he stripped it off of her in an instant. All he gave was a simple nod as he moved to the doorway. "We're ready. Let's go." The second his sister and Tanilla touched him, he activated his skill. Everett didn't say a word as Max set the arm of the chair he had just broken on the desk. As soon as I read it, I sent for you. It hasn't even been an hour." And the messenger," Tom cleared his throat. "One that was hired through a service. I already sought them out. The information they gave was false. I already checked the inn where they were supposedly staying. None who matched that description is there." Taking slow and steady breaths, Max tried not to growl. Behind him, he heard Tanilla and Batrayer crying. The letter on the desk before him left no doubt what had happened. "Max, the time has come to decide if the elf you call Cordelia means anything to you. You have 1 week. Come to Milho Alora. Beg for my mercy, or the pretty archer dies. Aethiela Gilmaner." There's nothing we can do," Tom said quietly. "It's a kingdom issue. However, I doubt the queens will do anything even if you threaten them." What are you going to do?" His heart hurt. Something he had always been afraid of had just occurred, and part of him had played this moment out 1,000 times. What if someone took Tanilla or his sister? What if it was Fowl or Batrayer? Even still, he had wondered what if it was Cordelia. "I'm going." "Max," Tanilla called out from the couch. "You can't. It's a trap, trust me. She will use her against you until you can't fight back, and then she'll do things I." He stood and turned, looking at 3 people he loved, all huddled together on the green couch. It looked the same as it did the day they first came to this office, as if time hadn't touched it somehow, no matter how many people used it. His friends, however, bore the marking of time. He could see Fowl was pissed and knew he was trying to be supportive as the women felt guilty for not saying something earlier. The woman he loved looked at him, her eyes pleading for him to go, her words begging him to stay. Even their healer knew what this meant if no one acted. "We're going together. I'm going to bring Rakanath, and we will save our friend." Tanilla's eyes blinked rapidly, and the tears stuck in them were forced out. "You're going to bring a dragon." "No, I'm going to bring my dragon and maybe another, and when I'm done, anyone else in this damn world who thinks they can mess with someone I love better prepare for what I'm about to bring." "Max, what are you going to do?" Everett asked. "I'm going to burn down a fricking capital." Frustration wasn't something he allowed himself to experience, yet there it was. "Damn you, Max, your emotions have rubbed off on me." The room they had trapped him in was a single piece of something he couldn't figure out. Each time he touched it, the pain was excruciating, and yet it meant nothing. He knew they couldn't kill him. Doing so would mean what had to happen wouldn't. Still, the thought that they might keep him locked away in this cell until that moment arrived made the room feel smaller. Even before he found himself paired with Max, he didn't remember feeling this much angst. Sitting there, letting himself sense whatever he could, there was a thread. His connection with Max couldn't be cut off. Only death would result in that. Something was happening, and he wasn't sure what, since time seemed to have no meaning here. There would be moments of a surge and then nothing. All he could do was wait. Occasionally, he could feel that tug stronger, sensing the direction in which he knew his friend had to be. Friend, how long have I ever called anyone a friend before? Memories were locked behind another wall, trapped even further away than where he was right now. Sitting there waiting, he felt it. Like molten lava, the cord that connected them roared to life. Max was worked up in ways that only he could ever seem to be. Laughing, he didn't care that no sound came. The thought of what it meant for his friend to be that angry was a sign. Someone is going to die. This isn't my fight. Asking me to take part in it puts myself and the remaining dragons on this world at risk. Max let out the breath he had been holding slowly. I understand. With Rakanath joining me, you may still be in the crosshairs. Far less than if 2 or 3 dragons come to aid in a fight that has nothing to do with us. We have stayed away from your kind, and the other races after the man whose name you hid behind slaughtered our 2 greatest. There are fewer than 10 of us remaining, and all that would do is announce to the world that we are a threat. While you might not care about that, what happens if you survive this fight and go on to defeat the tower? Like all the others who have done so, you will be gone, and I must endure the hatred of a race. I do care, and I am sorry for asking. Mucus flew across Erthan's lair as she snorted, shaking her head. You ask because you care too much. Eventually, you must learn to do what any creature does when its foot is caught in a trap. You chew it off and go through life missing a foot instead of dying because you were too stubborn. That's not fair, Rakanath proclaimed. He offered to help hunt down Chemrus because he knows you won't leave here and are at risk again. A low growl came as the massive red dragon stood to her full height, looking down at the silver dragon, now almost half her size. You are too young and do not understand everything. Even with his stats and the essence you gained from the tower, neither of you realizes the risk this quest brings. It would be better if you left her to die. And then what? What happens when they come again? Suppose they get my mother, my sister, or even Tanilla. Do I just keep cutting off my feet until I cannot walk? Max's voice continued to rise as he spoke, using his wind magic to hover right next to her snout. I will not let people I care about suffer that fate. Just like I will not let you be terrorized by a male dragon who doesn't understand you or more than a trophy or toy. Her mouth started to open, but he held up her hand. No more, I asked. You said no, and I cannot afford to spend more time here having philosophical discussions. I'm sure you can tell I am upset, but trust me when I say my mind is clear. Stay here, I will return when I have freed my friend and taken vengeance on those who took her. He ended his spell, landing next to Rakanath and putting his hand on his dragon's silver scales, planetary travel waypoints. You know the reason she gave is valid. Max nodded and took a few deep breaths, bobbing his head slowly. There are many reasons I said yes, but the greatest one is that you asked. I knew that you would have accepted my answer had I said no. Even though it would have hurt, I could sense that you wouldn't have forced me to come. That was one of the greatest signs of how you value me, just like I know each person coming with you has decided to do so on their own. Both eyes were closed, and Max couldn't help but chuckle. Then he started to get choked up, a few tears running down his cheeks as he struggled to catch his breath. Bob, I really need you. This rage inside me I want to give in so badly and need you to walk me back from the cliff I'm standing next to that I'm ready to jump off of. He's not back yet, I am sorry to hear. Scratching the scales on Rakanath's neck, Max smiled at his dragon. You know I owe double your father for allowing us to bond. Right now I cannot express how much you mean to me. Do not worry, Max. I can sense it through our bond. Now let us return to your friends. If what you told me is true, there is not much time to wait. Everett and Tom stood with his family, watching as Fowl and Batrayer climbed into Max's dimensional space. We'll be back. You better, Stacy said as she held Callie in her arms. I swear if you don't come back, I'll find a way to track you down and kick your arse. Chuckling, he gave her and his niece each a kiss on their foreheads. You've grown into a fine man, his mother said softly. Who knew we could raise someone as kind as you? I just copied what I saw you and Dad do. Tears ran down his mother's face like a small stream, but she didn't wipe them away. Take care, son. We'll see you soon. Giving his father a nod, he embraced them both. Finally, he turned to where Everett and Tom stood. Tell the other faction leaders I'm not going to make that dinner we planned. Laughter came from both men, slightly forced D, and each nodded. I'm certain they'll understand. Do you need anything else? Items, potions. Shaking his head, Max pointed at Tanilla sitting on Rakanath's neck. We have everything we need. All that remains to do now is find Aethiela and save Cordelia. Tom put a hand on his shoulder. If for some reason you can't. I will stop, just listen one last time to me. Take one last piece of advice, please. Clamping his mouth shut, Max stopped talking. If she can't be saved, do not lose yourself. We all know vengeance. Trust me when I say Everett, and I know how it can consume a person. When all this is said and done, come back as the man we know and love. Seeing that Tom was done talking, Max held out his hand. I'll try. That's all we can hope for, Everett said as he bid him goodbye. Travel safe. Giving one last wave, Max moved to the open dimensional space. You too good. Stay in here or sit on the back of a dragon. I'm perfect. Now go find our friend, Fowl replied. There's a blood oath I need to fulfill. With a single thought of Max's mind, the opening vanished, and he vaulted himself into the air, using his skill to maneuver until he was right behind Tanilla on Rakanath's back. You ready? No, but remember to let me lead when we get there. He nodded. I'm ready when you are. Rakanath didn't say a word, simply launching himself into the air and flying out over the walls of the faction and the city. You know they're going to tell her we are on our way, Tanilla called out. I'm betting on it. He watched as Tanilla approached him with some of the food that Batrier had finished preparing. You need to eat, even if you don't need to eat. Snorting, Max took it and held it up to his nose, smelling the stew. She never ceases to surprise me. Who knew our healer couldn't cook? Tanilla chuckled as she sat beside him on the log he carried to their clearing. We're going to be there tomorrow. You need to understand that what happens next isn't going to be easy. Why does everyone keep saying that? I know it's going to get ugly and messy. All of us are going to be flagged as murderers, and I'm not sure how long that status will last. So for the 10th time, I know this isn't going to be easy. Every part of him wanted to set the bowl down and tear up the giant trees in the forest they were camping in tonight. He's complaining again, Fowl asked as he arrived with his food. I was certain we're done with this conversation yesterday. Frowning at his friend, Max grunted. Seriously, I'm ready to march in there and burn every part of that city down. He paused and looked at Tanilla, making sure that her gold eyes saw the expression he wore, even if it means that innocent people are lost. Sighing, she set her bowl down on the ground and stood up. Fowl, talk to him again. Find the man I love inside him and let him know that I cannot accept that. Somewhere in there has to be the Max who understands that afterward the guilt of his actions would eat at his soul. She walked off, leaving the two of them there in awkward silence. Clearing his throat, Fowl shook his head, seemingly unaffected by Max's scowl. You're being a real jerk, you know that. It's Cordelia and… Yes, the princess has her. Yes, the king and queen are bad elves, but that doesn't mean an entire nation has to die for their actions. Would you want your entire race to be killed because of something you do? Your sister and her child. All his rage and anger vanished as the cold, hard truth of Fowl's words pierced his heart like a dagger. Wincing, he clenched his hands so hard and fast that they destroyed the wooden bowl, spraying him and everything within a few feet with stew. He glanced at Fowl, and both of them started to laugh as Max wiped off the mess with a towel he pulled from storage. There's the man I call a friend and Tanilla loves. Use your brains. I mean, you got more intelligence points than all of us, maybe put together. You know that we can't go in there slaughtering children just because they're in our way. She already warned you that her sister might use them as a shield to prevent you from acting. I know, Fowl, I know, it's just I promised Cordelia that I would always protect her and treat her like the rest of you. I'm tired of everyone going after the people I love, and with Bob missing it's even harder. Fowl nodded, took a bite of the stew, and winced. He quickly glanced in Battery's direction and tossed the contents out before setting the empty bowl on a log and retrieving some food from his storage. But you still have us, and we're here to help you. All we need to do now is make sure that everyone makes it back. Besides, I know what has you scared. He could see the frown on his friend's face. What is that? Tanilla's father. Him finding out she's pregnant and that it's yours. Slowly, he nodded, his eyes finding where she was standing. We're going into a den of monsters, and I'm fairly certain I can't defeat one of them. And that's why you must trust Tanilla to take the lead on this one. Perhaps if you had more time in the tower, and if Bob was around you could go in there, kick in the doors and mop the floor with anyone who tried to stop you, but you can't. So for once, let someone else lead. Fowl cleared his throat a few times, and Max could see his friend chewing on his lip. When you joined our party, you still let me lead for a bit, and then slowly you took over. It was hard and I kinda acted out. Like a fool, I thought if I got better gear, I could maybe take that spot back, but when you were taken from us, I admitted what I had ignored despite knowing it wasn't true. It was never the gear. You are a natural leader and were a lot stronger than me. Your heart was the only thing bigger than your stats, and I watched you love on Batrier. Right there, I knew I could trust you with the most precious gift in my life. That's why I was honored when we became blood brothers. Fowl started massaging his hand, which had been cut for that ceremony. Now you need to realize that Tanilla is stronger here. Let her lead and know that her heart is in the right place. Max nodded and grinned, watching his friend look at him confused. What? It's just that Batcher and Bob are both right. You've gotten smarter. Those potions must have given you some intelligence points. Ah, go hump a troll. Fowl cursed, winking as he gave him the middle finger. I'd prefer not to. No telling what they might pass on. My father, for a brief moment of my childhood, he was kinder. Not like Max's parents are, but less cruel. When I got my elemental mastery skill on my choosing day, he doted on me even. It is a skill that he has, and he spent many weeks talking about all the things it could eventually become. I had an older brother who ended up in a fight with Athela, and she killed him. The reason for the fight was often debated, and looking back now, I believe my parents forced it. Forced? Fowl asked. Nodding, Tanilla frowned as she exhaled a deep breath. I only say that because later, as I grew older and stronger, they often played us against each other, but I remember how fast it escalated after I killed a servant with my red skill. Max squeezed her hand as she took a few quick breaths and reset herself. It was the first time I understood how powerful it could be. Even though I was weak at the time, my power, combined with my bloodline, allowed me to dominate elves with ease. There was a period of time where I took the lives of many servants, and at no point did my father get upset. In fact, he often rewarded me with more servants. I was on a dangerous path until the day I killed my only friend Imra. A few tears came and she wiped them away quickly. Like all children, we fought, but I got upset when I believed Imra had shared a secret. She denied it, of course, swearing she would never do so. That was when Athela came to me and told me that she had heard Imra talking with others and told me what she had said. I of course went and immediately confronted her, shouting and yelling. She yelled back and said a few things I now know were only in response to what I said. It was that moment my anger gave in and I unleashed everything, turning off the enchantment that kept my power suppressed, and I murdered her. Tanilla's body trembled, and Max put his arms around her, drawing her close. Rakanath moved his tail and laid it at her feet. For almost a minute, the only sound was Tanilla holding back sobs and the fire crackling and popping. 2 days later, I learned that Athela had lied. She didn't even deny it, she was just laughing about it. My mother told me I should fight her and prove that I was stronger. Enraged and upset, I did just that. Even though she is older by a few years, I beat her, almost killing her, and stood over her like a victor ready to claim their prize. I can see that moment in my head so clearly. In the courtyard, everyone was watching, waiting. It was as if they wanted me to take her life. She was strong, but Athela couldn't compete with my elemental magic and mind-reaving ability at that time. She couldn't get close enough to overpower me physically, and as she lay there on the grass, bleeding, I saw for the briefest moment a look of fear, something I had never seen from her before. I saw the same look that Irma had, knowing that she was just a few breaths away from death, and there was nothing she could do. The only thing that stopped me was the look I saw when I heard my mother laughing and glanced at her. She was excited, clapping both hands and urging me on. It was then that I recalled what had happened to my brother. Tanilla closed her eyes and took a deep breath, held it and let it out slowly. It was that moment I bent down, grabbed my sister's shredded dress, and spoke to her for the last time. I told her that I wasn't going to kill her, but that if she ever did something like that again, I wouldn't hold back. My mother was furious and my father seemed disappointed. Something changed, and after that day, the little bit of love I believed he had for me vanished. I think it was that what he saw in me before then was someone who might become like Rinia, an elf that would go on to do stuff for Thaija and not care who she hurt or murdered. I know he saw that I wouldn't be that person, and that changed everything. Clearing her throat, Tanal wiped away the last few tears that appeared and regained her usual strong posture. Not long after, I left home and found these 2 dwarfs, lost and confused and needing some help. Batrel and Fowl each chuckled. That we did, dear, that we did. But we're not here to talk about that. I know we need to understand what my father has power-wise. Beyond the elemental magic, he has the power to command people. I'm unsure if it works only on elves, but I remember him meeting with humans and dwarves once and getting them to do whatever he wanted. He's strong, far stronger than one might think is possible, similar to Dagon, and his mind is sharp. Tacticians in the kingdom rarely ever came up with anything he hadn't already seen or thought of. I know he can use different weapons from bows, swords, spears, and daggers. Watching him fight back then was impossible to follow, and it makes me think that he is most likely a match for you stat-wise, at least with his gear and equipment. What about your sister? She shrugged. Her skill is like yours in some ways, but takes only the physical attributes. She doesn't gain abilities, but she can become incredibly strong. Whatever she is now, she'll be an opponent that focuses on melee combat. With all the time she's had to go around and harvest people, there is no telling where she could be. And you believe she's past the 50th floor in the tower? Max asked. Slowly she nodded. One thing she desires is to be the chosen one of our father. To do that requires her to complete it, and I know Athela has a following and the backing of our father. He frowned and scratched his chin. And your mother, I have no idea. I've never seen her do anything, but she would have to be strong if my father married her. The difference is she wasn't born with our bloodline. It was given to her, which is why she always flaunts it. That sudden boost was too much for her to learn to overcome, and odds are she probably has acquired a red skill also from an elixir. These odds keep getting worse every time we talk about this, Fowl muttered. Yes, but the good news is I know where she's going to be, Tanilla replied. Thankfully, she won't be in the castle, as she and my mother have never gotten along since the day of our fight. There is one thing about Athela that has never changed. It's that she doesn't forgive or forget. Typical woman, Fowl muttered before getting elbowed in the side. Not the time to say that, Batrier growled. He's fine and maybe it is. That's what I'm betting on actually, Tanilla stated. As I said before, if I can draw her out, challenge her, it would give you a chance to go in and get Cordelia. Max nodded, still not happy with the idea of her being put into a fight he would have to stand by and just watch. Once she is safe, you know what I'm going to do. I do, and I'm going to help you with it, Tanilla replied. I should have done it long ago, but for the right reasons. The tower taught me something recently, and that being or whatever Chromie was right. Our actions have consequences. Me not killing her back then kept me from turning into something I didn't want to be. I won't make that same choice this time because this world or any world doesn't need someone like her in it. I've never realized how beautiful everything looks from up here. Max squeezed twice, signaling he agreed. The trees looked tiny as well. He chuckled as Tanilla continued to yell, remembering how he felt the first time he could fly with his spell or ride on Rakanath's neck. Just make sure to tell me where to go. She squeezed his hand twice, and as he waited for her to inform him of the area she wanted to land, Max was amazed at how much of the forest was actually homes. Small towns had villages located in or around trees. Farms spread out around larger trees, and Tanilla had talked about families who lived in them. Rivers and streams ran everywhere, carrying the important liquid to each town. Larger cities had open spaces and sections with 3 to a dozen massive trees connected via bridges. Lights could be seen below, and the pace of life beneath him seemed so slow. All the stories I ever heard, and the few pictures I saw that were painted don't do this justice. It is a shame that someone would risk all this by angering you. Tanilla seems anxious. I can sense her hesitation. Just how dangerous is her father? Max couldn't help when his frown returned. The discussion of Savantus's powers was a problem. Not knowing what all the Elven King could do meant walking into a situation blind. Even worse, knowing that her mother had skills she had never displayed made for 2 unknowns. For a brief moment, he had seen the pain in her eyes as she talked about him. Tanilla's eyes trembled the entire time she spoke, and he could only imagine the home she had grown up in. I can sense the turmoil inside you. Your friends are right, you often struggle to carry weights that aren't yours to carry. Right now, all you need to do is be there for her. Even if she doesn't recognize it right now, I'm certain in time Tanilla will. When did you get so smart? I mean, I know we talk about this all the time, but you amaze me more every day. Still, I felt the pain you experienced when Erthen said no. I hoped she would say yes only because you asked me, and then told me you would ask her. I doubted she would come. Part of me wanted to believe she might come for you and me, but her reason is valid. I remember the dream she shared about Seth Pendle and the 2 dragons he slew. It was scary, and I think I understood why she was anxious upon hearing the name you had hidden under. What was that? A low thrum came from Rakanath as they flew, and Tanilla glanced back at him. Tapping his head, he smiled when she rolled her eyes. Yet another conversation you keep hidden. Erthen wasn't sure if you were possibly the Seth Pendle. That's silly. That happened centuries ago. Is it? Who is to say that moving through time isn't possible? What if you were that Seth Pendle and in the coming time found yourself in that moment, hiding behind a name you already knew and with the abilities you have? Surely you could defeat 2 dragons then. Max erupted in laughter, having never even considered that possibility before. I'm not sure I'm strong enough to do that right now, but that also makes me wonder how strong Seth Pendle was. Even Akram and Phaeus mentioned that he was a thorn in their side. I wonder what it would take for a person to be like that. Soon, you will be just like him, if not stronger. I believe you will save your friend and that the 5 of you will complete this quest you have set before yourselves. For now, focus on the plan Tanilla has created. She is right. It makes sense to choose this path to avoid the needless deaths of innocents. With his hand, he patted a silver scale and then squeezed Tanilla, putting his lips against the back of her neck. I love you, I know. I am fine, you 4 go. If Max needs me, I will come. Tanilla gave a pair of scales a good scratching on Rakanath's neck, smiling as the dragon trilled slightly. You know, when he told me that he had a dragon, at first I didn't believe him, she stated. Then I, of course, knew it had to be true because sometimes it feels like Max craps gold coins. A low thrum came from Rakanath, who gazed at Max with his silver eyes. And then I met you for the first time and could sense how you settled him. It was at that moment I knew you 2 were perfect for each other. Laughter came from everyone as Max let out a groan. All right, we need to get moving. I don't need my dragon or my wife talking about how I'm basically a second-class person. Tanilla gave a few more pats and then moved to join the others. It's about 5 miles through the woods till we reach our first obstacle. There shouldn't be anyone out here, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. We're in Aethiola's section of the kingdom, and people give it a wide berth. Because she is just as likely to take your life as anything else, Tanilla informed Fowl. Trust me when I say this, her mood changes without rhyme or reason. One moment she can be loving, and the next she will try to tear your heart out. With a nod, she led them deeper into the trees, only occasionally glancing back at them. I got Batrier, you stay with her, Fowl said as they ran behind her. She looks to be in a hurry. Giving his friend a quick thump on the shoulder, Max joined Tanilla as she weaved her way through the trees. Each was at least 300 feet tall, and its trunks were well over a dozen feet wide. Some were easily 30 feet in diameter, and their branches were larger than the trunks of other trees. It's a beautiful place, and a deadly one, Tanilla said as she pointed to the left. Those vines on that tree can ensnare animals or people who don't know about them. The flower that grows on them emits a pleasant scent, and if you don't have friends and aren't strong enough, they will quickly choke you and eat you. Every so often she would point out something else that was dangerous, from berries to thorns, many things with poison that could lead to hallucinations, or simply kill you if consumed or coated on a weapon. Finally, as she slowed down, Max and the rest mimicked her movement and hunched down, hearing the sound of people further ahead. There is a compound coming up in a small clearing. It's been a long time since I've been here, but a small wall was surrounding it at one point. I still can't believe the trees covered it, Fowl muttered. Elven magic. Max nodded, having been a little frustrated when they tried to get a view of it from Rakanath's back. He had considered stealthing and going through the tops of the trees on his own, but Tanilla had warned him that there were birds that lived in them that could detect magic. If they all suddenly took off in flight, it would draw attention they didn't want. The trees began to thin out, and when they got their first real look, Tanilla cursed under her breath. She's been busy. The small wall was gone, replaced with a 20-foot one that encircled most of the clearing. They knew it was over a quarter-mile wide, but without any way of seeing the entire clearing or what was inside, the next part was even harder. So we're still just going to go up to the main gate and walk in, Fowl muttered. I mean, while I admire the pair you got swinging, that seems like we're showing all the cards we hold. It will throw her off slightly, Tanilla replied. Don't forget we're using Max's trick against Dagon. It's the only reason we're doing this. We should go then, Batrier whispered. If I can hear the sound of fighting inside, I know you all can too. Max motioned to Tanilla and they started moving along the edge of the trees. His trap skill warned him, and he held up a hand, finding a small tripwire that ran between two trees on the path they were going down. Each of them made sure not to set it off, and over the next 10 minutes he spotted over a dozen more, navigating his team safely past them. Finally, they reached the tree line with a road going west from the entrance. A pair of elves stood at the open gate, each of them appearing not to be paying much attention. I could sneak past them, Max said. There is still that option. No, doing so means we can't play with all your bags of tricks, Tanilla whispered. Trust me, this is the way. Sighing, Max motioned to the road and Tanilla stepped out first, each of them following after. Immediately, as their presence became known, both elves had bows out and were shouting. Soon, loud noises came from inside, and almost 20 elves poured out of the entrance. They froze upon seeing the gold-haired elf walking down the path with a trio behind her. Max couldn't help but wonder what was going through their minds when they saw someone they all knew was royalty approaching. Stay close and behind me. I'll handle the walls unless you think we need more, Tanilla whispered. Grunting, he said nothing else, watching as she walked in a way different from her normal gait. Even her stance seemed to make her look taller. I, Tanilla Gilmanor, have come to see my sister, Aethila Gilmanor. Tell her the time to face me is now. With less than 30 yards now between them, none had raised a weapon, and it took less than a second before a pair of elves took off back into the base. Now we wait. It didn't take long before even more shouting came, and every elf standing in the entrance quickly moved to the side as an elf stomped past them. Her gold hair was tied back in braids, and both eyes looked ready to send magical attacks at Tanilla. A sneer was plastered on her lips as she came to the gate's entrance. Silver chain armor covered her entire body, and swords were strapped across her back. She's taller than you, Fowl muttered. I mean. Quiet, Batrayer said. Aethila crossed both arms and shook her head. So, sister, you've come to challenge me. I heard rumors you were with this Seth Pendle and part of his party, but I never truly believed such a thing. Oh, how Thugia will be disappointed to know that. Her words stopped and both of her eyes widened. Max could see her mouth drop and knew precisely what she had realized. You're pregnant. I am. Golden eyes darted from Tanilla to Max, and then his sonar picked up her teeth, grinding even from this distance. Is it his, the one who has slaughtered our kind? Yes, and you're a fool for taking Cordelia. A large glob of spit hit the ground and both swords appeared in Aethila's hands. I should cut that abomination from your belly and take it to our father. Then I would give you to him and enjoy watching the torture you would endure. Don't, Tanilla said as Max started to move forward. You're welcome to try, but as I have stated, I have come to challenge you as is my right. Perhaps you will finally be able to win, or as I expect, most likely you'll be on your back again, crying as you realize I'm still the stronger Gilmanor. The sound of thunder came as both swords slammed into each other. You are going to die. But not before you watch me give each of your friends the kiss they deserve. Then you will experience it, knowing as you bid this life goodbye that I was always the chosen one. Strong words for a girl who lives alone. Now then go fetch my friend and then prepare the place. I'm ready to end this charade and let her and my friends see what a real Gilmanor looks like. Max could sense a change in the air. The hairs on his neck rose as he sensed an arrow streaking at them from the woods. A wall of air stopped it as he summoned it, just 3 yards before it would have struck Tanilla. Fire Nova now, Max whispered. She didn't hesitate, casting one and watching as a pair of elves in stealth appeared, each covered in flames, crying out from the fire that burned them. 2 frost spears flew, each striking the heads of the would-be attackers and ending their lives in a moment. "Do not break the challenge again," Tanilla shouted. "You and I both know that no matter what claim you have, if I leave now and report it, Father will summon you, waiting to deal with me until after we have fought." Fury flashed across Aethila's face, and once again the teeth grinding reached Max's ears. Those fools were acting on their own, she called out. "I would never break the rule of a challenge." A scoff came from Tanilla. "Then bring my friend and lead the way. Just know if another one here attacks me or my party, I will snuff their lives without a second thought." Every head was bowed as they walked past the ones standing at the gate. Max's sonar could tell none risked a glance, somehow held in check by Tanilla's promise or some magical effect. Aethila was further ahead, shouting out orders to the rest of the elves in the base, causing everyone to move without delay. "We're going deeper into the belly of a dragon," Fowl whispered. "We're completely surrounded." "Stop talking," Tanilla said, her tone short and hard. Max felt his friend flinch as the power of her voice hit them all. Soon, the few wood and stone buildings closest to the entrance gave way to a good-sized clearing about 100 yards by 50 yards. Dozens of weapons were on racks, and elves were picking up all of them, moving them off to the side, grabbing archery targets, and more. "This is where we shall decide who the true victor is," Aethila called out as she continued her pace to the middle of the field. Raising both hands, she spun, a wicked smile displaying all her teeth as she glared at them. "Here is where you and your friends will die." Shaking her head, Tanilla pointed at the end of the field. "We will go there. I am still waiting for my friend. For your sake, she best be all right. Bruised, beaten, perhaps more," Aethila said with a chuckle. "Any elf willing to party with you and that man deserves what they got. Remember, sister, they are merely tools to help us reach the power Thaija wishes us to possess." "They are not friends, or did you forget what your last friend cost you?" Max could feel Tanilla stiffen at that comment. "I did not, sister. If I remember right, it almost cost me the life of my sister. But even worse, it costs you our father's respect and what some might call love. Now do not make me ask again, or I will burn everything here to ash. Where is Cordelia?" A sharp whistle came about 10 seconds later from a building on Aethila's side. From it emerged their friend, shackled in chains. Even with the distance between them, Max could see her state. Unbraided hair, with clumps of dirt or other material in it, made her look like someone who lived on a street. Each article of clothing, if it could be called that, was torn and barely stayed on her body. The fire in his belly roared to life and his knuckles popped as he made a fist. "Here is the idiot you call a friend," Aethila said as she gestured with a hand to where Cordelia was. "You should know that." Enough, Tanilla's shout somehow sent a wave of pressure around her, and Max realized what would happen. "Move back some, you three now." They quickly got away from their mage without waiting another second, sensing the change in the air around her. "You, sister, will allow me to withdraw my benevolence and end the life that has been mine all along, ridding this world of your presence," Tanilla growled. Aethila's swords clanged against each other as she let out a roar, a similar aura coming from her. "She's past the 60th floor, Fowl exclaimed. Max wanted to help, but had promised he wouldn't unless there was no other option. Like Tanilla, her older sister's presence seemed to come from her in waves. Her golden eyes had a red tint around the edges. Only the trio of elves standing near Cordelia didn't seem affected by this display of power. The rest of their kind moved away from the area where both princesses were about to battle on. "Stay back. Be ready to use your abilities," Max said. "If what I think is about to happen does, the power loosed here will destroy this place." Batrier and Fowl both backed up, their warrior holding his shield outward. He could see the trio who were holding their friend captive. The chain that they had her bound with was attached to a female elf, a thick chain locked to a belt she wore. "They knew what we might try." His sonar was going crazy, and the earth almost seemed to tremble as both women shifted slightly, each completely focused upon the other. He had to wait for Aethila to engage. Only then could he risk the plan they had discussed. The slight variation made things harder as he wasn't sure if the chain would affect anything. A small horn appeared from the trio in one of the male warrior's hands. A single note came, and as he blew, both princesses engaged. Magic sprang to life as Tanilla cast multiple elemental walls, each destroyed by a single swipe of Aethila's weapon. In the blink of an eye, the older one had crossed the field, swords swinging without hesitation, cutting through the air where their mage had been. Ice spears began to rain down from the sky, none of them large as Tanilla didn't have time to invest much mana. Yet she created distance between herself and her sister, using her new spell to avoid a quick death. Max didn't wait as both women traded sides. Blink. Demonic teleportation. Power strike. He could see the elf trying to react, her eyes unable to track and keep up with his weapon as the blade swung at the one who had bound themselves to his friend. A clang sounded as a shield appeared before her, blocking his strike and sending the elf flying through the air and into a few buildings to her left. "You." The other warrior's cry was interrupted as he roared. His frustration and the knowledge that one of them had to have used a skill similar to his prevented him from ending the life he had come to claim. A sword came toward him, and his sword deflected it. He kicked the shield that protected the second warrior, using every ounce of strength he had. Like the first, he was sent flying, crashing into the building behind him, shattering wood and stone. His dimensional space appeared where Cordelia was, and as he moved to grab her, dragging her inside, she and the elf attached to her suddenly vanished before he could. Behind him raged a battle, earth being sent flying in all directions as Tanilla and Athila fought. Max ignored it as best he could, sensing how close her sister came each time to landing a blow, shrugging off the spells that assaulted the older princess. His sonar told him where the pair had gone, hearing his friends cry off to the left. Like a blur, he took off, running in that direction, seeing the woman holding up a staff and flames surrounding it. She unleashed a spell he didn't recognize, the tip of the weapon glowing and reminding him of the time he had fought the elf mage Arya in the arena. He wanted to curse, but there wasn't enough time. A dragon's face came at him, flames and fire coiling like a snake. Taking a chance, he let it hit him, plowing through the blistering heat that began to burn his flesh. Regeneration. It hurt, burning hotter than he had imagined, but it was only pain. That was something Max had learned to endure. All that time alone had been overwhelming. The fights he had faced on Igara's world had burned off the weakness that had once potentially afflicted him. He smiled, knowing his entire body was covered in flames, potentially looking like the scene from the worm long ago in the tower. The expression on his opponent's face changed in a moment. The smirk she had worn at first was gone, her mouth now open, and words were trying to come out. His weapon extended, transforming into a spear, and he thrust his blade at her chest. She flew backward, tumbling, dragging his friend who yelped in pain as his weapon struck a magical shield of some kind, shattering and piercing the outfit she wore. Max spun, parrying the first elf's attack. Blue eyes glared at him. Only a single sword strike came, and the arm that had held his shield hung limply by his side. A simple combo of 4 attacks sent the weapon flying from the elf, his hand still attached to the hilt. "I don't have time," spell burst. The ice shard he had summoned flew forward, and stone and dirt rose from the ground, preventing the warrior from escaping. Max didn't wait, not needing to watch as the shard of ice pierced the warrior's chest, knowing that it would continue on the path he had sent it. The sensation he longed for came, guaranteeing that his opponent wouldn't rise again. With that knowledge confirmed by the rush of cold through him, Max dashed toward the woman who dared to chain his friend to her. Coughs came as the pair were entangled, the chain wrapped around them. A wand appeared, and Max watched as the elf pointed it at his friend. She laughed, unleashing the lightning bolt, just a few small feet separating the pair. Protect out. His body vibrated, the sensation of electricity tearing through him as the woman channeled the wand. Her eyes widened as the spell meant for Cordelia now struck his shield. "You lose." His words felt strained, his jaw not moving as he wanted, having to speak through clenched teeth. Yet as he spoke, stone spikes came up from underneath, his stone mastery bringing forth weapons the world was kind enough to provide. A scream came as his dagger-sized weapons pierced her body in over a dozen places, springing forth from the soil and into her flesh. With the elf's concentration broken, the wand stopped what it was doing and his body moved as he needed it to. Max's arm moved without delay, spear thrusting forward, catching the woman in her open mouth. A single twist of his wrist sent a second cold sensation through his body. Cordelia's eyes looked at him, tears flowing, and he wasn't sure if it was from pain or happiness. "You're safe." His words came out, and as they did, his sonar told him the truth of that moment. Well over 100 arrows rained down upon them. He didn't hesitate, eyes locked on his friend, shields forming around her. An earthen and stone dome surrounded their archer. Countless arrows bounced off him, the occasional one finding a gap in his armor, sticking for a moment before his regeneration skill pushed them from his flesh. Turning, he saw a dozen elven archers about 70 yards away. A few had stopped firing arrows as the others continued to send them. Some glowed with magical power, and his shield deflected the 2 he knew were empowered. Each one did nothing but snap off, his strength allowing him to stride through the barrage of metal tips aimed at him. A rage like no other came. They were going to kill her, they were going to even kill their friend if that's what it took to end Cordelia's life. Enduring the arrows, Max summoned his dimensional storage. With a simple use of his magic, he lifted the protective dome he had created and slipped it inside. Once it passed through, it melted away, and Max grabbed the chain, which was hanging halfway in and out. With a jerk, he snapped the thick links and tossed the broken end inside. "There are potions. Rest. I'll be back. You came." Her voice told him that she had not believed they would. The tears that came were another sign that what she had believed would happen wasn't this. "I told you, your family, and I'll never stop protecting you." Sobs came, and Max felt himself struggling with the need to act and to run in there and hug her. "I need to end this. You need to rest. Take the potions and heal. Just know we'll be together soon." Cordelia sniffed and nodded, her eyes trembling as the door shut. Able to focus on the elves who had now realized the folly of their decision, Max laughed. He could feel the hunger of everything. Bob was gone, but his skill was still there. A part of his friend was still connected, and he thirsted for vengeance. Every promise Max had made about protecting his friends and family stood less than 70 yards away. Time to die, he growled. Before any of them could react, a monster was in their midst. Screams came as his spells burned them to a crisp, ice shattering their bones, and his blade ensured that none would ever take a breath again. Panting, he gazed around him, a dozen elves in various pieces, scorched and frozen. A few yards away, the last one was on their back, an arm missing, holding the stump with their other hand, eyes darting everywhere, looking it appeared for some way out. Mercy, I made the wrong choice, Max said as he stepped forward, his blade taking the elf in the heart. The cold sensation was barely there, and the list of things that begged his attention was ignored. Behind him, the sounds of a storm and battle, far worse than what he had just done, rang out. Without hesitating, he raced to his friends, knowing where they would be, smashing the pieces of buildings that occasionally rained down from above. Bounding into the air, he looked down. The once packed dirt now had furrows of freshly plowed soil. Every building that was within 30 yards of the area was gone. Way off to the side, he could see Fowl holding his shield, a pair of elves not moving on the ground. Tanilla and Aethiela were still fighting, each with blood visible on their clothes and bodies, yet neither seemed to be slowing down as the pair knew what this fight meant. Every ounce of him yearned to land near the older sister and plunge his blade into her, yet the promise he had made held him back. She's my problem. You cannot interfere. Promise me, Tanilla's voice echoed in his mind as Max remembered her request. Somehow Fowl and Rakanath had convinced him to agree to it. Landing near their warrior and healer, Max's shield came up, blocking a rock that flew in their direction. You two okay? Barely they came out of nowhere. Rogues, Batrier said as she spat. It's a good thing I used that potion. Max nodded and opened his dimensional space. We'll talk later. Get inside. You can't be serious, Fowl protested. There. We agreed, all of us. Now go help Cordelia. She needs you. Both dwarves turned to see their archer looking at them, covered in dirt and filth, streaks of clean skin where the tears had washed away the mess from her cheeks. We're here, dear. Let me help, Batrier said as she stepped inside. I've got this, Max said, motioning for his friend to follow the others. Your promise? Sighing, he nodded. I won't break it. But Aethiela better hope Tanilla kills her, or so help me that elf will know pain like no one should ever know. A grunt came from Fowl, and he jogged into the space with the other two. I'll be back. As the door shut and he turned, Max frowned. This is harder than she had expected. Tanilla wanted nothing more than to wipe the smug look off her sister's face. The tip of her sword had managed to cut her before her wizard step had gotten her to safety. She's faster has to be a skill. You're getting predictable, Aethiela cried out, grinning from ear to ear. Frost Nova exploded out from Tanilla again, her older sister once again slowing down just slightly as the spell covered 50 yards of the torn-up area they fought on. Even with all her increased stats from not hiding behind her bracelet, that spell and the space it bought her had been the only thing keeping her safe in this fight. Precious mana was consumed every second, keeping a monster she had chosen to spare from killing her. Max's appearance and the two spells he sent upward told her that Cordelia and the others were safe. She could see the red tint to her sister's eyes, no longer a true gold, but a testament that she was using the skill their father had given her. Whatever she's done, Aethiela has grown stronger. The only thing I can think of is the gear. Tanilla blinked away again, praying it was most likely the above-average gear the tower had granted her that made up for whatever power Aethiela now possessed. The other thought was too painful, knowing how many her sister must have killed and consumed physical stats from. That thought almost cost her more blood as she poured mana into another spell. The smirk on her sister's face grew as her blade barely missed her. I'm going to enjoy killing you and your child. Going up against Max, and the king had shown her how much she held back, and now with that limit lifted, Tanilla let loose. Every bit of training Tom had ever put her through came into play, as vines rose up exactly where her sister stepped. They didn't slow Aethiela down much, as a sword quickly cut loose the spell that wanted to hold the elf in place. Her older sister laughed as failed stone prisons and ice spells allowed Tanilla the space she needed for this next part. A spear of air appeared, and she grabbed onto it, sending out a blinding spell from her dark magic she rarely used. For only 2 seconds, those golden eyes dimmed. She was airborne at that moment, quickly rising 50 yards above the battle area. Beneath her were divots they had created in the soil, boulders that had been sent flying, and other spells that had done nothing to stop the elf that wanted her dead. You can't run, I'll track. I'm not running, Tanilla shouted, cutting off her sister as she sent forth multiple spells simultaneously. Earth spears and ice ones rained down from the sky as she summoned air ones from behind her sister. With ease, the older elf dodged the ones she saw, and a fountain of blood came as one she couldn't see pierced a part of her leg. Both swords vanished, and a bow appeared, arrows leaping from the string in a seemingly never-ending stream of barbed metal tips. Shields blocked the ones that came as Tanilla sped away, now riding on a second ice spear, sending more spells at Aethiela, who dodged the incoming barrage. Each of them traded shots, blood-covered sections on each of their bodies. For a moment, she had considered drinking a potion, but the truth was that she had only lost about a tenth of her total hit points, and her injuries were only a nuisance. Aethiela had already drunk one potion and appeared on the verge of doing it again, the hole in her leg leaving a trail of blood as she moved. Every spell Tanilla sent felt like it wasn't strong enough to take down her sister in a single attack. The time it took to invest mana into a real spell wasn't there, and her pool was already half gone. Think what would Max do? Arrows continued to track her, and the small spells she sent did not reach Aethiela, as the older elf appeared to have already learned not to stay in the same spot for more than a moment. Movement in the corner of her vision showed him standing there, weapon ready, waiting on the edge of everything. She saw Aethiela glance at Max, a laugh coming from her. "He's going to watch me kill you. That's priceless." A kick inside her gut almost made her lose her balance on the air spear she was standing on. Their child had just kicked. Tears began to form as she was overwhelmed. "Don't worry, little one. No one is going to take you from us." Everything inside her felt alive. Her skin's pores started tingling, and she could feel the tiny hair follicles stand. A peace was there, and yet a storm began to brew. "We're one." That thought made her consider a few things she had attempted but never succeeded. Tanilla started infusing mana into a cloud above her, sacrificing her ability to send offensive spells and requiring her to focus on dodging and defense. As her attack slowed, Aethiela pulled out a potion and drank it completely. Her sister tossed the empty glass bottle toward her, unleashing arrows at her again. Fire, wind, lightning, ice. They all mixed together in the cloud above. Began to expand over the area they were fighting in, darkening out the light that managed to make its way through the trees above her. A wind began to blow, and Tanilla could feel the drain of the spell as her mana pool dipped past a third. From up here she swore that Aethiela frowned for a moment, that smirk vanishing from where it had been almost painted on since their fight started. "Come and fight me, you idiot." None of the taunts reached her. The peace that filled Tanilla told her that one of the greatest lessons she had learned was to fight in her own way. A real mage didn't go toe-to-toe with a warrior or rogue. They didn't stand still and let some archer use them as a target. For too long, she had been content to stand there, depending upon others to protect her, to shield her, or to keep her safe in the midst of a battle. No longer would that happen. From this moment on, this place was her domain, and she would unleash hell within it. Tanilla fought back her fatigue, knowing she was down to only a fifth of her total mana. As their gazes locked upon each other, she pointed her staff at Aethiela and watched as the cloud that had now surrounded the entire compound unleashed the fury that was contained within it. Lighting, flaming ice, and wind spikes all fell like rain, pouring down upon the space beneath her. For a brief moment, her sister's eyes widened, and then two shields appeared in her hands, held above as the spell struck. A stone prison began to form around Aethiela as she couldn't avoid the onslaught from above and dodge simultaneously. The wind swirled like a tornado, focused around the older elf and sending damaging spells past her defenses. Tanilla allowed herself to descend, knowing she eventually had to face her sister head-on. She saw Max standing there on the edge of the field that was being obliterated by her rage. Every building was in the process of being destroyed, none able to withstand the spell she would name Tempest. He smiled, nodding as he stood there, a shield above him. Occasionally, a part of her storm would strike him, and he would simply shrug it off, his eyes fixed upon her. She could read his lips. End this. Each step she took closer to her sister caused the storm to grow. The wind was tearing up massive chunks of earth, pelting Aethiela from all around. And then, as she drew close enough, she saw the notification appear. Target acquired for Mind Devour. Draining. With effort, she held back the moan that wanted to escape her throat. Like someone desperate for water who finally feels the cool relief wash down their throat, Tanilla experienced one of the greatest pleasures she tried to avoid. Only Max could make her feel better than this, yet right now, using this on her sister awoke the feeling she remembered as a child. There had been a moment when she had almost given in to the hunger and lust of this ability. Her mind exploded, tingling, and she felt recharged. More mana flowed into her as the spell drained Aethiela of her intelligence and wisdom. Glimpses of memories started to appear, and gone was the part she hungered for. This was the moment she hated. Thousands of faces flashed before her as a scream cried out over the noise of the wind. So many faces, each one drawing close as Tanilla saw them from her sister's own eyes. At that moment, she could smell and taste the people Aethiela had pressed her lips against and drained their life. At least half of those she saw looked utterly afraid, yet many also looked ecstatic. Caught in that moment, her mind fought to maintain the focus needed to keep her Tempest spell going while allowing Mind Devour to do its job. Seconds passed, and the scream from her sister never subsided as a pair of eyes stared at her from under the shields, red blood trickling down her eye sockets. Blood flowed from all over Aethiela's body, the once glistening silver armor now turning red. I'll kill you." Those words were spoken in defiance, and Tanilla shook her head. Grinding her teeth, she dug deep, summoning walls of stone and air, reinforcing the prison that held her sister's feet. Father will, as Athela spoke, her body trembled and flashed a myriad of colors. "Kill you all, mind devour blocked." Her shout made Tanilla step back, knowing whatever trump skills her sister had been saving were now in play. Earth and stone flew out as her sister slammed a shield into the wall in the prison. Athela glared at her, taking slow steps in her direction. The howl of the wind didn't subside, yet a barrier had appeared between her and her sister's mind. "She has learned something to stop me," each moment her sister approached her. Athela pressed against the storm, ignoring the shards of ice, lightning bolts, flames, and wind buffeting her battered body. A glint of metal caught her attention as Athela's shield vanished, her arm coming forward, and a dagger flew at her. She moved to the side, but she wasn't fast enough. The distance was too close, and it plunged into her shoulder, missing its original target. Pain radiated through her body as the blade struck, and the storm's fury began to subside. Once again that smirk appeared on Athela's lips, and with the Tanilla's tempest spell beginning to diminish, the older elf pulled her sword out. "Like I said, you're going to." Her words stopped as her body flashed a few colors. Glancing down, Athela saw a hole in her abdomen, a solid 8 inches wide. Shock and surprise were present, and Tanilla stood, the dregs of her mana pool empty, but the spell she had been holding and building, knowing this moment would come, had done its job. "You stood still. You lose." Athela blinked repeatedly, the sword gone as her hand reached down, finding an air spear still inside her. "Practice, not depending upon others, and doing things myself," Tanilla said between tired breaths. A chuckle came from Athela, and she winced, coughing blood. She shook her head. "No, not today." Confused, Tanilla saw a look on her sister's face and tried to draw mana to send another spell, but knew she was drained completely. In her sister's hand was the bracelet that matched hers. "He's going to come, you're going to die." No, her shout didn't matter as Athela crushed her bracelet. Light erupted in that dark space as the cloud above dissipated, finally allowing light through. "What? Where is she?" Max shouted as he caught her as she sagged to her feet. Glancing up, Tanilla frowned, feeling his finger against her cheek. What did she use? The bracelet. She got out, taking a few more breaths and finally able to stand alone. I forgot, as I had sworn I'd never use it. It took her home to father. We need to go. Rakanath, I'm on my way." He could sense the direction his dragon was coming from. "Quick, get inside and help with Cordelia and get healed. I'll get us out of here." Max nodded, gently squeezing Cordelia's hand as he smiled at her. "Your family. Never forget that." Her eyes began to leak again at those words, and she nodded, their healer on one side of her and Tanilla on the other. He could only imagine how she felt and what she was dealing with. Hundreds of questions ran through his mind, but none needed to be asked right now. Max also knew he or the others would never ask most, so she got away. Sighing, Tanilla nodded. "I forgot about the bracelet's last function. Part of me thought I had everything locked down. While I want to believe she didn't make it, I have no doubt she's alive. Like a bug, she just won't die." So what's our plan now?" Fowl asked after a few moments of silence. "We return to Peltigau and make sure everyone is safe from there." Max's voice trailed off as he tried not to assume how things would go. "The tower," Cordelia said quietly. I need to get stronger." Her voice cracked, and both women gave her a gentle squeeze. Tears ran down her cheeks, and their archer sniffed, shaking her head. "I won't let them take anything else from me. It's bad enough they managed to take my storage item and all my equipment. How did they do that?" She shrugged at Fowl. "I don't know, I was drugged." Taking a deep breath, Cordelia appeared to steel herself. "Loris gave me a drink, and the next thing I knew, I was surrounded and far away from you all. Everything was gone." Her voice trembled at those last words. "I'm sorry, all those items, they—" "Don't apologize," Max said, shaking his head. "They're just items. You are worth far more than any of them. Besides, I wasn't sure how or when to give you this, but I made this before all this." The bow he made her appeared in his outstretched hand. Cordelia gasped when her eyes locked upon the bow he had crafted. A total of 4 large cores, 2 in both the top and bottom limbs, shimmered with a power that most couldn't imagine. "Damn, Bob, I wish you were here to witness this." A single string that looked like gold but was from a metal he had acquired from Igara's vault made the weapon ready to fire. "You made that for me?" Smiling, he nodded and motioned for her to take it. "I've been working hard on this. For so long, I knew you needed an upgrade, and Nimon was kind enough to donate to that cause. Go ahead and take it, see what it can do." Her eyes widened, and she took it from him with a trembling hand. Her eyes began to blink repeatedly, and he was glad Tanilla and Batrayer were beside her, keeping her legs from buckling. "Max, it's gods, now you got to tell me what it does," Fowl said with a chuckle. He saw the look Batrayer gave, but Cordelia started to laugh, shaking her head and clearing her throat. "I'm good. I can stand. Really." Both women gave her a little room as their archer took a few steps away. Rakanath thrummed slightly as the elf moved so that she was clear of the others. The field they had landed in and exited Max's dimensional space was surrounded by trees on all sides. Slowly, she held the bow out with her left hand, reached for the string, and pulled it back. An arrow appeared on it, causing their warrior to curse. The shimmering white arrow grew brighter, and when Cordelia let the string go, it streaked across the field, covering a 200-yard gap. It then hit a tree, shattering the thick trunk and traveling through it to the next one. Holy elf tits, Max smiled as his friend repeated his usual curse. The same things happened 3 more times, and soon, well over a dozen trees fell to the ground, causing a loud crashing noise even from this distance, sending birds into the air. It takes time to recharge, Max said as he pointed at the orbs. Each one holds a charge. Still, it's nice to know you can. Cordelia was upon him, arms wrapped around his chest, her new bow smacking him in the back and burying her face against his shoulder. He smiled, gently patting her back and using his other hand to brush her unbraided hair. Like I said, your family. Besides, I like you better than Fowl, so I wanted you to have something better than him. Bah, you suck, their warrior exclaimed. I just want to know the stats. Laughing, Cordelia gave Max another squeeze and let go. Turning to see everyone staring at her, she coughed. Sorry, I got a little overwhelmed. You're fine, dear, Batria replied. Just promise me you don't tell him. I like watching Fowl pout. Everyone laughed as their warrior held up his middle finger. Bah, just know when the time comes and he finally gives me something good. I'm not saying a word, so what I already made you isn't any good, Max asked. Bah, Fowl started sputtering, trying to backtrack. You're fine, I understand, and maybe later. For now, let's head home. I know we could use a good night's rest, and I want to let Everett know how things are. Summoning the dimensional space, he motioned for all of them to enter. I'll teleport us home in a minute, if you're okay with being inside. Cordelia nodded, letting Tanilla lead her in by the hand, eyes still locked on the bow he had made her. Fowl came up beside him as all 3 women made their way inside. So any chance you'll tell me? Smiling, he shook his head. No, but I'll try to make something like hers for you later. Perhaps I can branch out if you end up with weapon mastery. Snorting, their warrior let out a sigh. You know, for a moment, I wasn't sure how she would do. I can't imagine what she's endured, and yet to see that smile on her face after you gave her that weapon. It makes me think that Akram might love us all. Putting a hand on his friend's shoulder, Max gave him a gentle squeeze. I'd agree with that statement. Now go inside and try to behave. I don't want to lose my bet with Tanilla. Bet? About what? How many times will Batra hit you? Laughing, Fowl gave him a wink. I'll see what I can do. Closing the space after they were all inside, Max turned to see Rakanath's silver eyes fixed on him. You and them, it is a strange thing. That woman is hiding it well. You know that, though. Who knew a dragon could read people so well? Max asked, moving to the outstretched snout. But you're right. We all know it, and she must feel she has to be strong. I'm not sure how she's going to handle it all. Tanilla told me she will stay with her for a few nights. Something tells me Cordelia will need her more than I will. You still feel ready to slaughter another 100 elves or more. I can sense it. Sighing, Max exhaled slowly. Right now, I'm about a moment from doing something I know I shouldn't, but there is going to be a reckoning. Whoever was involved in this will learn what happens when you mess with my family. Spreading his wings and shifting slightly, Rakanath started to thrum. It would appear that you are exactly like Erthan said you were. And what is that? Dangerous, his dragon replied. A few months ago, she told me that the day you arrived in her home she was actually terrified. Not only did you bear our father's mark, but you also gave off an aura she could detect. What do you mean, like the one from the tower? Shaking his head, Rakanath snorted, sending mucus flying. No, those dragons you fought. Could you sense the danger they presented? Taking a moment, Max considered all the times he had looked upon Igora, knowing she was dangerous. Even in the tower when he faced Cunios, there was a presence. I could. Do you sense that from Erthan? Frowning, Max realized that he didn't. No, why is that? Because you are stronger than her, and you know it. You do not fear her. Deep down inside, you knew you could kill her if it were required. She knew that as well. When we were attacked by Chemrus, I could sense his aura. We were outmatched only because Erthan had to protect me. She chased him off and suffered for it. Somewhere out there, that gold dragon is most likely planning his return. And like you feel toward these elves, I feel the same about him. So you're going to kill him. A growl made Rakanath's lips rise, showing a maw full of teeth. I'm going to rip his wings apart, drive him to the ground, and then tear out his heart. When I'm done with him, he'll learn the mistake he made that day. In the same way these elves are going to learn the mistake they made. Max couldn't help but laugh, ignoring that his dragon was still growling, eyes narrowed slightly. You find this funny? Shaking his head, Max just smiled. No, far from it. I'm just laughing because you and I, it appears, are very much alike. Together, we will teach this world and everyone else that comes after us that we're not to be trifled with. Rakanath stopped his growling and started to thrum again. Then let us head home. I can sense the plan you have already. Putting his hand on the silver scale of his friend, Max felt his jaw tighten. You know me too well. You can't do this. Max ignored the pair of elves trying to stop him, his foot connecting with the doors that groaned under the second kick he delivered. They were beginning to buckle under the weight of their size, hinges having been torn from the stone. Do not get between me, or it will be your last mistake." His voice felt dark, yet he didn't care. 5 elves were dead already, foolish enough to attack him. Each of them died to a single strike from his fist. "Your princess attacked my friend. She threatened my family. I am here for answers, and if you attempt to stop me, I shall consider you one of the zealots like those." His voice boomed out in the hallway, and the pair cowered. Once more he kicked the doors, causing them to split apart. Behind them was Niccolo, frantically stuffing things in a pouch. Max could see that something was in his hand, demonic teleportation. His hand was a blur, his weapon passing through the elf's wrist, cutting off the hand that held a crystal shimmering with power. Not missing a beat, Max caught the falling appendage and stored it. As blood squirted from the wound, he withdrew a healing potion and held it out. The faction leader of the Enlightened Souls cried out in pain, dropping the pack he had been holding. Max reached out, grabbed the older elf by the collar, and brought him before his face. "Drink it, or I'll force it down your throat," he growled. It took a moment for Niccolo to recover from the actions that transpired in less than 2 seconds. "I drink," without needing to be told again. The faction leader grabbed the potion Max had used his thumb to uncork and drained it, causing his wound to start to regrowing his hand. "That potion is worth more than you are, but I need you to understand that I will tear you apart and rebuild you countless times if you don't do what I say." His sonar detected an arrow coming for him, and without looking back, Max's now free hand reached out, catching the arrow mid-flight. Through the doors was an elven woman, her lips in a sneer as she began to lose another arrow at him. Stone mastery. The sound of her body being crushed between the stones he had pulled from the ceiling in the hallway, and the floor echoed into the room. He could feel the aura of an attacker, sensing the change in his body. Shaking his head, Max turned his attention back to Niccolo. "You and I need to talk, and I don't want to deal with all this." A cry came from the older elf as he activated his planetary waypoint skill. Max frowned as he studied Niccolo's face. The elf's heart rate hadn't changed the entire time, letting him know that the faction leader wasn't lying. He wanted to shout, but having already destroyed a few trees to prove his point, Max didn't want to look like a pouting child. Even though the older elf had pale skin, the blood drain was obvious. He hadn't stopped trembling since they appeared in the forest, where he had spent time with Rakanath a while back. "So in a city you claim to be unaware of everything, the princess did things without your knowledge. That makes it seem like the royal family isn't happy with you. Are you after what happened in the arena? The queen, she told me my time would come when a replacement was found. Now I'm certain that time will come sooner than I had anticipated. It's been almost half a year. What do you mean that time will come sooner? Time is different for us. Soon doesn't mean a day, a week, or even a month." The older elf's words rang true, and Max realized he was looking at the short term. Words from the tower and Chromie replayed in his mind. Implications of actions that last generations and beyond. The elves are playing a long-term game. Is a year or even a decade really that long to them? So the rumors you heard then. "I couldn't get anyone to confirm, and just because I heard whispers of a princess in our city beyond the one you have in your party, I wouldn't get involved with Aethiela unless I had to. You know her reputation." Frowning, Max nodded. "I'm not a fan of you. Do you realize that?" Without waiting, the faction leader nodded. "It's obvious for many reasons. Your people tried to kill me and my friends. By order of this." Max's hand slapped the older elf, cutting him off. "I don't care who ordered it. You acted upon it. Even if your life is forfeited, that was a decision you made. Now you're going to do something, and before you tell me no, I will give you only one chance to make the right decision. Do you understand?" Swallowing, Niccolo slowly nodded. "We're going to return to your faction house. You're going to raid the vault and give me whatever I want. And don't think for a moment you'll give me stuff from just one of the lesser or other vaults. I know about them all, even the ones hidden by dimensional magic." His silver eyes widened. "I bet that's death." His voice was just a whisper, yet Max heard the fear conveyed in each word. "Possibly. However, I'll be kind and take you somewhere to hide from the king and queen. Choose not to do what I say, and it's an excruciating death. After that, I'll find the next one who can do what I want. If I have to work my way through the entire faction house, I will. But the aura, you'll be hunted." Laughing, Max pointed at the trees that were standing upright in the field where he had driven them into the ground. "Tell me, Niccolo, who is going to stop me?" For a moment, the faction leader didn't say a word as a gentle breeze blew across them. The sunlight slowly faded, and the sky turned into a beautiful shade of orange and red. Eventually, Niccolo's eyes found his. It would appear very few. Bobbing his head, Max let out a grunt. "This means you need to decide how to proceed from this moment. But trust me when I say I'm the only one giving you a chance to live if you do what I say." A little over a dozen more elves found themselves sent to the afterlife, each having learned the hard way that their weapons and spells didn't affect him. 2 managed to land a blow that scratched him, and both were burned beyond recognition. "No more should bother us," Niccolo stated as he locked the door behind them. "They can't get through here." With a nod, Max's frown never left his lips. "Did you realize how many zealots you have in your faction? I don't consider them what you call them." "None of us do," he replied, leading Max down a hallway. You forget we are taught to hate humans. His voice echoed off the white stone walls, and he saw Niccolo wince a little. Yes, but you have to understand what your people did. It was 2,000 years ago, Max stated. 2,000 years ago, a price was paid in blood. Your goddess has unleashed a cleansing on my kind for that long, and trust me when I say that nothing my people did could even compare to what yours are doing. He was shocked when the older elf spun around, nostrils flaring and a scowl appearing. Are you sure? Were you there? No. Having lived as long as I have, you learn the history of what took place, and for a moment our people were close to being wiped out. Flecks of saliva flew at him as a slender finger pointed at him. Your people murdered my kind and the dwarves with impunity. So many had to flee across the waters for safety. Most never returned, and now you come here, forcing me to betray my people and deciding to lecture me on who the villain is. Are you sure it's not you? Max started to laugh. Inside him was a sensation of amusement at being called such a thing. Oh, Bob, how many times have we discussed this? If I must play that role to protect my friends and family, he replied, leaning forward, stopping right before Niccolo's finger was against his chest, then I will be the greatest villain the elves have ever seen. The older elf started to speak, and Max swatted his hand away, shaking his head. I tried to live without retaliation, and you know how many times your people kept coming after me. Over and over, I looked the other way. I turned the other cheek, yet not once did your people stop. Then your princess, Aethila Gilmanor, made the greatest mistake of your kind. She took one of my friends and held her captive. She took an elf and tortured her to lure me and another to a fight, hoping to kill us. He could see Niccolo leaning away from him. The entire being of the elf was trembling as it was Max's turn to poke a finger in someone's chest. We almost killed her, but she escaped by using an item. Otherwise, your people would have one less royal who seeks the blood of others. But if calling me a villain helps you feel better about yourself, know my name will be one every elven parent whispers to their children as a warning. They will make sure that your kind never seeks to kill us again. Doing so might summon me again, and a time might return where most of your people are wiped out. The sound of Niccolo swallowing seemed loud as his voice trailed off. I forgive me. Those words were a whisper as the faction leader looked away and at the floor. Forgiveness isn't coming, but you can earn freedom. Now hurry. I don't have much time and must deal with other things. Macy and Molly both looked at each other. Each looked terrified, and Max couldn't understand why they hadn't learned yet. His sudden appearance in their throne room, the binding of guards who had attempted to attack him with stone, none of this was new. He let his aura go for a second, allowing them to sense how much stronger he had become. Their eyes widened to a whole new level. You don't understand, Macy proclaimed. You are going to bring war and destruction upon us. I'm doing this. The guy whom you both know was hunted by you and the elves. Are we not forgetting that you too allowed the elves to cull our people for more power? I know you can't answer my question about what happened to your father, but tell me, do you honestly believe either of you has a chance of surviving without me? Macy's red eyes glared at him while Molly stayed silent, her head slowly moving up and down. But the report, your aura, how can you hope to survive? He's stronger than any of us, Molly replied, answering her sister's question. Who is going to stop him? Besides, we both know he's right. Max watched as the pair stared at each other, sensing something taking place between them without words. Tell me, will you drag us into this, or are you here for a different reason? Smiling, he shrugged. You two can thank Everett. He is the one who told me I needed to inform you about what happened. While factions aren't supposed to get involved in wars or kingdom conflicts, we both know that hasn't been something the elves have been honoring. Even if you can't or won't do anything when Savantus reaches out and demands or tells you something, let him know I'm coming to him. Tell him Max Haast said that for every human he commands to be killed, I'll do the same to his people, but at a scale he can't imagine. But the gods, he shook his head at Macy, seeing the fear in her eyes. Why don't you have a bloodline? Why hasn't Phaeus granted you his? She reacted as if he had slapped her, almost hitting her head against the ornate throne. What do you mean? Neither of you possesses the bloodline, and I'm guessing he may have offered it at some point. Yet it hasn't come. Why is that? You know about the bloodline, Molly asked. I do, which should tell you more than I'm allowed to say. Now then, for the last time I will lay all my cards on the table, and if you can't tell that I'm serious by the red aura surrounding me right now, I won't repeat myself. He took a few steps closer to where they both sat, each shifting on their thrones as he did so. All this, Max said, motioning in every direction with his hands, rests upon doing what I say. Go against me or attempt to deceive me, and I'll not hesitate to end your lives and choose someone else to rule this kingdom until Phaeus and I talk again. He smiled as both of their mouths fell open at his last words. I'm not threatening you, I am simply informing you of the consequences. Your bloodlust and appetite are going to end. Either learn to be queens who rule for the people and do what is right, or I'll find someone who is willing. Do you understand? Macy's face matched her eyes, and for a moment he believed there might be one less queen in the kingdom. Finally, she took a deep breath and simply nodded. You've changed, Max Haast, Molly said. What happened to the young boy who stood before us not long ago? He grew up because people pissed him off. I'm done using a carrot. From now on, all I'll use is a chopping block. Both seemed to unconsciously touch their necks slightly. Good. Now then, I need to accomplish about 100 other things. Just remember, I'm not in the mood, and if I think you've acted wrong for a moment, I may overreact. With a snap of his finger for show, the stone bindings that had imprisoned the guards vanished before he moved to a window and jumped onto the sill. Behave or die, you decide. How did that go? Max shrugged and looked over the paperwork he had drawn up. Everett, you and I both know neither of them are the queens we need, but if they screw up, you're going to find yourself on that throne. We both know I don't want that job. Sighing, he signed the papers before him and slid them across the desk to his faction leader. What do you think the others will do? Taking the papers from him, Everett stored them before picking up the small glass of alcohol and downing it in a single gulp. No one is happy with what has happened. There is already a slight migration of adventurers who have left the other factions. Some aren't excited at the potential prospect of war, yet none doubt the power you and your team have. A rolled-up parchment appeared in his hand, and a second later, the map of all the known lands was before them on Everett's desk. With Dagon most likely supporting you, or willing to stay out of this fight, it becomes a two-kingdom battle. Know that once this letter reveals what the elves were doing to our people, you'll have a short window to solve some things before many demand action. This is why I specifically state that anyone who decides to cause problems will deal with me. Everett grunted. You can't face the entire world on your own. You know that. Max grinned. That's the thing. I'm not alone, and you know it. Over and over, the thread pulsed with power, and Bob couldn't help but smile. You're out there killing people. Max, what in the world is happening outside of here? The prison he was held in felt smaller as each surge of energy coursed through the connection. He had been surprised at how many continued to come, well over 30 in what seemed like such a short time. A crack had formed where the thread came through, and he chose to study it, not trying to push too much and draw attention to the weakened state. How many more are going to die by your hand? I can only imagine what you are feeling. Rage and anger flooded through the bond, and Bob realized there was a danger to what was happening on the other side. These fools thinking it's safer to keep me locked up in here and separated from you, to know that if this continues then. He paused that thought, and a fear struck him for the first time in so long as pieces seemed to fall into place. Do they desire that hunger? Are they the reason why I have always been so focused on simply killing and destroying everything? If that is their goal for myself and the other two, what do they fear about me being how I am? With nothing but time on his hands, Bob started to consider all the potential reasons why the system seemed to want Max like this, and nothing he came up with left him in a good mood. Max, be smart. Remember who you are. How is she? Tanilla just hugged him for a few more seconds. Cordelia is hurting, but she is trying to be strong. She broke down once after waking up screaming. Batcher and I took turns being in there with her. I'm unsure how she will manage, but I know we can't leave her alone. Never again, Max said quietly, gently stroking the gold hair that glowed. Let's give her a day or two, and then we'll attempt to complete a tower floor. I need to work on a few items, and the next few days will be messy. Loosening the embrace a little, Tanilla looked at him and frowned. Messy. Things are already messy. If I didn't want to keep myself from being flagged like you, I might cause some problems. Still, how are things with Bob? Sighing, Max shook his head. I got like 50 notifications that Consume is still locked. No stats, no skills. Part of me didn't expect anything, but I did have a little hope that something might come through. And the Queen's behaving for now. How long till I should expect something from your father? Chewing on her lip for a few seconds, Tanilla's gold eyes darted back and forth. If Athila told him about you and me and our child, it won't be long. He'll have to act. I'm guessing he will reach out to Thaija and have a quick conversation, depending on how that goes. Which is why I'm about to head to the temple myself. Phaeus and I need to talk. Lying her head back against his shoulder, Max felt her squeeze a little tighter than normal. Tell me this is all worth it, you're my everything. And suddenly it feels like the world knows. So many worlds and gods are against us. Even the tower. With learned practice, Max gently massaged her neck with his fingers, holding her tight. The day you told me you loved me, I swore to you that no matter what, I'd protect you. I made a promise and I intend to keep it. I'll find a way to destroy anyone or anything that stands in the way of that. Giving her a gentle kiss on her head, he grinned. Now then, if you don't mind letting me go, I need to try and summon a god or two. Boy, you make my life difficult, do you know that? Max nodded at the older woman who sat beside him, eyes still closed but able to sense the wry smile on her lips. Mother. Kathleen, please, hearing that from you sounds wrong. Kathleen, I had considered trying to sneak my way inside the temple, but knew it wasn't the best option either. As we already discussed, me suddenly appearing, this red glow around me would have caused a few people to overreact, and I'd rather not kill anyone I don't have to. Yes, word has spread already. Many more than usual are coming to the temple, praying to Phaeus. Everyone can sense the tension, and so many look to you as some kind of savior. Sighing, Max opened an eye and studied the older woman. Her white hair seemed to shine and her blue eyes were locked on him. I'm no savior, I'm just a man who wants to protect the people he loves and everyone else who is innocent. which none of us are, she replied after snorting. You know that as well as anyone. Closing his eyes, Max shrugged. Children are that for me is enough. Now tell me, do you have any advice for me? She shook her head. Don't die. This world needs you. I'm trying my best not to die. Still, I need Faius to hurry up. Time isn't something I have a lot of. Her laugh seemed strange to him, and Max could sense she was amused. Time, you're talking to a woman old enough to have seen you live and die at least twice from old age. We've been here less than an hour, and you're already anxious. Do not forget he has many worlds, and we cannot fathom what is happening across them all. Many worlds, and to think that Faius is a small god weaker than Akram, a lot weaker than Thija. What does it take to acquire all that he has? Kathleen, I have a question since you brought it up. Do you know how many worlds Faius is part of? He could sense her frown, jaw muscles tightening as she kept looking at him, unaware that even with his eyes closed, he saw her better than with them open. No, I just know there are others. Those things are beyond my knowledge and scope. My task is to simply be the one who. She stopped speaking as a light appeared on the other side of the room and quickly dropped from the bench they were sitting on, putting her forehead to the stone floor. You can rise. Max opened both eyes and saw the god he had reached out to walk through the portal, an expression of displeasure etched upon Faius's face. It is an honor to serve. I shall leave you too. Kathleen stayed low, bent over, and made her way to the door, her head lifting upwards just enough for her to gaze upon the one she served. Still sitting, Max tapped the bench next to him and smiled. I appreciate you coming. Part of me wasn't sure. A low growl came from the god, who pulled out a crystal chair and sat facing him. It was evident that you were reaching out from the amount of power she offered. While I appreciate that gift, you are not making my life easy. What have you been doing? How am I causing problems? Are you talking about things outside of this world? Faius closed both eyes and ran his hand down his face twice before grunting. I can sense the aura, so I know you've passed the 60th floor. That means there are some things we can speak of now that I couldn't before, but much is still off limits. The world you were a champion of that is no longer the case, yet your name has spread across many worlds. I have been granted audiences with gods who never knew my name. What you possess within you is no longer a secret, and rumors are spreading. Alliances are being formed, and chaos is. As if he had reached across the space and wrapped both hands around the god's neck, words suddenly stopped coming from Faius. Coughing once, the god frowned. I cannot speak on that. Now then, tell me, why am I here? Let me give you the quick version. Faius stared at the drink in his hand, having sipped it once and already commented on it being a lesser drink to him. So another war with the elves. That would explain some of the problems with Thija. Still, Akram is with us. Last I spoke with him. As I mentioned, he is next on my list of gods to hopefully visit with. Bobbing his head, Faius tapped his leg with a few fingers. He should come. He knows how important you are. You keep saying that but can't expound upon it. Rules. Soon you shall find yourself bound by more rules than you can imagine. Had I known that so many would have been forced upon me, I might have instead chosen not to become what I am. Still, you already know what I'm going to say. The tower I need to keep going. Power comes through it. It sets the stage for the future. You cannot imagine your potential because of your skill, which you can't talk about. Faius nodded. I'm walking a fine line as it is. There is a limit, and I can sense how close I am to stepping over it and experiencing the consequences for that. So instead, focus on what we can do right now. Thija, she is going to come for you. Yet you said she cannot stop me, which is why it will be once again through your allies. This city provides them protection. Leave it, and the small amount it provides will be gone. Enter her domain, and I cannot assist there. Would she intervene? I mean, if we were fighting inside the city. Spinning the cup slowly, Faius stared at it momentarily, watching the caramel liquid move around in the glass. Possibly it would take much for me to come to my city, but if someone like you were here, waging a war against my people, the choices would be limited. There are none strong enough here to stop you. Those two, part of me has often wondered if allowing them to continue ruling was wise. Now I am considering taking their life myself. Now isn't the time, and we both know it. Smiling, Faius nodded. You are wise for someone so young. Perhaps you learned the lessons well from Chromie, was it? I don't think he appreciates that name, but yes. The repercussions of that action would make the coming months harder on your people. Perhaps they will finally learn to rule as they should have been all along. But bloodlines, you cannot tell me more. All I can do is confirm what you already said. You are on your way to acquiring one much quicker than most, and yet, as you stated, the way you have acquired them is unique. And the bonus of your bloodline, I cannot share that detail. It is something very helpful to the one who possesses it, not as powerful as the elves, Max asked. Wincing, Faius shook his head. Different. Each one is different. The two you mentioned are ones I'm not sure what they provide, but both would have great potential. I will try to ask around and see if I can acquire any knowledge of what you have done and what it might lead to. But again. He tapped his throat. Rules, Max muttered. Rules. Both men sat there a moment in silence. What's wrong? You're not telling me something. Max's thumbs rubbed against each other as his hands rested on his legs. My skill is locked. It did something, allowing me to take my dragon. Your dragon, the crystal chair fell over, bouncing off the stone floor, and Phaeus was on his feet, eyes wide, staring at him. Oh, I guess I forgot to mention that. Surely one of the other gods would have mentioned that. Yeah, I have one I'm bound to. Groaning, the god picked up his chair and stored it, pacing the room for a moment, muttering something under his breath. Having a dragon isn't a bad thing, is it? Dagon seemed. The Dwarf King, that means OCKRIMKNOWS. Phaeus's voice shook the whole room, and Max wondered if others in the building could sense the vibration. Maybe. I'm guessing that Dagon would mention it to Akram if they spoke. I'm so going to stick my foot up. Taking a deep breath, it took a few more before Phaeus could calm down. No, having a dragon isn't bad at all. Being bound to one tells me I've been played for a fool. So many things now make sense, and there will be a conversation with another god, and for once I might actually come out ahead. Ahead, waving off Max's question, Phaeus started to smile. You have no idea and won't until you complete the tower. But returning to what you said before, your skill is locked. Yeah, since it allowed my dragon to enter the tower with us, I can't get skills anymore, and it says it's locked. Max watched as a different kind of frown appeared on his current companion. That's not good. I can try to know, actually I can't. Doing so would bring attention to both of us in a way I doubt we want. Perhaps the one whom I'm guessing allowed you to bind yourself to a dragon can help. You know him? Phaeus grunted and nodded. Oh, I know him, but if what you say is true, I need to leave. There are so many pieces in play, and I cannot keep my eye on all of them. Pointing a finger at the corner of the room, Phaeus snapped his fingers and pointed once more. Get in the tower, get stronger. With what is coming, you need not delay. I know, but I was going to visit Akram if possible. Shaking his head, the human god took a few steps backward and a portal appeared behind him. No, I'll deal with him. Get in the tower, Max. You need to complete it. With those words said, Phaeus stepped through the portal, leaving him alone in the room. Oh, Bob, nothing's ever easy, is it? Max watched as the rest of his party stood beside him, everyone doing their best not to focus on Cordelia, who was holding Tanilla's hand, ignoring the comedy taking place around them. You understand that I'm technically supposed to ask you to refrain from entering the tower, sir. Nodding, he glanced at the pair of guards who had not approached any of them when they got out of the carriage. Every other party present had moved to the side. I do, and you know that we're still going to enter the tower. A snort came from a dwarf in another party behind them. Just doing my job, sir. Please understand I mean no disrespect. Max smiled, watching as the younger man winced a little after he did so. I wouldn't expect anything less. Besides, I already sent a letter to your captain. She knows where to find me. With that, Max touched the portal and selected the 70th floor. He first noticed a crystal circle surrounding them about 20 yards away. They were in an enclosed dome, and beyond it lay a hallway made of green worked stone which appeared to lead into a dungeon-looking area. Well, that's not what I expected, Fowl said. I guess I should say I hoped for some large open space. Why, their warrior looked at him and shrugged. Easier to get through. These underground ones have been difficult lately. They've all been difficult, Batrayer said as everyone came to stand near the circle's edge. Did you see if there are rewards yet? Shaking his head, Max motioned at the two elves. I wanted to wait for everyone. Bending down, he touched the crystal and felt its power run through him. Tower floor 70 reached. Completion of tower floor 69 achieved. Full level of tower experience granted. Calculating results of previous floors. Results totaled. Full level experience granted skill gem X3. Error experience denied. No replacement given for lost experience. Determining skill gem based on current skills. Current skills are varied, special gem given. Skill gem granted epic rank random skill, granted upon use. Skill gem granted epic rank random skill, granted upon use. Skill gem granted epic rank random skill, granted upon use. Crafting item legendary or. Crafting item legendary or. Crafting item legendary bone. Potion elixir of stats X3. A murmur from the others came as the items spilled out onto the stone floor. That's a lot of items, Fowl said. I guess we shouldn't complain at all. Nodding, Max quickly stored the crafting items, his skill telling him that both of the ores had some uses for armor and weapons, while the bone was not usable at all by him. Glancing at the skill shards in his hand, Max considered their potential use now that Bob was locked. I'd never have considered even using these, especially with my sister and her needs, but now. What's on your mind? Tanilla asked as she collected the items awarded to her, just wondering what using one of these might be like. I mean, the skill could be anything, and with Bob being how he is, I'm wondering if I should keep saving them for Stacy or use one myself. Do you think it would be anything worthwhile? He shrugged and saw their mage studying him. Well, if the gods loved me. Which we know some do, Fowl quickly stated. Clearing his throat, Max frowned at his friend but otherwise ignored him. If they love me, could I get a skill worth using? I mean, the odds of that are likely slim, but part of me wants to try. The other part of me knows how valuable they are for my sister. The sound of a moan came as Cordelia crushed one between her fists. Green magic ran up her arm, and she smiled at them. She doesn't look half bad in that outfit, even though it's a mismatch of so many things. Max knew their archer was frustrated at the loss of her gear. If the Elven King ever managed to unbind the items inside it, they would have a major upgrade to anyone who got their hands on the gear the tower had given them. Storing the shards for now, he stood up holding the 3 elixirs in his hands and moved to where Cordelia was. Take these. Both of her eyes narrowed, and she frowned. I'm not looking for handouts. And I'm not offering one, Max replied, extending his hands again. You lost a lot of stats with your gear being taken. If you've learned anything about how I operate, I give my stuff to the weakest party member to help shore up those spots. Since Fowl's not in last place anymore, you need these. Now stop looking like you sucked on a lemon and take these. He watched as Cordelia started to say something and then stopped. A few seconds passed, and she glanced past him at the others watching. You're serious? Just like that. 3 elixirs even when you know what they could do for your sister. Need I remind you that you're family? His words caused her to swallow and a grunt to escape as if someone had almost punched her. No, I just... Then take it. Family helps each other, and you know it. I'm not here to baby you or carry you. We both know that isn't what you want, but our options are limited. With a sigh, their archer gave a small nod and took the 3 elixirs from him. Her brown eyes held his gaze, and he smiled, gently patting her arm. After she'd given up her reservations at not taking them, the other 3 had all moved forward, each holding out a single elixir. Don't thank me, Fowl replied, handing her one. I just don't want to start winning when it comes to killing things. She snorted and shook her head. You're amazing, Tanilla whispered as she waited her turn. I know, Max replied, wanting to laugh as she rolled her eyes. Everyone started drinking their elixirs and using their skill shards, and Max couldn't help but smile when Fowl started doing a little dance, having acquired a 4th melee weapon skill and the famed weapon mastery ability. Perhaps now we can give you a good sword, he stated as they prepared to head deeper into the tower floor. I won't say no, their warrior replied. Part of me can't wait to bash something. A groan came from Fowl as the portal appeared in the middle of the room they were all in. Finally, no more puzzles, the dwarf exclaimed. My head is still hurting. Max said nothing as his friend moved toward the portal just a dozen yards away. He isn't wrong, Tanilla said. This last one was brutal. Nodding, he studied the 4 massive statues of wizards in their large circular room. Slowly, the runes along their base faded, and the truth was none of the puzzles they had faced in the last 2 days had been easy. Who would have imagined each of those statues needed sound to react? Max said, and then there was the stupid pattern recognition and having to move as one. You all should have given Fowl a potion after he tripped and stepped on the wrong one, resetting everything, Cordelia called out from her side of the room. Smiling, Max laughed, and they all made their way to the blue portal, ready for whatever came next. You got to be crapping me, Fowl said as he pointed at the giant beanstalk that wound upward into the cloud. Is that a beanstalk? Batrier asked. Max, do you think you could fly up there and see? He could sense all of them starting to look at him, but his eyes weren't focused on the obvious part of this tower floor. All around were farms, and he could see houses and what looked like people working from far away. Other than the portal behind them, they appeared to be in the countryside of some kingdom. Green grass, trees, crops that looked ready to harvest, and animals were all in his line of sight. I see it as well, Cordelia said, following his gaze. Someone or something is out there, and we're in the middle of a giant valley. He knew she was right, though valley was maybe not the right term. Massive mountains rose up on both sides, and there were easily 20 miles or more between them. A river cut through the lush landscape, and far off in the direction they had been facing upon appearing here was what looked like a larger city. So what's the plan? Fowl asked. We staying or taking a break? We've talked about this, Max replied. The point of everything was to come into the tower and get stronger. Even though I know you all have a full level of experience, beyond that we have nothing to show for the last 2 days. Well, we did get 1 to all stats and 0.5 for our dragon and demon blessings, Batrier said. Smacking his lips, Max nodded. Still something about this seems off. I mean, after an entire tower floor dedicated to puzzles, part of me knows we're supposed to look at that beanstalk and ask what's up with that. The other part of me feels it's too obvious and perhaps not what we think it is. So we what? Ignore the giant green thing growing up from the ground and vanishing into the clouds and check out the city below, Fowl asked. Maybe, Max replied. Either way we'll need to. His words were cut off as the blue sky filled with soft clouds and a gentle breeze immediately began to change. As if someone had cast a spell, the clouds began to streak across the sky, turning dark, and a fierce wind blew from every direction. What in the... Fowl stopped talking as a peal of thunder rang out and echoed around the valley. Large raindrops began to fall from the sky, a torrential downpour starting immediately as the sky grew dark. Rivets of water began to flow around their feet, moving down from the small elevated place where they stood. Only then did Max notice how many of the paths where the water was flowing were already formed. Without waiting, he summoned an air wall above them and a stone wall behind him. He glanced at Tanilla and saw her chewing on her lip, her gold eyes scanning the storm that was building around them. "Something's wrong, I can feel it," she said after a few moments. "It's definitely a magic thing. Look, all that storm is centered around the beanstalk." Everyone looked where she was pointing and saw that the clouds had gathered around that spot and circled it like vultures over a dead carcass. "My mind is fried," Fowl muttered. "You just tell me what you all want to do. If we head to the city, can I be lazy and ask to ride inside your storage space? I'd prefer not to get soaked if I don't have to. So what, only I'm supposed to get wet?" Max asked as he began to open his dimensional space. "Please," their warrior teased. "We all know you can control water, and out of all of us, this storm will impact you the least. Besides, unless you want to play, chase the dwarf as we slide down a hill or something in this weather, it's better for you to have us tucked away somewhere nice and dry." Rolling his eyes, Max motioned to the open doorway. "Get inside, I'll head toward that city." Tanilla held back as the other three went in, stroking his cheek with her thumb. "You're not going to explore the beanstalk first?" Grinning leaned toward her and kissed her. "You know me too well, don't you?" Max couldn't help but smile as he flew through the air, his wind mastery directing his path while the elemental essence mastery allowed him to divert all the rain near him. Just how big is this stupid beanstalk? He flew around it in circles, noticing that someone had carved out stairs along the inside. No rain seemed to strike that section, bouncing off the lush green outside. So with at least a mile or two into the sky, people are climbing up this thing to do what? Considering the possibilities, he flew upward, trying to see if anyone was coming up or down the giant plant. The closer Max got to the clouds, the wind began to dissipate, and the rain that fell lessened as the clouds drew tight around the beanstalk. However, each cloud that touched it was whiter and puffier. Reaching the top, he reached out with his hand. What in the gods? The soft appearance of the cloud didn't move at all. Instead, it was just as hard as a stone. Moving a foot away, he smirked and then punched the outside. No movement came from the cloud, and his hand sent the shock of being stopped radiating up his arm briefly. Looking to his right, Max saw the staircase on the stalk and flew toward it, surprised that nothing stopped him from reaching the stairs. Within a few seconds, he found himself poking out of the top of the clouds, finding an entirely different world than the one below. Gigantic buildings, all made of metal, might have been the first thing to surprise him if he had not seen one like this before. Instead, it was the sight of oversized chickens, massive cows, and other animals, all shaped like finely crafted automatons. What in the world is this? Even though no one was around, his mouth couldn't hold back the shock at what he witnessed. Everything looked at least 10 times the size of the normal creature or building he was used to. If those things are this big, then how big must whatever lives inside the building be? His intellect helped him calculate just how large the door to the oversized dwelling was. It had to be close to 200 feet, and the roof had to reach much higher into the perfectly blue sky. Part of him wanted to keep exploring, but the other part, who had promised his allies he wouldn't, held him back. Instead, he turned and descended the steps carved into the beanstalk, watching the rain continue falling like liquid sheets on the landscape. Seeing anything was impossible, as the downpour was too thick. With nowhere to go, he summoned his dimensional storage and entered, smiling at them all. "So what did you find?" Fowl asked, holding a drink in a hand as he reclined in a chair off to the side. "I reached the beanstalk, and I went into the clouds." "Of course you did," Cordelia muttered, "but I didn't go any further. I returned and couldn't see anything as the storm was too strong, so I figured I'd come in here and see if you all wanted to check out the part inside the clouds." "The way you're smiling," Tanilla said as she cocked her head slightly, "makes me wonder what we're going to find." "Only one way to see," Max replied as he motioned to the steps outside his dimensional space. He couldn't help himself, laughing as all four had cursed, seeing the animals grazing on the metallic ground. "What are they eating?" "Is that metal grass?" Fowl asked. "It appears so," Max said. "I didn't go past this point, and I think you can all imagine how hard it was for me not to. Now then, do we want to explore or wait for the storm to stop and then see what we can find out below?" "You're thinking about what Chromie said, aren't you?" Batrier asked. "I am. If we go in there and find something that looks scary or gets aggressive, we all know it will end in a fight. Judging from the size of things out here, I'd rather not have to have that if we don't need to. I figure the best option is to figure out what this floor is all about." "Like a test?" their warrior asked. "I mean, do you think this is another test?" "I think they're all tests," Max replied. "If I had to guess, everything we face from this point on has to have a reason, and it can't just be to grind experience. We level up well, you all level up each time we pass a tower floor. We also gain full experience in the tower floor level. We haven't gotten gems in a while, which means we can't farm our tower experience," Fowl muttered. "Something else we were lied to about." Nodding, Max and the rest learned that after they had been judged, the floors after level 60 couldn't be entered again. Now they were all locked out of anything past the 59th. "Something else Everett and the rest really need to know. I think we're forgetting what Chromie told us," Max said. "We're being trained for after the tower. Everything has a reason and we can assume nothing. A floor before this with puzzles that required all of us to work together. What purpose could that have? I don't have a clue, but I know. He stopped talking as the door to the house swung open, a loud boom sounding as a shape appeared. Good gods, it's huge, Fowl muttered. Moving out of the doorway was an automaton resembling a giant gnome. In its right hand was a staff of some kind. Blue eyes swept across the area, and then the automaton lifted the staff into the air, a bolt of energy shooting from it into the blue sky. A loud boom came, and then the giant gnome turned, moved back into the house, and closed the door. What was that? Cordelia asked. Hopefully not the boss, Batrier stated. It could squash us with a step. Max frowned, and as the others continued to speak, turned, jogging to the stairs and went down a few, peeking out below the clouds and saw that the storm was gone. Guys, I think it changed the weather, he called out after returning. You need to see this. Everyone followed him to the stairs, moving down them and peering across the land. Below them, large sections of land were now covered in water, and entire farms were seemingly swept away or submerged. Forests looked like ponds with plants growing out of them from up here. Did it cause this? I mean, did it flood the land? Fowl asked. No clue, Max replied, but I think we need to check out the city and see what we can find. Someone surely must need help. Flying over the water, Max was surprised to find that no one was in sight at first. Eventually, as he drew closer to the town, he saw a large collection of boats, all in different shapes and sizes, floating near the stone walls that surrounded the city. He could see ropes connected to them and the walls. Without drawing closer, he opened his dimensional storage and showed the others what was below. It seems they're prepared for this, Tanilla stated. From the looks of the way they are handling this flooding, it must happen often. But why? Cordelia asked. I mean, how can they survive like this? Something tells me this is where we come in, Max said. Let me close this and I'll go to the walls. You see the gate and road on the one side that's above the water. It's probably the best spot for us to show ourselves. As they walked along the stone path, the sound of water rushing near them was almost overwhelming. Underneath were giant intake areas, draining the water from one side and sending it down the other side, racing toward a section further away in the valley. Definitely not their first time, Tanilla said as she pointed to all the stone aqueducts that helped control the water flow. They are extremely used to this and prepared for it. I can't imagine how long it took to build all those things. Upon getting within 50 yards of the gate, it began to open, and a group of guards in green armor moved toward them. Those aren't people, Cordelia whispered. There. Greetings, the closest guard called out, the metallic sound of its voice reaching them. Champions, you have come to aid us. Max saw that he wasn't the only one in shock at the appearance of the group coming toward them. All five moved with speed and grace that didn't fit the idea he had in his head. Robots, automatons, what kind of creatures are these? Two were elvish in nature, another two looked humanism, and the one that had spoken appeared to be a dwarf judging by the beard it wore. That was a lot of rain, Max said as the group got close. Are you expecting us to help with your problem? A frown appeared on all five of their faces, making him wonder how their metallic and robotic faces could look so lifelike and filled with emotion. Indeed, you are tower climbers, are you not? The dwarf exclaimed. We are, Batrier said slowly. How do you know that? All five of the guards started to laugh. You are bags of flesh. Only bags of flesh come from the tower. Now come, let us welcome you into our city and tell you what must be done to stop this problem of ours. As one, all the guards turned and began to move back toward the city, leaving them standing there behind them. I guess we follow, Fowl asked. It appears so, Max replied. They quickly caught up behind the guards, who had never turned back to check on them. The five walked in unison. Only their facial features are different. Each of them are the same size and build. Are these really? His mind stopped as they got their first glance inside the stone walls. Every part of the city looked like a normal town, with stone streets and buildings. Metallic dogs, cats, and other small animals were around. The sounds of laughter came from what appeared to be children, each smaller than the five guards who had greeted them. What in the gods, Fowl said. I was going to say that, Batrier muttered. Max. Shrugging at their archer who was looking at him, he tried to understand what he saw. Please do not stop. Our master will want to meet you and welcome you to our home. The dwarven guard called out. Please, we should hurry. Time is always a rare thing. Shaking his head, Max motioned for everyone to follow but saw that Tanilla was looking at the children playing, her brow scrunched up slightly. You okay? She nodded as she bit her lip. They look and act like real children, Tanilla whispered. I mean, just look. He saw what she was talking about, a group of children playing tag, screaming and laughing as they darted and weaved around adults in boxes stacked up along a sidewalk. Can they be alive? He shrugged and reached for her hand, squeezing it. As we said, the tower is going to blow our minds. I'm certain this isn't the craziest thing we've ever seen. Turning a street corner, Max immediately realized he was on the right track. A large stone building was about a mile away at the end of the street. On both sides of the street were lamp posts with green banners hanging from each one. A goblin wearing spectacles and a mechanical top hat, one he recognized from the planet Nimon had fled to, was displayed in a metallic image. That is the ugliest goblin I have ever seen. Damn it, Bob, you're missing out. All bow in the presence of Grand Lord Zenk. Max and the rest looked at each other before slightly bending their heads as they stared at the goblin who sat on a stone throne. His red eyes stared at them behind a pair of spectacles. His clothes seemed to shimmer black fabric that went well with his light green skin. His top hat gears moved, and a variety of lights illuminated them, drawing one's eyes to them constantly. Tower climbers, welcome, Zenk said as he rose from his chair. Max had already warned Fowl and Cordelia, who he saw were biting their lips. The apparent ruler of this city and Grand Lord was standing on a stone block, making him seem taller than the 4 feet he was otherwise. A bigger grin appeared as the goblin rubbed his hands together. Yes, such wonderful citizens I have. They get straight to the point and understand the blessing that you all are. Tell me, have you ever encountered any beings so far in your travels like my children? Something about how he spoke would have made Max's hair rise if he had any. His children, does this mean he can create these things? Nothing as fine as the ones before us, Max replied. I did visit a world and saw some automatons and robots. Bah, do not use that word. Zenk snapped as the expressions changed on every guard that was present. Each of them scowled, and he was certain one had spat after hearing the last one. My children are not such filthy and worthless things. No, they are alive, and each has its own volition. No mindless tool that can only accomplish a single task or two. His voice carried over the dozen yards between them, and Max could sense his friends shifting as they stood there. Forgive me, I didn't know. As I had mentioned, I only saw some of those lesser ones, nothing near as perfect as your children. A smile appeared on all the guards and the goblin, his head bobbing at Max's words. And you shall most likely never see such greatness again, for I am one of the gifted, touched by my God with the knowledge of the spark of life. Hopping off the stone block, Zenk made his way to where the party stood and snapped his finger. Creature resembling a goblin, the only one Max could sense or see, came moving from the side. The stone block in its hands was set down before the Grand Lord. Zenk stepped up, rising to match his height, and stared at them. So the trouble the tower has sent you to help with. No doubt you endured the rain that tries to wash us away. The beanstalk, you have seen it as well. We did, Tanilla said, not flinching when the goblin's gaze snapped in her direction, a single eyebrow raising. And did you go up it yet? Something inside warned him, and Max could feel the goblin's hat moving slightly faster, the gears turning just a bit more rapidly than before. We did. It was a very long climb. Grunting, the goblin scowled. Did you see the land that is above? Such a horrible place. The monster that lives there comes out whenever it wishes, causing the weather to change and to assault us with a variety of things. Rain is only one of the many tools it has employed to try and get us to leave this wonderful place. He snapped one of his green fingers and smiled, all of his teeth displayed with a massive grin. Your mission is to climb it again and destroy the monstrous abomination. Do that and we shall be free of its curse. Do that and I shall reward you all. He waved his hands in the air, and a trio of guards moved forward, a chest in each of their arms. Outside on the surface of the green metal boxes was the image of the Zenk, etched into the side along with other designs. Can I ask why you haven't gotten rid of it? The Grand Lord turned his gaze to Fowl and almost appeared to frown. We are not a race that fights. My children are not designed for such a thing. No, we are designed to reflect the grace and beauty of life. Twirling on his stone block, Zenk rose up on a single polished shoe, spinning around like a dancer a few times. You a dance? Their warrior asked. Yes, dancing is the greatest. That is why we must be free of this weather. To celebrate and dance whenever the mood strikes. In fact, if you want, we could put on a show right now. Max could feel Zenk's heart racing. His eyes seemed to pulse with a fire to show whatever it was he believed they needed to see. Each of the guards who were present looked at them all with the same expression. I'm so going to owe everyone for this. Well, if you believe there is time, perhaps a small show. Perfect, Zenk shouted, clapping his hands and leaping off the box. Please take a seat and give us just a moment. My children and I shall allow you to partake in the greatest display of life you will ever experience. A low mutter came from Fowl as the Grand Lord dashed across the room. This way, if you please, the goblin creation said. I shall direct you to your seats. Someone is going to owe me big time, their warrior muttered. Big time. The room erupted in applause as the now filled hall was packed with the children of Zenk. He was breathing hard. The Grand Lord was wearing a bright yellow tutu and was held aloft in the hands of one of the other dancers. What did I just witness? Tanilla whispered as she leaned over next to him. Is he saying he is the son? SHH. We'll talk later. Big time, I'm talking giant ogre-sized big time, Fowl said as he rose like the rest. They all joined in clapping for a good minute before finally being able to stop as Zenk made his way to them. Tell me, have you ever witnessed anything like this? No, I have not, Max replied. I doubt I ever shall either. You were right. A grin appeared and the goblin bowed slightly. Well then, with that blessing granted, you all must set off on your quest. I shall peruse my vaults and see if there is anything else I might add to your reward. The same goblin creation that had led them to the only seats in the area beyond the stone throne motioned to them. This way, if you please. Max could feel every eye of those gathered upon them as they followed their guide. Okay, I'm just going to say this right now. Fowl began, growling as they passed the gates. In all my life, I could imagine not wanting to see certain things, and that right there it has now taken that number one position. Cordelia held up her hands in the air. Preach it, my hairy little friend, I mean. I get it, Fowl I do, Max said, cutting off his companion. Had I known. What? You've got enough intelligence points to know that when a goblin asks you if you want to watch him dance, say no. If I asked, what would you say? Looking down at the dwarf standing before him, giving him the stink eye, Max sighed. I would have said no. Exactly, because we both know that's not a good idea. And the second I start to put on some outfit like he did. Everyone shuddered at the same time, their mental image of the goblin in various skin-tight outfits showing way more than any of them desired. I'll make it up to you, I promise, even if we have to name our child Fowl or Folletta. His friend began to smile and wagged a finger at him before starting to laugh. No, don't do that. I can already see that Tanilla is about to make you suffer for saying that. He turned to see the expression on her face and knew that his warrior friend was right again. Yeah, maybe I'll find another way to make it up to you, Max replied. Standing at the entrance to the world above the clouds, all five gazed at the same view. So what's the plan? Fowl asked. Sneak inside. Draw it out. I'm pretty sure those animals might be hard to fight at the same time as the gnome thing, Cordelia said. I doubt even my bow will pierce them. Max just nodded, listening to them as he considered a dozen ideas and plans, wishing Bob were there to bounce stuff off. You're thinking. What's on your mind? Tanilla asked. Running his tongue over his teeth, Max couldn't help but grimace slightly. Something seems off. I was thinking about it as I headed over here, and all I could think about was how weird this felt. Two different worlds in a single tower floor, connected by a large plant. Both are different kinds of robots or automatons. This one supposedly controls the weather below, and up here it's nothing but barren metal, a few clockwork or whatever animals, and a single giant. It just feels weird. Like we're tasked with the wrong objective. Max nodded at Tanilla. How that Zenk guy seemed to know about us and what he expected was also frightening. It makes me wonder how each tower floor will be from now on. Are all of the beings or creatures on it going to know who or what we are? So what are you thinking we need to do? Fowl asked again. I mean, Chromie mentioned that we had never talked with that fire creature before killing it. You planning on walking up there, banging on the door, saying, hey there, Mr. Robot. Zenk sent us up here to kill you, is that the right plan? Shrugging, Max gave his friend a gentle shove. That's not a bad idea, except I was going to have you do it instead. Gods know I'm too handsome to die like that. Their healer and archer both laughed, but Max turned his attention back to the massive metal door. How about you four stay here? I'll go and see what I can find. If things go wrong, you can all start moving down the beanstalk and I can catch up. Cordelia is right. Fighting out here with those animals wouldn't be a good idea either. You sure? He nodded at their mage and winked at her. I'll be fine, trust me. A few groans came from all of them at those words, so just remember if things go sideways, it was his words and not mine, Fowl informed Batrayer. Shooing them away, Max waited until they were on the first step toward the world below. I feel like an idiot talking to myself, especially since you never answer. Taking a deep breath, Max let it out and flew into the air, moving toward the door. As he moved, the animals stopped their grazing and watched him. A loud moo came from the cow as he passed overhead and drew near to the building. The closer he got to it, the larger it became, and the true realization of what must live inside started to set in. If we have to fight, this would be the largest boss we've faced. Who in their right mind would just walk up and attempt that? In his head, he went through all the potential items he had that might help against something this large and considered possible options. When he was about 100 yards away from the door, it swung open, and the same gnome creation stepped out, staff in hand and blue eyes fixed upon him. It appears someone has come to die, it proclaimed, stopping in the doorway. Stopping his approach, Max held up both hands, hovering midair at about eye level. Wait, I just want to talk. A rust-colored eyebrow raised over one eye, and the gnome leveled its staff at Max. You speak the words of my kind, I'll give you a moment to talk. Convince me your death isn't required, and quickly. I'm not looking to fight, Max replied. I've fought and killed many things before, but I prefer not to end lives if I don't have to. Instead, I'm trying to figure out why that goblin Zenk wants us to try to kill you. The giant gnome bent over slightly, lowered its staff and spit. A green glob of liquid landed on the metal, causing it to bubble and pop. That liar, it roared. He is the one who should be punished and die. He stole my crystal, and now what I am commanded to do doesn't work right. Do you know how many lives have ended because of his actions? Max frowned, seeing the gnome's metal face contort and change in several different ways. At first, it appeared angry, as both eyebrows narrowed and its lips curled together. Then its expression softened, looking hurt at the last words it had spoken. What crystal? Why do you have to cause problems? Banging the bottom of its metal staff against the floor, the gnome started to have smoke escape from both its ears. The great crafter made me and gave me a job. A single task: keep the weather and ensure the valley below flourishes. For so long I did that and those below flourished. Then one day that wretched gnome came and stole my crystal, which is the source of much power. Now he enslaves those below as his own, and I cannot imagine how he mistreats them. You are not the first to have been sent here to try and take my life. I'm guessing they all failed, Max asked. The tendrils of smoke faded and the gnome shook its head slowly. Some defeated me, yet my death will never be permanent. As long as the crystal remains, I too shall remain. We are bonded. Not being together causes horrible things to occur. Max couldn't help but frown, sensing that there was some truth to what he was being told. This crystal, how large is it and where would I find it? Both blue eyes grew and the gnome took a step closer. You would retrieve my crystal. If I can, I will. And will you slay that goblin? Frowning, Max shook his head from side to side. I'd prefer not to, only because at this moment I am taking your word against his. If I am forced to fight and he dies, that is his choice. My biggest fear is those below who call him father. They are enslaved, bound by the crystal's power. Max waited until the giant gnome settled down and then nodded. I can see how that might be the case. Tell me what the gem does to them. What exactly is it? A mechanical grunt came as the giant leaned against his oversized staff. A gift from the creator. The power in it is beyond what most can imagine. It provides life or can bring death, order and chaos. When it is not where it belongs, the world below and up here suffer greatly. His mind began to race, trying to imagine something so powerful, how it was designed, and what its purpose was. Did you not listen? I told you the kind of power it possesses. The giant's voice boomed as it spoke, the force of it washing over his body. I heard you. Max paused and waved off the thought he had. What will happen if I can retrieve it and return it here? Balance and order will be restored. The simple back and forth was getting on his nerves, and Max wanted more answers, knowing each floor couldn't be simple anymore. I mean to those below. What will happen to the ones Zenk calls his children? When we were down there, we saw actual children and others of different ages. I would prefer not to harm any of them. My real concern is what happens to them upon its return, and what will prevent Zenk from retaking it. The giant stood there, blue eyes radiating with light as it stared at him. A hint of anger or something was in its tone. That logic is impossible to promise. While I would say yes, Zenk will say no. All I can say is that the creator gave me the crystal, and it is my duty to carry out my task. Only when I wield it will the weather return to normal and life as it should be in the valley. Rising to its full height, the giant banged its staff again. Either do what I ask or try to slay me. Until you have decided which path to take, begone. The longer I stand here, the sooner I must do what I was created for, and I do not wish to damage the valley again so soon. It turned, leaving him hovering in midair. It stepped into its home's shadows and slammed the metal door behind it. Well, that wasn't pleasant. Max flew quickly to where his friends were and saw the expressions on each of their faces. So what's the plan? Fowl asked for what seemed like the 100th time. Typical gnome, Batter muttered. So do you think we should go and talk to Zenk? Tanilla asked. Hear his side of the story. Rubbing his head, Max shrugged. I'm not sure we get the full truth from him either. But we can't leave or pass this tower floor until we do one of those, right? Cordelia asked. Max cocked his head at their archer and then smiled. Maybe we can find a third option. A third option. Chuckling, he moved closer to Cordelia, put his hand on her shoulder, and gave her a playful shove. I think you helped me see another path. Which is what? Fowl asked. Perhaps we take the crystal and see what both sides do after we have it. Hovering far above the city, Max stared down at the town, watching as the darkness of night caused the view below to twinkle like stars. Do you think they sleep? I mean, they're automatons, Fowl said as he peered out of the dimensional space. I haven't got a clue, but they act like normal beings. Regardless, I would expect fewer of them on the street, and since we know where Zenk's place is, we need to get inside and try to scout around. You mean you're going to scout around while we hide in here? Cordelia said. Potato, Max replied. Now then, unless you want to be strapped to my back for this next part, back up while I shut the door. Once they were all safe, he dropped like a rock, not worried about the speed for now as he plunged toward the city. Bob, wherever you are, I hope you're doing okay. I miss these moments of conversation. Lost in his thoughts, Max activated stealth as he drew near, using his wind mastery to slow his descent and make his way toward a window he saw open in Zenk's place. Inside, darkness was everywhere, but his sonar made it easy for him to see and detect the pair of guards standing like statues less than 10 yards away in the hallway he entered. Neither of them seemed to detect his presence, and without a sound, Max made his way down the hallway and used Everett's noise-canceling item to open and close the door. The stone room was nothing special. There were no decorations or chairs, and it was simply an area again with no lights and 4 guards, one each stationed in a corner. It's like they're sleeping, but they aren't. His mind started to consider what he had seen with sonar. All the rooms were lifeless, with no art or decorations, just like the one Zenk had met them in. A cold shiver ran up his spine as Max considered what he saw and the lack of any display of life in this building. Without waiting, knowing that his stealth would end soon, he found another doorway, trying to use his mental image of the building and the place he had entered to find a place to reset. Slipping into another hallway through a door, he found it empty, only 20 feet long and with a single door on the opposite end. Letting stealth drop, he took a few deep breaths and tried to still his mind. If you were here, I'm 100% certain this would have gone faster. Slowly, he reached out, trying to sense any kind of magical power within the area around him. The cold stone was like a shield. His sonar told him nothing. With great care, he activated his stone mastery and created small holes in the hallway, the tiniest of openings, allowing his ability to reach more through both walls and the floor. The tiniest trace of magic was from below, and Max began to widen the hole, letting his sonar reveal more of the room beneath him. No sound came, and the small area of detection he had came back with nothing but a floor, unable to sense a wall or anything else. Activating stealth and trusting his ability, Max descended below. Demonic teleportation. Immediately, the room exploded in his mind, his sonar revealing stone counters, tables, and an assortment of what had to be body parts of the automatons that moved around town. He could sense no movement, and bending down a slight layer of dust told him this place wasn't used often. Seeing a door on opposite ends of the room, Max picked the one that would take him toward the center of the building. Like before, he created a hole in the wall, scanning the next room, trying to sense anything he could. Seconds passed, and Max didn't detect or hear anything other than an increased sensation of magical power. Without waiting any longer, he opened the door, finding that the room was dark again. No lights of any kind were activated, yet he sensed a few of them scattered around. It was a large shop with a dozen stone tables, each with more automatons of different sizes and shapes, all unmoving and in various stages of completion. Metal wires ran from a section in the center of the room to each table, the soft, steady pulse of power coming through them. Only a single door was in the room, and Max was sure he had found the space where Zenk must be either repairing or creating new creations. So either these are his children or something else. But that means the giant lied, or... Frustrated by all the questions running through his mind, Max moved to where the cables disappeared into a wide tube in the floor. The sensation of what he knew had to be the crystal was now easily detectable. Nothing in the room appeared to be a place he could open to descend below, so he decided to make his own entrance, moving stones into his storage. As the first one came free, a yellow light appeared from below, and Max sensed the sound of movement. Father. His heart missed a beat as a child-sized automaton sat up, still missing a leg, and looked at where he was stealthed. Goblin shite. Without making a sound, Max watched as the automaton child stared at where the light was streaming up from the hole in the floor he had made. A single green eye focused and unfocused, the other socket empty and black. Its head moved from side to side, glancing around the room. As its head turned, the cable connecting to its back slid along the stone table. Father. Peering through the hole he had made, Max activated demonic teleportation and replaced the stone he had moved, cutting off the light that was spilling into the room above. With a few seconds of no one around, he marveled at the device before him. Every one of his skills related to engineering or crafting with these things was going off. A 4-foot-tall pedestal was before him with a glowing yellow crystal the size of his head. Half a dozen runes that his omnilingualism skill could read pulsed on the outside surface. Another 20 plus his mind couldn't comprehend, but based on what he saw, he imagined that this thing was the most potent source of power he had ever encountered. The stone floor was covered with neatly bound cables that ran upward into the ceiling, and the floor had its own runic pattern set out in a circle. What the heck is this thing? Max carefully moved around the metal stand, inspecting the different buttons, levers, and connectors that all had a purpose. Everywhere were things his skill told him that had a function for channeling the power being released from it. To his left was a stone door, runes carved in it, and a sensation of a trap or something nasty was being set upon it. Opening his dimensional space, Max stepped inside and stood before his party. He could see them all looking at the crystal behind him. I'm assuming that's it. Cordelia asked, "What are you going to do with it?" Frowning, Max pointed at the stand it was resting on. "If I'm right, this crystal gives off too much power to simply be here and do nothing with it. Based on what my skills tell me, I'll have to disconnect it from the tiny clamps I see at the base of it and then transfer it in here. I'm pretty sure it won't fit into my normal storage." "Why's that?" Fowl asked. "Too much power, like far more than any of the crystals we've picked up in the tower. Part of me thinks this tower floor is designed so that you can't simply pick this thing up, store it, and vanish." "You mean either way you're going to fight someone or something in order to pass this floor?" Batrayer asked him. Max nodded at their healer. "But if we take this," Tanilla said as she tapped her lip, "can we get out of here? Is there a portal anywhere nearby that we can even take?" "Gods, imagine if there wasn't a portal unless you either kill that giant or turn in the crystal," Fowl muttered. But then again, haven't most of these floors had a portal unless it had a boss? With no real answer, Max shrugged and turned back to face the object everything seemed centered around. "I really don't want to give it away if we can help it because I think this is something I'll need to help craft the dragon tooth." Seriously, Tanilla gasped. You can tell, he nodded at their mage. I'm planning on ripping the whole thing off the floor if I can, Max said. There are a few things I believe I can do to help infuse magic and energy into weapons with this. Still, I won't know until I try, and most likely that will need to be somewhere safely away from everyone else. The problem we're facing now is that once I take this, I do not doubt that Zenk will sense it, and this entire city will become chaotic. So we'll be fighting, Fowl asked, most likely. The question is who or what, Max replied. We'll need to prepare for whatever might come the moment I take this, but the real problem is we don't know how strong anything on this world is. So we might be facing an entire town of elite automatons. They stood there momentarily, each glancing around, and Max could tell they were considering their options. If we had to fight one, I'm all for killing Zenk, Fowl stated. Something about a goblin prancing around like that makes me think they must be evil. Chuckles came from everyone, and Max pointed at the crystal. I'll try to disconnect it and bring everything I can here. You all just wait and see what happens. Worst case, it blows up and I'll live. Tanilla frowned at Max. Not a good way to use a skill that might be needed in the coming days. I understand there aren't many options, but... Her voice trailed off as Max held up a hand. Without Bob here to help, all I can do is be smart. That means not risking anyone else, he replied. But once that's done, we'll go out as a team. Perhaps we can find a portal inside here. If not, maybe we can. He stopped talking and an escape gem appeared in his hand. You're not seriously thinking that would work? Cordelia asked. Nodding, he held it up before all of them. What if all we need to do is get out of this floor with the crystal? Would that count as a win? Technically, Tanilla said as she held up a finger, if you defeated the boss on a tower floor and used the gem to escape instead of the portal, you would still have the win counted. The main thing is defeating the boss. You're willing to bet one of those to find out. As much as I hate to gamble with one, I think we're better off trying now. If it fails and we don't defeat the floor, we can always re-enter when we're allowed to and go up to the giant, returning the crystal to him and counting that as a win. Why are you afraid of fighting? Because of the children, Fowl asked. Partially for that reason, the other is I think the tower is still judging us. We've broken the way one is supposed to defeat a tower floor multiple other times. Why not try that again? Max stored the gem and moved outside his dimensional space when no one else voiced an opinion. Bob, how I wish you were here. As Max undid the last bolts, a few drops of sweat were wiped away from his forehead. He was glad to have disconnected the device and not had anything explode. Storing the removed parts, he carefully lifted the yellow crystal from its resting place. Instantly, his eyes slammed shut, and his body felt like it was being stung by millions of bees. Every fiber of his body was flooded with a power that flowed through his gauntlets and into him. Max. Tanilla's cry seemed distant, but he ignored her, knowing his face had a pained expression. Each step to where the dimensional space was felt like an eternity, and after managing to endure the 4 strides to step inside, the power of the crystal immediately stopped. Goblin shite, that was, he paused, taking a deep breath. Impossible to describe. It looked painful, their warrior stated. You okay? Nodding, he set it down on the purple stone off to the side. Yeah, now I'll need to get the other part in. Loud noises came from outside the dimensional space, and Max let a curse out, quickly moving to where the pedestal he had taken apart was still waiting. A siren of some sort was playing, and with the yellow light of the crystal gone, 2 green stones set in the wall cast an eerie glow over the room. Grimacing at how quickly things had been noticed, he pulled out his weapon, turned it into an axe, and chopped through the strands of tubes that ran into the room above. After storing it, Max tried to lift it, but it was set inside the floor and didn't budge. Using his stone mastery, he began to lift the gray stones it was attached to, using a combination of wind magic to help him pull as he did. Can we? He shook his head, cutting off their ranger. Sensing the piece finally starting to rise, Max let go of the metal he had been pulling upward on, moving to the side by the stone and creating a spot to grab onto. A loud snap rang out, and the section of flooring and pillar almost got tossed into the ceiling, his skill helping him to keep it in place. In the hole he had created were 4 8-inch wide pylons that had been connected and kept anchored. Let me store this and you all hop out. We need to go. They shifted to the side as Max quickly entered the dimensional space, setting it down and backing out. With it closed and the entire party in the room with him, he pulled out the gem and crushed it in his hand. A soft breeze and the smell of a city told Max they were standing on the platform near the tower. That was not what I had expected, Batrier stated. Then again, I wasn't sure what would happen when one of those was used. It's just like a portal, Cordelia said. Except you can use it anywhere on a tower floor. They all glanced at the guards watching them stand around, none drawing close, as the stories of Max had left no doubt that they were all too weak to stop him if they tried. I guess we'll see if it worked, he said, moving to the tower portal. He said a quick prayer, touched it, and saw the notification pop up. Select floor to enter. Tower floor 72. Yes, he exclaimed, doing a small fist pump and turning toward his friends. Seriously, Nodding at Tenilla, he held out a hand and high-fived his dwarven friend. Well, that's good to know, Cordelia said. I guess we can tell Everett about that. Maybe. Who knows if the tower will let us. I'm not sure about the rest of you for now, but I think we should take a day off and return tomorrow. Sounds like a plan, Fowl said. I, for one, can use a drink or two. Bah, you need a drink like a fish in the ocean, Batrir replied, which means it provides the life I need to live. As the two dwarves walked off, chuckling, Max watched Cordelia hesitate. Hey, can we chat? She glanced at him and looked at Tenilla, who shrugged. Sure, like here or. Let's get a drink, just the three of us. I know a place nearby that has that elven wine you two like, Max told their archer. Besides, unless you want to get into a drinking contest with Fowl, we'll need to go somewhere besides the tavern I know he's headed to. Cordelia nodded and moved to walk beside Tenilla. This isn't one of those talks where I'm going to get in trouble or something. Laughing, Max shook his head. No, he replied. Just a few things I wanted to discuss while it's just the three of us. The soft glow of the inn did almost nothing to chase away the shadows and nightmares in Cordelia's mind. Keeping track of how many days it had been since Tenilla and Max had rescued her from that hell made it worse. The worn wooden table provided a barrier between her and them, her fingers wrapped around a cup of expensive elven wine that she had barely touched. Elsewhere in the room, life was taking place, and laughter and the sounds of others living rang out. Each time the clatter of a dropped mug or someone yelled too loudly caused a memory of her past to rise up, resulting in Cordelia flinching. Max sat there, watching her carefully, his rough hands resting on the table, steady as always. You barely sleep, he said in a low voice. You flinch when someone raises their voice, so don't pretend you're okay. Cordelia swallowed hard. I'm not pretending. She had to fight not to grimace as she spoke, those words almost leaving a sour taste in her mouth. Gold eyes searched her as Tenilla leaned forward. You know, I can sense something is wrong. What is it? Her mind raced, trying to decide if she wanted to lie or offer some other answer that might get her out of this conversation. Yet her chest was heavy, and the pain of it all was impossible to bear. Knowing these two loved her and wanted to help gave her the strength to push on. Taking a deep breath, she slowly let it out. In the tower, everything makes sense. We have rules, follow our normal, stupid routines, and everyone has expectations of what each of us will do. I have a role. I know my role. In there I feel like I can fight, I can survive. Out here unable to help it, she saw Max's eyes look at her fingers, the dent they had just made as she squeezed them too hard. Everything is unpredictable. Someone yelling or a touch I don't expect and it's like I'm back there trapped. She watched Max's jaw tense and knew he had forced it to relax. That's normal, I mean not what you went through, but no one returns from something like that unchanged. I didn't. His voice had shifted and his eyes stared into his cup. Cordelia knew he was being open and honest. He too knew the pain of being taken away. I was angry and upset. Part of me was filled with malice, and there were things I regret now what I did to Terrence back in Alundra that was wrong. All I knew was getting revenge, finding answers, and not caring how I hurt others. Thankfully, you all reminded me there were other ways to live and to let go of the pain of the past. He tapped his chest slowly a few times and smiled at her. In here there is pain. It will never go away, but as time has passed, it has decreased. There isn't a day that doesn't go by that the risk of thinking about it isn't there, but I try to focus on the good on you and the rest of the team. All I'm saying is I know what you've been through to a degree. You're not alone, and we wanted to remind you that we love you and are here for you. A laugh escaped her lips, and Cordelia winced after it had come out. Love, that's what got me into this mess. Well, not love, but the desire for it. I should be stronger than this, though. I fought with you all in the tower against impossible odds. I just don't know how to fight this. She tapped her temple, frustration rising as she spoke. I don't know how to make the nightmares stop. Tenilla reached across the table and took her hand from her cup, holding it firmly between hers. Strength isn't about never breaking. You've watched Max, Batrir, Fowl, and even me, the special one, break. Real strength is letting others help put the pieces back together. Gods, I want to believe that. Max leaned forward and put one of his hands on top of theirs. You don't have to figure this out alone. We're here. When the nightmares come, you can come wake up either of us. When something scares you or startles you, find either of us and take our hand. Let us be your walls when the world feels too open. Her eyes blinked on their own, and she realized immediately that tears were running down her cheeks. Blinking away the stinging sensation, she felt something in her chest she hadn't felt in so long. Hope, okay, I'll try. Tenilla squeezed her hand again and smiled. That's all we're asking for now. Her heart raced. The beat of it was different from the times she had been scared in the tower, knowing death might come from a creature far stronger than her. It was different than how it had been when she was trapped and tortured, wishing it would give out and end the pain of what she was enduring. For the first time in days, Cordelia felt something shift. The ghosts and nightmares were still there. They just weren't as loud as they had been. She placed her other hand on Max's and squeezed both of theirs. I'm not alone. Everett's frown remained as he watched Max lean the pedestal he had taken from the last tower floor against the wall. You cheated and stole? Tom asked. Not technically, Max replied as he turned and closed the dimensional space. Tom still can't get over the fact that I have this. Knowing the trainer always got wide-eyed after he saw it, even after being told about it and experiencing it a few times, Max couldn't help but grin at the man's reaction. I can't say more because it won't let us, but know that his throat guided him on what he could and couldn't say, failing to work when he went down the wrong path. You'll have to figure out how to handle each floor yourself. So that item inside your storage, how strong is it? Everett asked. Motioning to stone crafting table, Max began laying out supplies on it. The dragon's tooth, Akram's token, fire-forged bars, power cores, and other crafting materials were neatly organized on the table. What is that one? Tom asked, pointing to a new drop from the previous 10 floors. A magical conducting metal, Max replied. Now then, forget all that and let me explain. Forget all that, the trainer muttered. A kingdom worth of materials. Patting the tooth that Weckham had given him, Max smiled. I'm getting close. You both know how long I've been waiting to try and craft this, and I think I'll be ready to start with 1 or 2 more items. But you're not sure what items, Everett said as he bent over and inspected the new things Max had put on the table. Correct. He pulled out a piece of paper and unrolled it, earning a whistle from both men as they looked at it. What is that? Tom asked. I can sense something magical about it. I wish it were a gift, but I paid a hefty price for it, he replied. A dwarf from another world let me buy it off her, but it will help with the forging of the weapon I plan on making from this thing. A sword, no, a spear. Max smiled at Everett, who was looking over the design, shaking his head. Part of me isn't sure if I can create something like what I'm using right now. If it's not able to morph, I'd rather be prepared, and that is where these bands come in. He tapped on the sketch where 2 fire-forged bands were around the tooth. You can take it apart. Why would you do that? Tom asked. Sometimes you need a little extra reach, and sometimes you need to be able to be in close. This will give me the best of both worlds, he informed them. And with the ability to swap out almost instantly, it's not that big of a deal in some ways, or at least I hope it won't be. Grunting, Tom stood up and pointed at the door. You two have fun here. My head is about to explode, and I must check in on Fowl and Batrier. Both of them were excited about getting to upgrade their skills. It's about time they go to, with all those. I know, but remember, we can't just feed tons of crystals at once. Now that I know you're here and not going anywhere, we can continue to build up a surplus and limit who has access. Besides, you and I both know they're excited to get a skill upgraded to legendary. Max nodded and rolled up the paper. Tell them I said not to be late tomorrow morning. We got an early day. Tom waved as he left the crafting room and shut the door. Everett stood there watching him as he put the materials back into storage. You're going to leave that thing in the corner. Max nodded, flashing the best smile he had. I can put it in my dimensional space, but I doubt you have anyone coming in here who will try and take or move that. Besides, isn't this room off limits to almost everyone but my team? It is still. I hate to see the place junked up like this, Everett replied. It's bad enough I had to pay for a new dimensional vault to help store all the other stuff you have given us. Shame we don't have an armor smith who can do the level we want for those scales. That is why I reached out to Dagon. He says he is willing to trade services for materials, just like you told me he would. Dwarves and dragons, they'll sell their beardalmost for a few scales, Max replied. For now, we'll focus on the tower. Tell Dexic to be ready the next time I'm back. I'll help her with that party you have. Leaning against the stone table, Max crossed his arms and locked eyes with his faction leader. I'll be honest that even though most consider it bad form, you and I both know that they will be stronger because of the loot and experience they get. You'll also have to ensure they do understand I expect them to stay at the floor's entrance. Part of this is selfish, as you know. Selfish, son, part of me doesn't care if you took all the gems for yourself and the team, Everett replied with a chuckle. You realize that them getting to kill the 45th and 49th floor boss will be a game changer. They can go back and farm them with Dexic. Besides, she says you've got a promise to keep with her. Clearing his throat, Max grinned. I might have promised to help her on the tower floors above 50. I can't take her to the 60th, but I'm fairly certain I can get her through the 59th in no time. The older man shook his head slowly. You really are different, Max. I've said it many times, but Everett held out his hand and waited. Without waiting, he shook hands, smiling as Everett continued. Don't worry about it. Just keep feeding those crystals to the faction shard. Our team is going to use the skill points we have been saving. Perks of being level 75 and all. And not even on the 75th floor, Everett muttered. Keep this up and I'm certain. Max watched as his faction leader's eyes started to widen. Yes, son, the stat milestone, surely. Are you asking me how big mine is? I thought that was against the rules. Waving a hand, Everett winced. Forgive me, Max, for a moment. In all 5, I have them in all 5 stats. Max couldn't help but grin as Tanilla frowned. You didn't really do that, did you? I mean, I can tell that you did by that stupid smile on your face, but why tell him about all 5? He couldn't help but smile, feeling the muscles in his cheeks holding that position for so long. Because Everett needs to know the bonuses a human gets for reaching 250 in each stat, Max replied. Also, I wasn't expecting him to pass out. Tom, sure, but Everett. Rolling her eyes, Tanilla drummed her finger on the book's cover resting on her lap. He saw her wince slightly and sensed the movement in her belly. They're kicking. Nodding, she used her other hand to rub the growing bump slowly. Every day now and often multiple times per day. Sometimes I think they can sense you. When you come into the room and talk after not being there, they immediately shift and turn. Makes me almost jealous that they don't do that for me. What? Kick whenever you enter a room. He caught the book she threw at him, glancing at the spine before storing it. You should really get some rest, Max said as he patted the spot on the bed next to him. Tomorrow's another day in the tower, and I don't need you complaining like fowl. Tanilla summoned another book and threw it at him, groaning as he caught it just as easily as the first. Sometimes you don't act like someone with more intelligence than any man recorded in all of history, she stated as she stood. That's because I'm smart enough to hide how vastly different I am from the rest. Besides, I'm hoping tomorrow is a fight where Fowl and Battier can show off their new legendary skills. Climbing into the bed, she snuggled up against him, and he felt her smile as he stroked her golden hair. For what? For what you did with Cordelia opening up like that to her. I know it meant a lot. Squeezing her a little tighter, Max sighed. She's family, and I don't want her to forget that. We've both tried to conquer our demons and nightmares alone, and we both know how impossible that was. Even worse, what she endured was beyond our worst nightmares. Minutes passed as they lay there, Tanilla's breathing slowing down, and Max reached out, trying to pull on the thread he knew was connected to Bob, nothing seeming to respond no matter what he did. A knock on the door made him open his eyes, and Tanilla sat up. Come in, he said. Slowly the door opened, and Cordelia stood in the doorway, her cheeks wet, and brown hair scattered everywhere as she wore a robe. Come in and get right here, Tanilla said immediately, patting the part of the bed next to her. Max saw hope in her features, and a bit of fear vanished as her wet eyes focused on the spot Tanilla had just patted. Without waiting, their archer moved to Tanilla's side and stood there momentarily. Just get in, you're fine. As soon as their mage had spoken, Cordelia lifted the light cover and slid in next to Tanilla, who had sat up against the headboard. We didn't say what we said just to talk, Max whispered as he reached over and slowly rubbed Cordelia's head a few times. If you need us, we're here. Sniffing again, their ranger nodded and closed her eyes, her breathing becoming more regular as she lay there, in bed with two elven women if only. His thought sent a sharp pain through his chest as his wandering mind thought of Caleb. That thought had been a running joke between him and his childhood friend. Caleb had always talked about how he would experience such a thing one day. Inside him, a fountain of lava began to boil, and it took Max a few seconds to force it away. Glancing down at the two women next to him, he couldn't help but frown, knowing there was something here that most would never understand, and that his friend of so long was missing out on this. Even worse, perhaps Stacy and Callie were missing out on this. Bob, forgive me for whatever happened to you. I know you're in whatever position you are because of what I asked you to do for Rakanath. Glancing at the open door, Max slowly and carefully used his wind mastery to shut it, glad to see that neither woman stirred as he did so. It's too early, Stacy moaned as she shuffled into the main room of her place. What do you want? I'm about to head into the tower, but realized something last night, a hard lesson that comes only through pain, and I realized I needed to ask you something, he replied. Frowning, his sister moved to the couch where he pointed and plopped down. Did Tom say something? I mean, he. Shaking his head, Max put a hand on her knee and squeezed. No, this is about you, Callie and Caleb. What about him? She asked, her tone turning gruff and a frown appearing. I know what I said when I first found out about me killing him or worse, but he glanced around the room and back at his sister, seeing her waiting on him to finish. If you think you might want him to be part of Callie's life or even have a chance of being there for her or you, just let Tom know. He'll send someone to find him. The sound of a clock ticking in the room was his only reply for a few moments, and Stacy's frown never vanished as she leaned back, surviving how she bit her lip. You want me to let him back into our lives? After he did what he did, shaking his head, Max sighed. He was stupid, and I won't say it was because he was young or anything else. Tell me, did you make the best decisions after what happened to me? Her frown grew and then slowly vanished as she shook her head. No, none of us did. I might have acted a fool trying to keep him close when he was supposed to leave, she whispered, eyes darting to her fidgeting hands. I had no one. With you gone, Mom being how she was, and Dad trying to hide from all the townspeople that treated us so differently, he was all I had. Stacy took a deep breath and looked at him. He could see the angst on her face, the muscles that tightened repeatedly. Once again, she took a deep breath and blew it out her lips, letting them make a raspberry as she did. You're a bastard, you know that? Stacy asked with a grin. Which makes you one as well, right? Chuckling, she shrugged. I guess this means you're about to head into the tower if you drop something like that on me. Always something heavy and deep, and then poof, you disappear. Activating his stealth skill, Max couldn't help but laugh as she did the same. I love you, he said as he tapped her, breaking their stealth. Love you too, be safe. Holy OCKRIM's beard. Foul's shout caused everyone to turn and see what had caused their dwarven warrior to utter such a statement after he bashed in the head of a 7-foot-tall kobold with his hammer. "What?" Batrier exclaimed as everyone rushed to where he stood, carefully holding his weapon in both hands. Max studied it and immediately knew it was different. The handle was slightly longer and dark runes appeared along its head. It too had grown an inch wider and 2 inches longer. "My weapon had evolved," Foul said slowly. "Really?" exclaimed Cordelia. Everyone turned and started to laugh as she covered one hand with one mouth and held up a finger on the other. "That was a bit higher than I can recall in a while," Tanilla teased. "Bah, just tell us what it has become," their ranger said, obvious to all that she had attempted to lower her pitch. "So yeah, it now gives 200 to strength and constitution." "Holy elf tits," Batrier exclaimed. A grunt came from their warrior, who shook his head at her. "I'm not done yet, babe." "Mother of goblin nuts," their healer muttered. "There's more." Nodding, he continued. "Now I also get 100 to dexterity. My vampiric touch heals for twice as much, and there is an ability usable once a week called Shatter that can damage or possibly destroy a piece of armor or a shield if the quality isn't good enough." "Damn, that's amazing, bud," Max said as he patted his friend on the shoulder. "Congrats. 500 points. Does that mean my bow could do the same?" Cordelia asked. "If it evolves," Max replied with a shrug. "Did it say what caused it to do so?" Foul shrugged as well. "No, after I bashed in this thing's head, the notification came and I immediately felt the increase in power. All I can say is you're definitely getting our firstborn named after you." Max grinned as their healer frowned. "Give a dwarf a magical hammer and he'll promise you anything," Batrier said. As everyone else came to congratulate their warrior on his weapon's upgrade, Max turned and looked out across the rocky landscape they had been fighting on for over 10 hours. "What are you thinking?" Tanilla asked as she stood next to him. "Lots, but right now, just how far this goes. Like that first floor, this spread out in every direction, and none of these kobolds want to chat, even when I speak their language. None of them are." He paused and watched her expression change. "Strong compared to me, but the stat gains were nice off that rare spawn. And Cordelia needed the loot," she replied. Nodding, he was glad their archer had gotten the piece. No one else would listen to her initial complaints, and after the first few tears, she gladly sported the chest piece that matched the kobold's color. Smiling, Max summoned his weapon and shield for a moment. Status check. Max Host, 19-year-old human male. Level 1. Exp 780, 1000. Tower experience 70. Base bonus items total. SDR 1236 plus 2410 plus 730 543 81. Dex 1236 plus 2410 plus 630 40 276. Con 1236 plus 2410 plus 735 43 61. INT 1018 plus 1985 plus 165 30 168. WIS 1005 plus 1960 plus 165 30 130. Defense of the Dragon 30 5.5. Defense of the Demon 30 5.5. Demon Essence 1314. World Champion 20 stat increase. Bloodline 60 of the required 100 unlocked. Tower stat bonus 10. Tower 60th floor bonus 5. Staring at his stats, he couldn't help but smile. There was a reason why he could cut these kobolds down with ease. Thankfully, Consume was still granting him stats. It was just the lack of skills that was getting annoying. "Max," Tanilla's question brought him out of his stupor and he smiled. "Sorry, just looking at my stats." She groaned and smiled. "And here you thought you'd only get one," Max replied. "I guess you really are special." She gave him a wag of her middle finger, laughter coming from the other three who appeared to have noticed her rarely used gesture. "You two need a moment, or are we good to keep fighting?" Foul asked. "I've got a hankering to see how much more damage I can do with this thing." Motioning with his hand, Max gestured for his friend to lead the way. "Warriors first." "Damn right," Foul replied. Their dwarven warrior was having a blast, hitting harder and moving slightly faster. He surprised Max and changed up the skills he would upgrade. In the end, Foul had upgraded his thorn ability to rare, and the damage it reflected was noticeable. Each attack their warrior blocked or allowed through caused blood to flow freely from the kobolds. "I wonder if that is the same rank as Dagon's based on what I see it might be." "Hey, Foul," Max called out as they finished up the pack before the tower floor portal. "Do you mind if I smack you once we return to the faction grounds?" "What?" Why, wait, a grin appeared on Foul's lips. "You want to see how much it hurts, don't you?" Nodding, he shrugged. "I can see the difference, but I want to know if you're the same as Dagon." A shudder ran through their warrior as he nodded slowly. "That was horrible. Who knew thorn auras could do that to each other? I want to know if he has a regeneration equal to yours." Max had already given that some thought but wondered how it would be possible for a dwarf to acquire, even if they were the king. With the bonuses from 250 stat points, he also wanted to know what a dwarf might get for having a 500 in constitution. Who knows, still I'm ready for the next floor if you are. Fowl gave him a nod and moved toward the portal. You're a fool, Batrier whispered as she passed Max. What do you mean? Their healer shook her head. Do you even know how much damage you do? I mean, I guess you do, and while I am aware you can pull your punch, stop and think for a moment at the difference between how hard you hit and how these monsters hit. Max stood there momentarily, noticing that Tanilla and Cordelia had stopped moving toward the portal, each waiting to hear his response. When I go all out, a lot more, he replied. And when you hit the king, you were going all out. Nodding, he immediately realized what she was commenting on. Gods, I am an idiot for the damage I was receiving and the reflection I was getting back. Dagon's is weaker than Fowl's now. Batra bobbed her head and smiled. Now don't get me wrong, my legendary heal will take care of you, and with the other abilities I've picked up from the crystals we got, I'm certain you'll be fine, but please for the love of Akrim, don't go all out against Fowl. I'm afraid you'll be like that boss who killed himself. Even worse would be if you intentionally struck Fowl's shield. A thorn aura and the fire reflection, just how much damage is he giving back to those kobolds? Quick question since you've been paying more attention than me, Max said as he tapped his chin. How long do you think it would take before one of those kobolds had killed themselves by hitting him? A wicked grin appeared on their healer's lips. Now you're starting to see it, Max. The reason why Fowl could kill the ones he faced wasn't because he did crazy damage with his hammer, it was because they had already weakened themselves so much. That's why he didn't offer to tank the rare spawn and just let you kill it. He was concerned it might do such a thing against him as long as I could keep him alive. Wait, Cordelia said, breaking her silence. You're telling me that Fowl's put that much thought into this? Batra held her head up high and gave a single nod. He's realized that what he does best is take damage and reflect it. Honestly, I know he's looking forward to facing the boss on the 75th floor. Part of him wants to see what happens when he activates his defensive skills and takes an empowered hit of some kind. Max shuddered, imagining how painful it would be to strike Fowl with an attack like that. Did we just find a way to break the system? Tanilla asked. Only time will tell, Batria replied as she pointed at the portal. All I can tell you is that he is ready to test it out. Max and the others couldn't help but smile as Fowl approached where they stood. He was covered in blood from head to toe as the corpses of 4 massive centipedes that had rushed and assaulted their warrior. After defeating the first group of 3 as a party, they gave Fowl the chance he wanted, letting him tank all the creatures to death. It had taken a solid minute before their dwarf had bashed in the cracked protective shell on each of their heads, sending each one to the afterlife. So I think that's proof that I'm good to go, Fowl said as he shook some of the gore off his weapon. Best of all, I only needed 2 heals. He's right, Batrier stated. I'm not ready to toss him into a pack of 10 or 20, but it's obvious just how much that aura and his shield are helping. The 2 that attacked from his backside took longer to kill than the ones he blocked all the time. I'm guessing you want to stay in here, or are we wanting to head back to the faction? Max asked. It's been a while since you've used a toilet. Even his joke didn't cause Fowl to stop smiling. I'll be fine. Let's see what we can do here. Something tells me we'll be moving through this place like it's nothing. Max laughed as he ran around the giant cave, dozens of the centipedes stampeding after him, while Fowl finished fighting the 6 that were currently attempting to taste the tender flesh beneath the dwarf's armor. You've got more coming, Tanilla shouted. Left side. Without hesitating, he began creating a fireball and sent it at the 3 who raced out of the openings along the stone wall. As soon as Fowl engaged the centipede they knew was the boss, it screeched, calling more into this room every 30 seconds. It's almost dead, Cordelia called out. As the other 3 joined the group after him, Max watched as the 15-foot-tall boss slammed both pincers against Fowl's shield again, a shriek coming as blood and ichor erupted from all the plates on its body. Its long body tightened up again, drawing upon itself before shuddering and stopped moving. It's dead, kill them. Once their archer announced it was over, Max began to cast spells, raining down destruction upon the long line of insects that stretched at least 100 yards as they attempted to catch him. Soon the cave was silent, with no more loud cries or the sound of thousands of feet pounding into the stone. Well, that wasn't fun, Fowl muttered as he stood there, drenched in black ichor and brown blood. I don't want to try that again. Why not? Batrier asked. You did fine, fine. I had pincers and other stuff in places I don't want to talk about, their warrior replied. Next time I want to attempt this, let's make sure it's just a single boss and not something with so many legs. Max couldn't help but laugh as he watched the bodies start to fade, seeing a portal appear in the middle of the almost half-mile-wide cave. How about we take a break for a night? I'm certain all of us could use a bath, he said. I won't pass up a bath, Cordelia quickly stated as she danced past Fowl and gave him a pat on the back. Good work today, Shorty. Gohu not finishing his statement, their warrior just grunted as their archer didn't stop her jog to the portal. Almost screwed up, didn't ya? Batra teased as she grabbed Fowl's hand. Good work catching yourself. Bah, I'm trying, it's not easy not teasing her. So we're just going to sit here, Reggie said as she motioned to the 4 chairs Max had placed near the entrance. Yup, Max replied. I know that Everett said you all knew the plan. If everything goes according to plan, I should be back rather quickly and will be ready to hit the portal to the next floor. Still, I mean a couple of hours. He looked at the red-headed mage and smiled. You're the only one standing from your team. Trust me, this is far better than being carried in the harness you all know I have. A few chuckles from the warrior, healer, and archer made Reggie turn, who nodded and sighed. Smiling, Max waved and took off running, leaving the quartet at the 40th tower floor entrance. Less than 2 hours later, he was back where they were sitting, pouches full and stored inside his inventory, strapping on the harness they had all heard about and seen. Holy ogre nuts, Kale exclaimed when Max appeared before them. You're done. Nodding at the warrior, he motioned to the spot up front. Good thing your healer is a dwarf, or you'd be riding in this spot, Max said. Now then, I'm assuming the experience was good. Unbelievable, replied Reggie. Glad to hear. Now store those chairs and I'll give you all a tour from the sky. We'll be moving on to the next floor. Max couldn't help but chuckle as the cries and screams came. He leaped into the air, landing on a spear made of air and sending it hurtling across the zone with them all strapped in against him. Oh, the good old days. Now listen, this boss isn't going to be an issue. I'm just going to kill it and then you all can loot. Later, you'll return with Dexic and give it a go as a team. Any questions? Max dropped from the walls surrounding the massive salamander when the 4 shook their heads. It roared and started to charge, its mouth still open and a glow of red forming inside. Knowing the show he would be putting on, Max didn't even bother to activate a skill, letting the creature spew a stream of lava upon him as he dashed forward, his weapon a long 2-handed sword. The flow of lava stopped coming from its head, instead gushing from its throat where the blade had severed it in half. Without wasting time, Max quickly hacked up the body, storing the pieces, and then turned back to the group who stood at the top of the wall, all 4 with mouths open wide. These items there. Don't talk about them with anyone outside of those you trust, Max said, cutting off Kale as he stood there, slack-jawed, admiring the belt he had just acquired. What you get with me will most likely never be replaced, and you don't need people to know what you have. Understood. Slowly, the group nodded, each standing silently, smiling, with eyes fixated on the item they had acquired. Foul's going to flip, not that I'm sure Tanilla will let me wear this. Inspect earrings. Earrings of the salamander, plus 10 to all stats. Storing his newest item, Max tried to imagine the look on her face when he put them on for the first time. Okay, we're back to the original plan. We're going to try and finish all this in 2 days, 3 tops. 2 days, Reggie whispered. 10 floors in 2 days. Max ripped his spear free from the socket of the panther, frustrated at the string of notifications. Consume is locked. Consume is locked. Consume is locked. This thing had 3 skills, I mean that one it would have definitely been nice. It's safe to come, he shouted while starting to carve up the corpse. All 4 crept out from behind the trees they had been hiding behind. It teleported, like 4 times. How did you track it? Reggie asked. The boss wasn't that fast, Fediona said with a grin. You're just not fast enough to keep up. Max nodded and pointed his finger at their archer. She's right. You'll need to consider that sometimes, as your stats lag behind, you're going to struggle. Trust me, once you get to the 51st floor, you will have to consider finding a few items that boost your weak stats a little. To prove a point, Max dashed around, tapping each of them on the shoulder before coming to a stop near the black chest that had appeared. Wait, what? Laughing at Reggie's confusion, he snapped his fingers. You're completely focused upon intelligence and wisdom. While good, those aren't going to protect you forever. Eventually, your warrior or warriors might fail to stop something from getting past them. You need to be able to react quickly and decisively. Failure to do so can result in death. Waving his hand to stop the question she was starting to ask, Max tapped the chest a few times. Everett will answer everything and Dexic is here to help also. Now then, let's get this loot sorted out and return home. I need to go see my team and prepare for the 73rd floor. Grunts and the shaking of heads were his response, and Max realized he might have seemed to be bragging even though he wasn't. A few moans came from each person in the room, and Max laughed as Everett and Tom started to chuckle. That sounds so bad, but I remember making the same noise, their trainer said. Still, the fact you acquired enough gems for everyone in your party and took a team through 10 floors in 2 days is. Shrugging, Max couldn't help but grin. If you want, I can take you and Tom when my timer cools down and we can run the 49th boss. The other option is to join Dexic with me when we do the 50th floor and above. Whatever drops off the 55th floor boss will be an upgrade somewhere. Both men looked at each other, and Max was certain Tom and Everett had the biggest smiles they'd ever shown right now. You do that for us. Nodding at his trainer, Max motioned with his head to his team. We've got 3 floors to get done, and then we can plan on that. Tell Dexic to plan on not being in the tower 4 days from now. Hopefully we'll be done by then. 3 floors in 4 days and that's in the 70th floors, Everett said quietly. Max, you're a monster. No, all of you are monsters. Fowl let out one last shudder and set his empty pouch on the table. That was the last one. Now I'm maxed out again. 12.5 bonus from the first 50 floors of the tower since we've traded in all our tower experience. His friend stood up and approached him, hugging him. Even if you didn't get a shiny pair of earrings like mine, Max asked as he equipped them. Gods no, Tanilla said as she glared at him. Please not unless we're in the tower. Laughter filled the room as Max brushed his ear with a finger, showing off his newest loot acquisition. A groan from Tanilla made everyone laugh even harder, and finally, Max put them away and moved to sit by her. So you know what tomorrow means? Batrier asked as they all climbed out of the carriage. Another boss, Fowl answered, his voice peppy. No, I mean yes, but not just that, their healer replied. 3/4 through the tower. She paused as she spoke, looking at them for a moment. This process, the speed of everything we've done. It's not even been 2 years and we're blazing through it like it's nothing. Max saw all his friends smiling as they considered what had just been said. Not even 2 years, she's right. Lifetimes are spent trying to get just halfway, and we're well beyond that. I guess that means a celebration after we take down the boss, Max said as he held out his hand to Tanilla. Think about what you all might want to eat, and I'll let Everett know. That's what I like about you, Max, Fowl said, already planning on celebrating the victory. Max sat there bouncing Callie on his knee, laughing and blowing raspberries as she giggled and babbled. Who would have thought my brother, the hero, is also the tamer of children, Stacy said. I guess you'll do rather well when you two have your own. Tanilla nodded and leaned against him, her finger gently tickling under the baby's chin. He'll do great. The best is that I can let him stay up all night while I rest. Perks of not needing to sleep. I still can't believe how much you've grown, his mother said. Where did my skinny boy, who never seemed to gain any weight no matter how many sweets he ate, disappear to? Who is the man that sits here now? Glancing at her, he shrugged and grinned. I'm still the same Max, just different. Besides, Max, I need you. His knee froze mid-bounce, and it took only a second for him to react, so he handed his niece to Tanilla and stood. Rakanath needs me. I need to go, do I? He shook his head as everyone started to get up. Stay, I'm not sure, I'll be back. One moment he was on the couch, enjoying a rare moment with his family, and the next he was out the door of their apartment. The second he was in the hallway, Max used his skill to travel to the area he knew his dragon would be near. Planetary travel waypoint. Clouds covered the sky, and it felt like a storm was moving in as he hovered in mid-air. Sensing the direction Rakanath was from him, he took off like a bolt of lightning. What is it? Erthen, she called to me. Both man and dragon raced towards each other. Like shooting stars on a collision course they met, slowing down immediately as Max almost slammed into his friend's silver scales. Is she? Yes, planetary travel waypoint. High in the air near the volcanoes where the red dragon lived, a storm was erupting in the night sky. The glow of red lava and a land covered in fire below illuminated the smoke that rose yet. In the clouds off in the distance, there was a storm of a different kind. He and Rakanath took off towards it, watching as flames caused the dark clouds to turn orange and red as lightning bolts arced through them. Chemrus is here. Anger and rage replaced the immediate concern Max had had. The knowledge that the dragon who had attempted to do things to the Erthen had returned pissed him off. It was like a match landing amongst dry straw that had been doused in oil. His weapon and shield were out, and he was riding on his friend's back. Max could sense the concern flowing through his dragon. What is it? I'm going to eat his heart out of his chest. The same fury and anger he felt seemed to roll off Rakanath, but it was much more primal. Each beat of his wings, drawing them closer to the battle, made it grow. What do? I'll try to hit and run. He is much larger than both of us. She knows we are coming and is headed this way. Magical power could be felt in the clouds as Max leaped off Rakanath's back, using his own ability to fly, getting a little bit of distance between his friend as they moved through the night sky. A form began to appear in the clouds, the shape of a golden dragon. From the distance they were, he knew immediately that the fight wouldn't be easy. He is bigger than Igara. A loud roar came from Chemrus as it spotted the silver dragon, and Max could see that Erthen appeared to be injured. Her left wing was not moving as it should. The gold dragon was attempting to come down from above and force her to the ground, and she twisted, avoiding the large claws and talons that attempted to bind her. She lost altitude in order to remain free. Rakanath let out his roar, and a red glow began to form as he prepared to breathe flames. Lightning danced around the gold dragon's scales, and Max could sense a buildup of power. Careful, no reply came from his friend as the two dragons went at each other, lightning shooting from the tip of Chemrus's snout while fire billowed forth from Rakanath's mouth. Both dragons twisted and turned, death streaming from their beings as they avoided the attack that would have killed most people in a single hit. Now, Max's presence didn't even seem to register as the gold dragon turned, chasing after the younger dragon who had come to help Erthen. Unsure just what kind of fight this would be, he flew right at the dragon's back, aiming for the section of scales behind the neck where it would be hard for it to reach him. Flying as fast as possible, Max slammed into the gold scales, his weapon now a long spear with barbs set in it, not holding back as he prepared for the attack. Stealth. Detected stealth broken. Ultimate form. Power strike. Magical strike. Rampage. Quick attack. Frustrated at how the gold dragon had sensed his presence the moment he had stealthed, Max still drove the tip of his weapon into the beast, piercing the scales and sending 4 feet of the weapon into its neck. Each subsequent strike of the rampage had driven the spear deeper, piercing the tough outer protection and incredibly strong muscles. A roar came as it twisted immediately, spinning like a top in midair as it attempted to find the pest that had just injured it. With a single hand holding the shaft of his weapon tightly, Max willed his weapon to shift forms. The section he held onto turned into a handle, the other part branching out inside, creating tendrils of metal that acted like hooks and barbs everywhere. I shall destroy you. Who are you? Kemrus's words were cut off as Max sensed the presence of Rakanath coming, and the gold dragon had to adjust his path again, claws raking across his scales as the silver dragon took advantage of his successful strike. A grunt and shudder came from Kemrus as Rakanath flew past, blood appearing where his strike had pierced the scales. The mark, you are the one, do not. Ignoring the roar and words directed at him, Max summoned a hammer, focusing on his wind mastery ability to keep him stable. He pressed against the bucking gold dragon, slamming the end of his modified weapon deeper inside. Each strike caused his opponent to buck and twist, and a buildup of electricity formed around the golden scales. The pain was immediate as the magical attack flowed through his weapon and into his body, but Max wasn't going to give up the wound he had created, avoiding the snap that was sent his way, half a dozen yards separating the beast's maw and his body. Claws moved upward at Max as it tucked both wings, dropping toward the ground, and then Kemrus twisted, halting his attempt to scratch off the flea on his back as fire erupted from underneath. Below the massive gold dragon was Earthen, and she roared, pouring out fire and flames. Regeneration. The pain of everything intensified as both lightning and fire washed over him. Caught in the middle of a battle between beasts most kingdoms would never want to face, Max summoned walls of air and ice, trying to divert the flames that covered him, casting frost nova and feeling his flesh and muscles regrowing as they were burnt off again and again. You should go, do not. I can deal with it, tell Earthen to keep it up. Kemrus fell like a rock, passing under the red dragon, who cut her flames and turned to give chase. A silver dragon now flanked her as the duo pursued the larger dragon that attempted to escape. The warm wind of the land below felt amazing as the flames were extinguished, the smell of burnt flesh filling Max's regenerating nostrils. 2 large gold wings spread out, beating quickly to put some distance between it and the pair of dragons. Slight glance from a turned head showed Max a gold eye staring at him. This fight does not concern you. Flee human, mark or no mark, I shall end your life if you stay. Laughing as he held onto his weapon, Max wondered if his body looked normal or still partially burnt. Regardless, he didn't care. Someone he called a friend had been attacked once, and this dragon had attempted to attack her again. Bob had told him there would be moments like this, and the only way some would ever learn was to die. Seeing the glint of anger in the gold dragon's eye told Max that this beast was one of those. Rather than trading words, Max used the trick he had been preparing for, phasing. Max's right side, including the keg, became incorporeal as his left side held onto his weapon. Pushing the keg as deep as possible into the dragon's neck, Max felt Kemrus start to twist harder, sensing the dragon watching him, seeing what he was doing. Counting the seconds in his head, Max withdrew his hand and body at the last moment, stored his weapon and leaped off the dragon. Demonic teleportation. Kemrus had attempted to spin, swiping at him with claws as he flew free. Mid-turn, the keg erupted, a muffled explosion followed by a cry of agony from the gold dragon. A gout of flames flew upward and stuck to the outer gold scales, causing a hole in the side of his neck as his body spasmed. His wings did not flap correctly. What was that? Not missing a beat, Max used his wind mastery to give chase, joining the 2 dragons as they pursued the larger one now plummeting toward the ground below. Earthen smiled faintly and nodded slightly as she flew past him, a glow starting to appear in her throat. Tell her I want the kill. Seconds passed and then the red dragon slowed slightly. You must claim it or she will take it. She also says, do not think he is so easily defeated. We must. A shimmer of light began to appear over the gold dragon's scales, and Max knew that Rakanath's warning was most likely about to take place. Gone was the gout of flames that had been streaming from Kemrus's neck, splattering fire upon his back. With a single move, both wings snapped into position and the massive body surged forward, no longer falling without control. A roar louder than any of the others filled the night sky. You all 3 shall die. Hey, I hate vanishing, but I'm just dropping a note on why I've been quiet as of late. For about 18 months, one of my sons has been having seizures. We later learned he has been having minor ones for years before, but never knew it as they were often played off as acid reflux or him just acting funny. It's been a crazy last few months. The good news is in August we have an apt with a specialist, which is way sooner than we had expected. But tonight, while trying to be adventurous and have some fun with friends, he had another episode, and it was hard on him now and everyone else. So I just wanted to let you know why I was absent and ask for some prayers. The power radiating from Kemrus's body felt like a drizzle that had turned into a hurricane. Like when someone reached the 60th floor of the tower and acquired an aura, he now gave off a presence that would cause most to flee in terror. One moment, they had been gaining on the gold dragon, the next he surged forward with a speed that seemed impossible unless it was a skill of some kind. Like a shooting star, the massive dragon went from 400 yards away to over 2 miles, gone in an instant. Spread out, Max shouted. Both dragons didn't argue, each banking off slightly, leaving him in the middle as they flew after the male dragon. How can he be so fast? What kind of skill would give him that kind of power? Frustrated with himself at thinking that Keg would have done more damage, Max considered if he had managed to pull out one of the trump skills that most beasts or opponents would save until they needed it. What more does he have, surely? His thoughts were cut off as Kemrus came right at him. Like an arrow released from a bow, the gold dragon came, glowing with the amount of lightning that now covered each of his scales. A forked lightning bolt shot forward, and Max did everything he could to evade the attack. Demonic teleportation. Blank. His skin tingled as the bright light, which gave off warmth, flew past him, illuminating the night sky as it continued its journey. Wishing Bob was there, Max felt like not only was a part of him missing, but the assistance his skill gave during moments like this left him well aware of how much he needed to grow on his own. A claw slashed at him, slamming into his shield and sending Max flying through the air, turning and twisting, pain coming from the speed and power behind the blow. His bones in both arms quickly recovered, and it took him just a few seconds to realign himself, seeing that Kemrus had flown past, not stopping after striking him. He'll come again like that. What's your plan? None of us can take that kind of damage. How did Erthen get away last time? She used her ability and returned to her cave. The problem is that Kemrus knows where that is and can track her there, before we manage to get away because of it. Either she submits to him or we. No, I'll do something. You two prepare for him. Try to force him to come at me. I don't think that's going to be a problem. Look, Rakanath's words were right as the gold dragon came again, once more focused on the man who had not only drawn blood but caused an injury that might kill a weaker dragon. His mind raced, and Max smiled. He set himself midair as Kemrus raced toward him, mouth open wide and roaring. Not moving, he hovered mid-air, shield and weapon ready as the gold dragon flew at him. Max, ignoring the concern in his dragon's voice, Max waited, summoning an ice spear and keeping it next to him. The mile between man and dragon was gone in a moment, and as the last 100 yards began to vanish in less than a heartbeat, Max used the real skill he had been pouring mana into, dimensional space. The largest door he could open, 20 feet tall and about 12 feet wide, appeared between him and the gold dragon. Gold eyes blinked once as wings shifted, and the maw that had been open, ready to consume him, shifted upward. Whatever Kemrus's agility was, it provided him just enough reaction time and the ability to get his head out of the way. A howl of pain sounded as the gold dragon scraped his body against the dimensional vault, gold scales and sections of flesh sliced off instantly. Blood cascaded from the underside of Kemrus as a gash 12 feet wide and at least 10 feet deep ran from his chest and about 40 feet to between both back legs. Just as quickly as the gold dragon had begun to climb upward, the damage that had been done caused it to plummet once more toward the ground. Still under the effect of ultimate form, Max flew into the rain of burning blood, taking advantage of his opponent's sudden speed loss. With the protective layer gone, Max's weapon carved off chunks of flesh, the bones missing in some parts of the gold dragon's body. Max's sonar skill told him of talons coming in his direction, and he dodged, driving his blade deep and slicing the area of missing flesh. Flames washed from above as he sensed Rakanath moving in to assist. Kemrus began another descent, and Max allowed himself to smile, glad that his ability had worked like it had. You'd be proud of me, Bob. As the golden dragon fell, Max watched Erthen slam into the larger dragon, her claws catching his right wing, tearing Kemrus's golden membrane to shreds. Lightning flashed along the dragon's body and then sparked out, a roar of pain coming from the beast as his ability seemed to fail. She wants to know what you want to do. Max chased after the falling behemoth, trying to get a read on its descent as Erthen flew off with a large chunk of Kemrus's wing. Let me try to end this. Give me a moment, but stay close. Tell her to be ready if need be. Pouring as much mana as he could into the spell, Max dove toward the ground, getting before the falling dragon and setting up for what he hoped would be the finishing attack. Kemrus's eyes looked almost glazed over as blood rained down from his body. Max positioned himself in the path of the falling dragon and once more opened the dimensional space where he believed it would do the most damage. Max wasn't sure if it was the constant turning and twisting or one last attempt not to die. Kemrus managed to get his head out of the way, but not the main area of his body. Hovering in midair, the dragon carved a 20-foot tall and 12-foot wide section through a quarter of its body and chest before it jerked and tore flesh through half of it. Like a tomb, the gold dragon's body slammed against Max, folding over on the dimensional space. Hardened body. Bulwark. Armored warrior. His ears rang from the impact, and his sonar seemed to be distorted as flesh and bone assaulted every part of his body. A slight opening came for a fraction of a second, as the dragon's body seemed to bounce on the anchor that held it in place in midair. Demonic teleportation. Covered in acidic dragon blood, Max felt the warmth of the liquid that covered him, hearing the cry of pain from the beast that hung limply in the sky. How I am. A fool, Max shouted as he flew toward Kemrus's head, slamming a hammer-formed weapon into the dragon's skull. Blood poured from his open mouth, and the gold eye that stared at him had lost the light that made it glow earlier in this fight. Max wanted to scream more. Inside was a fire that begged for more fuel. He could see Erthen coming close. Her fresh wounds were still seeping blood, and he stopped waiting. There was no time for words. Nothing he had to say needed to be spoken. Every second was one gone, and soon his ultimate form would vanish along with the strength it provided. Growling, he reshaped his weapon, forming a long spear and drove it into the giant golden eye trying to hide behind the eyelids. The squelch of the noise made from his weapon didn't bother Max. Instead, he drove deeper, forcing himself into the eye socket and using wind magic to do so. Another cry came from the maw near him, blood choking it slightly, and Max kept pushing, forcing himself deeper and deeper until he felt the tip of his spear strike the spot he knew was his goal. Over and over he thrust, raging against the bone that protected Kemrus's brain, his sonar and wind skill keeping him in place as the gold dragon's head thrashed about. A crack came, and then the pressure that had held back his weapon vanished. Cold power flooded through him as his spear pierced the brain. Consumed is locked X18. Consume is. A crack in his mind appeared, and a voice that Max had missed and longed for so much came through. Max, well done, I need more. Bob, what is wrong? What do I need to do? Consume power imprisoned, I must. His friend's voice faded and stopped, and Max yanked himself free from the gore that covered him, hovering in midair as he waited, hoping. Rakanath flew close, and Max looked at him, blinking as he realized there were tears in his eyes. I think your friend is silent again. I'm sorry, but it's good to know he's still there. Wiping his face, Max realized he was making no headway and stored his weapon and shield. He then retrieved a cloth and gave his hands and face a good cleaning. Be safe, my friend. I'm glad to know you're okay. I'll consume everything I can to free you. Erthen's words forced him to look away from the corpse he was staring at and up at the red dragon who slowly flapped her wings. You're welcome. That's what family does. A low thrum came from Erthen as she cocked her head and then let out a roar, sending up a jet of flame after the noise had finished. Shaking his head, Max smiled. No, I'm certain I still probably owe you for dealing with Rakanath and raising him. The red dragon's chest shook as she thrummed loudly, and Max winked at his dragon who was growling slightly. Perhaps you could allow this thing to fall to the ground, Rakanath asked. I need to eat his heart if there is any left. And besides, you need to see if what you're hoping for is still there. Dismissing his dimensional space, Kemrus's corpse fell to the ground below. Pointing at the ground, Max winked at his friend. Let's go see if we can find what we're all looking for. Did you somehow fill that space? Erthen said as she watched Max continue to pull chunks of flesh from the area. I would have never imagined or considered using such an ability, but it is rather ingenious. Even worse is how he couldn't heal from those injuries. Giving a comical bow after tossing another chunk of Kemrus's body out, Max tapped his head. Well, I've used it before for defenses, and if I put someone in here, as you know, it disrupts their ability to use spells. I had hoped it would cause damage, but I didn't even consider that it might get full like that. A thrum came from Rakanath, who was busy feasting on more pieces of the dead dragon's organs, having found the heart he had been looking for. I can only imagine what that must have felt like, Erthen said. To have your scales and flesh stripped like that, it is as if I were toying with an animal of some kind. Max nodded as he watched her chomp onto a piece he had thrown out and begin to swallow it. All I can say is part of me is thankful that it seems to clean itself, the amount of blood that would be in here otherwise and the smell it would cause. Shuddering, he moved back inside and soon had another section of dragon flesh in his hand to dispense of. I'm just glad you got what you were looking for, Rakanath said between bites. And best of all, I don't have to give you my core again. A thrum came from both dragons as Max nodded. A core as big as him was on the black stone, pulsating with power. Part of me is a little nervous, Max stated. He couldn't help but frown as he now considered how dangerous the Void Champion would have been, Dimensional and void magic are that dangerous. Erthan's head moved up and down as she swallowed a chunk of flesh. Remind me never to chase you. Max laughed as he moved back inside. He was almost done with the task of emptying out the dimensional space before starting the task of filling it with more scales and teeth, knowing he was going to make Everett and a few other people incredibly happy. Max felt pressure assault him the moment he entered the 75th floor. It was overwhelming and seemed to dwarf anything he had ever sensed except for the void colossus, Zagharuth. When his eyes revealed what was before him, a pit grew in his stomach and the truth of what they were about to face set in. All around was what looked like a battlefield, except it was easily one-sided. Skeletal remains stretched in every direction, littering the dark soil, some piled up, others jutting from an eternal resting place. What in the gods? Fowl asked, his voice not hiding the fear behind it. The other three soon appeared, and their gasps and expressions told him they all recognized the sensation he was feeling. There's no portal, Cordelia stated. We have to fight or use a gem. Max nodded and grimaced, watching the walls surrounding the mile-wide battlefield. Every inch of them was made from different bones, and they appeared to be shifting slightly, creating a noise that made him shudder the first time he heard it. Each step cracked under his feet, making sneaking along impossible. The ceiling, Tanilla said as she pointed upward. Above them were more bones, with rib-like stalactites hanging down, some dripping with black tar-like ichor. Everywhere the bones twitched and shifted. What are we facing? Batrayer asked. I don't see a boss. It's hiding most likely in the ground or perhaps in the walls. Whatever it is, we're in for a fight, Max replied. Fowl, you're on point with them. Whatever happens and whatever comes, you have to stop it. Grunting, their dwarven warrior nodded, cracking his neck and rolling both shoulders as his shield and hammer were held at the ready. Batrayer used the buff. I'll need a minute, she replied. Max nodded and held up his hand. We don't move. Once her buff is ready, I'll move out and see what comes. You four be ready for anything. Max knew they couldn't hold back as their healer began casting the buff she rarely used. He could sense that they needed the 25 stat gains for a minute, even if it would be a month before she could cast it again. Bob, this is one of those moments I'd give anything to have you back. A slight pulse through the thread that connected him to his skill came, but no words or anything else were there. Still, it comforted him as he wanted to believe that Bob had heard him and somehow responded. Power filled his body as the buff settled over him, and for a second, Max allowed himself to smile, knowing how much of a difference this would make. Without waiting, he dashed forward, shield and weapon ready, moving toward a large pile of bones that stood 20 feet tall. His speed had him there in a second. The black soil now had a furrow from where he had run, chunks of it missing, and as he reached the pile, his sonar went wild. Dodging to the left, Max summoned a wall of air, leaping onto it and jumping again as a shape erupted from the dirt under his feet. An ivory-white maw opened up, two yellow glowing eyes sunk inside a skull-like head. The creature attempted to bite him, but its massive bone claws around its mouth slammed shut. Black ichor sprayed in every direction as the boss continued its climb from out of the soil, body twisting slightly as clawed legs pressed against the ground. Easily 30 feet tall, its body was covered in sharp, protruding ribs, and bone and dust fragments fell from it as it moved, almost like dead skin being shed continuously. It's freaking undead. Flying through the air, he summoned his bow, firing arrows at the boss. Empowered shot. His summoned arrow connected against its skull, striking near the creature's glowing eye socket, causing a small chunk of bone to chip off. That's barely anything compared to its size. He rained down a ball of fire, having summoned his familiar, surprised at how quickly the creature could track him, twisting and turning while over 50 yards of its body had climbed onto the surface of the boss floor. Arrow after arrow rained down, and when his fireball crashed against its head, Max's sonar warned him of the incoming objects. A storm of bone shards had flown toward him, concealed by the flames that had washed over the boss, now ignited as at least 400 flew through the air. Demonic teleportation. The number sent from the attack and the speed at which they had come were too much for him to dodge. Unsure how much damage the foot-long bone daggers would cause, he avoided them for now, fearful of what an attack like this might do against his friends. Sounds came from above as the attack connected with the ceiling, sending down a rain of bones that crashed into the soil. Not waiting to be shot at again or risking having something fall upon him, Max streaked toward a middle segment, his weapon transforming into a gigantic axe. He cleaved with everything he had, striking a small section between the segments, landing blow after blow as the boss turned and came toward him. Flying away, Max saw he had created cracks in the area, but none of his blows were deep enough to sever the thickness of the bones. Shite, this thing is. A loud 5-second wail came after the boss missed chomping down on him again with its claws, the wave of it making him nauseous. Flying away, he summoned a large boulder mid-air, letting it grow until he sent it crashing down on the same area he had attacked before. Preparing to summon another, Max stopped, seeing his friends shifting and moving, the three women all now standing on a stone wall. Bones around the floor began moving, rejoining and forming abominations of creatures, humanoids, animals, and insects. Some were only 5 or 6 feet tall, while others were at least 15. A black aura surrounded the boss, and its yellow eyes became flaming green. It's a damn lick, the thought that such a creature could exist, not only an insect but also possessing the kind of magic that it did, felt completely unfair. Spells began to erupt around his friends as they began to attack the creatures that had been summoned from the boss's wail. At least 100 were formed around the floor, and Max frowned, knowing that they were facing a different kind of boss than ever before. He glanced at the timer, seeing that only 15 seconds had passed, and if he didn't do something soon, his buff Batrier had given would soon be gone. Dropping to the floor, he raced through the summoned minions, shattering them all as his weapon transformed into a large hammer. He made his way around the dark soil, attempting to create some breathing room for himself and his allies. Chunks of bone flew through the air as he pulverized the undead, dodging the rain of bone that came from the boss, 2 green eyes never stopping tracking him. 15 more seconds had allowed him to eradicate almost half of the bone abominations, fire spells and wind blades sweeping out in every direction as he prepared for what he wanted to do. Turning back to the boss, Max raced toward it, aimed at the same section he had hit before. Leaping onto the bone section, he smashed the same spot over and over, one eye on the boss who turned in on itself, coming toward him, the other on the crack that grew. What I wouldn't give for ultimate form. The lack of that skill still on cooldown frustrated him. None of them had believed it would be needed, every boss so far having been rather easy. Yet now the tower had reminded them that it wasn't a walk in the park. Every skill mattered. None were to be taken for granted right now. They were all paying the price for having believed so. As the fissure grew deeper, Max slammed his weapon into the crack, transforming it into a long spear. He pressed with everything he had, and like a crowbar, it allowed him to apply pressure, and the noise of the bone popping came. Using his wind magic, Max forced himself away as the section of bone broke, the large spine-like piece snapping, sending half of the boss's body crashing into the ground for a second. Another shriek came, and Max turned, flying through the air, moving sideways and upward, to dodge the incoming rain of bones. He kept moving now, knowing it was the only thing that kept him from being pincushioned. Still, he smiled, glad to see that he could damage the boss, knowing that meant he could use his other skills and not risk them being for nothing when he really attacked. As he dove toward the ground, prepared to come at it again, he faltered, seeing the section he had broken off start to move. It turned on its own, its bone legs moving as before, and moved in his direction, crushing anything in its path. What the? His words stopped as the boss opened its maw, scooping up dirt and bones, swallowing them whole as it made its way around the floor toward him. Sections of bone began to regrow along the area he had injured, and a new section was starting to form. Curse words ran through his mind, but Max didn't wait. There were barely 10 seconds left on Batrar's buff, and if a moment was going to come to use it, he had to go now, taking a chance as the boss attempted to heal itself. Haste. Vanishing for a moment, he came at the boss's head, his two-handed hammer aimed at the section of bone right between those green eyes. Power strike. Quick attack. Magical strike. Berserker. Rampage. A sound like thunder erupted from where his weapon connected. It struck 3 times, seemingly as a singular blow. Bone flew in every direction, a crack forming like a canyon, splitting the head in half. As the bone disintegrated under the blows, there was an opening, darkness inside. There was no brain, no soft material to crush under the weight of the metal. Instead, it was an aura that blew him back a step. Wind mastery kept him in place as his hammer continued to land blows. Like a dwarf in a mine, Max repeatedly struck as if searching for something precious. Each blow sent chunks of bone in every direction, yet the green glow in the eyes of the boss didn't fade. They continued to burn, and his sonar told him the boss was angling upward slightly. Bulwark. Armored warrior. Hardened body. Fragments of bone came at him, striking his armor and bouncing off as his skills took effect. A shower of daggers made from bones rained upon him as the boss rose and started to fall. They came from both sides, and his mind tried to comprehend how it could attack from so many directions. Then, the section of the piece he had hacked off reached the edge of his sonar. 2 pieces, they. His thoughts had to end as he realized what would happen next. Blink. A loud crashing noise came as Max appeared 50 yards away, watching as the boss's maw bit down on the section of bone it had crashed into, chomping down on its own body. The damage he had just done was starting to heal as the undead centipede began to eat itself, horking down giant bites of bone. Curses came to mind as he hovered in mid-air, unable to attack, knowing that doing so wouldn't do anything. The strength of Batriar's buff and his skills wore off, leaving him weaker and facing a boss who was healing the head he had almost smashed in half and growing more sections along its backside. Glancing at Tenilla and the others, he saw they were still fighting the last of the creatures that had come toward them. None of them looked in real danger, yet as Fowl dealt with the summoned bone beasts that attacked. Arrows and spells connected, slowing down and destroying whatever got close to them. Tanilla turned and smiled at him briefly. At that moment when their eyes locked, the boss descended back under the dirt floor. "What are we going to do?" Fowl shouted as Max came near them. "I don't know, I hit it with everything I had and it still survived. Any ideas?" The five of them looked at each other and their ranger spoke first. "My arrows aren't doing anything against the boss. I sent a normal attack and it basically just bounced off. I could use one of my boss arrows and empower it, but since you weren't having any luck, I preferred not to do so." "Both of our spells are doing little damage outside of the crushing rock one," Tanilla stated. "From what I saw, yours didn't have enough time to build up. Perhaps a bigger one might be more effective. And don't forget to use your stone mastery to speed it up." Wincing, Max realized he had forgotten to attempt that, trying to focus on so many different things, and knowing that Bob would normally handle and do that. "Those spawns were weak once they got in close," Fowl said as he tapped his hammer against his shield. "The aura did a lot of damage to them, and only a few managed actually to land a blow against me. I still got taunt up as well." Max looked at Batrier, who shrugged. "I'm fine on the mana. All I know is we're not making much headway against that boss. Still, there are fewer bones on the floor than before." He could see that their healer was right. Some of the larger piles were gone, and he wasn't sure if those had turned into creatures he had slain or if the boss had consumed them somehow. "Start storing the ones near us. I'll get to work grabbing the others," Max said as he pointed at a larger pile. "If we can limit what it can eat, then we can hopefully limit how it heals. While also maybe preventing it from summoning more," Tanilla said. Nodding at her, he ran to the nearest stack of bones, grabbed them, and stored them in his necklace. Like a street sweeper, Max ran around the tower floor, plucking bones and cleaning up the area. A loud shriek came as the boss returned, its skeletal head now fully healed and two green eyes scouring the black dirt area. It came after him, and he ignored it as much as possible, using his speed to stay ahead of it as he cleaned up the floor. "Wish you were here to tell me if you think this might work again." His sonar started to go off, and Max saw that whatever black aura had been coming from the boss earlier had tripled in size, now coating the bones with a glistening black sheen. It had become like a liquid, and when it launched a salvo of bone shards at him, they were covered in the same dark sheen. Grimacing, Max zigged and zagged, sensing that the rain of bone shards continued to follow him. The boss unleashed its attack for over 10 seconds, littering the floor with black bones. Finally, feeling like he was getting a true understanding of the boss, Max started to summon a stone spear, pouring mana into it. He ran in almost a circle, keeping it close to him. After a few moments, the boss began nearly to trample its own body as it chased him, still sending more bone shards at him. It began to adapt to his movements, and over 24 of the black bones struck Max. His shield could only stop a few, as he had to adjust his direction to the outside of the circle he had been making or be overwhelmed by the attack. Pain radiated through his lower legs and arms, where a few of them pierced his armor. Poison resisted. The notice appeared multiple times, and his regeneration ability forced the bones from his body, revealing that they had small hooks that tore his flesh even more. Not wanting to experience that again, Max sent small bolts of fire at the boss's eyes, knowing no damage would be done, instead wanting to try and disrupt its focus. They traded spells, black bones occasionally striking him, while flames peppered the green eye sockets and the giant skull. When he knew there was enough mana in the stone spear and that he was ready for the next part, Max changed his normal pattern, running away from the center area they had been circling, and this time stretching out the boss's body. Taking to the air, he darted just slightly above the boss's height, preparing for the spell he hoped would work. Spell burst. His spear erupted from the sky, hurtling at the elongated bone body, doubling in size. Max sped it up using his stone mastery ability, causing it to penetrate and crush off over 2/3 of the boss's body. A shriek came, and Max watched as the centipede-like skeleton stumbled a few dozen yards, taking a moment to right itself as it suddenly found itself much smaller. Dropping to the ground, Max ran past the boss, sending another bolt of fire at it, sensing it turning and chasing him. With his skill, Max dismissed his summoned stone spear, sending the pieces that took a moment to dissolve out of the way. The bisected area began to move toward the boss, which was opening and closing its maw, its giant claws slamming together with force. Standing between the two pieces of the boss's body, Max came to a halt, waiting as he prepared for what he knew would happen. Dimensional space. As with Chemrus, he believed this might just work, but had to wait until the very last second to prevent it from dodging. Opening the 20-foot-tall door, Max watched as the claws began to close upon him and the section he had cut off. He angled the opening, unsure what would happen if it tried to bite the dimensional space. Max watched as the bone claw on the right vanished inside, the boss trying to slow itself as it pulled upward. Demonic teleportation. He appeared above the boss's head, watching as the right side of its face and claw vanished inside. A loud noise came from the back half of the body, slamming into an invisible barrier, causing it to rise off the ground. Bony legs moved as the force radiated through the skeletal frame. Willing it to close, the doors shut, and a shriek much different than before came as Max's ability took off a third of the skull. His hammer was moving, bashing against the back half of the skull using wind magic and stone magic, trying to send it forward as he readjusted the dimensional space again, this time to the left. A giant boulder, the size of a 4-story house, fell upon the boss's back about 20 yards away, causing the whole body to buckle. Max knew Tanilla had used her ability like he had, draining mana for increased damage. The shockwave in his assault forced the boss that was trying to pull back into the opening. He willed the doors shut, removing the other claw and about a third of the remaining skull. With his stone mastery, Max cut apart the stone boulder, forming a collar and wedged it around the beast, sealing the gaps as it thrashed around. It attempted to bend toward the ground, yet Max fought against it with every bit of power, the stone collar struggling against the force of the boss, taunting. Fowl's shout came as the boss gave up its current attempt, snapping its head to the left and at the dwarf who stood upon the black dirt, banging his hammer against his shield. Come get some. An arrow took off a 4-foot chunk of the left side, their archer having sent an empowered shot with her special arrows. Their warrior was at the max range, and he gave a slight nod, a grin visible under his beard. Letting the magic go, the stone collar fell apart, and the boss took off at their warrior. Dimensional space. Once more, the door opened up right before the boss crashed into Fowl, and with both claws gone and a large chunk of the skull missing, it dove headfirst into the opening. When the door closed, separating the skull from the spine, a gust of wind exploded from where the bones had connected, sending up a black cloud that made seeing impossible. "Where is it?" Fowl cried out. Max's sonar could make sense of some of the shapes in the cloud of dust, and he could sense that no movement was coming from the body that lay beneath him. "It's dead, the experience," Cordelia's voice carried out in the quiet of the boss floor as Max used his wind magic to sweep away the dirt, clearing the air and allowing them to see what they had accomplished. "What in the gods was that?" Fowl asked as Max came to land next to him. "I told you what I did to Kemrus," he replied. "It's the same thing." "Well, yeah, but seeing that in person, I mean, can you do that against every boss?" Bobbing his head, Max grinned. "Who knows? I'm sure it can't work forever, but while it does, I'll gladly take the easy win." "Easy win, yeah, that's what I call this." Both men laughed as they moved to where their friends were. "Nice shot," Max said as Cordelia drew near. "Says the warrior who almost soloed it," she replied. "No, this was a team win. Tanilla's boulder, your arrow, Fowl's taunt, all that allowed me to do what I did. Without each of us working like that, I'm unsure how it would have gone." "Well, I'm just glad Tanilla told us what to do," Batrier said. "She knew what you were doing, and I'll admit at first it seemed crazy, but I'm glad it worked out. Besides, there appears to be an ugly chest waiting for us to open." They all turned to where their healer motioned and saw a white raid-sized chest on the black dirt a few hundred yards away. "Race you to it," Max said as he winked at Fowl. "Bah, with these legs, I'd win for sure." Laughing, both men started to jog toward the chest, leaving the other three to quickly follow them. Stopping at the edge of it, Max saw that it looked to be made of bone like the boss had been, and a relief of the entire creature was carved around the outside. "That's ugly," Cordelia stated. "I mean, those tiny legs almost appear to look like they're moving." "Still, it's our loot," Fowl replied as he pulled out a stool and stepped onto it, "so going to open it." Seeing his friend looking at him, Max nodded and put his hand on the lid, thrusting upward with his hand. Nothing happened, and he gave it one more try before stopping and smacking his tongue against the roof of his mouth a few times. I think it's one of those. Akram does love me," Fowl muttered as he put a hand on the chest. Soon all 5 of them touched it, and the chest began to glow, giving off a green aura before turning yellow. A click came, and the lid lifted on its own. "Alabian Ogre's girlfriend," their dwarven warrior said as he peered inside first. "That poor ogre," Batrier teased as she pulled out a stool and stepped up on it as well. A second after looking in, she snorted and gave Fowl a shove. "I guess I can be the ogre's girlfriend as well." Max couldn't take it any longer and motioned to Tanilla and Cordelia. They all stepped forward, looking inside. "This ogre's going to have a lot of girlfriends," their ranger said, her voice unable to hide her excitement. Inside the chest was a deeper purple swirling vortex, and inside it were 2 items for each. Tanilla had 2 bone rings waiting for her to claim, while Fowl had a ring and a bone chest piece. Batrier mimicked their mage with 2 rings as her reward, and their ranger drooled over the bone pants and helm that awaited her. Max stared at a large shield that looked made of bones and a ring that appeared darker than everyone else's. 4 large pink crystals radiated with power. "So 2 items each," Fowl said quietly. "It's been a while." Everyone nodded, and as they all started to grin and smile, they each reached in, pulling out the rewards, excited to see what they had just acquired. Inspect ring. Bone ring of darkness, plus 15 to all stats. Shadow aura darkness surrounds you. Max felt something weird coming from his ring as he held it, watching a single black line run through the middle of the white bone. Slipping it on, he felt a coolness surround him. A chill ran through him, and he saw everyone near him take a step back. Max, Tanilla's question and her expression made him pull the ring off. The boss floor felt slightly warmer, and his team noticeably relaxed. What was that? Fowl asked. You suddenly felt wrong. Like in what way? Their warrior frowned and shrugged. Like something that might want to attack us. I don't know how to explain it other than that. Almost as if you shrouded yourself with the aura the boss had. The three women all bobbed their heads in agreement at that statement. And none of yours has anything like that? Max asked. Nope, Cordelia said as she tapped the bone helm she wore. Beyond what I'm guessing makes me look like some bad arse, I get an ability called Hawkeye which allows me to see things clearly twice as far for a minute and is usable every 12 hours. Ogre shite, foul cursed. I didn't get any skills with my stuff. Both Batrir and Tanilla shook their heads and Max frowned, storing his ring and pulling out the shield next. Inspect shield. Shield of the Ivory, Maw plus 75 STR Dex Con. Bone rain once every 24 hours. The user may summon a cone of bone daggers. 50 daggers will be sent flying in the direction the shield is facing. He studied the large shield, trying to ignore the image of the boss's head etched on the outside of it. All along the sides were nubs of bone, which totaled 50 when he quickly counted. That's not as pretty as your other one, Batrier said. Still, I don't feel like I need to run away when you hold it. Well, it does have an ability, Max replied. I'm guessing I can summon a bone attack, similar to the boss's once a day. Akram, where is my love? Fowl cried out. He gave his dwarf friend a pat on the back and motioned to the chest piece still waiting for their dwarf. You going to check it out? Nodding, Fowl pulled out a breastplate resembling Max's shield with the same ugly image on the front. Gods, it's ugly but the stats so nice. One moment the gold-colored plate chest piece was present, and the next it was replaced by the newer one. Going to share? Cordelia asked. Nope, let's just say it's much nicer than my old one. As the dwarf and ranger laughed, Max reached inside and took the 4 crystals, feeling the amount of power in each, quickly storing them all. Well, the good news is we got a lot of bones for Elfreda, Max said as he summoned his dimensional space. She'll be happy to. His voice failed as the doorway into his storage area opened, and the room was empty. Where did all the bones go? Tanilla exclaimed. Shaking his head, Max peered inside, moving in and sensing his dwarven friend following. This thing had to be full, he muttered. I mean, everything that was in here was. What's this? Fowl asked, bending down to pick up a green-colored coin just a few feet inside the dimensional space. You minting your own. Stop, Max's voice echoed off the purple stone blocks and his friend froze, his dwarven fingers just a few inches from the coin on the ground. Without waiting, he moved to where Fowl was and waved him away. What's wrong, Max? It's just a coin. Shaking his head, Max pointed to the image of the coin his sonar revealed as he focused on it. On one side was a horned demon of some sort, and Max realized what he had felt when he wore the ring. Even in his dimensional space and whatever magic was severed from the outside area, there was a similar connection to the coin. That image, Max said slowly. It looks like that creature I saw in the red portal that got away. Fowl gasped and shook his hand, rubbing them slightly. You sure? I mean, that was so long ago. Nodding at his friend, Max bent down and inspected it closer, seeing the horns and face forever seared into his memory. I'd bet money on it, and what scares me the most is how it got here, not where the giant skull went. Grinning at Fowl, Max pointed at the coin. This has something to do with it. Now then, let me go outside. I think I might have a way of finding out something. Zogthalech was all smiles, his fingers holding the green coin as the party and the demon stood inside Max's dimensional space. You never fail to surprise me, Max Host, the demon said as he lifted the coin to his teeth and bit into it. Still, you were wise not to touch this. In here it probably wouldn't have been a problem, but once you take this outside odds or your hairy dwarf friend wouldn't be so hairy anymore. So what is it? Max asked. And how did it get in here? First, you're okay if I take this. The energy in it will be great for me, bad for the owner of it. Nodding at Zogthalech, everyone watched the demon smile and slide the coin into his mouth, letting out a moan as he chewed a few times and swallowed. Oh, that's going to be real nice. Studying his demon friend, Max was glad to see he had returned to his uninjured state. Gone were all the scars, and he stood about 7 feet tall, his black skin and muscular body hiding all the power that was contained within. Now the coin Sog. Oh yes, so there are many demons, and the one pictured on this goes by a name I won't utter for many reasons. He isn't as strong as I am, but the one he is bound to that wouldn't be a fight I'd want to take on, even in this state. He is much older and is considered one of the greatest with what you all call demonic summoning. Zogthalech pointed at the exit to the dimensional space. If you're willing, I'd much rather prefer to chat out there. In here just feels wrong. Motioning for his demon friend to lead the way, Max's mind started to consider what it meant for a demon to be the greatest in demonic summoning. When Zogthalech stepped outside the doorway, the demon immediately dropped to the ground, one clawed hand catching himself before face planting into the dirt. Sog, I am fine, the demon gasped. The power it all hit at once. Taking a few deep breaths, he finally rose, holding a hand to his black chest. I'm a fool for not considering how that might have happened. The power that coin held, I underestimated it. How much power are we talking about? Max asked, making sure his friend was okay. Almost as much as your blood gives, so a lot. Had I been weaker and attempted such a thing, I have no doubt I would have been torn apart and transformed into something grotesque for the owner of it. Frowning, Max motioned to Fowl and the dwarf nodded, pulling out the table and chairs he had yet to return to the faction. Tell me about this demon and what he does. Sogthlech took the seat offered to him and waited until everyone was sitting. In my realm, many demons focus on different ways of acquiring power. Some do it through bonds like ours. Others enter worlds and fight for the souls of the ones they face. A special breed uses sex to lure another species into a contract, taking their life force and oftentimes more in exchange for pleasure. The one you are asking about has been around for tens of thousands of years. His power is constantly growing and maintained by the demons who swear to him and allow themselves to be bound by those who practice the art of summoning. Each trades a portion of what they gain for a fast track to acquiring power. How you summon me is considered rare, but it does happen. Chaos rules our domain, and yet there are rules which most will never break. The fact that I have come into power outside his domain is uncommon. Where I stand now has created a few problems between him and I as he sees the potential power he lost out on. Still, there is little he can do at this point. Why is that? Cordelia asked. Sogthlech smiled at the ranger who leaned back a little in her chair. Because there are things in place which protect me, and I prefer to keep some things a secret. Not that I don't trust you, but I am sure there are secrets you wouldn't want to tell me. A crimson color filled Cordelia's cheeks, and she nodded slowly. I'm sorry for prying. No need to apologize. I am intrigued by how Max and the rest of you seem as strong as you are. The power you possess and the speed at which it comes go against all the knowledge I know in my realm. Very few can hope to achieve your power in a lifetime, let alone in a year. It's all because of him, Fowl said, pointing a stubby finger at Max. As you can guess, he's special. Laughter came from the demon who banged his hand against the table, causing it to crack where he struck it. Forgive me, I didn't mean to do that. Max waved a hand and used his wood mastery, repairing the broken area in a few seconds. See, Fowl exclaimed. Even a broken table is no match for his power. Everyone joined in, laughing as Max rolled his eyes. One last question, Sog, before we need to go. This demon, should we be worried? A huff came from his demonic friend. Should you two ever come face to face, he would not be an easy foe. The truth is you are still weaker than him. I doubt, however, you will encounter him face to face. For him to leave his domain would require him to sense a very large gain in power or a command from the Demon King, and I doubt we would end up in your world. Laughing, Sogthlech shook his head. For my kind's sake, I hope not. I fear too many of my brothers and sisters would fall to you and your party. Even worse would be the hordes that would come at you. I cannot tell you how much fun it is anytime someone is foolish enough to venture into our domain. Often, a group has come to rid their world of evil. The irony that their own people are the ones who summoned us there first is lost on them, but still, their souls and flesh are delicious. Max chuckled as he watched their ranger and healer wince at the mention of eating flesh. Well, on that note, I think we have a faction we need to return to, he said. Until next time. Everett started to laugh as Tom stood there slack-jawed. A single hit, their trainer said slowly. He killed that in a single hit. You doubted anything less, Dexic said as she slapped him on the back. I mean, you watched him fight in the arena and you know what floor he's on. I mean, yeah, but seeing it in person is kind of mind-blowing, Tom stated. You and I both know those would tear us a new one, and he's out there cutting them down like stalks of wheat. Which is just proof of what real power looks like, Everett said. Now then, if you're done being so dramatic, I'm returning to my book. You and I both know we've got nothing to do for a while. Max couldn't help but grin as he sensed Everett, Tom, and Dexic taking in the sight of the tower floor beneath them. After strapping them into the harness he used for his team, the Golden Warrior was on his back, knees bent slightly, while the other two men were strapped to his shoulders. This is a little bit humiliating, Everett shouted. Don't get me wrong, I won't complain about the fact we're covering ground like crazy, but I feel like your sister's daughter being packed around. Well, as long as you don't crap yourself, we'll be fine, Max replied. Tell me, Dexic said as she leaned her head back slightly, how often do you travel like this? I heard about the harness, but seeing how easily you do this tells me it's well practiced. I could have put you in my dimensional space, he replied, but then they wouldn't get a chance to see what everything looks like from up here. Besides, you and I know we've got a bet, and I intend to win it. A groan came from the Golden Warrior as both men on his shoulders shifted slightly. What bet? Tom asked. You'll have to wait and see, Max replied. Now then, we'll be reaching the portal soon. Just remember to keep your stomach tight. Tears continued rolling down Fowl's and Batrayer's cheeks as Dexic continued her retelling of the day's events. And then Tom puked all over himself. Dexic, Everett said, cutting her off. I thought we agreed we'd only mention him doing that once. It's not my fault, Tom exclaimed, ignoring the howl of laughter from Max's party. He didn't tell me we were going to drop like that, and then the sudden stop at the bottom. Oh, I hate that part, Cordelia said, wiping her face with the back of her hand. Max does that just to be mean, I think. Bah, I lost 10 gold, Dexic roared. He knew. Max knew what he would do and lured me into a trap. Part of me wanted to accuse him of working with Tom with how easy it all happened. Laughter and smiles came from everyone, but the faction trainer who had held up his middle finger more in this one moment than most could remember in a year. You seem to have had a lot of fun, Tanilla whispered. Nodding, Max squeezed her hand, still smiling from ear to ear. Watching them and allowing them to play on those levels was fun. Both of them handled themselves well. You know, none of you really know what pain is until Max picks you up by your armpits and uses you as a battering ram to kill something. The stuff that gets in your beard, Fowl said as he shuddered a little bit. Let's just say you quickly learn to keep your mouth shut. Both of the older men grimaced slightly as they shook their heads. I think I'll pass on that if possible, Everett stated. Now then, you all are returning to the tower tomorrow, correct? I, Batria replied. Not all of us get a free ride like some people. Oh really? Fowl asked, his voice rising a little as he gave her a look. We don't get a free ride. Bah, perhaps you do, but I always carry my weight. Heal me, Batria. Cure my poison, Batria. Unlike some, I don't get just to harvest testicles all day long. Laughter once more filled the room as their warrior held up 2 middle fingers at their healer. Max couldn't help but laugh as Fowl shouted, poisoned, for at least the 100th time today. Each insect they were fighting had a bad habit of exploding, sending out different colors of blood that all had some nasty effects. Good thing I'm not getting carried, Batrier teased as she healed their warrior. What's the plan? Cordelia shouted as she prepared to jump off the air wall she shared with the other 2 women. We coming down or what? Stay up there, Max replied, flicking his weapon to clean off the blood on it. I'll pull more, she gave him a thumbs up, and Max raced off down the tunnel, splashing water with each step. What kind of crazy nest is this? They had been moving through a long system of tunnels, some knee-deep with water and others as dry as a bone. Different kinds of plants grew throughout the tower floor, each casting a different light color. Over 6 varieties of beetles attacked them, and while the team had no problem killing them, the poison made things difficult. Max had repeatedly commented that he could almost kiss the Gorgon, which he barely survived against. His poison resistance was paying off, and Fowl suffered the worst, especially in the first moments. Not everyone had exploded, lulling them into a sense of safety when it started. Coming up over a small ridge of dirt, Max saw half a dozen beetles all mulling about in the tunnel. 2 of them were red, 10 feet tall and easily 13 feet long. Short and squatty, but with a pair of pincers that could hurt Fowl if not taken out quickly. 3 were yellow with purple polka dots all over, smaller and faster, known for casting a gas that could blind anyone until cured, and a black one. Max frowned as he knew that one had to die first. Like him, it had a small teleport feature. It vanished into a black portal and could cover up to 30 yards. It's a shame you can't help yet. That would be another skill we could use, Bob. The thread of their connection was stronger, and a part of him wondered what had changed. All he knew was Bob had spoken for the first time in ages, and it had seemed distant, so far away. But the command had been clear, and he wasn't missing a single kill if he could help it. Summoning an ice spear, he poured mana into it, preparing for what he knew would come. Pulling his bow out, Max let the arrow go. Empowered shot. The black beetle cried out, vanishing into a black portal with a third of its body missing. Max sent his spell as it reappeared, watching it pierce and kill the creature. Consume is locked. Chuckling to himself, he began casting other spells as he raced back to his allies, knowing they didn't want to miss out on the fun. Ulfreda continued to hum a song as she inspected the items laid out on the stone tables. You 5 never fail to impress, she said, holding up some poison sac they had harvested. The stuff you bring me would make any other faction weak in the knees. Fowl laughed and pulled out one of the first kills they had made, quietly setting it on the ground behind the older elven woman. An 8-foot purple and red striped beetle rested against the stone floor, and Max ignored the look Batrier gave the 2 of them as they waited. A few seconds later, Ulfreda screamed as she turned. She saw the corpse move slightly as their warrior gently bumped it. You foul hammerfall are going to one day kill me, she cried out, holding her hands to her chest and taking deep breaths. Why I? Max watched as Batrier immediately cast a healing spell on the faction's collector of all harvested parts. He had reached Ulfreda as she fell to the ground, immediately knowing what had happened. Without waiting, he pulled the gloves off her hands, a faint residue of the poison from the sack. Her slight miscalculation had caused her to touch her skin, transferring the active poison upon contact. The other 2 women were there in seconds, and after a brief moment of panic, they had Ulfreda sitting in a chair, vomit covering the stone floor near her. I didn't mean to, their warrior sputtered. You never mean to, Batrier snapped as she glared at Fowl. We warned you this wasn't a good idea. It's my fault too, Max said, sharing the blame. Neither of us considered this might happen. He is fine, dear. Ulfreda managed to get out before taking another sip of water. I broke the rules, touching myself while handling objects, but it was. Shaking her head, the older elf cut off their healer. No, I should have known, and do not take away something foul and I enjoy. Unlike so many, you five do more than drop off items and run. You tell me stories and share with me what you faced. I can almost pretend I'm in the tower with you all for a brief moment. Max saw her eyes seem to light up as Elfreda looked up at the ceiling, a slight smile beginning to form. Every day I see the impossible, and often I wonder what it must be like, risking your life and facing different monsters and beings. While I don't want to risk my life to see such things, you all are kind to me. Even Fowl with his jokes tells me I'm more than some old woman who just takes whatever junk you bring. You're not old, their warrior said. Elfreda's laugh filled the room. You don't have to lie to me, she replied. No, I'm old, which is why I do this job. I could retire, but then what? Sit around in some house somewhere, reading books. Even if I wrote them, I'd be bored out of my mind in days, especially after witnessing all I have in my lifetime. She shook her head and shrugged. A huff came from their healer as she scowled at their warrior. You realize all you're going to do is egg him on, Batger asked. I mean, who knows what he'll try to do next to get a reaction out of you. Elfreda nodded and stood. Don't worry, dear, I'll be ready. Besides, if I do manage to die from it, Tom will finally win a bet against Everett. She stretched and moved to the corpse still where Fowl had left it. It really is a remarkable specimen, other than the giant hole where its head should be. Blame that on Tanilla, Fowl said. Their healer rolled her eyes at their warrior. Yeah, blame me for doing my job. Elfreda laughed again as she stored the corpse. This is what I love about you five, like siblings, lovers, and a family. Trust me, what you all have is rare. Always protect it. As she spoke, her smile was replaced with a serious expression, and a single finger wiggled at them all for a brief second. Now then, let's see what else you brought for me today. Max watched as Elfreda moved back to the table and began going through the last of the bags. She's a bit crazy, Tanilla whispered. Still, she is right. Yes, she is, he replied. Must be an elf thing. Laughter came from their side of the room as Tanilla elbowed him immediately. Dwarves aren't meant for this, Fowl shouted as he slid down the ice. Max laughed as he watched his friend almost crash into another one of the columns that ran the length of the room from floor to ceiling. Fowl's right, Batger exclaimed from his back. Still, I can't help but laugh at this. The other two women laughed as Fowl bounced along the floor. The caves they were in continued their descent, and he was their best tool right now as over 100 small furballs gave chase. You better hurry, Max cried out. They're gaining on you. Using his wind magic, he carried himself and the three women through the 30-foot-tall cave, dodging the pillars and watching as every dozen feet or so, another 2 or 3 of the creatures that lived here stirred and chased after Fowl. Each was the size of a dwarf's head and had big eyes and a mouth full of metal teeth. Who creates creatures like that? Cordelia asked as she sent an arrow at a straggler behind them. I mean, they're so cute, and almost tore your arm off, Batria replied. Rule number 742, never pick up anything cute in the tower. Max couldn't help but grin as he kept pace with their dwarven warrior. Part of him felt guilty for sending Fowl skidding down the ice, while the other part was impressed with how well he had managed to stay on his stomach. His shield easily took out both creatures and ice columns. Tanilla and he were careful, as was Cordelia, only using stone magic to create tiny spears that skewered the little balls of fur behind the growing horde of fluff that raced along the ice after Fowl. There has to be almost 400, Tanilla said as the slope began to lessen and a flat area up ahead appeared. Guys, I see something. Fowl's voice sounded a bit nervous, or perhaps he would puke again, but Max darted ahead, finding the area opened up into a giant cavern. In the middle of it was a 15-foot version of the small creatures they had faced since entering the tower floor. As Fowl slid into the area, it moved, rising on 2 legs, and a pair of skinny arms poked out from its fur. What in the gods is that? Cordelia asked. It roared, sending flecks of saliva and bits of flesh flying onto the ice floor, and Max groaned. Rides over. He flew to where Fowl was and grabbed their warrior by the back of his armor, ignoring the smell of vomit on his friend. I'm going to hurl again, their warrior muttered. Not yet, be ready to fight. An empowered boss arrow connected against the boss's left eye, sending out a gush of fluid and blood. It howled, covering the injured area and appeared to be clawing the offending injury. Sending another, their archer repeated the process, destroying both eyes on the oversized fur ball and staining it with green blood. Incoming, Tanilla shouted. Fire Nova in 10. Max spun slightly, still holding onto Fowl, who groaned as he was flung around like a rag doll, turning to see the avalanche of fluff. Each of them clattered and squeaked, their sounds almost cute, except for the bite that could pierce anything but Fowl's armor. Max began to cast his own Fire Nova, timing it to go off with Tanilla's as he zoomed near the front of the pack, watching as their spells rolled out from the two of them. A heavenly scent of burnt meat came quickly, overpowering the stench of burnt hair. 5 seconds, their mage called out. They repeated the process, burning down the multitude of creatures until only the larger one remained. It moved around the 200-yard cavern, crawling along the floor. Put me down, Fowl asked. I really need to vomit. Without waiting any longer, he summoned a wall of stone and ice and dropped his friend upon it. Then he took a moment to undo the harness, setting the trio of women onto the stone wall. I'll deal with this one. You just keep an eye out, Max said as he moved toward the injured creature. At least there isn't a pink one this time, Fowl said as he moved away. His blade carved the creature up into bits, and a fire nova ended its life without any real problem. Flicking off the green blood onto the ice, Max stared at the cavern, wondering what would come next like the other 4 times. MAXXX. Their healer's shout wasn't needed, but he moved toward them quickly, noticing the dome roof of ice starting to fall apart, chunks of death now falling toward the floor. Shields and walls, Max shouted as he stood between Tanilla and Cordelia, a shield in each hand covering the pair and himself. Fowl mimicked his stance, holding a shield above him and Batrayer. He and Tanilla sent stone spears at the chunks that fell upon them, causing them to break apart and bounce harmlessly off their defenses. In less than 20 seconds, the floor was littered with boulder-sized chunks of ice, replacing the smooth surface with a jagged one. There it is, their ranger called, pointing at the creature now falling from the ceiling. You had to jinx it, Batrayer exclaimed. Foul Hammerfall, I swear I'm going to hurt you. It's not my fault, their warrior shouted as he jumped off the stone wall and onto the textured floor. We both knew something was coming. Max didn't get involved, storing his Gorgon shield and pulling free his weapon as the 40-foot pink ball of fluff landed on the floor, sending a shockwave out from it. I'll get aggro, he yelled as the creature turned. Its black eyes locked upon the party, and its gigantic mouth opened up and roared at them. Intimidation resisted. Smiling to himself, Max sent a flaming spear at the creature, knowing it wouldn't do much damage, needing to get its attention for now. At least Fowl doesn't freeze up anymore. The spell did nothing, striking the pink fur and barely leaving a singed mark as Max flew near its face. Both clawed hands came at him, and he easily dodged as he weaved through the attacks, using his smaller size to get close and jab his weapon into the creature. Power strike. He had transformed it into a gutting hook, driving the sharp tip into the thick hide and then angling the weapon where the long shaft was at his hip. Like a farmer working in a field, he raced across the surface of the boss, his weapon slicing open the beast as he dashed around it. Over and over he went in a circle, cutting an X around its front and back. Torrents of green blood flowed, staining its pink skin as the creature attempted to swat at him with both hands, unable to do anything as he skinned it alive. Now, with his weapon having done what he wanted, Max flew away, the giant blood-soaked ball of fur facing him and turning its back to the party. An enormous stone spear struck where he had made the X, and it sank deep into the beast. It howled, staggering from the strike that evaded its thick hide. Max immediately used his stone mastery skill, forcing the spear deeper into its body. It would have been comical to watch if they had not been facing a creature capable of sending Fowl flying across the entire cavern with a single strike. The first one they had faced had wrecked them as they attempted to pierce its hide. Now, it was over before it started, and Max sighed. The only cold sensation he received was his mana being refilled as the beast fell dead on the floor. That was too easy, Fowl muttered at his return. I mean, you sliced it open like an orange. Groans came from Cordelia and Batrayer as they climbed down from the air wall they were still on. Thank the gods, a portal, Tanilla said as she pointed at the one that had just appeared in the cavern's center near the corpse. I was growing tired of this. Smiling, Max moved to where she was and helped her down. You did great with that spear. You probably almost killed it yourself. Sure, lie to me. I'm okay with that, she replied with a wink. Still, you owe me 10 gold. I'm not sure he threw up 4 times, Max replied, ignoring the finger being wagged at the 2 of them. I only counted 3. It was 4, I kept count, Cordelia chimed in. Pay the lady. Laughing, Max started counting gold coins into Tanilla's outstretched hand. You do realize you're all a bunch of bastards, Fowl muttered as he pulled his beard out from between his chest and armor. Nothing funny about a dwarf sliding across ice. His comment only made them laugh harder as they crossed the tower floor, ready to move on to the 78th floor. What in the world are these things? Cordelia asked as Ulfreda held one of the furballs in her hands, inspecting it from all sides. Never seen one, but they sure are cute, the older elf exclaimed. I can see that its bite would indeed be painful. Look here and you'll notice the serrated side that works like a saw, sharp and deadly. I'll pass. Almost lost my arm to one, their ranger replied. Everett shook his head at the pile of corpses they had collected until they realized no one needed over 200 of them. And you say there were larger ones. The pink ones were 40 feet tall, Max said as he pointed at the stone table. That's the hide over there that I stored after we defeated the first one. Surely that should be useful for something. Oh, I'm certain Ulfreda will find a use for everything here. If we're not careful, she'll sell some of these to a food merchant, and soon we'll have on our hands another hit. All courtesy of your party and the reagents your team keeps bringing back. Tom yelped as he shook his left hand, waving it in the air as the tip bled. I told you those were sharp, Fowl stated. I mean, why would you do that? I was just testing the surface and the tip, the trainer replied. This claw is a lot denser than most of the others we've seen, and it has a sharpness not often seen on one this size. Max watched as Tom held the 4-foot claw out to Everett T, who shook his head. Men, Batrayer grunted as she healed their trainer. Can't help but touch everything. And you're certain they're not useful for weapons. Max shook his head at Everett. My weapon skill doesn't give me a single idea on something it could create from them. Everything I've considered comes up blank, as the material will snap and can't be forged. Using it as a handle or anything else is also worthless. There's no magic in it. No magic, the faction leader whispered as he tapped his chin. What kind of place would have something that big and as strong as this without any magic? I think that's the point, Tanilla said as she shifted the pink pelt on the stone table. Watch. She summoned a gout of fire that continually shot outward, striking the hide and beyond the scent of some burnt hair, but it didn't affect it. The only spell that worked against it was my stone one, after Max had created an opening. Part of me thinks these were designed to stop magic. Imagine a creature that couldn't be pierced except by weapons. We all know they're out there, but to see one this size, it's a tad frightening. Max nodded as he pulled out his weapon, shaping it like a gutting hook, and then withdrew a piece of hide he had kept for himself. Holding the curved edge up to it, he prepared to demonstrate how easily it sliced open. But a normal weapon. That's not a normal weapon, Tom stated, cutting him off. True, then use your sword and see what happens. Without waiting, their trainer had the weapon he had created, quickly cutting through the exposed hide. Tom used 2 other swords before the 4th cut the hide, so it has to be at least rare quality. That's good to know, Everett said as he watched the demonstration. You all done messing with my materials? Afreda asked as she began storing the corpses laid out on the tables. If so, some of us have work to do and can't be caught playing in the tower. Both older men chuckled and began to move toward the door. Please, we all know you'd go if you could. I would, but someone didn't ask me. Seeing how her eyes fell upon him, Max almost groaned as Tanilla laughed. Busted. You've been staring at those for a while. Are you expecting something special to happen? Shaking his head, Max gave Tanilla a playful scowl before returning his attention to the materials laid out on the workbench. All the various crafting items he had acquired so far were laid out in order next to the dragon's tooth he had been given. Inside him was a sensation that he was close. Max could almost envision the weapon it would create in his mind. He wasn't ready yet to start sketching on the paper he had purchased from Buengrid, knowing it would only get one chance. He was still afraid to even sketch it on normal paper, knowing that doing so might permanently force him in a direction that might change. I'm close, real close. I just need a few more materials, and then I think I can do what needs to be done. Part of me wishes Buengrid were accessible. I would almost return to that world with the gnomes, dwarves, and goblins. Perhaps there I could find. No, Tanilla's tone was stern, and while she didn't shout, it carried a weight that stopped him immediately. We're not going to start traveling to different worlds again. The last few times have been dangerous. Unless there is no other option, we don't need to risk such a thing. Sighing, Max nodded. I yield no more traveling to other worlds for now. He could sense her shifting in the padded chair he had brought her. Their child was moving and her hand was pressed against her side. Does it hurt? Hurt? No. Is it unkind to my insides? Yes. Grinning, Max held up his hands in surrender. I'm going to stop asking questions before I get myself in trouble. Tanilla said nothing, watching him for another second or two before returning to the book in her hand. Tapping his chin, Max mentally noted what else he thought he needed and decided not to repeat that comment again. I really wish you were here, Bob. I could use your help with the crafting and what not to say to Tanilla. Unable to help himself, Max began to chuckle, ignoring the glance he got from the only other person in the room. Max nodded at the guard who stood there, his mouth still open. Selecting the 55th floor, he moved in first, leaving Everett, Tom, Dexic, and Batter to deal with the questions that continued to come. As his eyes started to work, he saw the boss floor he could already smell before him and started to chuckle. I'm not sure I like the Everett stopped talking, his eyes now spotting what had made Max laugh. A swamp, for a boss floor, which most likely means something nasty, Max replied. That's why I brought Batrayer. You 4 will stay here and wait for me to find the boss and clear a path. We don't need to have any mistakes. He leveled his gaze upon the 4. If anything comes while I'm not here, you leave. Don't wait, don't even try to fight it. Understood. You sure you don't want me to kill it for them? Batrayer asked as she pulled a chair from storage and sat down. Is that one of the faction chairs? Tom asked. Maybe, maybe not. Surely there are lots of chairs out in the city that look alike. It has 2 axes carved into the arms, their trainer stated. Without missing a beat, Batrayer smiled and shrugged. Perhaps I got a deal because they had leftovers. Dexic started to laugh, and a moment later, a matching chair appeared in her hands. Both of you. No wonder they are always missing. Max took a deep breath and let it out as the 4 started to discuss the cause of the missing faction chairs. As they debated it, he pulled out his weapon. Remember, stay put, don't fight. Sure thing, Dad, Dexic said as she mimicked Batrayer, pulling out a book and pretending to read. Praying the 4 didn't act stupid, he took off, scouting the tepid water and looking for what needed to be killed. That is one ugly boss, Dexic proclaimed as she looked down upon the 30-foot tall oversized troll. I mean, it's a troll, but it's not. Way too fat and thick, Tom said. A female one. The sound of a golden plate glove striking their trainer's helmet made Max laugh, and Batrier and Everett soon joined in. And that's why he's single, the Golden Warrior stated. Now then, we're safe up here. This thing isn't going to suddenly vanish. Hopefully not, Max replied as he winked at her. Besides, it's only 70 feet in the air. Surely you won't die, but it would hurt like hell. Nodding, he waved at the four of them and flew toward the boss. It was uglier than most trolls he had seen, and the fact that it was fatter and had flesh hanging in spots it didn't usually hang made him wonder if Tom was right for a moment. Two large clubs with pieces of metal were held in both hands, and the clearing it stood in was filled with water to its shins. A horrible place to fight for a normal person. Easily over Fowl's head. Charging the boss, he flew at its head, ignoring its short-lived roar as his weapon severed its head in a single attack. Power strike. Rampage. Without missing a beat, he caught the falling body part and quickly stored it, wondering how Alfreda would react upon having it set before her. Consume is locked. Max froze in midair. The reminder that his friend had been missing for so long suddenly caused his chest to ache a little bit. Bob, I really need to figure out how to help you. A few seconds passed as Max blinked, wiping his face with the back of his hand. When everyone on his team was present, he could get past it. Now here, it felt almost hollow. Knowing his air wall wouldn't last forever, he quickly flew to where the four were waiting, let them enter his dimensional space, and descended to where a chest had appeared on a very small section of land, only ankle deep in all the water. That looked impressive, Dexic said as she moved to the chest. I couldn't even follow your weapon, it moved so fast. One moment the troll had a head and the next it didn't. Just another reminder that you don't want to duel him again, Tom teased, only if you go first. May I? Batrer asked, motioning at the chest. With a nod, Max watched as his friend opened the wooden container. The green and brown surface bore the image of a troll like the one he faced. Oh, Fowl's going to be pissed, Batrer said as she held up a milky white potion. Is that what I think it is? Max asked, looking inside and seeing that there was one for him as well. Yup, shame those three just get items. The trio laughed as they watched the pair hold their potions before reaching in and pulling out new items. This. Dexic's mouth moved, but only babbling came out as she held the chest piece that looked as ugly as a pile of troll shite. Based on how the warrior was acting, Max knew there had to be something special about it. These bracers, Everett whispered. Impossible. My boots tend to all stats, Tom said quietly. You too. The pair nodded and each of them began to smile, quickly swapping out the equipment they currently had on and for their new ones. Holy elf balls, that feels amazing, Dexic said. Max cocked an eyebrow at the warrior. Elf balls, what, can't a girl enjoy a nice pair? Everyone laughed as Max motioned to the two crystals in the chest. You can take those. Saves me the trouble of having to hand them to you later. Everett grinned and collected the pair, motioning to the portal that appeared a dozen yards away. So how long till we can do the 59th floor boss? Now you want me to hurry through the tower, Max said, grinning the entire time. What happened to slowing down and taking my time? Bah, we all know you can have us there in no time. Why drag it out? Tom asked. Shaking his head from side to side, he pointed at the portal. Well, I don't have a ton of time, but if we hurry, I'm pretty sure we can easily finish the next tower floor. All three of the faction members darted toward it, leaving a laughing healer and Max in their wake. Callie babbled as Max played with her, doing peekaboo repeatedly, causing the child to laugh and smile. You know, I've never understood that game, Tanilla said. I mean, I know babies aren't smart, but the way she looks when you cover your face. It's like she really believes you're gone. Simple pleasures. She shrugged and tickled the chubby toes with a finger, smiling as his niece laughed again. You going to spend any time with me in the dungeons? Stacy asked again. It's unfair that you haven't helped me get easy loot. Rolling his eyes, Max glanced at his sister. Oh really? Tell me, how do your stats compare to everyone in your party? Grunting, she scoffed. That's not fair, not fair. You're easily 20 levels past them with the potions you have already drank, and with the other ones waiting to be used, you're going to be a powerhouse compared to anyone else. Let's also not talk about how you have 9 skills. A little bit of red colored her cheeks, and her gaze looked away from him for a moment. I know it's just the group, it's so slow. Tanilla started to snicker and then it turned into a full-blown laugh. She has no idea, does she? Shaking his head, Max held Callie out to Tanilla. No, but I guess I can at least spend an hour or two with her. See what improvement I might be able to make by teaching her how to fight. Really, his sister squealed. You'll take me. Yes, just know we'll train, so I won't be the one killing most things. His sister was on her feet in a moment, bouncing on the balls of them. Let's go. Tanilla took the laughing infant and shook her head. You two have fun. Auntie Tanilla will stay here and take care of everything. Focus, block high and parry. Stacy grunted, her shield moving quickly to stop the incoming attack from the orc on her left while using her sword to stop the axe coming her way. The sound of metal on metal echoed off the worked stone hallway, and Max nodded in satisfaction as he watched his sister continue to block the attacks. When, not yet, Focus on defending and then you can take them down. See the patterns. There are still areas you can improve. Another minute passed before he was satisfied with how she handled the pair of orcs. After he whistled, she quickly cut them both down in seconds. Panting, she sipped the water he held out to her. Why make me do this dungeon? Because it's weak or because you're strong? Both the experience sucks, even solo, she replied, handing back his flask. One day you'll face 2, 3, or perhaps 6 creatures. It took you way too long to see that these 2 attack the same way over and over. They're not hard to fight and you outclass them a lot. If one of them does land a hit, outside of your face or a few gaps in your armor, it will do nothing. That's why you will pull 2 groups next time and defend against them all. 4. Max nodded and grinned. Show me you can handle 4 and I'll take you to a real dungeon. Don't and we'll stay here until it's time to go. He watched as his sister's face became serious and she summoned her weapon and shield again. Deal. Fowl shook his head in disbelief at him. You do realize that I'm now at a place no dwarf ever believes they can achieve. So I take it the potion did what I hoped, Max asked. A snort came from his friend. And then some. Gods, I'm now at a 258 strength. 2 stats max, 2, I'm. He watched as a few tears formed and ran down his tan cheeks, vanishing into his brother's brown beard. It's okay. You're the warrior I always knew you'd be. Short arms wrapped around his chest as Fowl rushed him, barreling into him. Anytime, brother, Max replied as he returned the hug. Sniffles came from the other 3 in the room, and Max watched as everyone stayed silent. After a few seconds had passed, he gave Fowl 3 quick taps on the back, causing the dwarf to let go and laugh. Gods, I'm such a baby. Well, don't expect me to change or burp you, Max stated as he waved a hand before his nose. No one should ever have to endure that. Laughter came from both men as they stood there, slapping each other on the arm playfully. You 2 done bonding, Bachelor called out. No one cried when I got above 250 in 2 stats. Bah, that's a lie. Their warrior cried out, wheeling around and wagging his finger at her. You cried last night when. Fowl HMMRFALL. Her tone cut him off and Max, Tanilla and Corellia all started to laugh as their healers' cheeks turned red. I think on that note, we'd best be getting to the tower, their ranger said as she pointed at the door. No need to watch Fowl get his arse kicked by a woman. Everyone stood under the shade of the sand umbrella Max had created, holding hands above their eyes as they stared out over the dunes. It's been what, 6 hours? Tanilla asked. At least Max replied. No monsters, no changes in the landscape or horizon, and the sun it hasn't moved like on all the other floors. Using a rag to wipe the sweat on his face, Fowl muttered under his breath. I'm not sure what's worse, us not finding anything or the fact we've been carried so far by you. Still, it beats walking. Glancing behind them, Max saw the trail they had created through the sand. The wind was blowing it away slowly, erasing the memory of their passing. 2 or 3 miles on foot didn't bring anything either, Tanilla said, coming to join him. It truly is a barren place. I could go higher and look for a better view from above, but you all would need to enter my dimensional storage. That would allow me to move faster without worrying about someone passing out from the thinner air. One time. Cordelia exclaimed, I only did that once. Smiling, Max shrugged and opened his dimensional space, letting everyone climb inside. You okay? Tanilla asked as she stood at the entrance. This floor just feels weird. Tom and Everett mentioned before that there were long floors. Even Dagon had spoken about floors that stretched on for weeks or months. I can't imagine traveling for so long and nothing ever happens. You're worried we're going in the wrong way. Shaking his head, Max knew he was biting his lip, unable to hide his thoughts. It's so much more than that. The sun hasn't moved at all. Everything feels more like a lower tower floor or a dungeon floor, not what we've encountered lately. Could a real world have a sun that never moves? What would that do? Create a place like this? He groaned and leaned forward, kissing her. What would I ever do without you? Max asked. Kill everyone you see and be a rampaging, crazed maniac. Her smirk was only ruined by the small wink Tanilla gave, right before she reached out and cupped his cheek. Now go, I'm going to relax in the chairs you left for us. The days turned into weeks, and as he sped across the sky, the vastness of everything and the never-ending sun that baked down upon him caused his emotions to bubble out. Every moment felt like one back on Igara's world. The only difference now was he didn't have Bob to talk with. As the team stayed safe in his dimensional storage, Max pressed forward, streaking across the sky like a comet, his mind at war with the knowledge that the landscape never changed. Occasionally, he yelled out, crying to no one but himself, the frustration of all this wearing him down. Everett understood that it might be a while after they used the rings the first time. 2 days ago, the faction leader's expression showed the first sign of concern. He had been tempted to use an escape gem. Max was done with this mess and would wait a week or more before he was willing to try a different 78th floor. The only thing that prevented that was how rare they were and the knowledge that it might not change. Losing weeks' worth of traveling was not something he could endure. Bob, I really need you. That same statement ran through his mind constantly, and the lack of reply deepened the pain. We'll walk with you for a while, Fowl said, and don't complain this time. You don't have to do this alone, Cordelia chimed in. We're here, all of us can see how you look. And it's not a pretty sight, Batter said, winking at him. Taking another deep breath and letting it out, Max shifted in the chair Fowl had given him. Closing his eyes, he turned his face toward the canopy he had created with the sand. I'm just frustrated, he admitted. I'm itching for a fight, a change in landscape, something. Tanilla smiled at him, squeezing his leg as she sat beside him. We'll get through, trust me. A floor like this won't break us. We've faced impossible enemies in horrible conditions. So what if there's nothing but sand? Definitely better than sliding face first along a frozen sheet of ice, Fowl said. Laughing, Max felt some of his anxiety start to vanish. The comfort of his friends and the assurance they gave were the medicine he needed. Max glanced at everyone who was gathered around him. Each of them was shifting slightly, not from the heat of the sand, but of the news Everett had just shared. What do we want to do? His question hung there as the knowledge an elven army was moving toward Peltigau had just ruined everyone's mood. Everett said there are 3 or 4 days till the army arrives, Cordelia replied. We could try and see if finding the exit is possible before using a stone. But 3 weeks, Batter said slowly. We've been here 3 weeks to give up that much time. Max kept his eyes focused on Tanilla as she bit her lip, causing him to be concerned she might draw blood from how it was changing colors. I'll do whatever, darn sharp ears always. The sound of flesh hitting metal came as their healer smacked their warrior. Foul Hammerfall, don't you use those words, or help me, I'll wash your mouth out with soap. A grunt came from Foul as he glared at her, ignoring the look their ranger was giving him. Stop it, please, Tanilla whispered. We're all tired and worn out. He only said that because of all this. Her hands motioned to the area of sand surrounding them. We need not to fight each other, especially if we're most likely going to end up fighting against an army. But your father, the king, and your sister are against me, Tanilla said, cutting off Cordelia. With them at the head of the army, both queens must face them, and we know there isn't a path in which they will survive. I have no doubt every elven adventurer is being summoned to his side. They will have no choice but to obey him and fight, meaning the slaughter of innocents, Max said quietly. His eyes shook with rage as his hand crushed the metal cup it had been holding. Families like mine faction members, so many innocents. So what do we do? Batrayer asked. Whatever it is, we'll need to be out of here in 2 days. The city will require our presence. Surely they're going to evacuate the civilians, Fowl said. At least they will be safe. From what? Max asked, shaking his head. Where can they go to be safe from an army like that? Head across the land to the great waters. There aren't enough boats to carry them all. And the problems that would arise on the road there would be almost as bad as those in the army. They can't even head to a nearby city. And hold them all and the roads would overflow. Grumbling, Fowl stroked his beard. 2 days, Max said as he stood, storing the chair he had been using. I'll give everything I have. You 4 get inside. I'll be fine. Either we find the exit or use a stone to leave. Everyone stood, storing their furniture and items, moving quickly to enter the dimensional space he had just summoned. You okay? He asked as Tanilla moved past him. No, but I always knew this day would come. It's just like my family. Why would he pass up attacking if we've not been seen lately? Yeah, but why would he risk an attack when we could show up any minute? I mean, even if he believes he is weaker, why? His words failed him as Max realized something he hadn't considered until this moment. What is it? Tanilla asked. I think there might be a mole in our faction. Both of her golden eyes widened, and then she frowned so hard that her cheek muscles ruined her beautiful face. He would do that, and if they knew we were stuck here, and with no update on our return, it would seem like a wise move. Still. Max pulled out a communication ring and tapped it 3 times, waiting for a reply. Soon the image of Everett's face hovered above his hand. Did you find the exit? Hope was in the older man's voice, and Max knew he was about to shatter it all. No, but Tanilla and I spoke. We think you might have a mole problem. Everett's eyes filled with shock. Next came a string of words Max knew would earn a mouthful of soap escaping their faction leader's mouth. That makes sense, he replied after taking a moment to compose himself. I'll get to work on. Wait, feed information that we're possibly getting closer to finding an exit. See what happens. Then let us know it's a good plan. Are you? No, Max replied. We're going to give it 2 days. After that, we'll use a stone to leave. In the meantime, I'll keep the ring close. Message me if you learn anything new. A grunt came from the faction leader, and Max knew that if Everett found the mole, it wouldn't be pretty. I'm on it. Good luck and be safe. Without waiting for a reply, the head vanished, and Max tapped his ring 3 more times to disable it. You're going to go all out. I can see it written all over your face. Max looked at Tanilla and nodded. There's no point in holding back. Whatever happens, I need to do what I can to cover as much ground as possible. Bob and I discussed this next part as a possibility for moving faster. While I've never had a chance to test it, we'll see if it works. He smiled as her hand brushed his cheek. I'd say have fun, but I can already see you're excited to try. Nodding, he covered her hand with his and smiled. Oh, I'm definitely looking forward to finally trying it out. Hovering in the air, Max stared down at the landscape below him. Sand stretched everywhere as far as his eyes could see. Even up here where the air was thin and only his constitution allowed him to function, the view looked almost curved. Bob had mentioned this to him once when they had flown this high before. It was cold, and he didn't fault Cordelia for passing out the one time he took the party higher into the sky. "This one's for you, old friend, soon we need to free you." Cracking his neck even though it didn't matter, Max smiled and used his wind mastery to fly across the sky. He pushed the very limits of his ability, doing everything he could to move as fast as possible. When he knew there was no more to be eked out, he attempted what Bob had said. With his elemental mastery, Max formed a spear of air shaped around his body. Carefully, he grew it against the base of his feet. Two pads covered the whole area of his soles, a tiny tip forming between the section where his feet didn't connect in the middle. It wasn't the normal spear he would attack with, but it still counted as one. That was all that mattered, Bob had said. He knew what would happen next, or believed it should work. Spell burst. Surging forward as if he had been standing still, Max felt the wind tearing against his face, the cold managing to sting just slightly. Both of his feet were fighting to shift under the force of his spear, but his feet clamped together around the tip he had created for this purpose. He wanted to laugh, shout, or pump his arms, yet instead he was flying outstretched, both hands above his head, making himself as flat as possible. Max's grin grew as he went for broke. Haste. A sound erupted as he surged forward. In the empty skies, thunder rang out, and Max felt the pressure of his movement fighting against him. Beneath him, the landscape moved like waves of an ocean. It was a blur, even from up here. Slowly, he lifted his head up slightly, keeping the position he and Bob had worked on a few times tight. He felt the air hitting his hands before washing over the rest of him. The horizon moved. It raced toward him. He wanted to laugh. More than anything, Max wanted to tell Bob that it had worked. Soon, old friend, soon. With his eyes fixed on the edge of the sand, Max smiled. Even if his skill couldn't answer, he felt like Bob was with him. His body ached from the position he held, not needing to sleep, eat, and drink as often as most allowed him to do the impossible. To do this, he saw it just a few hours before day 2 was done. The line of sand that stretched on forever ended. A line of blue began to appear. His heart felt light for the first time as he mimicked the combo from the first day. He wished he could use haste again, but knew it was still on cooldown for more than a day. Spell burst. The spear sent him flying faster, and the blue color began to grow and stretch, filling his vision as the line of tan sand met its end. Max still had over an hour before he would probably reach the dividing line, but knowing it was there gave him hope. Finally, Fowl shouted as he raced out of the dimensional space and splashed into the water. "No more sand. We're still on sand," Cordelia called out as she joined him, just not as much. Both laughed as the other two exited the space they had been tucked away in for the last 2 days. "Cutting it kind of close?" Batcher asked. "I mean, how much time do we have before we would have needed to leave?" "Less than an hour," Max replied, pulling Tanilla close. "Once those two stop playing in the water, we'll check out the building to the north." After kissing the love of his life, Max sighed. "You okay?" she asked. "Better now. From what I saw in the sky, there's a building like that every so often. They looked alike, but I still put us down about a mile from one so we could make sure nothing surprised us." Like endless water. Groaning, Max saw their healer frown at Tanilla. "Tanilla Gilmanor, don't make me." Batrayer's words were cut off as Fowl had snuck up behind her, dumping a barrel full of seawater on her. Sputtering, she spun, wringing the water from her beard, and saw the guilty culprit running back into the ocean. He stood there, holding Tanilla as they watched the three play in the water, laughing and splashing. "I'm guessing you don't want to join them." Shaking her head, she pulled her golden braid over her shoulder. "Nope, I don't want to get this wet." Tan stones were formed together in a large square building about 4 stories high. A single door with runes that Max couldn't read lined the outside. "So I guess we just go in?" Fowl asked as they stood about a dozen yards away from the entrance. "Don't worry, I'll go first," Max stated as he moved forward, weapon and shield in hand. Each step was exciting, and he was unsure what might happen, but the knowledge that they had finally found an end to all this sand made him rejoice. Runes ran from the doorway, all along the floor. As he drew closer, he could see inside, finding the building to be empty of anything but stone and a rune path leading to a portal. No warning came from any of his skills as Max stepped onto the first rune, glad to see that it didn't change at all, still shimmering the same white it had been before. "The portal is in here," he yelled at them. "Just stay behind me." All of them moved quickly to form up behind him, anxious to cover the 30 feet between them and the portal. "It's safe, right?" Fowl asked as they got within the last 10 feet. "Only one way to find out. You can go first." Snorting, their warrior almost skipped as he moved, touching the shimmering blue portal and vanishing. "Last one out." Cordelia's words stopped as Max and the other two dashed forward, leaving her still standing there. The moon barely peeked out from behind clouds, and yet every one of them breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Batrier said as she bent down and kissed the stone under her feet. Solid ground. A guard moved to where Max and the others stood, surrounded by the lights that always illuminated the exit to the tower. Sirs and madams, I am informing you all that the tower is closed. There is an invading army, Max said, cutting the man off. Yes, oh wait, it's you. Excitement filled the guard's voice as he realized the ones before him. We had heard rumors, but the queens, they need to know. Max reached out and grabbed the guard who was about to turn and run off. Wait, don't. I need you to promise me you'll tell no one, but the queens. We'll find out, Max said as he motioned to the dimensional space he summoned. I don't want the elves to know we're back, so if you don't mind. He watched as the young man's face understood what he was being asked. Snapping to attention, he nodded, saluting him before moving to where the other two guards were waiting. Gods, I'm beginning to think I need to set up my own room in that place, Fowl muttered as he moved inside, spending more time in here than anywhere else. After they were all inside, Max stealthed and flew into the air, racing to the faction property. Opening the door to Everett's office, Max smiled as both men turned, waiting to see who would enter uninvited. Closing the door, he quickly unstealthed as a sword appeared in Tom's hand. Dear gods, it's you. For a second, I thought we were under attack. Both men moved forward and Max didn't wait, summoning his dimensional space so his friends could exit. You all look horrible, Tom said as he hugged Max. Still, glad you made it home. Sorry you had to use a gem to leave. Who says we used a gem? Max replied with a wink. We actually found the exit just an hour or so ago. Really? Everett exclaimed as he drew close. You managed to get out. Nodding, Max motioned to the couch. Can we sit? It's been a crazy 3 weeks. Tom chuckled and nodded as everyone made their way to the soft furniture and plopped down upon it, ignoring the look the faction leader gave for such an action. You do realize 3 weeks is normal at higher tower floors? Tom asked. We do, but let's just say that never fighting a single creature was boring. Those are hard ones, as often it can be tedious or boring, but still the chances of death are less. Still, we're glad you're back. It turns out you were right about the other as well. Max saw Everett shift a little on his seat at Tom's words. So you found the mole? Found? No. But somehow in the last day after spreading rumors about you all, 2 newer recruits both elves have vanished for no reason, with the tower being closed. Then they were most likely spies, Tanilla said as Everett's words trailed off. Not an uncommon thing for sure. There still might be a few spies within the faction, but taking any action right now would require methods you might not want to employ. A nod came from both of the older men. We discussed that and would prefer not to go down that path, Tom stated. Part of the problem is we officially have no position about this war. Staying neutral is the objective of every faction, and yet most of the members from a large majority of the other factions have mentioned they will defend the walls. Tanilla let out a small gasp, and Max turned to see a smile starting to form. Is that good? He asked. I mean, I thought we weren't supposed to be involved in these things. Oh, it's good for the city, bad for the invading army. While my father can easily defeat those who would attack him, he will have summoned a large portion of the guard and adventurers from Manhwaedit. Tom pulled out a roll of parchment and started to spread it over the table between the couches. Wait, Max said as he grinned at Tanilla. Are you telling me your father has left his capital unprotected? Well, I mean yes, but you'd need to get past the walls, and she covered her mouth and then laughed. Wait, what am I missing? Fowl asked as he looked between them both. She just figured out what I'm going to do, Max replied. Tom, how long till the army reaches the city? Based on our last intel, 6, maybe 7 hours. Seriously, Everett asked as he stood. You're going to leave here and do what? Max rose to his feet and stretched, moving to where the faction leader was and put a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to remind Savantus that he's not as smart as he thinks he is. Now then, if you all don't mind, I'm going to suggest you use the bathroom, Fowl, and then be ready. I should return in a few with Rakanath and then we'll head out. About that, Fowl said as he glanced at the 3 women who all groaned. You might want to not look inside your dimensional space. I kind of had to go. Erthan's thrumming echoed through the cavern as she gazed upon Max, Rakanath, and the rest of the party. You realize that such an action will guarantee the king will come after you. Max nodded and shrugged. No matter what I do, her father will come for her and our child. They wouldn't be safe if I weren't in the picture. Something feels off about the timing in all this, but a rare opportunity has been granted. I'll ask again if you will join us in the coming battle. Slowly, the large-scaled head began to move up and down, and as it did, Rakanath began to trill. Do not think I will risk my life for anyone but you or him, Erthan said. The life of your allies falls squarely upon your shoulders. When the time for battle comes, I shall engage from above and cause chaos, but I will prefer to stay out of range. A true king is not one to play with. Dagon's words filled his mind as she spoke, reminding him that a king was given many things, and those gifts and abilities could change the course of a battle in moments. Any help you grant is appreciated, Max replied. Now then, are you willing to assist with the siege of Manhwaedit as well? Thrumming once more, the red dragon began to shrink, transforming into her smaller humanoid version. What kind of dragon would I be to pass up raiding a capital? Tanilla pointed to the section of the castle they would need to enter, and Max couldn't help but smile as he gazed up at the city from above. With dawn still 4 hours away, they had the cover of night, and flying from Athelia's hideout to here had taken no time at all. Tanilla says we need to land over there, where that garden and the spires are. Ask if she thinks there will be enough room for both of you. You have no idea how horrible it is to relay messages between you two. Erthan always has her idea of how things should go, yet I try to convince her to follow your plan, so that's a yes. A silver eye stared at him as his dragon slowly nodded his head. It is a good thing I have missed you, or I would have gladly let you ride on her back. That's a lie, and we both know it. A small thrum came as Rakanath turned his attention back toward the castle. It looks incredible from up here. Max shouted. How far does the city go? Dozens of miles, Tanilla replied. You can see those lights off over there. They are the capital's official border, each stopping at a section of cleared lands before the trees are allowed to grow. I warned you there is only one safe spot for an army to come from, and it is on that main road. Nodding, he squeezed her a little tighter, feeling the growing bump of her belly and sensing their child kick slightly. Knowing that Saventus had created a magical barrier of traps, spells, and other nasty surprises in the forest around his capital was a testament to the elf's power and planning. She says no, but she will stay up here, letting me know if something comes and attacking anyone who bothers us. Should I be concerned? Those siege weapons are far enough away that we should be fine, and if something comes, I have no doubt you can use a spell to stop it. She hasn't detected any magical defenses that might be present, and Tanilla said there weren't any she knew of, which is silly when you know there are dragons. But we are also not foolish enough to anger a kingdom heir than she is siding with you. However this goes, let it be known that the only reason why she has come is because she feels obligated to repay what you did for her. No matter what you say, she will insist it is there and take care of it. Rakanath thrummed and Max scratched a scale near where he sat, realizing how much he missed touching his dragon. Once we're inside, it's all you. Tanilla nodded and squeezed his hand on her hip. Shouts came as they moved along the edge of the garden. A pair of elves were dead on the grassy section, struck down by their princess when Tanilla realized they could resist her orders. They're weak, she shouted as she led them upstairs. None of these are that far in the tower. You mean he pulled all the elite guards? Cordelia yelled from the back. Why? Max waited for an answer that never came. Like her shadow, he moved barely a step behind Tanilla, ready for anything that might come as she led them through hallways. Ornate pictures, carvings, metal sculptures, and more lined the walls, yet the wooden roots along the top of the white stones were the most beautiful. Each one looked like a living picture, somehow forming shapes and scenes. I'm guessing they have or had someone with a skill like mine. Seeing what could be done with his wood mastery ability beyond just making weapons or attacking someone gave him hope that one day he might be thought of as more than just a warrior. Left. Everyone followed in step as their boots announced their movement. Intruders. 4 guards approached them, each with a red sash over their left arm, 2 raised bows while the others came at them with swords and shields. He wanted to say that he solely acted out of care and love, but the truth was, Max needed to satisfy an urge he felt. Gone were the beautiful root carvings and scenes, as he used his magic to tear them from the stone walls, stretching and reaching out until they dug into the flesh of the elves' faces and necks. Tanilla was right, what would have simply been a hindrance for most killed the 4 in a second. She missed a step, and he saw her slightly turn her head to look at him. Don't wait, we need to go, Max said as the cold power rushed through him. Consume is locked. One notification came, and he wondered why or how a guard might have something he could use. As they strode past the first pair, he frowned, gazing upon them and noticing their build. The armor didn't fit right, and when they reached the ones with bows, he grabbed onto Tanilla's robes, stopping her. Wait, something's wrong. She looked at him and frowned. What do you mean? Look at them. Their hands. How many archers or guards do you know who have burn marks like that on the top of them? Bending down, Tanilla looked over the dead bodies, inspecting the hands and then slowly reaching out to touch the red sash on their arms. She screamed as she touched it and yanked her hand back, her entire arm twitching violently. Batter. On it, their healer called out as she caused a glow to surround their mage. What is it? Max asked. These are normal workers from the palace. No one special but with jobs that are common, and those sashes are warded. I think she frowned and turned to look at him. I think he might have thought we'd attempt to come here, so a trap is set. Chewing on her lip, she nodded slowly. What kind? That's the real question. I mean, he has access to more spells than I can imagine. If he's done this then. Standing, Tanilla pointed at the door. Do me a favor and see if you can detect anything on it. Like a trap, exactly like a trap, she replied. Motioning for everyone to back up a little bit, he took a deep breath and summoned an air wall before them. Slowly, he moved to where the door was, trying to sense anything that might be off. His trap detection skill didn't reveal anything. Holding his hand out until it was a few inches from the wood, he waited, closing his eyes and trying to focus on anything that felt off. I've got nothing, Max said after about 10 seconds. No traps, nothing. Back up then, we'll do this my way. He could feel his face scrunching, but he didn't argue. He moved to stand beside her as she formed a stone spear and sent it crashing through the door. As the wood ripped from the hinges, a blast of fire ripped through the doorway. Two stone and ice walls rose as Max and Tanilla summoned them, fighting against the flames that raced down the hallway toward them. His wind magic rushed at the incoming flames, and Max used his stone mastery to pull free the walls and form a barrier. Heat washed over them all as he stood before them, shield out. A boulder slammed into the doorway and cut off the inferno, leaving jets of fire that still shot out from the edges and cracks that weren't sealed. 30 seconds later the flames ended, and Max slowly relaxed, sensing whatever power had been there was gone. What in the gods was that? Fowl asked. Did the damn King Booby trap his own home? Oh, we got incoming, Cordelia said as the sound of metal boots on stone came from behind. Turning his attention to the hallway behind them, Max saw 6 guards appear, all wearing red armor. Tanilla, are those the real ones? Max could tell these new opponents differed from those they had seen so far. They moved with a grace that spoke of battle. They are, yes. Fowl, keep them safe, Max said as he moved to face the 6. You're not going to fight them all, are you? Their warrior asked. I think Bob needs me to. His sonar told him every one of his friends looked at him after he had spoken. Bob needs you to kill elves, Batrier asked. Not just elves, something other than creatures, I'll tell you later, but for now, let me handle this, please. Go, Tanilla said as she stood at the back of the line, her gold hair and eyes glowing as she considered the trap her father had left most likely for her. Without waiting another moment, Max sprang forward, his weapon transforming into a double-bladed staff. Like a thresher in the field, he moved through the hallway, the 6 of them forming up, shields and weapons prepared to defend, but unprepared for what he did next. Wind came from behind, pushing the group forward. Stone rose from the floor, catching their feet and driving shields upward. It seemed like a good place to fight in a hallway wide enough for 4 people to walk side by side and tall enough for Airthen to be in her humanoid form. Unfortunately for them, Max wasn't going to fight fair. He just needed to kill them. The first fell, their shield out of position, his blade cutting through their neck. As the one beside them tried to recover from both the speed of his attack and the sudden change in landscape, Max kicked them, sending them flying backward and into an ally. He laughed as the first wave of cold hit him. Inside was a thread and it began to pulse. The craving he had felt roared inside him. It yearned for an escape, and these elves had provided him with the opportunity to satisfy that craving. Like a thirsty man, Max drank deep from the well of life, slaughtering them all like sheep. Sound of his own laughter didn't seem right, yet Max couldn't stop himself from filling the hallway with it. Max, Tanilla's shout came again and he winced. All he wanted to do was be free, to fly into the sky and soar. Each death caused by his blade felt like the heavens called for him to join them. The joy he was experiencing right now was fighting against a chain that bound him to the ground. Remember, oh, you are child. Max felt his mind jerk back to the moment as if a boulder had just crushed him. Blood dripped from the tip of his double-bladed staff. Parts of the elven guards he had fought were scattered along the hallway. A head lay wedged against a body, empty eyes staring at him. Inside his chest, the thread pulsed repeatedly. Like an infant in its mother's womb, it longed for what he had just given it. Max could feel it begging for more. You okay, bud? Turning slowly, he saw the look on Fowl's face. Tight lips, drawn together, and narrowed brows. His shield was still up slightly, no weapon present. I'm fine, the skill called out to me in a way I haven't felt in so long, Max said, looking at the others for a moment. I know it sounds weird, but Bob needs me to do this. There's a way to fight, and then there is what you just did, his friend stated. That wasn't a battle, you toyed with them. Swallowing hard, he could see the slight movement of the others, their heads all bobbing in agreement with their warrior's words. Max felt a twinge of guilt, not doubt that what lay beneath him matched what he had seen when Bob had been given free rein. You're right, whatever it was it came at me, and for a moment it was glorious. I yearned to be free. I've been there, Tanilla said as she moved to where he stood, putting a hand on his forearm. You helped me overcome my desires. Listen to us. This isn't the way to help Bob. Max could see the look on her face. The pain of what she had witnessed couldn't have been portrayed any better by a master painter. Her bottom lip was pulled in and those beautiful gold eyes trembled slightly. Cordelia drew close and Max felt her presence as she stood next to him. We're all here. Don't forget that. Taking a deep breath, he held it for a few seconds before letting it rush out. So what do? Change our plan? Tanilla shook her head slowly. No. We've come this far, and now that we know traps will most likely be everywhere, we'll need to be careful. I have no doubt my father believes what he has set will be enough to stop us. He is wrong. Max watched as her concerned expression changed to one of stone. In that moment, her resolve to end this had returned, and he knew he needed to find a way to match it. Then lead the way, Max replied. I'll be fine, I promise. Dozens of elves lined the hallway that led to the throne room, and Max fought against the desire to overwhelm him. Like a raging river, now filled with a torrent of storms that never ended, his lust for what was taking place threatened once more to overrun the banks. The thread connecting him to Bob was pulsing rapidly, and it felt like it had swelled in size, unable to handle any more power before it might burst. That's the door, right? Max asked, his voice trembling slightly. "It is," Tanilla replied, her hand squeezing his arm. "Don't forget it should be trapped." Nodding, Max took a deep breath and summoned walls again. "I'm ready when you are." Together, they protected their party and sent large stone spears that filled the 20-foot wide area at the doors, which rose floor to ceiling. Fowl stood before Batrier and Cordelia, his two shields protecting them if spells came at them, as they had the last few times. Max did the same for himself and Tanilla. Large wooden doors with intricate designs groaned against the spells, runes illuminating as stone spears shattered against them. Again, their mage said. It took 3 more spells before one of the doors was partially ripped off the wall, causing an explosion to rock the entry area. The 2 columns nearest the doors collapsed as 3 different kinds of magic erupted around them. Max's stone mastery took control of every rock it could, only able to use the ones knocked loose from the blast, as whatever enchantment had been on them before was broken. Even with the magical walls they had created and the barrier he formed with the new materials, magical energy still reached them, causing pain and debuffs to appear. Weakness resisted. Disease resisted. Cursed 2x cost to all spells. Words that would get a dwarven mouth washed out came from their healer as she began healing and attempting to rid everyone of the afflictions the trap had given them. What in the gods was that? Batraer asked. I have 4 debuffs. Tanilla winced, and Max saw that she looked ready to throw up. It's not one I know, but... Her words were barely out of her mouth before she turned green and started to retch. Cordelia made it only a few seconds more before she too matched their mage. Goblin Nuts and Batraer muttered as she cast spells, different shades of magical auras appearing on both elves as she went through the variety of spells she had. Take a potion for the disease, I can't cure it. Between the gagging, both elves struggled to hold a potion and managed to get it into their mouths and down, stopping the non-stop retching. Groaning, their ranger wiped her mouth with her sleeve and spit. That was awful. I think it was meant for us, Tanilla replied as she took a few breaths, holding her stomach with one hand. The way it felt he knew an elf would be here. Seems like a bastard, Fowl muttered. Doing that to his own kin. Trust me, that's not the worst he's ever done. Max waited, and once Batraer had managed to cleanse them all, he pointed at the room. I'll go first, you 4 wait. No one complained as he moved forward through the rubble, sweeping aside the stones and wood scattered along the entry area. Gone were the 2 doors that had once decorated the entrance now. Only a few pieces hang from the top hinge near the blackened ceiling. His trap skill didn't detect a thing, and the knowledge that there had to be some difference in the ones placed here, and his ability to find them made him wonder what the king was able to do. Is there a specific talent that allows for this? Tanilla said that both spells and skills can create traps. Rakanath said Erthon told him that hers are a combination of abilities that dragons possess. How many skills does Savantis have to do all this? Knowing that the elf had access to red potions, but also not knowing how many potential red skills someone could have bothered him. Only once had Bob mentioned that red skills didn't work like clear ones. The power they possessed at the highest rank was why the kings rarely fought. Looking in through the wrecked opening, Max saw the object of their visit and the carnage Savantis had unleashed. Rage boiled up inside him as he saw the remains of bodies that had been destroyed by whatever spell had gone off. The white stone was blackened, and large pocked sections were missing across the giant throne room floor. Using his wind magic, Max flew to the metal throne that rested upon a pedestal and couldn't help but grimace as he moved around it. It looked like a tree was growing up, with minute details of bark, leaves, animals, and more. Yet engravings on the back of it, down near the base, made him want to destroy it right now. The bodies of humans and dwarves were encircled by the roots, pain etched upon the faces of those who had been forever immortalized upon the throne. Savantis is one sick elf. Max let the rage he felt for the king of this kingdom grow, and began reaching out with his stone and metal mastery. He could not find any weak points. Each object was imbued with magical energy. He turned his weapon into a pickaxe, smiling at how he had learned it could become so many things. White stone flew in every direction, pieces bouncing off of him and the throne as he carved out a section around the base. Grabbing the base of the metal seat, which signified one thing, he yanked upward with all his might. A crack rang out as the stone gave way, freeing the throne from its foundation. Max knew it weighed more than most men could hope to lift, yet he could have easily played with it like a ball if there had been time. Moving his hands to get a better grip, his glove touched the throne and a jolt of pain roared through his body. Regeneration. Someone had called his voice as he dropped the throne, and the stone was still attached to it. Every pore of his body was on fire, a burning sensation raging across his skin. Max, dropping to his knee, he felt his healing ability working overtime, trying to keep up with whatever was afflicting him as Rakanath called out his name again. Seconds passed, and out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Tanilla and Batraer at the door of the throne room. Holding a hand up, Max gritted his teeth, keeping his mouth shut lest he cry out from the pain. I'm fine, I will be fine. Everything inside him was on fire and different from any he had ever felt. The worst part was Rakanath's sensation of concern through their bond. A minute passed, and the pain slowly dissipated, and the ability to breathe returned. Taking huge gulps of air, Max blinked multiple times, his vision quickly returning as his eyes had been destroyed under the spell. What in the gods was that? It only took a few more seconds before he felt good as new, the improved regeneration ability curing what most couldn't imagine. Standing, he waved off the party still watching him. I am fine a trap. For a moment, I was afraid that you. But I wasn't, don't worry, we'll be outside soon enough. He reached out more cautiously, touching the throne once more, glad when nothing happened. Not wanting to wait another minute, Max summoned his dimensional vault and grabbed onto the throne with one hand. He tossed it inside like a stick, flying back to where his friends were waiting. Are you okay? Batrayer asked when he got close. Your hit points for a moment, you were at 20%. Shaking his head and realizing his eyes had widened, Max saw their expressions, concern for what had happened to him. If it had been any of us, it would have killed us instantly, Tanilla said, her voice harder than usual. He always said his throne was meant for no one but himself. I never imagined it would be trapped like that. Well, I'm glad it was me and none of you, Max replied. I'm fine, though. For now, we need to get back to the capital. We need to do a few more things before the sun rises over there and the battle begins. Opening his vault again, he motioned to the three he knew who would take the trip home inside it. Perhaps one of you wants to sit on it. Fowl shook his head and held up both hands. Before watching what I saw, I would have pissed on it after seeing what happened to you. I think I'll not risk it. Chuckling, he tapped his dwarven friend on the shoulder and motioned for them to go inside. Bob's whole body shook as he stood, hands pressed against the walls of his prison, ragged breaths coming every few seconds. The thread that connected him to Max was filled with a sensation, a lust that he hadn't felt in so long. Bob had longed for it since the day that boy had let go, letting him take control to fight against the elves who had come to kill Max. He had yearned for it. Even now, the sensation was intoxicating. What are you doing over there? His words were meant for no one, and yet Bob wondered if the ones who had imprisoned him were watching and listening. Surely they can feel the shift in power. He still couldn't do anything to it, and knew it was pointless to waste the moment that might come. Somewhere on the other side was a well of power waiting for him, begging for him to take it. Moments passed, and the lust for death decreased, and Bob was able to stand, no longer needing to lean against something to stay upright. It had jolted him from the meditation state he had waited in. Like someone pouring ice-cold water upon a sleeping person, every part of his skin was in shock. With a trembling finger, he stroked the thread that ran from his chest to Max. Show them who you are. Show them who we are. A wicked smile grew as Bob moved back to the center of his prison, sitting once more on the floor and closing his eyes. Let them see what you have become. Max couldn't help but admire the woman who continued to stare at him. Out of everyone in the room, General Kim was the only one who didn't seem to think his plan was crazy. Adventurer Host, you realize this plan requires you to defeat an army by yourself. Nodding at the older woman, he didn't avert his gaze from her gray eyes. General Kim, only a third of the army, as I already mentioned. Anyone near me will be caught in the chaos of the battle and die to something none of them can withstand. You understand there isn't any other option. Max pointed at the latest intel that they had received. A large table with a lifelike model of the city and countryside was in the center of the massive room. Almost 50 people gathered, his party, Everett, and Dexic with him. Molly and Macy stood nearby, each queen having spoken only briefly at the start. 4 other faction leaders had come, the rest choosing to remain neutral. They have split their army, and we know that Savantus is leading the troops north of the city. With his wife to the east and his other daughter to the west, this battle can only be fought one way. Having moved as he spoke, Max stood where pieces representing the Elven King and more than the expected 10,000 elvish soldiers were gathered. If your troops go out here, they would die regardless of if I was there or not, he continued. Besides, you know Savantus's requirements for surrender. Everyone in the room went silent for a few seconds after those words. We will never hand him the throne, Macy whispered. For when she stopped talking, her eyes landing on Tanilla, who stood with the rest of his faction, gold hair shining in the well-lit room. For a Gilmanor to rule here would mean Phaeus would not be happy. Something akin to the records of what took place the last time a war was fought would spill out, and I'm afraid every human would be wiped out. If you were lucky, Tanilla replied. Most likely my sister would rule, and what she would do to you all would give grown men and women nightmares. When he realized both women were done talking, Max cleared his throat. Tanilla and Dexic will take the army to the west. Fowl and Batrayer will take the army to the east. Keep the bulk of the warriors behind them as far as possible, and trust that the adventurers who are standing with you understand the weight of what we are doing. Still to know, the Elven King has put his entire bloodline at risk, General Kim said as she ran a hand through her silver hair, means there is only one option. Win or die. Then we must win, Fowl said as he stepped forward. Each of us knows this man right here is willing to risk his life for everyone in this city. Now comes the moment we prove we are worthy of the title hero. Wait, who said we're heroes? Cordelia teased, causing a few laughs to break the tense moment. I did, their warrior replied. Besides, we all know we're out of time. We can keep standing here and talking about stuff that won't change or go out there and do what needs to be done. Batria wrapped her arm around Fowls and smiled, spoken like a hero. Max let himself chuckle, then moved to General Kim and held out his hand. She shook it and sighed. When Major Grayson told me about how much of a pain in the arse you are, I didn't believe him. Go prove to Savantus just how big of one you can be. Slowly, Max pulled his lips away from Tanilla's and both breathed heavily afterward. Be safe. Return to me, he whispered. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Besides, Dexic has promised to take care of me, she replied. A grunt came from the Golden Warrior who was near them. Please don't bring me into this. We both know I'm nothing more than a bump in the road to the real problem, Dexic stated. Still, I'll do whatever I must to keep her safe. She has a group of adventurers all dedicated to her. Max nodded and finally let go of Tanilla. A golden gauntlet waved off his words before pointing at the group of 12 adventurers from other factions, all waiting on them. It's time. Not all of us are as fast as you, De6 replied. Besides those clouds. Everyone looked up again at the clouds that had formed overnight. Lightning occasionally crackled through them, and the sun they expected to shine was struggling to reveal itself from behind the curtain of darkness. Just means Tanilla can summon lightning faster. Now go, Max said as he turned to where Fowl, Batria, and Cordelia were. Hey, don't expect a kiss like that from me, Fowl joked. My lips can't take any more. Cordelia groaned, and yet a small smile appeared. Akram loves me, their warrior replied. He's given me the skills I need, a woman who loves me and a brother so ugly no one else would claim him. Of course I'm okay. Max embraced his friend without missing a beat, lifting the dwarven warrior off his feet before setting him back on the ground. Bah, I hate when you do that, Fowl muttered. Still, you going to be okay? I am. Besides, you lucked out and got air then. She's anxious to help you. Anxious to eat him, Batrier said. He's right though, Max. You heard what Tanilla said or what she could say. Nodding, he came and hugged his healer. I know, keep him alive. I need his horrible jokes. Batrier managed only a grunt before sniffing a few times and nodding. When he turned to Cordelia, she had already moved, wrapping her arms around him. I got them, she whispered. No matter what, I'll protect them both. Giving her a gentle squeeze, Max nodded and smiled as their ranger pulled back from the embrace. I don't expect anything less. Just remember, Sylvendra won't be an easy fight. Save your mana. The bow he had made her appeared in Cordelia's hand. No worries. I've got a few charges saved up for her. Then go. Be safe, you three. Each gave a quick nod before turning and moving to the group waiting a dozen yards away. You've grown so much, Everett said as he approached Max. Gone is the young boy who stood in my office just a year ago. Now before me stands a man and a hero. I'm not okay with that title, Max replied, seeing the wet eyes his faction leader had. Besides, we both know I owe a lot to Tanilla for making me who I am. Everett laughed and nodded. The right partner can make anyone a better person. Now then, tell me what you need. Letting out the breath he had held back, Max banished the smile he had been wearing for the last few minutes. My family, keep them safe. No matter what happens, already taken care of. Though your sister is as stubborn as you, they are already out of the city. They would be taken across the great waters if something were to happen. But tell me, Max, can you? I don't know, he replied, cutting Everett off. I won't hold back, but if Dagon taught me one thing, it's that a true king or queen is different from anyone I've ever faced. As much as I'd love to go against Dagon again and see if I could win, there's no time for that. Don't worry though, I won't hold back. Slowly, Everett nodded, his lips pressed tight against each other. A sigh came from Everett as he grabbed Max's hand and yanked it. The action did nothing but propel the older man to where he stood, and letting out a laugh, Max gave him a quick one-arm hug before stepping back. Be safe, adventurer Seth Pendle, Everett said with a wink. I will. Now then, if you'll excuse me, I need to go pick a fight with the Elven King. Without waiting for a reply, Max leaped into the air and flew north from the center of town. We both know you'll do whatever it takes to keep her safe. Besides, it's time for you to make a name for yourself apart from me. A small sensation of laughter came through their bond, and Max couldn't help but smile. He knew that Rakanath didn't care about that at all. Yes, they shall soon sing songs about the silver dragon who saved the human capital from the evil elven empire. Perhaps you can do enough to earn a few lines in my story. Smiling, Max hovered about 100 yards above the city's outskirts, staring at the farms along the northern road. His eyes could detect movement far away as a large army trampled the crops growing beneath their feet. I can sense some hesitation. Are you certain you will be fine? Attempting to calm himself, Max struggled with the different desires that wanted to take over. The bloodlust was back as the thought of so many to kill stood before him. Never in his life had he imagined a reason he would ever need to end someone's life. Adventuring had quickly taught him that moments would arise and require it. So many memories of the elves who had tried to kill him flooded his mind, sharing space with the bandits that had attempted to strike him down while he relieved himself. A smile grew as he remembered those moments. The power he had gained from them had been monumental in his growth. Each time it had stoked a fire inside him and made the fight against Bob's hunger harder to resist. Yet staring out over the approaching army, Max couldn't help but wonder what might come from this moment. How many lives must I end today? You know me, you know what I fear. No reply came for a few moments, and finally Rakanath replied, I do know you, Max. You are the kindest and strongest individual I have ever met. Most wouldn't risk this moment, choosing instead to flee to the other kingdom or across the waters. You choose to fight this battle for many reasons, the greatest one being that you cannot stand watching others suffer. While that reason has gotten you in trouble, no matter what happens today, I know you will return to Tanilla. She and your child are the anchors that keep you grounded. Taking a deep breath, Max slowly let it out. I will have to find a way to repay your father someday for allowing us to bond. No matter what happens, know that you are more to me than just some dragon. You are part of my family as well, I know. Now then, it is time. A horn has sounded from the other side, and these clouds are growing darker. Whatever is going to happen will start soon. Glancing up at the growing storm above him, Max moved closer to the army that could be easily heard, whose steps echoed across the fields. Horns were blowing and banners fluttered in the wind. Emblazoned upon them was an image he had often wondered about. A gold tree stood on some, while the outline of golden drops of blood was on others. With a good mile between them, Max's eyes searched to find the one he was looking for. Like a beacon on a hill, the glowing hair stood out from the rest of the army. Oh Bob, how I wish you were here. Max flew toward the army with that last thought, ready to deliver a message and pick a fight. Shouts continued coming from the halted army as Max sat on the throne he had set up in the field. He easily summoned stones from under the ground, creating a base over 10 feet tall. It attached itself to the throne he had taken from Milho Alora and used it as a seat. All around him, the ground was covered in arrows, almost like someone had planted them in hopes that more would grow. Holding the gem Everett had given him close to his lips, Max channeled a slight amount of magic into it, watching the yellow stone light up. Savantus Gilmaner, I've already taken your throne and your daughter. Have you come to let me take your life as well? His voice boomed across the open area, the gem doing its job. From the back of the elven army it began to part. Easily there were at least 15,000 troops, and it proved Tanilla was right. He summoned every guard and warrior in their kingdom. He plays with most of his people's lives in one battle. Max was poised and ready, leaning forward on the throne, fully dressed for battle. His armor had been dyed black, a symbol he wanted the army to understand. He was death, having come to reap their lives. Now only a little over a quarter of a mile away, Savantus stood before the army, his gold hair moving in the wind that raced across the battlefield. A pair of golden eyes burned with a power he knew was beyond anything Tanilla had ever shown him. Dressed in a simple red robe with runes that shimmered anytime he moved, Savantus looked almost unassuming if one discounted the color of his hair and eyes. The king stood taller than most of the warriors around him and carried a small staff in his hand. Twisted branches, one black and one red, were entwined around a ball that changed color like a rainbow. It appears the boy has come. You were not supposed to be here, yet it won't matter. Surrender, child, and I shall spare you so that Thija herself may do what she wishes. Power seemed to roll off the elf. Max could sense the aura even from this distance. Rising, Max stood from the throne and motioned to it with one hand while holding the yellow gem close to his lips. We both know that isn't going to happen, he replied. Still, it's a shame what happened to your throne. Max used his metal mastery as he spoke, causing the chair to buckle and warp. With the palace's enchantments removed, his power was enough to manipulate it now. Gasps and outrage were heard from across the distance as he quickly turned the throne into nothing but a ball of metal. That was a mistake. As Savantus spoke, the clouds above him erupted with lightning, bolts streaking downward. The question of how fast lightning was compared to him was answered as Max flew from his spot to the ground, able to run faster and use his abilities to maneuver better than in the air. Stone walls rose, providing him a place to jump off of when needing to change directions quickly. Had he had hair on his head, Max would have felt it standing on end. The air crackled with the amount of electricity in it, and for 30 seconds the spell never ceased to end. Only once did a bolt hit him, the pain of it coursing through his body. Regeneration had quickly healed him, but one spell told him that Savantus had a legendary rank in whatever power he used. As the elvish army charged, a wave of green, red, and brown bodies surged toward Max. He could see a smile upon the elven king's lips. Something tickled the back of his brain for the slightest moment, and he hesitated, wondering why a king would send so many of his people to face a person they couldn't defeat, let alone challenge. 2 elves came quicker than the rest, armed with a sword and shield, their chain armor dyed red. Max summoned his weapon, turning it into a large sword that most men would have to use 2 hands, yet he only needed one. A single swing cut through the shield and armor, bisecting the elf in half. Light filled his vision and the elf exploded. Flames and magical energy covered him. Regeneration. The pain was bearable, but the surprise at what had just happened left him in shock. An attack from the second elf came, easily parried, and Max frowned as he cut down the second warrior. Once more, the second fighter erupted in a dazzling display of some sort of magical spell, and only then did he notice faint traces of blood from each of the elves flowing along the scorched ground toward Savantus. What in the... Not wanting to waste another moment playing like this, Max took to the sky, summoning ice storms and sending a fireball into the army below. Everywhere his spells hit, magic erupted, leaving a blackened spot on the soil the elf had been standing before it died. What made things worse was that, somehow, none of those around the one who died suffered injury from the magical energy. A burning sensation began appearing, and Max glanced down at his forearm, where a little bit of his skin wasn't covered by any armor. There, the outer layer was bubbling, burning away slowly, only to be replaced by his healing ability. Spells came from areas in the crowd. Every element was summoned and sent his way. Hovering 100 yards above the chaos, Max stared at the king, who wasn't moving. He held both hands out as if waiting for rain to wash over him from the dark clouds. Sending a stone spear at Savantus did nothing, bouncing off a wall of air or some other protective barrier, not eliciting a response at all from the elf. Tanilla told me it was bad. Even still, she couldn't overcome the pain to tell me anything about her father's real power. Knowing the king was holding back so much and not showing it, the worst part was the army running past where he was, charging an undefended city because he had sent the guards away. Goblin shite. Flying downward, Max raced across the front line, setting up fire walls, causing the ground to open into holes, and calling down ice daggers and bolts of lightning. Each death brought another explosion of magic. Each death made him hunger for another. In moments, the ground lit up like a fireworks show as he rained down destruction, keeping an army at bay, trying to resist the siren's call that came. Consume is locked. The message rolled by hundreds of times, and Max groaned inside, wondering what he might be missing out on. Beneath him was a field of barley, and he was the thresher. Yet with each swing of his scythe, the power that rushed into him seemed like nothing compared to the figure of Savantus. Each death made the elf's hair glow brighter. He even appeared to have grown over a foot or two taller, now towering above his own men and women. Arrows bounced off Max's body as he ignored the attacks. He struggled to stop the army below, not because killing them was hard, but because he was changing. Inside him, it became harder to focus on Savantus. Below were easy lives to claim and power to make his own. That knowledge drew him like a thirsty man to a bucket of water. Even the truth that the water might be poisoned didn't matter. All he wanted to do was quench the thirst he felt, and that is what Max did. He drank deeply from that bucket, sending stone and ice spears that tore through rows of men and women. Wind blades took down dozens or more with each cast. A small tornado was moving in one section, causing bursts of magical energy to appear in the air as elves died above the ground. Every life caused the thread to bob, to swell and grow. It seemed impossible to imagine that it hadn't burst from the size it had grown to. Before the battle, it had felt like the size of a horse and was now approaching the size of Rakanath. Yet below him came laughter, and Savantus still stood there, his hair shining like the sun, arms still held outward. Max saw the tendrils of blood that ran to the king's fingers. From all over the field it came. Every spot an elf had died, blood raced toward the one they obeyed. His shoulder felt the impact of an arrow, and Max watched it being pushed out of his body with his healing skill. In the army below was an archer. She sent another arrow at him just like the one that had struck him. She had drawn blood, and so he returned the favor. Lightning arched from his fingers, striking her and traveling through dozens of elves around her. Each bloomed like a puffer flower, its seeds scattered from a simple breath. Magical energy like nothing he had ever imagined replaced their bodies, and the laughter grew louder. When another minute passed and more than half of the army was dead, Max realized he had heard two men laughing, and he was one of them. Every death filled his mana reserves, and there was no end to the spells he unleashed. When he sent something at Savantus, the elf didn't even bother to dodge it. He just laughed louder as it struck a barrier and dissipated. Now the king had grown to about 17 feet, his eyes like light beams. No longer did he grow, but his skin began to turn red. Flying near the king, Max saw that Savantus's skin was not changing color. Instead, blood was beginning to cover it. He felt it cautioning him in the back of his mind, and the elven king snapped his fingers once as that sensation grew. Demonic teleportation. A lance of blood raced through the air, penetrating the space he had just been. It was so fast. Max flew further away, chasing down the elves that continued to race toward the city, ignoring the death of their allies. The only ones who stopped were those armed with bows or spells. Every other elf continued to charge toward their deaths. Summoning a large boulder, Max sent it rolling across the front line, using his skill to direct the growing ball of stone. The world was beginning to go dark, even with the bright lights that shone around him. "Max, what is wrong? I can sense something evil." Rakanath's voice seemed hollow in his soul. The connection was muted, struggling to endure the hunger that couldn't be satisfied. Beneath him was everything he needed to grow stronger. He just had to take it and claim it as his own. Max, the voice called out to him repeatedly, and Max activated a skill in desperation. Berserker. Under the shadows of the clouds, the world became a dark red color. The hunger he had been struggling with lessened slightly as the urge to kill the elf he looked at took over. Stones rose from the ground, forming daggers and flew, cutting down elves with surgical precision. Each death sent a wave of cold. Every so often, the same message came: consume is locked. Yet his skill continued to refresh, and Max fought not to give in to the berserker rage he so easily had overcome for so long, and the hunger that called out to him. Rakanathai. The world shifted as another 100 souls perished in a second. Light bloomed in his mind, and his body was filled with power. Consume is. Consume is. Consume is. Thousands of those messages flew before his vision in a second like never before. The cord to Bob pulsed unlike before, compressing in on itself. Like squeezing a flask of water, everything stored inside was gone. Max's head rocked backward as he felt the surge of power and a presence he had yearned for return. Skill consumed is lower rank of current skill. Power stored for future use. That message came dozens of more times, yet Max didn't care. Instead, all that mattered was what he heard in his head. You did it. The voice he heard sounded almost sweeter than Tanilla's. Bob. Demonic teleportation. His skill activated, and as his vision returned, Max knew it hadn't been him who had done that. Still, the traces of a blood lance were noticeable in his sonar. Focus. We can talk later. I will handle this thirst. I need to. Bob stopped speaking as Max felt his skill accessing both memories and gazing at the scene beneath them. Savantus he. Yes, now are you okay? What? Later, it appears I have missed much. You have grown. Let me see what I can do to help. As Bob spoke those words, the pressure and the amount of focus it took for Max to manage all the spells vanished. Gone was the need to try and handle 100 different things on his own. The weight that had seemed difficult to carry alone was now shared between the two of them, and Max couldn't help but smile. Your friend Bob, he is back. Yes, Max exclaimed as Rakanath reached out. Do not bother us for now, little one. It appears we need to. Blink. 4 more lances of blood came, and Bob dodged 2 of them gracefully, using the ability only because there was no other way to evade the last 2. I shall not bother. Welcome home, Bob. The tiniest of chuckles and also a groan rose inside him, and Max watched as his skill unleashed 8 spells at the same time while managing their flying. What is this? Bob stopped his question, and Max felt a sense of panic from his skill. What is it? Savantus has a blood ability, one from the consume skill, and it is dangerous. We need to avoid it. Ability reset. Demonic teleportation. Ability reset. Demonic teleportation. Half a dozen blood lances came at them, and Max held up his shield as Bob focused more on evasion for a moment than offense. Those elves. Each death empowers him, yet I know we cannot allow the army to reach the city. Still, there are about 5,000 left, and the kind of power they will give Savantus will make this fight much worse. Can I block these attacks? My Gorgon shield. No reply came as Max found himself back on the ground, reducing some of the king's vision of him. Dust clouds rose as Bob commanded the air, creating a visual barrier between them and the elven king. It might block it, or it might not. The risk is great, and if it fails, we would play into his hand. None of your spells worked against him. Each one was stopped before hitting him on a barrier of some sort. He pulled his bow out, sending arrows at the elves charging at them as Bob continued to keep a cloud of dust active, not running in a straight line. Occasionally, a lance of blood would come through his sonar, off by anywhere from a few yards to 30. I missed you. There, in the middle of combat, they cut down the number of elves even faster. Max shared the pain he felt due to the absence of his skill, as did I, but focus. There is no time and I am hungry. That lust you felt welled up inside me. Part of me wants to take over, but the other part knows I must not. You have learned to fight better. This boulder idea is genius. Dozens of boulders had been sent racing into the rows of soldiers, flattening them like dough under a roller. The earth turned into a quagmire as Earth Mastery made it harder to move through, and every stone beneath them rose to the surface, riddling the elves with holes. Blades of wind, spears of ice, fire nova, and more all rained down destruction upon the army. The numbers had been whittled down to less than 1,000 in no time. Between his bow and Bob's ability to manage most of the spells, they again became the Reaper. Now we must prepare for demonic teleportation. Blink. As if Bob had somehow sensed that things would change, a wave of blood rushed toward them. Over 20 feet tall, it crashed against the ground, turning upward and giving chase as they sped across the sky. Ignore the rest, the few at the gates and walls must handle them. It is time. Zigzagging through the sky, Max watched as the flow of blood that extended from Savantus became thinner, stopping its chase as they rose higher. Lighting erupted around them as it had the first time, and now the bolts were blue. A curse came from Bob as they took a strike from one to his shield. Electricity raced through Max's body, and the damage was worse than the first one he had sustained at the start of this battle. The ground we need. No, the blood is worse, we will endure this. Shields of air and ice formed above them as the spell assaulted them. Max felt the contents of his storage pouring out. All the stone and metal items he had kept inside were now being controlled by Bob, who infused them together, creating a dome above him. Every strike broke off chunks of stone and metal, but Bob quickly fused them back to the growing sphere, summoning boulders and using them to reinforce it more. Gods, I've missed you. Laughter erupted inside his head, and Max grinned, floating in the sky near the clouds as whatever spell Savantis had used couldn't breach the barrier Bob had created. So what are we up against? You must know how bad Dagon was. This elf is supposed to be worse. I do not know, but everything you thought was right. How did he know we weren't supposed to be here? And why is this army the way it is? The elf is no fool and sets traps both at home and here. I cannot believe he would sacrifice his people so easily without a reason. Thijit has to be her. I would agree for now. Which means we are against a foe who most likely knows more about us than we might hope. That in turn means this fight will be won by tactics and thinking. Even with how strong you are, Savantis is old and powerful. He will have many plans in reserve. The only thing he won't be able to count on is how long we can last. Both of them stared at the elven king below, receiving a gaze back in return. After almost a minute of non-stop lightning strikes, the spell subsided, and Max reached out, touching the protective barrier and stored it. Now what? We go on the offensive. He'll be hard to hit, and I have no doubt that we cannot kill him in a single blow. Our problem comes in different ways, and I'm not sure we should ask Sogthalech to assist, as you had considered. But he is strong, much stronger now than before. Surely he. No, he is connected to you, and the skill I believe Savantis has will make him stronger if he tastes the blood of your demon. You can sense my concern about him tasting ours. Max felt Bob's overwhelming concern about that. It was like wearing wet clothes and they stuck to you, making everything you did feel weird. And if he does taste our blood, then this fight will be much harder. He grows stronger from the blood he tastes. It is how he controls the elves, and if he drank enough of yours, I might struggle to hold back his ability. Savantis is a real threat, unlike any you have faced before. Still hovering in the air, Max took a deep breath and considered what Bob was saying. Worse than Igora and Kazrak. Worse than Igora Kazrak, he would probably lose to Savantis, depending on what all the king has ability-wise. That is another reason not to use Sog unless you must. The risk is too great. Max started to reply, but stopped when he noticed that the Elven King was starting to move toward the city. He was alone, the army that had surrounded him dead or charging on ahead. Max knew that staying up here meant he wasn't a threat, and with whatever spell Savantis had cast and Bob had nullified, the king was making him act. So face a foe stronger than us, don't get hurt, and keep them from the city. Sounds like our usual day. A chuckle arose from inside, and Max grinned. I'll focus on not getting hit and trying to land a few. As always, I'll trust you with everything else. I wouldn't have it any other way. With the decision made, Max flew toward Savantis, his bow out and arrows raining down upon the king. As he halted his approach toward the city, the elf's wrists and fingers started to move, spears of blood forming in the air beside him. Each arrow struck a barrier a few yards before the king and vanished. Bob was pouring mana into 3 different spells, creating a trio of offensive capabilities as they came at their opponent. Once in range, Savantis sent over 20 different spears at him. Sometimes, it was a pair or a trio with another set sent flying a moment after the previous one took off. Bob unleashed his spells, sending an ice and stone spear at the king while curving the wind blades to attack from both sides. Facing forward, Max equipped his Gorgon shield, praying that it would stop the 6-foot-long spears, thicker than his wrist. The first one he couldn't dodge struck the center of his shield, erased all his momentum, and Max was sent backward, almost tearing his defensive item from his hand. Demonic teleportation. Pain radiated through his arms briefly as his regeneration worked to heal the impact. What was that? Power, true power. Do not do that again in the air. Bob's words were short and to the point. Both spears he had sent shattered upon an invisible barrier, and the wind blades found the same fate a second later. Fight on the ground. Twisting and turning as they continued their path at the king, Max couldn't help but appreciate how Bob had used their momentum from being knocked back with the demonic teleportation to not lose much speed. Max's weapon appeared in his hand as more blood spears appeared and flew at him. Blink. Cooldown reset. Are you going to be okay with this? I shall be fine. You have no idea how much power I got from those weak warriors. This will be another one of those fights. Retreat isn't an option. From this point forward, we fight until one of us dies. What about my dimensional space? I would not trust nor depend upon it. If what I believe is true, he won't be caught and placed in it. Likewise, if you choose to hide inside it, he will simply move toward the city, and I doubt he would go as slow as he did a moment ago. A quick glance showed that there was smoke rising to the south, a sign that the army had reached the outer section of the capital and had set fire to the houses they had come across. Focus Max. Nothing else matters right now but this moment. He knew Bob was right and forced himself to ignore the concern about Tanilla and the others if he was facing this kind of monster. Right now, everything depended upon this moment. Giant holes filled the field, smoke rising from some, flames billowing out of others, while a few had ice fragments jutting upward. Rolling and leaping, Max blocked another of the blood lances that came, wanting to curse yet knowing even that was too much of a distraction. Every spell Bob sent continued to be deflected by a barrier that surrounded Savantis on every side, at least 5 yards around the elf. Getting in close had failed when at least 100 blood spikes went out in every direction from the Elf King. Even now his left thigh hurt, the small wound not healing like a normal one would. I'm almost ready. Keep in range. Bob's plan was their first real test of the King's defenses. The only downside was that he had to stay within 100 yards to do what they were attempting. Demonic teleportation. Cooldown reset. A spear struck the spot he appeared, and the smug look of amusement on Savantis's face was a sign that he had figured out the potential range of his ability to dodge. Once more, he was sent backward, skidding across the soil, jumping slightly to avoid falling into a hole Bob had made when sending spells from above. Hurry. No reply came, but Max knew that Bob was doing everything he could. Running forward again, Max charged at his foe, using wind magic to stir up a cloud of dust. Another barrage of blood came at him. All 3 walls he created were destroyed, yet they slowed down the blood spear that broke through enough that he could push through the attack. Max's weapon struck out as he drew close, slamming into the barrier, causing a small burst of light to appear where they connected. You bore me, boy. She told me you were a worthy opponent. Savantis's lips turned into a frown as Max repeatedly struck against the barrier, never staying in the same spot between blows. The area on the ground near the towering Elf King was covered in blood, and Max sensed its shifting as he had before. Blink. This time, a wave of blood spikes raced outward for 20 yards. He figured out the range of demonic teleportation. Cooldown reset. Almost done, be ready. His evading of the spell caused the king to point the staff he held at him, a wave of power beginning to build up as blood formed around its tip. Bob. Max could sense the difference in magical energy. The pure volume of the mass of blood growing before Savantis's staff was larger than him. Just a few more seconds. He wasn't sure if he had a few more seconds, yet Max began to move, running around the king. The glob of blood pulsed once, turning black, losing its dark red color, and then came at him like a million strands of thread. Haste. Evasion. As the strands moved out in every direction, the battlefield became a place of death. A sphere of black, thin magical threads squirmed as if alive in the air, stretching further and further from Savantis. The air, stone, and ice walls were destroyed as Max used them to dodge and weave his way through the dense magical area. Fire Nova. Flames radiated from Max, yet it appeared that none affected the black threads. What had happened in the blink of an eye caused Max to pull back over 100 yards, gazing through a shifting dome of black. Sorry, I had to. You're fine, that is not what I had expected. Part of me recalls something like this. A memory still locked away, but that power do you realize he's still holding back? Max nodded even though he didn't need to. More blood spears came through the darkness, and he easily dodged and avoided them. His stone and earth mastery created hardened sections of soil for him to push off, lest the power of his steps leave holes in the ground. Time lost all meaning in that span of 20 seconds. His improved speed was too much, and Savantis stopped sending out strikes that never came close. Eventually, the black strands began to withdraw upon themselves, the dome of magic returning to the tip of his staff. A smug look of amusement was upon the king's face, and Max streaked forward, weapon ready, knowing there weren't but a few seconds left before haste wore off. Stealth. The strike against the backside of Savantis's shield was brighter, but nothing happened to let him know there was a chance he could pierce it. Even now, his sonar could sense the protective area, having had enough time to adjust to the change in the air. 3 yards around the king was an invisible wall of some kind, worn like armor. Even worse was the red armor that covered the giant elf, 2 layers of protection against whatever Max might throw at him. Now. As Bob spoke and Savantis turned, 4 blood spears forming in midair, the ground split beneath the elf and a giant mouth of stone opened up. For the briefest moment, the first look of confusion or something else appeared as an eyebrow lowered on the king's face. Max and Bob both sent a spell of wind at the king, summoning his dimensional space behind the elf as the ground gave way. A wall of blood instantly formed and stopped Savantis's movement toward the place they had hoped, and laughter boomed from his lips. Finally, I knew you would try, she said. Savantis's words cut off as the stone mouth tried to close around his feet, which were in the air. The barrier stopped it from closing, and the rocks began forming around it. Bob continued moving all the material he had collected from the underground area, making it larger and larger. Blood spears began to attack it, shattering off sections only to be reattached right after. Max used that distraction to attack again, bounding off an air wall and attacking from the king's side. Power strike. His weapon shifted from the halberd to a giant hammer, crashing against the barrier. Once more, a glow of magic came from the contact, and it was twice as bright this time as before. Cooldowns reset. Ultimate form. Berserker. Magical strike. Power strike. Quick attack. Rampage. As the sky turned red and the king's armor darkened, Max delivered 3 blows to the shield, watching as it cracked slightly on the third strike. 2 more strikes landed as Saventus turned his attention back toward him. Both golden eyes narrowed at what had been done. His sonar told him that dozens of attacks were coming for him, but Max went for broke. Hardened skin. Bulwark. Armored warrior. Evasion. Max's weapon repeatedly struck the same spot, watching the barrier crack as blood spears struck. A few pierced his skin and the pain of it burned, yet he ignored it. Regeneration struggled against the wounds, and Max saw Saventus smile. Finally, it felt like his blood was being drained through a straw, and the Elven King jerked slightly a moment later. Consume is attempting to resist Crimson Ascendancy. Hurry, this is that moment. Bob's words rang out in his head. Everything came down to this chance. Spell burst. Dispel magic. The barrier shattered like a wineglass struck by a hammer. His sonar told him it was gone, and Max moved forward, ignoring the constant jabbing of blood spikes and spears that came. He was surrounded by them, dozens sticking out of his body, yet Max swung his weapon again. Cooldowns reset. 2 golden eyes focused on his attack as it came. Magical strike. Power strike. Quick attack. Rampage. A loud crack sounded out as his weapon changed to an axe. Both hands held onto the shaft as the blade connected against Saventus's neck. The armor that surrounded the king began to break under the blows. Cooldowns reset. Magical strike. Power strike. Quick attack. Rampage. Once more Bob reset his skills, expending the power they had gained and stored, not holding back. It took another reset of his offensive abilities to free Saventus's head from his shoulders. No rush of cold power came as it flew free, strands of blood reaching out from the king's body to his head. He's not dead. Keep hacking. More pain riddled Max's own body as the blood-soaked soil beneath him shuddered and transformed. A crimson forest of spikes, each one glistening as its blood-red shafts burst upward. They raced toward the sky, crashing into him and trying to suffocate the area around Saventus. Max felt the pain of the ones that pierced him, the metallic scent of iron and a taste of blood in his mouth. Bob sent wind blades out in a circle from around them, cutting down whatever they could, fighting against the ones that rose up to replace what they had destroyed. The king, I have these. In the corner of his vision, Max could see the notifications streaming by, feeling the pain of the loss of his blood. Consume is attempting to resist Crimson Ascendancy. Turning his attention back to Saventus, Max hacked at the giant body of the elf. His blade dug into the armor that covered the left shoulder. Cooldowns reset. Magical strike. Power strike. Quick attack. Rampage. Like a butcher with a tough carcass, Max hacked away, using the power Bob had given up, and removed the left arm in a few seconds. Wetness was everywhere as blood covered every part of him. Max's sonar told him how ghastly he must look, covered in blood from Saventus as well as his own. Even as he flew toward the other side, already swinging at the right arm, he could sense that his regeneration was falling behind due to the injuries. Cooldowns. Magical strike. Power strike. Quick attack. Rampage. It took 3 resets to remove the king's right arm, the blood armor growing thicker, yet unable to stop his attacks. Bob unleashed a vortex of air, pulling stone and metal from their storage, and sending out a destructive tornado that ripped through the ever-growing spikes around them. Anyone else caught in this maelstrom would be cut to pieces, as the magic of it all spun the objects with a speed Max knew would cut even him. Cooldowns reset. Magical strike. Power strike. Quick attack. Rampage. He hacked away at the right leg, fighting against the ever-thickening armor, ready to deliver the blow to cut off that leg, when a jolt of pain came from inside his chest. Crimson Ascendancy, partial effect. His heart felt like it had stopped completely, and his arms froze up, his muscles unable to move. Gritting, Max could see the head that had fallen free from the shoulders, impaled on a spike, looking at him, the sounds of laughter coming from it. Bob, I'm trying. Hold on. Strands of blood began to rejoin the gash he had created in the leg. Tendrils of flesh and bone began to reform, all made of blood that glistened as it flowed. He realized then that the blood that had been used to attack was gone, only the spears still lodged in his body were active. The rest rose over the stone prison Bob had created, covering the butchered body as a laugh bellowed from the severed head. "So long only once, my boy, you are a treat." Savantus's words didn't come from his mouth instead. They were inside Max's head. Each time he spoke, it felt like someone's hot breath was against his bare neck. It's been thousands of years since a king has had to use this. Consider your death worthy of this moment. Unable to move, Max watched as the stone prison dissolved into nothing. The chopped-off pieces of Savantus all moved as one, a blood throne appearing and setting the oversized body of the king upon it. A dome rose around them, blocking out the sky, and the world seemed to shift as everything except him turned red. "You, Max Host, shall know the actual pain of what I can do. This is my domain." The sanguine domain. Savantus grew even larger as his body rejoined. Easily 25 feet tall, everything about the elf also transformed. His skin became black, his gold eyes and hair turned red, and claws like those of a predatory beast formed upon his fingertips. "Someone worthy of this imagined that. She said you were strong, but I didn't believe her till now." His laughter echoed off the half-mile-wide dome, every inch covered in blood. Unable to move, Max's body knew the sensation of what had happened. It was like when the Gorgon almost turned him completely to stone. Every ounce of blood that was in him was draining out, running along the dark, bloody floor beneath him and to the throne, forming a single vein into the king's foot. "You, I can feel and taste the power inside you. How are you resisting? I have no idea." "Bob, hold on, I'm trying." "Can't help you, boy, nothing can," Savantus said with a laugh. "You're mine. Like a puppet on strings, I can make you do whatever I want." True to the king's words, Max felt his body start to move, dancing as if he were nothing more than some child's toy. Laughter came again from the king as he rose, having grown again. His body looked almost like Sogthalech's. Black flesh turned into muscle with no fat. Savantus towered over him, shredded in a way that seemed impossible to believe. Gone was the look of an elf who might be a mage or some other ranged class. Now the king appeared in a fashion most warriors would give everything to look like. An aura of death radiated from Savantus as he shuddered. "The strength I shall gain from you, please keep resisting. I can drink forever." Standing there, Max tried to look out of the corner of his eyes, his neck not obeying his desires. On the ground was his weapon, dropped when the king took his body over. "Please, there isn't anything you can do," Savantus declared, rolling his eyes. "You are mine. When I am done with you, I shall find my daughter and let her share in the same fate." A fire burned inside him. Gritting his teeth, Max strained, willing something to happen. Formidable mind. Whatever strand had connected the king's connection to his body was cut like a string with scissors. His body fell backward, and Max caught himself, blinking twice as the sensation of pain overtook him. "Now we go, do it." All cooldowns reset. Laughter came from Savantus at first as the elf pointed at him with a finger. "You cannot resist me. This is my world, my gift from Thyja." Blood came from everywhere, like a tidal wave crashing against a beach. Max barely had time to get his fingers on the shaft of his weapon before he was sent tumbling, lost in an ocean of blood that had come out of nowhere. "Do it." Growling, he ignored the fear that came. His sonar couldn't pierce the blood that covered him. Ultimate form. Pain came, this time from his own doing, as his body ravaged itself, growing once more. Every fiber of Max's being felt like it was at its limit. His skin and muscles felt so tight he feared they might tear at the slightest touch. Hardened body. Mirror image. Again, cooldown reset. Mirror image. Again, Max made copies of himself over and over, sending out 7 before his mind became unable to think straight. Then Bob spoke and the world came back. "Fight him, I have these. You'll have to handle magic on your own." Grunting, Max sent a fire nova out from around him and then used wind magic to create a vortex. While immersed in blood, Max had heard laughter, but as the liquid was removed from around him, he sensed a change in the air. Behind him was the sound of combat, and he turned, forcing himself through the blood that tried to drag him back to where he had been. Max exploded from the bloody floor like a whale breaching the ocean, spotting 2 of his images attacking Savantus. One was sinking into the floor of blood, its neck bent backward. Another one was coming from the king's right side. Savantus snarled, his claws raking against the armor of a copy of himself, tearing through defenses like paper. The spray of blood vanished immediately from the injury as his mirror image lost half its chest in a single strike. Charging the king, Max could sense another copy rising from the floor. Each of them wielded the same axe as he did, and sensing the chance, Max took it. Demonic teleportation. Berserker. Magical strike. Power strike. Quick attack. Rampage. Stealth. Peering behind Savantus, Max's weapon transformed into a spear, both hands on the shaft as he thrust it forward. Being only a few feet shorter than the 27-foot tall elf, Max felt the tip of his weapon pierce the black skin where he hoped the king's heart might be. The first attack pierced over 3 feet into Saventus, forcing him onto his toes. The next two each got another foot, and it felt like his blade had struck a bone. A roar came as the king twisted while stepping sideways, freeing Max's weapon. Saventus took an axe to his left leg and another to his right as the mirror images struck just a moment after he had. Cooldowns reset. A dance took place as Max began to attack from all sides, getting 2 more full combos in before the whole world flipped upside down. The 4 copies and himself fell, finding themselves standing on the ceiling for only a moment. Claws raked across one face, with it a handful of flesh. This is my domain. Blood dripped toward the new floor as Max quickly spun, flying and coming back at the king. Spears came at him from the ceiling, and summoning his shield, Max pushed past them. His new strength easily withstands the impact. A bolt of lightning sprang out from one of his copies, striking Saventus, causing the elf to send the rain of spears at the offending image. Go, he thinks it's you, stealth. Fire came from another copy, and Max watched as the king sent a barrage of bloody death to it. With only one other copy and himself, they each came at Saventus, ignoring the 2 clones pierced by the king's attack. You're nothing human. I will hollow out your soul and body. The king turned as he shouted, red eyes locking onto the last copy. Walls of air began to form before it, and blades of wind rushed at the elf, who was still hanging from the ceiling. Each attack that came for it missed, as Bob could control and react better with just one. Max used the distraction, getting in close as Saventus wiggled his fingers, summoning half a dozen more spears every second. Floating before the king, Max set himself and thrust. Magical strike. Power strike. Quick attack. Rampage. The red left eye squelched as the tip of his spear pierced it, the thick shaft driving the entire tip inside the skull on the first strike. Both of the other attacks were there, seemingly as one, and the speed of it all made it impossible for most even to comprehend that it had been 3. A bestial howl came as the feet stopped sticking to the ceiling and the weight of the king's body dropped downward. The sound of liquid came and Max looked down, seeing that the vast area they were in was filling with blood that rose from below. Bob, I don't know, he's not dead. Max stared at the lifeless body hanging from the end of his spear. No movement came, and suddenly the right eye opened up, the red glow so intense as both hands swung at him. He couldn't dodge, something held him in place. The connection to Saventus was back, somehow forcing its way through his skill. Pain came as they raked across his chest and stomach, the claws passing through his armor somehow, slicing him open. Regeneration. His body burned on the inside. Whatever damage that had been done felt like someone had shoved a volcano inside his stomach. Wind buffeted the king as the mirror image Bob controlled slammed into their opponent, yanking it free from the spear and sending the pair of them tumbling. Claws ripped at the clone's back as they plummeted into the swirling vortex of blood that filled over half the cavern. Time lost meaning as the elven king twisted and moved suddenly, his speed increasing for no apparent reason. I told you, this is my domain, Saventus shouted as he reached out with his hands. Blood rose from the base of the room, thousands of strands, so many that Max couldn't dodge, even with Bob's help. Like rope, they began to wind around his limbs, ensnaring and pulling him toward the vast ocean of blood below. Shouting, Max unleashed everything he had, waves of flames radiating from him, stone spears and boulders assaulting the cords of blood. Bob likewise activated every possible spell they possessed, sending wind blades and more, attempting to free Max from what felt like certain death. Laughter came from above as Saventus floated downward, his legs connected to a thick strand of blood, moving near him as they approached the rising liquid. You are mine. I shall drain you dry. His body began to freeze up again. The connection the king had to his mind had returned as the cords that bound him also pierced his skin. Everything began to turn blurry, and Max considered one last chance, unsure if it would work as his skill continued to try and sever their bonds. Formidable mind. Open it. Max tried to summon his dimensional space and felt it fail. The hope that he might be able to escape inside it was crushed. No one escapes my domain, Saventus declared, motioning with his hands at the area they were in. Here I am king, here I am a god. Laughter filled the space of the domain and the elven king smirked, watching as Max continued to be pulled downward. Thaija granted me a blessing, a gift that will allow me to wipe you and those who stand against me off this world. Soon it shall be just the chosen race, my race. His mind raced, and Max tried to devise a way to get away. Every spell he and Bob threw at the blood that had ensnared his body was useless, each attempt causing Saventus to laugh louder. Nothing in this world can escape this place, boy, this world. Fueled by that thought, by that word, Max went for broke, planetary travel waypoint. A tearing sound came, and his body immediately felt like it was being torn apart. The walls of the domain flexed for a moment, shuddering for a few seconds, and then a few small cracks appeared. Purple and clear lines formed as the ability tried to activate. Focus on it. Willing the ability to continue, a roar came from beneath him, a spout of blood coming toward him. Saventus was racing toward him, hands out, the one red eye glaring at him. No, that is impossible. Everything hurt, yet Max knew he didn't have any other options. Do it, phasing. Haste. Taking a breath felt like the worst imaginable thing, yet not taking one seemed just as bad. His lungs burned, feeling heavy from what Max guessed was blood in them. Bob flew him around the area of the domain, dodging the countless attacks that Saventus sent at them, geysers and blood spears coming from every direction. Yet the rising blood faltered, the cracks in the walls had somehow stopped its advance. No. Two spears almost struck him as Bob dodged left and right, sending spells back at the elf now resembling a demon. The cracks in the domain grew larger each moment. Suddenly, the warm, humid air turned cold. It plummeted instantly to a temperature so cold that the blood Saventus had been using to move with became solid in the blink of an eye. Gone was the fire in Max's belly, replaced with a pain of agony far worse as his skin started to break apart. The cold froze everything, his eyes were blinded instantly, and regeneration could not heal through it. Hold on, keep focusing. The pain grew until it ceased for a moment, coming right back as the layer of cold ate away at his nerves, agony coming back as his ability replaced them one time. Can I? Max could sense the dread of it all as the cracks in the domain grew. He saw a place that he remembered, the words of Quillismore asking if he knew about space and if he could survive it. During those times, Bob revealed things in his dreams. They were in a space above the planets. We need to escape, we cannot fail. Bob's voice seemed weak and panicked. Max wasn't sure if it was his mind failing or something else. Small waves of sound came that his sonar detected, a groan of pain beneath him. Tanilla flashed through his mind. She lay next to him, giving him a smile in that way that always caused his heart to speed up. Her hair wasn't braided, strewn over her shoulder as she lay beside him. And then he saw her arm moving slowly, noticing the hand that rubbed her stomach. The fear of losing them and the panic of his friend ignited the flame of what all this meant. Death, a true death. Facing that challenge, Max poured every bit of willpower into the ability. Spell burst. Planetary travel waypoint. An explosion of purple and white light came as the cracks ripped across the entire space. Chunks of frozen blood fell and crashed onto the floor below. A howl was there momentarily, and then cut off as a white light came, blinding him. You did it. For a moment in that domain, his control was more than I had anticipated. Bob's voice was strong, and it helped Max through the pain he was feeling right now. His sonar showed him how he looked. A monster to any who saw him, his body cracked and broken. The only flesh there was what grew back. Bones were forming, having shattered under the effects of the cold he had experienced. The agony felt like hours when it was only about 10 seconds. Blinking, Max groaned as he sat up, the ground around him rising in a large bowl. What in the... His words stopped as the scene before him appeared. For over a mile the ground was sunken, pockets of dirt and stone radiating slightly, and blood pooled in different areas. Near him on the ground was a shape slowly reforming, and Max jumped to his feet, took his weapon out, and ran toward it. Gurgling came as a dull golden eye looked up at him. If it had not been for the one left eye, Max might not have been able to tell who it was. Both arms and legs were missing, blood seeping from open wounds. Gone was the beautiful skin, the strong jaw, and the perfect golden hair. At his feet was a hideous being, with barely any flesh left across its face. How? The raspy voice of that question would have scared children and some adults, yet Max stood there, a part of him struggling to believe this was the king that had stood here not long ago, taunting and laughing as he attempted to get close. That single eye stared at him, yearning for an answer. You're not going to reply, are you? He doesn't deserve that. For what he's done, I'm not sure a quick death is even something he should receive. Still. Leaning against the shaft of his spear, Max shook his head at Saventus. Tanilla and I will be married. Our child will be something to celebrate. Unlike you, I'm. Cursed, you're cursed, the king declared, his voice almost gone as he spoke. Thija, she. No other words came as Max kicked the butt of his weapon, spinning it in his hand, thrust his blade into the left eye. A sharp twist sent a cold sensation so different that it reminded him of the ordeal he had just escaped. Max fell over, unable to stay upright, his blood boiling instantly. Consume has gained 30 of racial skill bloodline. Racial skill bloodline has achieved 30. Consume has successfully consumed 5 racial skills. Consume is unable to convert skills due to racial type. Power stored for future use. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn blood magic? Yes, no. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn Heaven's Storm? Yes, no. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn Soul Harvesting? Yes, no. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn manipulate soul? Yes, no. Consume has successfully consumed a skill. Would you like to learn personal barrier? Yes, no. 8 skills consumed are equal or lower than rank of current skill. Power stored for future use. His body burned, every piece of him feeling like it was on fire. It slowly drew into his midsection and then after a moment stopped. A foul sensation filled his stomach and Max began to retch, heaving over and over until a slimy substance made its way up his throat and out of his mouth. Spitting, he pushed upward with his spear, climbing to his feet and staring at the black gelatinous object he had just spewed. Is that blood? Some kind of blood? I believe it's whatever is left from your body after you killed him and gained part of his bloodline. I'm unsure what will happen when you finally reach the required amount. It took a moment to consider what Bob had just said. There was so much they still didn't know if that came from this moment. He didn't want to imagine what might happen at 100. The others, you should go. Ignoring the skills that begged him to take action, Max nodded and reached out with his mind. Rakanath, how goes the battle? It is over. Your mate has proven to all that she is the stronger one. A chuckle from Bob filled his head as Max couldn't help but smile. Can you? Erthen says that they have defeated the elves that faced them. The queen has fled, using an object like her daughter, it appears. She says, I am to tell you that the dwarf impressed her with his fortitude. Fortitude, what does that mean? A few seconds passed and then a laugh came through their bond. She says she will tell you later. You're as bad as her sometimes because we both know you know what she means. Now then, where is Tanilla? She and the Golden Warrior are on my back. We are coming to you. Shaking his head, Max looked at the carnage around him. This area wouldn't produce any crops for a long time, and he wasn't sure what the long-lasting impact of their battle would mean to this place. You can sense it, the evil and the magic. They will have to spend a great deal of time and effort to remove this. Then the queens can handle this part. For now, I just want to see Tanilla. Neither had spoken upon her arrival, simply embracing the other, holding each other tight. Her golden hair was a mess and blood soaked her robes. Max could see that her smile was forced, and as he held her gaze, she expressed more relief. You did it, and still you seem surprised. Shaking her head, Tanilla stopped and then nodded. He was the strongest I had ever known until you. There was never a day in my life that I thought I could ever stand before him. He grew stronger from taking the blood from others, and I remember every time he had done it to me. Crimson ascendancy. Is that what allowed it? Max asked. Taking a deep breath, she let it out slowly. That was part of it. He had other abilities, all designed to work with that one. Her eyes looked out over the battleground, and she frowned. Where is the army? Mostly dead or should be dead, Max replied. Anytime one of them died, they exploded. Some sort of magical spell that damaged only me while sending their blood to him. Tanilla spat on the ground and then cursed. He used that, of course he did. Those warriors, all of my people. She paused, a few tears starting to form and leaving streaks through the grime that was on her face. Died for an elf that didn't care about them at all. He used them. Both of her eyes widened, and she grabbed his arm and squeezed it. What did you get? Her voice had become a whisper, and Max glanced at Dexic, who was still by Rakanath, scratching the scales on his snout. I haven't clicked yes to any of them yet, but there are 5 to choose from. I think I'll only take 2 of them based on the short conversation Bob and I had. 5, that's it. Shaking his head, Max shrugged. I had 8 that were equal or below whatever I already possess. I also couldn't acquire 5 racial skills, which left me with blood magic. A gasp from Tanilla made him stop as her eyes grew as large as a full moon. You didn't, she whispered. No, just like I won't take the soul harvesting or manipulate soul abilities. Her face looked pained as he reached out and brushed her cheek, removing a few of the tears. You'll never have to worry about me taking something that dangerous, Max said softly. I don't ever want to lose who I am, no matter what kind of power is offered. She clasped her hand against his and leaned into his touch. I know, that's what I always loved about you. The other 2 are personal barrier and heaven's storm. You know of them? Tanilla nodded, chewing on her lip. A barrier that explains so much I only knew about. Every pore on Max's body tingled with energy, and the ground around them shook. Planetary travel block overridden. An earthquake far worse than the one that occurred in Windsor Wheel began, with the ground rising and falling like waves on an ocean. Max grabbed Tanilla and pulled her close, quickly levitating them both off the ground. He turned to see Rakanath using his mouth to deposit Dexic on his back, the silver dragon preparing to leap into the air. What is this? A god? His mind raced, and at the furthest edge of the bowl, on top of it, a bolt of lightning, followed by a dozen others, streaked down from the sky. Dirt and stone flew in every direction as a shape appeared from a portal. He could feel Tanilla's pulse quicken as he saw the gold hair shining like the sun. The darkness of the clouds above only highlighted how bright it was. It's her, she whispered, clinging to him tighter. Geo, fly, but... No, Geo, with no concern for anything else, Max summoned his dimensional vault and tossed Tanilla inside as carefully as possible. 2 seconds later, a hand gripped his throat, lifting him into the air, nails digging into his flesh and drawing blood. You are a pest, and I shall. The god who held him in her hands was glaring at him, her golden eyes radiating magic as waves of power rolled off her. But the sound of two thunderclaps quieted her as a pair of portals opened up on the side of the bowl closest to the city. Two gods came forth, wearing full armor and weapons, unlike the elf god's flowing clothes. Thuija. Phaeus' shout caused the god to spit as she turned, still holding Max like he was nothing more than a garment. Even grabbing her wrists with both hands, he couldn't break free from the vice that held him tight. Do not struggle. Wait, the moment will come, but... Put him down, Akrim roared as the dwarven god appeared a few yards away, flanking the elven goddess. Her flowing purple clothes changed so quickly to a red set of chain armor, the emblem of blood and a tree upon its chest. You two do not tell me what to do. I can take what I am owed, she bellowed, her golden hair rising off her shoulders. This one is. No, Phaeus shouted, pointing his sword at her as he crouched down. You know who he is and what he is. Even you aren't foolish enough to contest the system. Put him down, or I shall ravage your people until you draw no more power from this world. Phaeus' voice felt like it could strip the bark off a tree, and Max's sonar told him that the human god was poised to attack at any moment. He's right, Thija, Akrim added. I too shall call for a war against every world you own and will not stop until there isn't a place you can hide. The elven goddess's arm shook, taking Max for a ride. She huffed and puffed, her head twisting both to the left and right, and she held a staff in her other hand. He killed my king, my blood, she roared. Even now he hides one of my own from me. Not our concern or yours, Phaeus replied. The rules, you know them. I paid the price for being foolish, costing me thousands of years' worth of power. Your decision right now could be far. Phaeus' words were cut off by the sound of a crack, and Max felt his head removed from his shoulders. Blood ran down the elven goddess's fingers as she laughed. The sound of combat came for a second, and then the world swirled, a vortex of colors and light. All Max could think of was taking a deep breath. Negate death blow activated. Cooldown reset. A rush of power flowed through and Max felt pain as magical energy washed over him. Bob took over, flying him upward and away from the trio that created a ravine a mile long and a quarter of a mile wide in a second. Max, go, I'm okay. Get the others and be safe. Beneath him, the true power of the gods played out, and Max felt so small watching Phaeus and Akrim attack Thija simultaneously. Each swing of their weapon destroyed hundreds of yards of ground, yet the other god seemed unfazed when an attack connected. His speed was fast, and yet all three of them were faster. They're going to destroy this place, possibly even the capital. What can we do? Max said a small prayer as the trio moved away from the city for a while, zigzagging and removing a forest of trees that had been hundreds of years old in the blink of an eye. We must announce our presence, but I shall handle all the spells. Be ready, all cooldowns reset. Bob flew them closer, chasing the warring gods as the planet paid the price of their actions. Stop. His voice did nothing to stand out above the battle's din, and even when he used the crystal he had been given, none of the gods noticed him. We'll have to get closer, I'll have to fight. You will die again, I should be able to reset the cooldown in time, but no, she can easily kill us. Even with all your skills, I doubt it will do anything. The pain of what he was witnessing from above made Max not care. Part of him appreciated the fact that Akrim and Phaeus had come when they did. If it wasn't for them, there was no telling what Thija might have done to him or the ones he loves. What's another death or 20? Can you handle that loss of power? A chuckle came from Bob. Saventus gave me more than you can imagine, and I have no doubt those 3 skills will provide vast amounts. I shall be fine. Come, let us go join the battle. Ultimate form. Berserker. Haste. Max flew across the sky like a bolt of lightning, his weapon and body growing as the power of his ability kicked in. In the improved state, he could follow the battle and the strikes, seeing a small opening that came and took it. Hardened body. Armored warrior. Bulwark. Demonic teleportation. Blink. Power strike. Magical strike. Quick attack. Ghost strike. Rampage. His spear thrust forward, and Thyja's body twisted as the tip of his blade touched her exposed side. The goddess had shifted as he appeared, the fake strike having sent her out of position as the real one struck rapidly. It did no damage he could sense, but a power flow came from her before Phaeus and Akrim's attacks connected the next moment. Thyja was sent backward, the ground she slid on creating a furrow like a farmer for over 100 yards. Don't, Akrim snapped. You can't. A shield appeared before Max as the dwarven god protected him, hundreds of attacks bouncing off the metal in a moment. Thuija, stop this madness. Phaeus shouted as he took position next to Akrim. I've already sent the notification. You know what is coming. A primal roar that washed over him almost made Max fall to his knees. He owes me. Then collect the price when the time is allowed, Akrim bellowed. For now, leave and do not return for 100 years, or we shall rid this world of your claim. You can't, I am stronger, the goddess shouted back. Max couldn't believe the sound that came next. Both men looked at one another and then started to chuckle. No, no, you are not, Phaeus said as he relaxed slightly. This mistake you have cost yourself so much, and trust me when I say this Weckham is watching. They're all watching. Standing between the shields, Max saw Thija shake at those last words. Her mouth moved, yet no reply came as she slammed her staff into the ground. Seconds passed as the wind blew, and for a moment the sound of it was all that Max heard. You, Max Host, Thija bellowed as she pointed her staff at him. I'm coming for you. Pray you do not pass the tower. A boom of thunder came as the ground shook and a portal appeared. 100 years, Akram shouted, do not test me. She made gestures Max hadn't seen before, but he didn't doubt that it wasn't nice, and both men scoffed. I'll be waiting, Max. Having spoken those words, the elven goddess stepped back into the glowing purple portal and vanished. It took a few seconds before both gods turned and looked at him. You have grown, Akram said with a wink, but you're still causing problems, it appears. Would there be any other way? Max asked. I guess this is what you meant by Seth Pendle causing problems. Phaeus started to chuckle, and then when he and the dwarven god exchanged glances, they laughed. Every tower climber were we like this. You probably were, Akram replied. I was a good one. The tense moment before seemed to vanish, and then the armor and weapons disappeared, replaced by their flowing clothes. You should be safe for a while, Phaeus said as he looked up at Max. Thija made a mistake that is going to cost her greatly. The system they will punish her. For attacking me, both gods nodded. Rules, Max, rules. We are bound by them. Unless you come and start the fight, we are not allowed to intervene. To do so is to break rules. There are times when gods can fight, but that is for another discussion. Perhaps when you finish the tower, which needs to be done soon, Akram added. You are drawing too much attention being what you are, and while I don't expect any other god to make a move, a wise dwarf will tell you that moss eventually gathers on sitting stone. A groan came from Phaeus, who rubbed his eyes. Those damn dwarven sayings. Chuckling, Akram shrugged and patted Max's arm as his ultimate form was dismissed. You've done well, boy. Dagon speaks highly of you, and the fact that you managed to defeat Savantus alone is a testament to your strength. Tell me, how did you escape the domain? The gaze both gods gave him left no doubt that neither had believed he was strong enough to do so. I attempted to travel to another spot on this world. It conflicted with the domain, Phaeus said, interrupting him, still for it to actually destroy it. Well, I also used spell burst to try and overcome the struggle, Max replied. Spell burst on a travel spell, Akram asked before chuckling. That's ingenious and crazy. I never even considered that possibility. It's because it's not an attack except in a moment like that, Phaeus stated. Still, Savantus wasn't weak. Surely it couldn't have been that easy. Oh, it wasn't, Max said as he prepared to tell the story, and then it hit him what was missing. Summoning his dimensional vault made both gods back up, but each grunted as Tanilla rushed out, falling into Max's open arms. You're okay, they came and saved me. Wiping the smudges and tears from her face, Tanilla saw the two gods smiling at her and quickly regained her composure. She stood tall before bowing. Neither god said a word, and Max could see where they were looking. It's mine, he said as the two gods stared a few seconds longer. An elf and a human that must really piss her off, Akram stated as he grinned. I can only imagine, Phaeus laughed. How far along are you? Halfway? I'm not sure, Tanilla replied. With humans, you breed so fast and we elves. She's right, you breed like rabbits compared to elves and dwarves, howled the dwarven god. Only a goblin gives you a run for your money. Groaning, Phaeus gave his ally a gentle shove. We both know other races breed far faster than humans. Still, I must say this changes so many things. How so? Max asked. A baby from 2 tower climbers, this far along in the tower. Phaeus paused and his brow furrowed. What is it? Akram asked. Surely you can't. Both gods' eyes widened, and they almost simultaneously reached up and stroked their chins or beards. That will be something I haven't heard of in over 40,000 years, the dwarven god said slowly. Can you imagine? What are you two talking about? Max asked. Both gods regained their composure and made different facial expressions for a moment. A child does not often survive the climbing of a tower. It has happened, Phaeus replied. Dwarves and some other races are hardier, and their women are stronger. Many have been pregnant while climbing and given birth to children who are stronger and often taller than the rest of their kind. Very few have ever been past the 30th floor in the tower. He's right, Akram said as he puffed out his chest. There are many different gods for dwarves, and each of us has one specific quality. All dwarves are known for their constitution. But back to the point at hand, when someone is pregnant and carrying their child while fighting in the tower, a small portion of that power is transferred to the child. Long ago, some had figured that out and tried to make stronger children, but the problem was and is, only certain classes can stay safe and still help their party. Healers, mages, archers, and a few other classes on other worlds face less risk than a melee class. Still, if you have this child after you complete the tower. Max felt Tanilla squeeze his hand as they waited for the dwarven god to finish. Your child would be a child of a god, a true child of a god, a child of gods, Phaeus said. Something that hasn't happened in so long, most don't believe it is anything more than a myth. If word of this gets out, you will find yourselves the focus of many things. So what, do we not complete the tower? Tanilla asked. Is the risk that great? Akram sighed as he smiled at her. I wish we could answer that in a way that would make everything better, but the truth is, you two will never not be at risk. Those with power find themselves always under attack by those who want it. Some attack head-on, while others lay traps and plans, attempting to take it by subterfuge. You two only have one option, and that is to keep moving forward. The only safe spot comes for a brief moment after you defeat the tower, and then. Akram started to gag, his mouth open and no words coming. You can't talk about that, Faius teased, wagging a finger at the dwarf. Now then, we've been talking and I still want to hear about how this fight took place. And you know as well as I do, we need to leave here and check in. I do not doubt that we will be called to testify soon. A grunt from the dwarven god and a nod was his only reply. So then, Max, tell us, how did you defeat Savantis? The two laughed, hugging each other in a rare exchange of public emotion. Hundreds of other gods had left, and the truth was that many small groups huddled in different places, discussing moves to make based on the council's decision. She screwed up far more than we could have hoped. The webs we laid finally trapped her. A shake of the head was all her cloaked friend gave. No, she is not trapped yet, and it appears you were right after all this time. This Max Hosty has proved himself better than we could have imagined. Still, many want to hear what will come next. You have reached out to the others. I did, but why can't you be excited? Surely you realize how special this moment is. Her rare friend in all this game sighed, shifting the hood that hid her image and presence from those who might look upon them. This is a very special moment, and one we have both been waiting on for some time, but you heard what I reported. We are nothing in this game. Hans, what we desire will take even more power, and I am anxious about what comes next. If he completes the tower, she asked. Her hooded friend nodded. The rumors are that one of the other black skills is close to finishing it, with the second one not far behind. Even though he was first, he has not progressed at the pace we expected. Do you really believe the skill doesn't control him? Surely that cannot be true. Silence was her reply as her friend looked both ways down the hallway. I'm not sure. There are no records beyond what must happen. If Thija ended his life and he lived, I wonder what we are facing. You know, some want one or two of the skills to die before the moment comes. Through chaos, rebirth. Through chaos, rebirth, her friend echoed. Now then, I need to report to those we bound ourselves to, as do you. We shall see what comes from this opportunity. She reached out and received a less stiff hug this time, smiling as her only real friend quickly moved down the hallway. You must complete the tower, Max. Everything I desire depends upon it. Skill description: Heaven's Storm. Heaven's Storm legendary skill. The user can summon the wrath of the heavens in the form of a lightning storm. This storm grows stronger with each cast, quadrupling the cost of mana with each cast. The spell lasts 30 seconds and requires a minute before being cast again. The power and damage will be reset if not used within 10 minutes. Skill description: Personal Barrier. Personal Barrier legendary skill. The user gains a magical protective barrier that can stop most physical and magical spells. It requires 5 of the user's maximum mana pool every minute. If the user's mana runs out, then the barrier ends. Extreme, sustained damage can break or penetrate the barrier. Max reread the notifications and tried to figure out how strong these new abilities could be. I'm assuming you have an opinion on them. Both will need to be tested. I'm very curious about Heaven's Storm. That cost and the method it must use explains why Savantis only cast it twice. And then factoring in how much mana that barrier uses, I think he was toying with us, trying to draw us into range of his blood domain, which I'm assuming is not something most people could contest like we did. You saw the reactions of both gods. That was a wise move on your part. The breaking of it seemed to tear apart the domain, and space itself came in, freezing the two of you. All I can come up with is that the blood he had to pool from was ruined and destroyed, leaving him just as broken and shattered as you were, yet with no real way to regenerate. Any other possibility leads me to believe we would have died in there eventually. You saw how much blood there was. Max grunted, and Tanilla turned to look at him. Smiling, he kissed her cheek, gently squeezing her waist. A laugh came, and then Max felt Dexic's grip tight. What's it like being in the middle? Snorting, Max turned his head so see the golden warrior grinning from ear to ear. Honestly, I never imagined being the little spoon. Both women howled in laughter as Rakanath flew toward the faction grounds. So your skill is right, that you escaping was pure luck. Luck. I don't know, everything I have seems almost as if it was planned sometimes. Other times I wonder if anyone could have put all this in motion. Did your father know I would get a dragon egg? Is that why he gave me the mark? The possibility of all that happening by his hand is impossible to comprehend. Some parts of life are luck and others are because we are led down paths. You, Max Host, were lucky to have gained the skills you did, in the same way you were lucky to have gained me. Anyone else on this world would have turned it into a desolate wasteland. Could someone else have defeated Savantis if they had acquired you? Bob was silent as he pondered that question while Rakanath thrummed. All I know is that since I've been bonded to you, the The odds and things you face keep getting stronger. Then I saw that elven god do what she did, her fingers squeezed you like a rabbit in my talons. Considering all those questions, Max held Tanilla tighter, his pinky gently stroking the baby bump. Cheers filled the grounds as Max and the others climbed off Rakanath. Waiting 20 yards away were Fowl, Batrir, and Cordelia, along with everyone else in their faction. Max, his dwarven brother and friend, rushed forward and embraced him, lifting him and shaking him a few times. "You bastard, making me wait this long. And then having to find out you met Akram again. Yeah, he told me to tell you he loves me more." Laughter from their healer and ranger came as the duo joined in the hug. "Good work, you three. I heard great things from Rakanath and can't wait to hear what happened," Max said. "Oh gods no," Cordelia groaned. His head's already big enough after Erthen praised him before everyone. Max looked around and saw the red dragon in her humanoid form, laughing and drinking with Tom nearby. "Can I interrupt?" Max and the others turned to see Everett a few feet away, grinning at them. "Sure, what's up?" Cordelia asked. Nodding with his head, the older man smiled. "There are about 100 adventurers here that want to celebrate, and the city is already preparing for a holiday in 2 days. Everyone who fled is returning home, and I doubt there will be any alcohol in this town by the end of the week. What about the other factions and the adventurers who helped?" Max asked as he moved to Tanilla's side. "How many did we lose?" Frowning just a little bit, Everett shrugged. "I'm not sure of the exact numbers, but not many. You six prevented the destruction of the capital and saved so many lives. Even the army that got past you only did superficial damage to the outer north edge. For now, let's celebrate. Trust me, you all need it." "Did he say 6? Fowl asked and got a bonk on his head from their healer. "He did, you fool." "Dexic," exclaimed Batrir. "Oh, that's right. Shame she wasn't as gifted as I was." Groans came from both women who had been with their warrior, and Max gave them a quizzical glance. "I'm not telling the story," Cordelia muttered. "Ask him or the dragon. I'm going to go get myself a drink." There I was all alone before 10,000 elves, calling out for my blood. Fowl proclaimed, standing on the table in the middle of the gathering, waving a mug of ale around. Was I afraid? Sure. Did I shite myself? Maybe. Laughter came as everyone listened to the dwarf tell the tale for the 10th time, not caring that he added more each time he told it. "I'm glad he's the hero," Max whispered into Tanilla's ear as they reclined on a couch someone had borrowed from the faction. "He does a much better job of making himself look bigger. Fowl's having a blast and so is Batrir," Tanilla replied. "Still, I can't imagine what my mother thought about his newest ability." Nodding slowly, Max wondered what it would be like to have the one their warrior had gained from the last set of skill potions. "Spell Magnet didn't sound as cool until then, did it?" "Nope," she replied, "but I guess that's why she fled so quickly. Hard to stand up to a group where every spell you cast hits him and does nothing. Besides, how many of their archers killed themselves from his thorn aura?" "Millions based on the last telling," Max said. "So your mother, what should I do?" A sigh came from Tanilla as she snuggled into his embrace. "Nothing, let her be for now. She has no army. Her people will not allow her to run over them like mine Savantis did. Perhaps she can rule until another one can replace her. From what you say, it will be 100 years before Thija can return, and in that time, who knows what will happen. 2 kingdoms with queens, hopefully the dwarves won't make the same mistake." She turned and glared at him. "Are you saying queens are bad?" Max shook his head and grunted. "No, just that those 3 queens aren't the best example of them. You, my dear, would make a great one." She snorted and turned back around. "I don't want that role any more than you want to be a king. Besides, I'm more interested in what Akram and Faya said about our child. Do you think they could be right?" Taking a deep breath, Max sighed. "Honestly, I would have to assume they both told the truth about how a child who is carried while they are unborn in the tower would be stronger. All of us have changed because of what our bodies have gained. Still, I'm more interested in what they attempted to say but couldn't. What happens after the tower?" Max nodded. "Part of me wonders if there will ever really be a day I can just enjoy being Mary." He stopped himself and felt her shift in his arm. "Max." He saw her gold eyes tremble as he summoned a tiny metal box. "You." Holding a finger to his lips, Max opened the ornate metal box and showed a ring pinched between 2 green cushions. 3 different bands were intertwined to form a pattern of gems. Diamonds ran along the top one, with emeralds on the bottom. Between those, 2 rubies were cast with a pair of black gems and a larger diamond in the middle. "Tanilla Gilmaner, love of my life and mother of our child. You are the anchor that keeps me safe amidst the storms of life." Like this ring, both of us have power that wants us to be something we don't desire, yet together, we are perfect like the one in the middle. Pulling the ring free, he took her shaking hand, slowly slid off the first ring he had given her, and replaced it with this one. "This time I ask because I want nothing more than to do it on my terms, and with a ring I designed. I don't ask because our friends are here or because I feel like I'd hurt you even more if I didn't. You are my everything, and if you'll say yes, we can be married in just a few days." Tanilla blinked and looked up from the ring he had placed on her finger at him. "In a few days? Why in a few days?" Smiling, Max kissed the hand that he held. because in a few days we celebrate the changing of our world and I want everyone to know that without you, it wouldn't have been possible. Also because I don't want to wait any longer, he admitted. If you need more time, I do. Blinking, Max looked at her, saw the smile amidst her tears, and reached up to wipe them away. You're certain? Are you asking me if I want to back out and keep the ring or if I'm certain about being married in 2 days? Snorting, Max grinned like a fool. The latter, of course. Only my wife gets to keep the ring. Tanilla leaned forward, grabbed his neck, and pulled him close. In 2 days you'll be my husband, or you'd better have one hell of an excuse that tops even Foul's current story. Laughing, Max kissed her, feeling her kiss him just as passionately back. A loud cheer and roar came from around them, and they both turned to see the entire faction shouting and yelling. Rakanath was belching fire into the sky, and no one seemed to care about how dangerous it was. All Max could think about was how special this moment seemed. For once in so long, there was a true joy in the air, and he wouldn't trade anything for it. Took you long enough, Fowl proclaimed as he and the other 2 of their party came forward first. I was beginning to think you didn't have a pair down there. Oh, I do, Max replied, and you've seen how big they are. Groans and laughter came from everyone as the crowd rushed forward, wishing the 2 of them congratulations. Standing on a platform raised in the Colosseum, Max tried to understand how everything had come together so quickly. All around him were flower garlands, strung together and covering the open area as a canopy from the sun. Each seat was packed, and one's station in life didn't matter as a lottery was conducted, giving everyone an equal chance to attend such a moment. Pauper and noble sat shoulder to shoulder, and none complained as each person watched in anticipation of a wedding that had sent the city into a tizzy upon its announcement. Molly and Macy had opened the city coffers to help get things together in time, and Dagon was present, having brought as much dwarven ale as he could. His suit had been crafted by the best maker in town. What made things even more special was that his mother helped make Tanilla's dress. Glancing around, Max saw the 4 who stood by him, all dressed in gold like he was. Fowl was rocking back and forth slightly, still a bit anxious as the best dwarf. Beside him was his father, looking better than Max could ever remember. Next to him was a towering warrior who had introduced him to this faction, and forever earned a place at his side. Dexix smiled at him as he looked down the line at the last person there. Pete looked absolutely in shock. He had been unable to speak when he had teleported to the city and asked the dwarf if he would be one of his attendants. If it hadn't been for his friendship with Fowl, Max would have been shocked at the amount of tears and snot a dwarf excreted in joy. All 4 of them smiled at him, and each nodded as he waited for the moment that was about to start. Across from him stood Cordelia, dressed in a forest green color that accented her beauty. Her hair was done perfectly, and she smiled at him, a tear breaking free from the corner of her eye. His sister chuckled and rolled her eyes before winking at him as she waited third in line. At the end was the happiest of the bunch. Max couldn't help but laugh when Tanilla told him she would ask Elfreda to be one of her bridesmaids. They were thankful that a healer was on hand when the older elf passed out, completely in shock that they would want her there. Turning his attention to the front, Everett stood there, dressed in a black outfit, with a large pin of their faction on his chest. A nod of his head came as the older man signaled to someone off stage. Trumpets began to play and the crowd went silent. When they stopped, harps began to ring out, and the melody of an elvish song came forth, with a few wind instruments joining in. 2 large doors swung open, where a path of flowers ran to, and gasps were heard from those in the crowd who could see Tanilla from the display above. Part of Max wanted to turn his neck upward and get a peek. The other couldn't tear himself from the doorway, waiting for this moment. His breath caught in his throat as she stepped forward, Tom at her side, and slowly made her way along the flower trail toward the platform. A veil covered her face, but her gold hair was braided and sparkling with gems. Her dress fit her perfectly, accenting her natural physical beauty while somehow avoiding overemphasizing that she was carrying their child. Beneath the veil, he could see the gold eyes that locked onto his. She laughed suddenly as Tom whispered something and the crowd chuckled along with them. What did he say? Fowl asked. Beats me, but I'm sure they'll lie about it later, Max replied. Each step felt like a dream, and soon they were at the platform, walking toward him. Gods, she's beautiful, Fowl said quietly. She is, Max said back. Oh, I mean, yeah, Tanilla looks good. I was talking about Batrier. Laughter came from his attendants, and Max finally realized that behind Tanilla was Batrier, dressed in the same green as the other women and holding a bouquet of flowers. Her beard and hair were braided, and he had to admit that she did look great, but no one compared to the woman before her. Smiling, he turned his attention back to Tanilla and moved beside Tom, who winked at him as they approached Everett. Every second seemed perfect, and Max couldn't help but stare at her through the veil. It was just thin enough to show her smile in those eyes. Neither of them could look away, and it took his friend's assistance to avoid looking foolish. Take her hand. Max shook off the fog that had him and took Tanilla's hand from Tom, who gently patted his shoulder before moving off to join his attendants. Had anyone told me that these 2 would be wed the day after they entered our faction and joined, I would have told them that Max was going to be in trouble, Everett said, his voice carrying to all within the open-air coliseum. Laughter and chuckles came from the crowd as the older man continued. Both of them were steadfast and confident, sure of what they wanted and what they could do. Since that first meeting, I knew they were different and looked forward to seeing how great they would become. Today I get to be part of their growth, joining the two of them together in marriage, a testament of love and example that there are no boundaries to stop one from loving another. Everett smiled at him and then at Tanilla. The two of you have your own vows. Speak them to each other and before those gathered so that they will know the depth of your love for each other. Max turned, holding Tanilla's hands as she stood there, waiting. The veil. Groaning internally, Max reached with both hands and quickly lifted it, his fingers almost failing as he saw how amazing she looked up. Every square inch of her face was flawless, and her lips almost begged him to lean forward and push them against his. She winked at him as he retook her hands. Max, since the day we met, there was something I couldn't figure out about you. So many times, I have been told that men and humans are selfish and only look out for themselves first. Yet every day I spent with you, I saw a man who cared about everyone, regardless of their race or sex. Even though you didn't know it, dozens of women threw themselves at you and somehow I'm the one you wanted. Chuckles came from Fowl and Tanilla's smile grew. You showed me what love is, that it's unconditional, that's ugly. It hurts to love because you hurt when the one you love suffers. You rejoice when I succeed, even if it means you fail. While others hoard, you give away, trying to help others prosper. She swallowed after taking a deep breath. You, Max, kept me from losing myself in the thirst for power. You gave me something to hold on to, and now I look forward to the day we both have another to love. Freeing one of her hands, Tanilla touched his cheek gently and smiled. I love you with every part of him, and cannot wait to be called your wife. A tear ran down along her nose, and Max used his thumb to gently and carefully whisk it away. Taking her hand, Max smiled at her. Tanilla, you know my darkest secrets and struggles, and yet you stayed by me. I'm the man I am today because of you. His voice struggled momentarily as Max admitted the truth he had always known. If it weren't for you, this world would be darker. Since the day we met, I knew you were different, and my mind and heart couldn't wait to find out what it was. Having spent all our time together, I cannot wait to spend the rest of our lives with one another. Squeezing her hands gently, he smiled. When I was kidnapped, taken to another world, and faced with giving into the darkness, you're the light that guided me home. Ignoring the gasps and murmurs from the crowd that didn't know about those details, Max freed a hand and brushed her cheek. I want nothing more than to be your husband and for you to be my wife. Applause broke out in different areas of the Colosseum, and Everett gave them a moment before drawing the attention back to the wedding. With your vows spoken, we now move on to the rings. Fowl and Batrayer stepped forward, smiling as they handed the rings to each of them. Their moment is different than most, Everett proclaimed. Unlike so often, we ask if one will honor, cherish, protect, and love, but we do not need to do that with these two. You see, as tower climbers, as adventurers, as heroes who protected this city, who protected each and every one of you, they do this already. A roar of applause came, and the faction leader held up his hand, cutting it off after a moment. So I don't need them to make these promises because they have bled for each other, sacrificed for one another. Now they simply wear a symbol of love, another outward sign of their commitment. He nodded at Ma X, who took his ring and slid it onto Tanilla's finger. A moment later, she did the same to him. Both of them fingered the ring slightly with their thumb, still holding hands with the other. Now all that is left is one more thing. Erthen appeared from behind, moving slowly. Murmurs came from the crowd as her tail moved along the ground from under her green dress. She came to stand next to Everett and let out a low laugh before smiling at the two of them. Today, not only elves, humans, and dwarves see the union of these two, but know that others from this world look forward to this union, the older man proclaimed. As such, this next moment comes with a blessing unlike any other. Everett motioned to the two of them, and they put their hands on Erthen's open palm. She then covered theirs with her other hand and closed her eyes. A hum came from her as she cast a spell, warmth and heat growing as red light escaped through the cracks of her hand. Max could sense something similar to the time Weckham had marked him. Glancing at Tanilla, he saw her eyes locked on Erthen, neither of them certain what would happen. Blessing acquired. Blessing of the Father when near one of his children, you shall receive a bonus to resistance against magic. 5. His eyes widened at the notification, and Max saw that Tanilla was as shocked as he was. May your marriage be blessed, she whispered, almost panting. Erthen nodded and took a step back as Everett moved forward, an eyebrow cocked at the two of them. Clearing his throat, he smiled. Now that that moment is over, we come to the part we all have been waiting for. May I present to you Max and Tanilla Host. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause, and a bright stream of fire shot up into the air from where Rakanath had been watching from. You can kiss her, Everett whispered. I know, Max replied as he stepped forward and pulled Tanilla close. Now I can kiss her whenever I want. Max laughed as Tanilla let out a groan. Hey, share the bed, please, she replied as her arms and legs reached out to the four corners, taking up most of the mattress. You try carrying a child and see how well you sleep, especially when they decide to dance all night long. Sitting up, Max leaned over and kissed her bare stomach where their child was causing her skin to occasionally rise from its movements. Be kind to your mother, little one. Someday, you'll find out she's the greatest person in the world. He felt Tanilla's nails gently rub across the top of his head, and he gladly lay there for a few more moments, enjoying her touch for a bit longer. You need to get up and get dressed. We're due back at the faction house. Does this mean we can't take one more dip in the ocean? Chuckling, Max raised both eyebrows at her playfully. For you, absolutely, but only if you promise to do it like we did the first time. Seems like you two had a great honeymoon, Cordelia said as she smiled at them. And do I detect a hint of sea salt? One last dip in the great waters before we came home, Max replied between bites of the biscuit and gravy the faction had served up this morning for breakfast. I almost had to carry her to get her out of bed. Bah, you could go anywhere for 3 days, and you two choose the ocean, Fowl muttered. Plenty of good caves and mountains to visit instead. I'm sure if they could, they would have sent you to the other side of the great waters, Batrier said. We've had to return to wearing our disguise rings as walking through town without getting mobbed has been impossible. Rumors have it we're all going to have statues made for the hall here in the capital. Unable to help it, Max grunted as he shook his head. The gold one is bad enough. Now they want another. Hey, Fowl exclaimed, pounding the table with his hand. Some of us need love too. Everyone started to laugh as Max rolled his eyes. Dear Akram, he said pleadingly, show me that you love me. All 3 women started to turn red, and they laughed so hard that Fowl gave Max a 2-handed finger gesture. Each nodded and smiled as the other adventuring parties stepped aside, allowing them to enter the tower without waiting. Gods be with you. Others called out their praises for how they had defeated the army that had threatened to end the lives of everyone in the city. Only a few elves were present, but each quickly dropped to both knees, bowing low as Tanilla passed. Rise, you need not bow to me, she said, stopping before one of them. But Princess you. I am not my father. You need not fear me, as I will not use the bond that compels you. It took a few seconds as the elven mage looked upward, her green eyes struggling to look at Tanilla's face. A nod and sniff came from the woman as she hesitantly took Tanilla's hand. Max watched as she helped the elven woman stand and gave her a gentle squeeze on her arm. She then turned and moved toward the tower portal, the rest of the party joining in behind her. Good luck today and may the gods bless you, one of the guards called out. Max nodded and touched the shimmering surface, selecting the 79th floor as their destination. The world shimmered and he felt a dry warmth against his skin. His sonar detected nothing but flat areas around, and when his eyes worked, they widened immediately. What in the gods, Fowl muttered. Each party member made a comment or sound as they took in the sight before them. Why does it have to look like this? Cordelia asked. Max shrugged as he stared at the walls, giant black caprices, each 20 feet long, fused together to form the outer area of the place where they had appeared. They flowed upward to the ceiling, an absolute black color that would have plunged them into darkness if not for the rest of the tower floor. Hundreds of glowing veins ran along the rocky base, and Tanilla bent down, examining the glowing orange substance. Amber, I think it's amber. The center of the dome, the boss floor, was a glossy black rock of some kind. That looks like obsidian, Max said as he frowned. And those amber veins come from it, but they're a different color. Red, Cordelia answered. They're a darker red. Lava, Fowl asked. It might explain the dry heat. A cough came from their healer as she tapped her staff against the hard rock. Is it just me, or does it feel like everything is vibrating? Max nodded, knowing that their healer was right. And the question is, where is the boss? It will likely come from the center of the floor, but I would be careful. There is an energy here that is stronger than usual, stronger than what you're used to because you've missed so many tower floors. Frustration flowed through their bond, and Max almost smiled at pointing out the obvious. Perhaps yet it seems different. So what's the plan? Fowl asked as he cracked his neck and rotated both shoulders. You going to go out there and see what big bad awaits us, only if you don't want to. I mean, according to Erthen, you're the greatest dwarf she's ever met. Bah, you say that like it's not true. Glad they could always joke in moments like this. Max gave his friend a gentle pat on the shoulder before equipping his new shield, turning his weapon into a long spear. Be ready, I'll be back. Every step he took as he walked away made a crunching sound, and as he stepped on the amber, Max could sense some sort of magical power from it. What is that? I'm not certain, but it is giving off magical energy. It differs from those crystal lines on the other tower floors. Wondering what else they might have to contend with as the spiderwork pattern of amber covered so much of the boss floor, Max continued moving toward the center of the room, ready to dash back to his friends if something appeared near them. 100 yards away from the completely black circle of stone in the middle, he realized it was jagged and not connected, and a rumbling began to take place. The whole dome shifted and buckled, dust falling from the ceiling as the center of the floor separated. A long black object began to rise from it. Slowly, a shape appeared, and Max started backing up. Finally, a black beetle arose completely, easily 3 stories tall and 3 times as long. At the front of its head was a 15-foot-long pincer clacking together like a flat saw. Each time it closed, the sound was like thunder. Thick chitin covered every bit of the creature as the horn on its head dipped down near the opening of its mouth. That does not look like an easy nut to crack. It turned slowly, locked its coal-colored eyes on Max, and shrieked. The entire room vibrated, and Max covered both ears as waves of sound washed over him, making his intestines feel queasy. As it took its first step towards him, the thick black leg crashed into the rock, shaking the nearby area. "I'll try to bash it, you hit it with spells." Leaping into the air, Bob propelled them toward the insect, and Max easily flew past it. Thrusting his weapon against its outer shell, he watched as his spear bounced off. Wind blades crashed against the same side, and soon an ice spear struck, neither of them doing any noticeable damage. The boss turned in his direction, sending out shockwaves along the tower floor as it moved, causing another cloud of dust to descend from above. Over and over, dozens of attacks bounced off as Max continued to assault the beetle. He changed his weapon every few strikes, finding that no matter what kind he used, it didn't do any damage. An arrow ricocheted off near him, his sonar detecting it and hoping that the empowered boss arrow from Cordelia was just as useless. Giant shards of ice began to fall from the storm Tanilla had summoned, and though each one was as big as Max, they broke against the outer shell. "What are we missing? It's slow. Try hitting from beneath it. Use all your offensive skills, I'll reset them if need be." With Bob's blessing to go all out, Max flew under the creature, easily avoiding its tree-like legs, and used everything he had. Ultimate form. Berserker. Power Strike. Magical Strike. Rampage. His body grew, and the power he struck with barely chipped the underside, leaving only a few small flakes of its shell. He repeatedly pounded the same spot with a two-handed hammer, changing it to a pickaxe and then a spear, hoping to find a way to pierce and break through the section. Move. Max sensed the boss lowering itself to the ground as Bob called for him to escape. He easily escaped the bulk that fell to the rock floor as it struck, seeing his friends all falling over from how the room buckled and shook due to the impact. Racing to where they were, he helped them up and shook his head. "What should we do? Everything is bouncing off it." "My arrow did nothing," Cordelia said. "I didn't even bother bringing out my summon after watching nothing work." "Both of our spells aren't doing anything," Tanilla added. "It's not fast, but I'm certain it will hurt if it does hit us." Watching the insect rise, Max frowned, unsure how he could hope to do anything to such an armored creature. "Let's try the new spell, see what it does. Stay safe. Foul, be ready. We might need you to take a hit and see what kind of damage your thorn aura might do," Max called out as he moved away. "You want me to let it hit me?" Foul shouted. "Didn't you just hear Tanilla?" Waving away the concern in his friend's cry, Max lured the boss away from his friends. Heaven's Storm. Max almost choked upon seeing a fifth of his mana pool vanish as storm clouds gathered above the boss. Seconds passed, and then a boom came as it unleashed lightning strikes upon the top part of the beetle. A small screech came from the insect, but Max couldn't see any damage as he flew over the boss after the spell ended. Some spots looked scorched, but the outer shell was fine. Flying higher, Max easily dodged the lumbering beast as it tried to rise, snapping at him with its long jaw appendage. "I guess we cast it again. Does that mean I'll lose 20 of my total mana or current mana?" Well, it was almost 5, so quadrupling it would mean 20. Perhaps a few more points in intelligence would help with math problems. Still, only casting it again will tell us. Max snorted at Bob, joking during a moment like this. He could sense his skill was just as anxious as he was, unsure what kind of damage their new spell might do. Well, here goes nothing. Heaven's Storm. His mana pool felt the loss immediately as the storm that hadn't dissipated above the boss grew darker, and the air became noticeably colder. Thunder rang out, matching the sound of the boss's steps, right before bolts of blue lightning descended upon the insect. Max could feel the electricity in the air, and his vision had afterimages of light. He tried to watch and not stare at the destruction being rained down upon the boss. The storm assaulted the insect for 30 seconds, and when the last bolt struck, Max raced to see what it had accomplished. What in the gods? Barely more than a few darker areas quickly tried to attack them. Max moved as Bob directed him toward the areas of the chitin shell that looked worse for wear. Cooldowns reset. Ultimate Form. Berserker. Power Strike. Magical Strike. Rampage. All three attacks struck, causing a chip the size of his foot to come free, yet Max already knew this shell was much thicker. Nothing, it did nothing. He continued to hack at the same spot repeatedly, the rage of his berserker filling him as the boss bucked and moved beneath him, unable to attack the person on its back. When his ability ended, Max shouted, upset and angry that no matter what he did, they couldn't cause any real harm. "We can't injure it, and I doubt it can catch us unless it has some ability that makes it considerably faster. I'm going to try using my dimensional vault." Repositioning himself, Max moved to hover before the boss's face. Those dark eyes seemed to radiate anger or something else, and it moved forward, the long black pincer opening and closing as it prepared to bite the pesky human in front of it. Dimensional space. Dimensional space blocked. What the? Demonic teleport. The message surprised him, and Max had to teleport away to avoid getting caught in the pincers, having waited until the last moment to try to summon his vault. How? The tower learns you cannot expect the same trick to work over and over. You were cheating in the eyes of it. One shouldn't have that kind of power. Words came from Max's mouth that would earn him a lifetime of soap had children been present as he backed up, leading the boss toward the opposite side of the room. Hovering near the large black shells that lined the 200-high wall, Max felt his stomach and head hurting the closer the boss came. Each step seemed to make the wall of fused shells vibrate, and he struggled to keep his eyes open, his sonar skills suffering from some sort of vibration attack. Flying upward and away, the sensation that had been assaulting him quickly vanished, and Max shook his head, clearing the cobwebs that lingered inside. The walls, they amplify its steps. Closer it got, and with you between them, I would not try to fight it near them again. You don't have to tell me twice. My head is still hurting. Racing to his friends, Max landed and shook his head. That didn't look like it went as planned, Fowl said. Are you serious about me letting myself get bit? Sighing, Max shook his head. No, even with all your defensive skills, I'm unsure how much damage it would do. But I'm also unsure how we can defeat this boss, as we can't even pierce its protective layer. Cordelia started to open her mouth, and Max waved her off. 1 second, I need to draw it away again. After leading the boss away and giving them about 15 seconds to talk, Max motioned for their ranger to continue. What if you do like the worm? Go inside it. Avoid the outer shell. Like the clockwork, boss? Batrier asked. Cordelia nodded. Max is the only one who can survive that, and it would give him access to the softer insides. Max groaned as everyone began to nod, luring the boss away, leaving them all there to discuss his potential move. Upon arriving, Batra cast her 25 stat increase buff and the individual one she had gained recently. I take it you all decided I'm doing this, Max muttered. All right, Fowl, be ready. When I'm gone, it may attack you all. Stay away from the walls and just lure it away. Max raced toward the boss without waiting for a reply, unsure how this might go. Thoughts. Aim for its mouth, phase inside it, get in its throat, and then we'll attack from there. Hopefully you'll be able to do something. Cooldowns reset. Max transformed his weapon into a curved sword and flew at the boss's open mouth. It shrieked as he came near, closing its pincers as he flew toward the black opening. Phasing. Having done this trick before, Max created a ball of flame, the light illuminating what his sonar told him was there. A thick mucus covered its throat as he passed through the mouth full of teeth that seemed to grind like stones together. There would be no better spot to attack from as it was almost as wide as he was. Hardened body. Bulwark. Armored warrior. Curling up as tightly as possible, Max created stone and ice walls inside the warm pipe. It pushed the flesh apart and gave him space to unphase without seeing whose body would win the contest if being stronger. The boss jerked as it began to choke on the two walls, and Max felt the flesh starting to press down, crushing some of the walls as it did. Berserker. Power strike. Magical strike. Rampage. His weapon cut, digging into the flesh and splitting the windpipe with ease, causing blood to immediately appear, beginning to fill the cavity he was in. Taking a deep breath, Max hacked away, recasting his walls before taking the next step. It's all yours after this. Ultimate form. The tearing sound that came as he grew signaled that the cut he had made had spread, and Bob began to take the next part as Max summoned his shield, forcing flesh upward with his left hand while his weapon continued to hack away. Lighting arched through the boss's body as wind blades flew in different directions. They didn't cut more than a few feet, but the non-stop barrage of them began to turn the area Max was in into a slurry of flesh and blood. The boss bucked and shook repeatedly, causing Max's position to shift. Throughout it all, Bob kept them as stable as possible. Stone, ice, fire, lightning, and wind assaulted every part of the soft tissue inside the hardened shell. This way, hurry. Max could sense the quickened pace of the boss. Its flesh was trying to heal itself, but the barrage of spells inside it could not keep up. Cooldowns reset. Once again, Max used his defensive and offensive abilities as they carved a path through the boss, inching their way to where its heart was. It took one more resetting of his skills to reach the organ as big as Max, and after the duo assaulted it with blade and magic, a cold sensation washed over him. Blink. Bonus stats: consumed 100 strength, consumed 150 constitution, consumed 5 abilities consumed. No ability matches entity type. Power stored for future use. Gasping for air, Max tried to blink and see where he was, unable to until he summoned a towel and wiped away the gore that covered his face and entire body. Thick black blood dripped everywhere as he hovered in mid-air over the boss. You did it. Well done, we did it. And that stats those skills what? A chuckle came and then Max felt himself spinning like a top. Before asking why, he glanced down and saw that most of what had been covering him had been flung off. I guess that's one way to do it. For a moment, I had considered warning you, but I figured, why not have some fun? We can talk later about the fight's gains. For now, they are waiting. Laughing, Max shook his head as he descended towards his friends, glad that his skill and friend were back and continued to surprise him. Great plan, he said after touching down on the ground. I'm sure I would have gotten there eventually. Cordelia beamed at the praise, grinning from ear to ear. Sometimes you just need a woman's opinion. Fowl groaned and chuckles came from the other two. So I'm guessing you didn't harvest anything, their warrior asked. No you, Bah, I wasn't going to be able to break off a piece of its shell. Still, I'm surprised the tower sent something so hard like that at us. How would one defeat that without your ability? Max shrugged and was about to reply when he noticed his friend's mouth start to open at the same time. Turning around, he saw what they were looking at. The giant beetle corpse was gone instead. Chromie stood with its hand behind its back. Oh, where's the chest? Fowl whispered. Do not worry about the rewards, the metallic being called out. Come, we need to talk. The sound of his fingers snapping rang out, and a portal appeared, silver in color and just as tall as Chromie. Max and the rest glanced at each other. Seeing that they had no other option, and that the being could easily hear them from hundreds of yards away, they moved toward it. All five sat on the gold seats that had been present when they moved through the portal. Their host had taken his seat and was silent for a few seconds. I must congratulate you five on accomplishing a task that most cannot. The creature you faced is the first test to prepare for what is coming. Had you failed to defeat it, going any further would have been impossible, as what comes next will test you in ways like never before. Wait, what? Fowl asked. What does that mean? If you will give me a moment, I shall get there, Chromie replied. There is much to discuss, and you need to learn to listen before asking questions. A snort came from their healer and ranger, leading to Fowl grunting as he crossed his arms. The next 10 floors will be different than you can imagine. Every other floor will possess a boss. The floor before it will have an opportunity to trade and acquire things for that fight. You must decide what is worth trading for to help with the coming battles. Many things will be available for trade, and not all will be useful for the next fight, but some may have value in the coming ones if you continue to climb higher. Do you understand? Everyone looked at each other, and most had furrowed eyebrows or slight frowns. So you're saying we will not be able to defeat the bosses unless we trade for the right items? Tanilla asked. No, though it will be easier to defeat them with the right tool, weapon, or other item. I am saying there will be opportunities for you to acquire things you normally wouldn't be able to acquire. Beyond that, I shall not say anything more as I am forbidden. Part of this journey is preparing for what comes next. You must learn the path of growth you desire. Choose one path and you may grow quickly yet falter later, falling behind or being lost forever. Another path may take you longer to grow, but it will lead to true success. Yet there are countless paths to travel, and you must also learn to choose your own or be led down one by others. A groan came from their warrior as he rubbed his eyes. Someone promised me you'll tell me what he just said later. Trying not to laugh, Max tapped his chin. Do you have any idea what he is talking about? No, my memory of that is gone. What he says makes sense, though. I'm more interested in what we will face. I cannot imagine the power and potential things that can be gained. Our biggest concern should be what the tower prevents us from doing. Like my dimensional space. Exactly. I have a question, Max said as he leaned forward. Does the tower choose to block certain skills for any particular reason? The reflective face stared at him momentarily, and the metallic being shook after about 10 seconds. I cannot answer that question. The tower and the system do what they must. You must learn to work within the confines of what is allowed. What about our rewards for the boss we just defeated? Cordelia asked. There wasn't a treasure chest. You and your dwarven friend are both alike, Chromie replied. It shall be given to you upon the arrival of the next tower floor. Fear not, you have earned a great reward. Max chuckled as their ranger and warrior both smiled at each other. I have one last thing to instruct you five on, and then it shall be time for you to venture forth. These next 10 levels are nothing compared to what comes next. You must decide if defeating the tower and the next step after is what you desire. Why is that? Batrayer asked. Shaking his head, Chromie held up his hand. I cannot say more. Just know that in time, you will understand. Max started to open his mouth when the sound of 2 fingers snapping rang out and the world around him shifted. The sounds of so many people talking filled Max's ears as his sonar revealed nothing beyond the noise. When his eyes finally worked, he felt himself straighten. He saw a large corridor made of purple worked stone similar to his dimensional space that ran for half a mile. At its end was a portal, but all along the walls were what appeared to be shops with tents and overhangs, each filled with items and different beings shouting out and talking to others who perused the goods before them. Max, are we in some bazaar? Cordelia asked. Who cares? Fowl said, clapping his hands together. Look over here. Behind them was a portal and a small wooden chest. Seems a bit tiny, Tanilla stated before groaning as Fowl opened his mouth. Don't, Batrayer snapped. Just open it and let it go. Groaning, their warrior moved to the chest and lifted the lid, suddenly doing a little jig before turning and motioning for them all to come close. Akram does love me, he exclaimed. Inside the swirling purple vortex were 5 potions, each of which usually gave close to 100 points spread out across all their stats. Next to it were 2 items that needed to be rolled for. There was a ring for Tanilla, Batger, Fowl, and Cordelia. Max was the only one with something different, a black chain chest piece. "Oh baby, I just want to touch it," their warrior said as he glanced at the others. "May I?" Their healer rolled her eyes, and Max motioned for the dwarf to go ahead. Laughter came as Fowl held up the black band and slipped it on his finger. "Oh, I think I'll call you my precious." "Not going to share?" Cordelia asked as the dwarf reached in and retrieved his potion. If you share yours, I'll share mine." Sighing, their ranger reached in and took hers. A tooth-displaying smile quickly appeared as she also put the black band on her finger. "Sharing?" Fowl asked. With a shake of her head, their ranger's grin grew as she took the potion that was hers out. "Now I can't wait," Batrayer muttered. Both she and Tanilla reached in, and each started to laugh, putting the ring on and smiling at Max. Grunting, Max frowned as he studied the 4 of them, all grinning like a cat who caught a mouse. "I guess I'll have to pry it out later from Tanilla." "Bah, that's cheating," Fowl replied. "Still, it's a pretty nice item." Retrieving his chest piece, Max studied the scales, which looked like tiny black pieces of chitin armor, and held it up, admiring it for a few seconds. "Inspect chest. Black beetle chitin armor plus 20 to all stats plus 20 to physical and magical attacks." After swapping it out for his old piece, Max couldn't help but appreciate how it looked and how it made him feel. The power of the bonus stats was almost intoxicating, so he did a quick twirl to show it off. "Going to share?" Fowl asked. "Nah, I don't think so." Ignoring Tanilla's glance, he took the potion and the 3 large pink crystals and motioned to the chest. "2 items, you all should roll on them," Max said. "You're not going to roll?" Cordelia asked. "That chest piece is that good." Shaking his head, he pointed his thumb at the bazaar behind them. "I'm going to go see what's for sale. You 4 figure out who gets what." Spinning on his heels, Max walked off as he stored his potion and approached the first tent shop. "Welcome," shouted a small demon about the size of a grapefruit. The little red and orange creature hovered behind a stone table, motioning at the 3 items before it. "Does anything strike your fancy?" Max tried not to smile too much, as the demon's low-pitched voice didn't match his body. Instead, he chose to focus on the 3 objects before him. One was a potion that almost seemed alive, with red liquid moving around it, sloshing up and down the sides. Next to it was a rainbow-colored gem the size of his fist. The last item was a dagger that was so black it almost seemed to absorb light. "Oh, what are they?" A good question and an even better answer. "I am Foop, and before you is a potion so rare, every demon would kill their own mother for it." "Wouldn't every demon do that already?" Max asked. "Yes, but they would gladly do it now," Foop exclaimed. "Inside is the blood of an archdemon. The power it contains and its potential uses are endless for those who practice the greatest arts in the system. Demonic magic, exactly." Snorting, Max pointed at the next item. "Ah, a keen eye indeed." "That there is a rainbow gem, only able to be harvested by blind leprechauns from triple rainbows when the planets align. So rare that I can promise you only 2 exist in all the systems. Blind leprechauns. What kind of idiot does this demon take you for?" "Probably an absolute idiot. I mean, he's the first vendor in all this. I'm wondering how he got so lucky to get this spot. And what about the dagger?" Hissing, the demon flew closer, glancing both ways before holding a hand up to its mouth and whispering. "A Borguram blade, very deadly. One scratch can end the life of many creatures. Sadly, its last owner cut themselves, and that is how I came to acquire it." "What did you find?" Fowl asked as the others came close. "Friends of yours?" Foop asked. "Brother, actually," Max replied, bending down and looking at the 3 items again. "Brother, but different mother and father. Now, how do I know these are all what you say they are?" Grabbing his leathery red chest, Foop let out a gasp as if someone had stabbed him. "It pains me that you think I would lie and try to cheat you. Out of all the merchants here, I am the one you can trust. That is why I am granted this first spot." Max's sonar picked up laughter and chuckles from some of the other vendors. He could feel the ones who didn't have someone before their shop watching and studying them. Let me check that theory," Max said as he pulled a dagger out. Foop flew back a little bit. "Sir, violence here is prohibited. To do so would." Ignoring the demon, Max plunged the dagger into his own arm. Demonic summoning. The prismatic world appeared, and the same great set of grotesque doors slowly opened, revealing a bustling hall of demons with Sogthelech striding toward it. "Max, is it time for the demon's words?" Trailed off as he saw what was around the one who had summoned him. "A system shop. You're in a system-sponsored trading floor." Apparently, Max replied, holding out his hand and shaking it when his demon friend took it. "I'm trying to make sure I don't get taken by this little demon selling me stuff or any others." Peering through the crystal wall, Sogthelech let out a laugh. "That's an imp, not a demon. I'm almost offended, but then again you wouldn't know. Still, the fact you've reached one of these is impressive. Can you give me a moment, and then I'll be ready to assist." Nodding, Max watched as Sogthelech turned and moved back through the doors, shouting orders that sent the other demons who had been watching scurrying. Okay, I'm ready. I just needed to make sure what I ordered gets done. You look good, Sog, real good. Have you grown again? Pounding his black chest, the demon smiled and nodded. That coin you gave me was worth more than we realized. Let's just say I grow stronger daily, and I have you to thank for that. Well, thank me by helping me with this imp. As the prismatic walls shattered and Foop's eyes saw the demon suddenly standing beside Max, it started to shrink slightly. Master, how can I help you today? Gone was the deep voice, replaced by one that sounded almost childlike. Tell me, little one, what are you selling? Red eyes darted between Sogthelech and Max, its tiny chin quivering slightly. A potion of unending flatulence, a gem of hair coloring, and a Borguron blade, Foop replied, wincing as he spoke. Well, one about three was true, Max said. The Borguron blade. Is it any good? His demon friend's head bobbed side to side. Useful, but only once. They bestow a nasty curse when they cut something, dissolving and entering the creature or person's body. I wouldn't care if you cut me with it, as that would do nothing to me, but to others it would be troublesome. How much? Max asked. What do you have to trade? Foop asked, clearing his throat, the deep voice returning. Rubbing his eyes, Max turned to his friend. What do imps like? Gold, blood, magical equipment, sweets. Sweets, not seemingly upset that Max had interrupted him. Sog nodded. Summoning 2 different boxes, Max carefully set them on the stone counter. Know what I have in here is beyond rare, Max said as he tapped the 2 cardboard lids. There were only 12 in our entire world until I traded a few to a dragon for some scales. Bah, that's a load of Urformus shite, the sprite exclaimed, spitting to the side. No dragon would. When the gold scale appeared in his hand, the noise in the bazaar stopped and the imp's mouth froze. I'll take it, Foop shouted. I'm sorry, the scale isn't an option. Who cares about the scale? The imp exclaimed. I want to know what a dragon would trade for one. It's going to cost you, Max stated as he grimaced. All 3 of them for one. No, Foop declared, just when you can. Max opened the box and pulled out a lemon surprise cupcake. The candied lemon peel glistened with the sugar, and the scent immediately began to spread. Ah yeah, you see, these are so rare that it wasn't just 1 dragon scale she gave, but 3. Max thought the imp's eyes were going to fall out as he started to stack gold scales upon the stone counter. You are a shrew liar, I knew I liked you. Laughter filled his head as the imp kept glancing between the scales and the cupcake Max was starting to put into the box. Fine, all 3, I'll take it. Sucking air in through his teeth, Max grimaced as he stored the scales again. I'm not sure, maybe I should see what others might offer me for one. Flying until he was only a foot from Max's face, Foop clasped his tiny hands together. All 3 and I'll give you an imp's pass. Suddenly, a metallic black card appeared in the creature's tiny hands. Glancing at Sog, Max had to keep himself from smiling as the demon's eyes widened and he nodded. Sighing, he waited a few seconds before shrugging. I guess. Those 3 items and the imp's pass for one of these. Trade confirmed, Foop exclaimed as he held out a tiny hand. Putting his finger out there, they shook, and Max felt the cupcake leave his hand, floating toward the imp whose smile almost took up its whole face. Come to daddy, Foop whispered as he ran a finger through the yellow frosting. A moan that made Max uncomfortable escaped the little imp as he shuddered upon licking his finger. Storing the box with 8 cupcakes remaining, Max carefully picked up the dagger and stored it along with the other 2 items. Tanilla shook her head, biting her lip as she smiled at him. You're so bad, not that I mind, of course, she whispered into his ear. Perhaps I should bake more often, he replied. So it appears you're a master not only at fighting, but also at trading, Sogthelech said. Tell me, Max, is there anything you're not good at? Being humble, Fowl interjected, causing everyone to laugh. Snorting, the demon shook his head as a portal appeared behind him. We all know that's a lie. After you bamboozled that imp and how he acted, every other merchant in that place was ready to offer their firstborn or soul for what you showed. The demon waved and stepped into the portal, vanishing instantly. He's right, Cordelia said as they stood in the bubble of silence that the item Max was using created. I wouldn't have believed it myself if I hadn't witnessed you talk 2 merchants into haggling against each other. How many items did we get? 73, Tanilla answered. 73 different things, most of which we have no clue what they do. They have to have some purpose, Batrier said. After all, Chromie was pretty specific about needing items for whatever comes next, but a gem of hair coloring. Fowl asked, are we going to have to change the color of some boss's hair to kill it? Or what about the indestructible brick? What would happen if someone threw it really fast at Max's Gorgon shield? Who or where do these things come from? Unable to help himself, Max laughed as he shook his head. That's a pretty unique thought. The real question we must ask is, do we face the boss right now or go home? Max said. I'm up for either. Why not? Their warrior replied. The other 3 shrugged, and Max pointed at the portal at the end of the hall. Guess I'll go first. This can't be good, Batrier said as everyone looked around the boss's floor. A large, almost circular area of white stone and sand filled the tower floor, but she and everyone else were looking at the drop-off near where they had appeared. Fowl tossed a rock over the edge and grunted as it fell, disappearing into the darkness below. Is this a floating island? Cordelia asked. I mean, I've heard of only one in all my studying, but this is crazy. Max's sonar could feel everyone's heartbeats pounding as they moved away from the edge, gazing across the massive land they were on and toward the boss on the other side. I can't determine what the boss looks like, he said. Cordelia, can you use your ability and check it out? Their ranger nodded and blinked a few times, staring at what they would face. Maybe 30 feet or more tall, and it looks made of stone and glass. Something is swirling around in its chest. It also has a pretty big sword. Like a golem, but not as blocky, while also not being that lifelike. So Tank and Spank, Fowl asked. I doubt that, Tanilla said as she began pulling items out of her storage that they had picked up from the bazaar. Something in here should be useful. Anyone else got ideas? Well, no hair and I'm guessing it doesn't have a mouth, their warrior replied. So the potion and gem are out. Doubt the dagger is any good either, Max replied, setting out items like Tanilla had. Dozens of small trinkets that didn't appear to have value in a boss fight were on one side. Over a dozen weapons were in the middle. Some potions and other consumables, as well as crafting items, were next to the weapons, and finally large items that had been acquired were at the end of their collection. Maybe we should have gone home and done more research, Batrier said as she picked up a potion and inspected it. I'm not sure we need a potion of tail growing. Broken bell the size of a dwarf, 2 petrified wooden beams, a rusty anchor and chain, 2 chairs that have 6 legs, a large mirror, and a glass boat, Cordelia listed as she looked at the larger items. Someone sure got the better end of the deal out of all our trades. What about that hammer that glows? Fowl asked, pointing at it. Think it might do something when you hit the boss with it. Lifting the weapon in question, Max inspected it again. Inspect hammer. Hammer of echoes. Track enemies by hearing past movements. Striking stone reverts many things to their original form. The thick leather wrapped around the shaft smelled almost like old parchment. It hummed slightly in his hands, larger than a typical crafting one. The hammer head was of a crystal of some kind with lines and veins of pink metal he didn't recognize. Maybe, but I think it's more for crafting, Max replied. I'm not sure it would survive smashing into a boss. The problem is each of these items has different qualities and they make sense, I guess, but some are weird like that hair coloring gem. A bell that absorbs sound and a mirror that doesn't reflect anything, Tanilla said. Or how about an anchor that holds no matter what, or a glass boat that doesn't float? Batra chuckled as she tapped the large boat. Seems kind of stupid, but it might look good over one's table at the faction house. I got a belt that comes undone when one says, Twister, and a pair of gloves that can't grip anything, Fowl stated as he held up the 2 items. Almost as good as the box, that blob of slime. Or was it Jell-O? Either way, who doesn't love a box you can put something into, and it's gone forever? Only if it's smaller than 6 by 6 inches, Cordelia said. It's too bad we can't fit your head into it. Max ignored the 2 as they gestured and made faces, picking up the last pieces and storing them. Are you sure you want to fight this without knowing what anything does? Tanilla asked. We could still leave and come back later. Shaking his head, Max glanced at the others, who had stopped talking and were listening to the conversation. We only have 2 more escape crystals. Yes, we can get another 1 or 2 from Everett or another faction, but I'd prefer not to waste them unless it's a real emergency. What you're talking about right now is like that first boss we faced in the tower. Cordelia grunted and nodded her head once. He's right, we're not going down that road again. Max could see the concern on Tanilla's face and tried to read her as she bit her lip. What's wrong? What has you so worked up? She took a deep breath and sighed. The warning the one Chromie gave us, just how bad are these next floors going to be that the tower gives a warning? I mean, can you even really imagine how strong what we will face must be? That last boss was impossible to damage. I'm not sure any other person could have done what you did. I mean, maybe, but then you're trying to time getting past its mouth and into its throat. Who thinks about stuff like that? We do, Fowl muttered. But I hear what you're saying. Trust me, I get it. I wasn't looking forward to getting chomped on or stepped on just to see if I could do damage. You all need to knock it off, Batter said, clapping her hands twice. This is beginning to sound depressing. We're on the 80th floor in the tower. The 80th floor. None of this will be easy, yet we all know we can't stop. Especially after what happened last week. Nods came from everyone as Max considered what they were saying. Your healer is right. Now is not the time to be afraid. Let's see what the tower throws at us. We are so close to completing this and moving on. Max snorted as Bob weighed in. I'm glad to have you back. It was hard not having you, and not just because I didn't learn any skills. A chuckle came from inside and he found himself grinning. Bob and Batrayer are right. We need to keep going. Tanilla and Batrayer can be ready to use an escape gem if we need, but right now there is only one path and it's through that boss. As Max pointed toward what they needed to face, he equipped his weapon and shield. Let's buff up. We'll find out what it does and then try to figure out what we acquired in the bazaar might be useful, he said, cracking his neck. Anyone can yell out something and we'll give it a go. Even the hair coloring gem. Fowl grinned and rotated his shoulders. Let's do this. I'm ready for whatever comes next. The sound of wood on metal rang out as their healer struck their warrior in the head. Laughing, Max waited until they were buffed and then took the lead, moving quickly across the white stone and sand, making sure everyone got some distance from the edge. Halfway across the island, a ticking sound came and the boss charged at him, the large sword held back, ready to attack. Thoughts, get bigger. We'll need the size and stats for sure. Let's see what it can do. Ultimate form. Doubling in size, Max held up his shield, preparing to block the incoming swing when his sonar went crazy. Demonic teleportation. Blade passed through where he had been, not from the front but from the back as the boss vanished from in front of him and then was directly behind. Inside its chest, the white sand rotated like a cyclone, glowing slightly as it attacked. A frost nova radiated around him, and the boss moved through it, not appearing to suffer any movement impairment at all. White blocks of stone rose from the ground as Bob sent them at the glass portions of the boss. Each attack was shrugged off as the stones crumbled against it. Racing to where the boss was, Max moved at its legs, slamming his sword into the stone leg. A small chip came from the impact, and it radiated through his arm. Dodging and weaving, Max continued attacking, the occasional one getting through as the boss parried and used its stone hand to block his strikes. Every spell Bob sent at it only managed to take off small pieces of stone. His allies began sending spells and arrows, and Max winced as Cordelia sent in her purple pet wolf. It had tried biting down on the stone foot, doing no damage, receiving a kick to the side, and dissolving into a purple cloud. Mid-swing, Max felt his sonar go haywire again. Blink. Even with him moving 20 yards away, the boss did as well, the second he appeared, its oversized sword slamming into his shield. Regeneration. Somehow it sent him tumbling, covering a good 100 yards, the sword coming at him again. Armored warrior. Bulwark. The pain in his arm had started to lessen as his healing skill took over, yet blocking the boss's attack again made them go numb for a second. Blow after blow rained down upon him, and Max stood there, unable to attack back as the golem's attacks seemed to speed up, matching something similar to his rampage or quick attack. What is it doing? What do we do? Bob didn't reply, instead using their new spell, Personal Barrier. The boss's next attack struck it, emitting a flash of light as it continued to assault Max's newest defense. The sand in its chest. Look, Max ignored the attacks with a little breathing space, letting his barrier absorb them and studying what Bob had pointed out. The sand moved faster, changing colors, turning bright orange and swirling like a top. Does it? The boss vanished and an attack came from behind. Max spun around, blocking the strike with his barrier and shield, and saw that the sand had spun the other way for a moment before returning to its normal direction. What do we do? Try to figure out what item will help here. You can't keep this barrier up forever. Max grunted as the boss let out a salvo of attacks, the giant sword moving so fast it was almost a blur for even him. Twice now the barrier had broken, his shield stopping the attack as it rained down strikes that would crush most people. Another attack came, and as the blade was about to connect with the bone shield, the image of the boss blurred, its weapon passing through his defenses. The golem's blade passed through his torso, cutting him in half. Pain flared up as the attack wounded him in a way that Max had never experienced. Regeneration. As soon as the attack connected, Bob threw up every barrier they had, renewing the personal barrier one. More strikes came, each hacking Max into pieces as his left arm was removed. The blade of the boss looked like a faded image as it slashed. Pieces of him fell to the sand and stone, and as quickly as it started, 6 more attacks had been sent, 2 of them taking off both arms. Unable to cry out as his hit points plunged 2/3, Max couldn't believe what came next. A heal came, and the agony of organs and bones regrowing with muscle was blocked out as his overgrown body began regrowing everything from the waist down to both arms. Max, Fowl shouted, running toward him. Flesh and bone rejoined, and as it did, he found himself naked below the belt. His protective chest had repaired itself, covering his arms as before. Not concerned about his attire, Max spun, and his new arms and legs lifted him to his feet. Able to turn, he saw the boss standing where it had started, light radiating off it as the sand in its chest spun backward. "I thought you were going to die," Fowl exclaimed, coming to stand beside him. "How?" Grabbing his cleaved-off bottom half, Max stored it and felt the items appear in his inventory. A moment later, he was fully clothed. Another second had both arms placed inside, and Max's shield and rings returned to their original position. "The weapon passed through my shield like it wasn't even there," Max replied. "We need to think fast. What can we use on it?" Seconds later, he was back to full health and shrugging off a wound most would have never recovered from. "You got that hammer." Cordelia shouted, "Try it." Grunting, Max shrugged as he watched the swirling orange vortex of magic radiating around the boss begin to lessen. "I've got to be able to hit it and not have it blinking around." A few seconds of silence followed, and Batrayer shouted, "Use the anchor. See if it will hold." After retrieving the anchor from storage, he studied it with the attached 20-yard chain. Small rings no bigger than his hand were connected to an anchor about 4 feet long. It might work, it depends on the magic of all this. Max grunted and inspected it. Inspect item. Anchor of grounding. Retrieved from the famous pirate, Dirk the Pirate, this anchor can hold any object in place. That is the stupidest description ever. Blame the tower, not me. And who is Dirk the Pirate? Beats me. Max, Fowl said, backing up. Whatever's happening, we need to be ready. If this works, I'll taunt and try to buy you an opening. Nodding as his friend moved away, Max began pouring mana into an air spear. Bobs started to form wind blades, making them grow larger than usual. The ground shook, and everyone saw dust rising from the island's edges. Did part of it just fall off? Unable to answer Batrayer's question, Max focused on the boss as it ran forward like it had the first time, sword out and ready to attack. All cooldowns reset. Ultimate form. It's not even damaged. All the wounds we inflicted are gone. This might be a time golem. Tons of questions raced through Max's mind, and he had to ignore them as the boss closed the gap in just a few seconds, sword coming at him again. The sand in its chest changed direction momentarily, and it vanished. Like before, his sonar notified him that the boss had blinked again, attacking from behind. Demonic teleportation. Having guessed right, Max appeared next to the golem's back leg, swinging the anchor around the thick stone leg and watching as the chain lengthened, connecting with itself. A long metal spike appeared on the end of the chain, and without hesitating, he slammed it into the ground. Blink. The boss's sword came where he had been, barely missing him, but its left leg was stuck as it tried to move. Max pulled out his sword, preparing to charge the boss when he saw the sand reverse course, yet nothing happened. It raised its weapon, preparing to attack the chain around its leg, but the massive blade changed course as Fowl called out. Taunting. A loud clang of metal upon metal sounded, and chunks of rock and glass fell from the boss as its sword struck their warrior. Fowl stood there, health dropping only 10%. This book's true home is on another platform. Check it out there for the real experience. Go, its chest. The wind blades and the ice spear slammed into the back of the golem's stone head, taking off a few more chunks. Faster than the blink of an eye, Max was at the boss's chest. Hovering as he swung, his weapon transformed into a giant pickaxe. Magical strike. Power strike. Berserker. Rampage. His modified weapon struck one of the cracks caused by Fowl's reflective damage, shattering the thick defenses as the weak point grew. Before him, the sand spun clockwise, turned orange, and continued to injure itself, delivering blow after blow at their warrior. Each strike was masterfully deflected and blocked by Fowl, his shield skill allowing him to negate a large portion of the damage that would usually be transferred. Chunks of white stone flew from the impact as the sword raked off the shield and into the ground. He had to dance with the boss as it swung its sword, staying close enough to strike without getting caught in its attack. Each attack caused its own body to splinter and crack more. The glass section Max was chipping away at began forming a large crevice, and a few pieces of orange sand began to spill out from it. All cooldowns reset. Again, magical strike. Power strike. Rampage. Max attacked the growing fissure, sand now spilling out like a bucket full of water with multiple holes in it. Arrows constantly struck the other sections of the boss's chest, targeting weak points near his chest, and a giant ice spear appeared in his sonar, causing Max to dodge right to avoid being caught in its path. Shattering glass rang out as the spell connected, and the wedge of ice lodged itself in the fissure. Big heal. Fowl's health had dipped to less than 50 as the boss had picked up speed, its sword coming quicker and quicker. Inside the golem's glass chest, Max could see an orange glowing shard at the center of where the sand had been swirling. Hit it. All cooldowns reset. Knowing Bob was spending power like it wasn't anything, Max didn't hesitate. His weapon transformed into a long spear, able to penetrate through the fissure of its chest. Magical strike. Power strike. Rampage. It connected against the glowing shard, causing an explosion of force and magical power in every direction. Personal barrier. Glass and stone impaled his body. The power that was unleashed was able to penetrate and destroy a section of his new ability, regeneration. Shards and chunks of the boss fell to the tower floor, gashes and chunks taken out from the golem's attacks. Breathing heavily, he turned and saw that his friend was still standing. The area around Fowl was littered with stone and glass. Tanilla and the other two were all hunkered down behind barriers, pieces of the boss having been sent further past his friends. Landing on the ground, he went to Fowl and gave his dwarven brother a pat on the shoulder. Nice work. Way to take one for the team. Bah, even with Batrier healing me, I can't imagine the pain you felt when it tore you apart. Even with all my skills, every blow still made my bones and joints hurt. The other three started moving toward them. So what skills did you get? Fowl asked. Blinking, Max realized there hadn't been a sensation of cold. Mother of a goblin humpin' ogre, Max cursed. I didn't get anything. All that power spent and nothing in return. Perhaps the tower is playing with us, having the first boss be one that gives us nothing for our troubles. What's wrong? Cordelia asked as the three women arrived. You two look like you sucked on a whole barrel of lemons. The boss I didn't get anything from the kill. He saw each of the women wince as they heard his statement. Still, that does look like a pretty good-sized chest over there, Batrayer said, pointing behind him and Fowl. Max spun and saw where she had motioned, laughing when Fowl let out a whistle and immediately sprinted toward the glass chest. Oh no, you don't, Cordelia shouted, easily catching up with their warrior as the two raced across the white sand and stone floor, appearing to have forgotten about the fight less than a minute ago. Those two, their healer muttered. We better hurry up and see what's there or they might roll on something without us. Nodding, Max took Tanilla's hand and lifted it, kissing it once. You okay? She asked. Cordelia's right, you look a bit upset. It's just all that Power Bob used to keep us alive and nothing in return. Nothing. Have you seen the size of that chest? Unable to help himself, Max smiled as Tanilla winked at him. You're right, we all know how much I love. Stop. Tugging her gently, Max laughed, pulling her toward the glass chest the other three were already inspecting. Up close, it left him in awe of how the tower had managed to carve and etch the boss in the side, an immense floating island and a speck of orange at the center of the golem's chest. It's bigger than any of the others, Cordelia stated. I mean by at least 3 feet. Fowl and Batrayer already had a stool out next to it, the edge at about 5 feet from the ground. I might need to borrow one of those, Max joked as he motioned to his friend. Why don't you give it a go and see if you can lift it? Bah, Fowl replied, smiling as he shoved upward with both hands, revealing a new color inside. It's gray, their healer said. Who cares? Look at all that loot, Cordelia exclaimed. Peering inside with the rest revealed that their ranger was right. There were 5 items to be rolled on, 3 large gray crystals and a stat potion for each of them. What had all of their attention, though, was the glass-colored equipment for each of them. All 3 women had a pair of earrings waiting for them. Fowl had a glass ring, while Max had a glass belt. What, no princess shoes? Fowl asked as he winked at him. Surely every princess needs a pair of glass shoes. A low thunk sounded as their healer smacked their warrior in the head, yet the grin on Fowl's lips never vanished. So how we want to do this? Max asked. Everyone goes at the same time, or? I think that works, Tanilla replied. The real question is, what about the 5 things we all need to roll on? They're all blacked out. Nodding, Max pointed at their warrior. Fowl can go first. If someone gets something better, we can tease him about it later. Laughter came as their warrior reached in and touched one of the 5 random objects. You all laugh now, but I'm not waiting if that's the case. Fowl's hand trembled as he held a sun-colored potion. It glowed in his hands and everyone was silent, shocked at what they saw. Is that really one of them? Cordelia whispered. You're right, I didn't expect this, their warrior replied, his voice almost unable to be heard. One is unheard of in the lifetime of an adventurer. But 2, well, stop standing around and drink it, Max said, patting his friend on the shoulder. Let's see what you get. Hitting his friend on the shoulder seemed to jar Fowl out of his daze. The dwarf opened the potion and downed the drink, smacking his mouth a few times. Still tastes like my mom's stew. The dwarf jerked, mouth open, as a ray of light shot out from it for a second. Everyone waited as his eyes widened, large tears forming as his whole body shook. As the seconds ticked by and no other words came from their warrior who knelt there in the white sand, their ranger finally spoke up. Okay, now I need to know. What is it? Snorting, Fowl wiped his wet cheeks with the back of his hands and smiled. Something that I'd never imagined. Their warrior kept getting choked up, so Max handed him a water flask. After Fowl took a big swing from it, he grunted and stood. In our legends, there are. Who cares about stories, just tell me the damn skill, Batra exclaimed. You're making me jealous already. Laughing, he nodded. It's the skill Akram's chosen. Batra and Tanilla both gasped, and Max was glad he wasn't alone in not knowing anything about it. Cordelia looked at him with the same confused expression. Akram's chosen on you, what's that supposed to mean? Fowl asked, frowning at Tanilla. I mean nothing, just you're not royalty. For you to have that could cause problems in the Dwarven Kingdom. Well, it's not like I'm going to flaunt it, I mean not for a while, Fowl said with a wink. Batrayer moved forward, her hand trembling as she grabbed his beard and pulled him close. You will never tell anyone about it unless we're directly asked. Do you hear me? Nodding as best as he could, their warrior slid his hands into their healer's armpits and lifted her up, twirling her around and laughing. So does anyone mind if I go next? Cordelia asked. Max and the other nodded, and their ranger selected one of the 4 remaining items to be rolled on. When the timer counted down and only her face was present, a tiny skill stone sat in her hand. What the she said, staring at the purple, white, and orange swirled stone. What skill is it? Max asked, noticing everyone else's raised eyebrows. It doesn't say. Well, crush it, Fowl said. Their ranger nodded and squeezed tightly. Light erupting from between her fingers was almost too bright to look at for a moment. Orange, purple, and white tendrils of magic wrapped around her arms and raced to cover her entire body in a cocoon of power. Cordelia gasped as the magic grew thicker and surrounded her, blocking out every inch of her. It crystallized and hardened, leaving their ranger encased in a glass prison shaped like herself. Do we? No, Tanilla said, cutting Fowl off. Leave it. But she can't breathe, can she? I don't think it matters, she replied, moving a few steps closer toward Cordelia. Seconds passed, and then, after almost half a minute had gone by and nothing had happened, Max began to get anxious. Tanilla. No, trust it, whatever this is, I've never seen or heard of it, but I doubt we're facing something harmful. The tower wouldn't do that. Their mage's voice seemed certain, and Max could feel a slight vibration from the crystal cocoon. So we wait, he asked. Nothing else to do, their mage replied. In the meantime, why not let Batrier get hers? Their healer climbed onto her step stool and leaned in, touching one of the remaining unknown objects. An elixir that looked like pure gold appeared in her hand, and she frowned. Fitzbit's ultimate elixir. She glanced at Tanilla and Max, and both shrugged. What's it say when you identify it? Fowl asked, leaning in to study the prize Batrier had won. That's it, nothing else. Well then, drink up, their warrior said. Who wouldn't want to be the ultimate one? Groaning, Batrier glanced at where Cordelia was still encased and then at Tanilla. You think it will be okay if I drink this? What if something happens and she needs a heal and I can't help because it's done something to me? I don't think Cordelia will need help, Tanilla replied. But if you want to wait, I understand. Frowning, Batrier glanced at their ranger and then at the elixir in her hand, her head slowly bobbing. I am going to go ahead and see what it does. With the utmost care, their healer undid the top, storing the glass stopper, dipped a finger into the gold liquid, and then touched it against her tongue. A gagging noise came as she spat. Ugh, that tastes worse than that orange goo from a few tower floors back. Everyone grimaced, knowing full well how bad that had been. So you going to drink it or you want me to give it a go? Fowl asked, raising both eyebrows playfully. Oh, go hump a troll. No, I'm not giving you this. It has to be something really good based on how it tastes. I just want to know why it has to taste so bad. They all chuckled as their healer took a few deep breaths, appearing to be psyching herself up for what would come next. After the third one, she tilted her head back and down the elixir, gulping down the entire thing in a single swallow. Max moved, seeing their healer fall backward, her entire body stiff and rigid like a board. Batrier, Fowl shouted. Easily catching her, Max gently laid her on the tower floor, summoning a healing potion and preparing to pull the top off. Wait, Tanilla shouted. Her hit points, they're fine. Both men paused their actions, and Max saw that she was right. What in the gods is this stuff? Fowl asked. A crystal skill of legend, well, whatever Cordelia has, and now this. Batrier began to tremble and shake as if a seizure took over. Heat began to radiate from around her, and Max could feel the power exuding from her. It pulsated repeatedly as she shook, and he had to hold out a hand, keeping his friend back. Wait. But she's. Wait, Tanilla is right, Max said. I can feel it and so can you. A dozen more pulses of energy came, and then the sound of a giant breath being taken came from Batrier as she began to breathe again. My love, panting, their healer blinked, and Max sensed a change in her physical form. Her muscles expanded, and she started to grow taller. A cry of pain came, and Fowl grabbed Batrier, pulling her close. What's wrong? Max, Tanilla whispered. You see it, don't you? He nodded at her, watching as Batrier's body changed. Gone was the softer shape of her easy life of healing. Now it was a foot taller, almost as tall as him, and his sonar told him that her arms, legs, and torso were packed with dense muscle. Gods, I feel amazing, Batrier said as she lifted a thicker hand and patted Fowl's face. The impact struck the dwarf harder than she expected, sending his head to the side and almost causing him to drop her. You hit me. Why did you hit me? She blinked, saw the red print forming on his cheek, and then glanced at her hand. Aye. Check your stats, Batrier, Max said. I think you've grown a little bit. Grown? Fowl asked. What do you? He stopped talking, moving back as she sat up and frowned. Are you taller? Their healer gasped and clenched her hand, hearing her knuckles pop and crack as she did. A smile began to form as she leaped to her feet, feeling both arms as she did. You're almost as tall as them, Fowl exclaimed. You're taller than me. Laughing almost hysterically, Batrier grabbed him by the shoulder armor and lifted him, holding Fowl above her head and spinning him around as he had done to her just moments before. I promise you if you try to do that to me, I'm activating a skill, Max whispered to Tanilla, who laughed at his joke. Put me down, woman, tell me what happened. Batrier relented, setting down their warrior, who took a step back. Both eyebrows became one as they furled together. The potion. It gave me 250 to my strength, dexterity, and constitution. Max wasn't the only one who appeared to choke at her words. 5 actually, Batrier replied, puffing out her chest, grinning from ear to ear. 5, you have 5. Their warrior started to laugh and then shook his head for a moment. Gods, that's so sexy. I'm going to climb you like a... A cough from Tanilla cut Fowl off, his cheeks turning red as their healer started to laugh. It would appear you'll have to wait till later for that, Batrier replied. Max sighed, unsure if he was grossed out or ready for what would come next. Tanilla, you're up. Moving to the chest, their mage bit her lip, staring at the remaining 2 items. I wonder if it matters which one I pick. I mean, does it change on which one I win? No one knows unless you're holding back on the information, Max replied. She shook her head and then summoned a gold coin. I'll let luck decide which one. She flipped the coin and let it fall against the stone and sand floor, the image of a tree showing for everyone to see. Without waiting, Tanilla leaned over and touched one, and soon a blood-red gem appeared in her hand. It looked like it swirled and moved with liquid. Max watched as she studied it, holding it up and inspecting it from every side. "What is it?" Fowl asked. "I'm not sure, but I can't get any information when I identify it. Worse, it says it's bonded, so I can't just hand it to someone else to try." Max perused his inventory and pulled out a dull orange gem. "Want to see if this works? Really? You think that would work on this?" He shrugged. "It's the highest gem of unbinding I have. It's the only one I have. You can't find them anywhere else, as no one seems to have the materials to make them now. The real problem is you bought them all up and used them to unbind your stuff so you could give them away," Fowl said. "Still, I think Tanilla's right. Would something of this power be able to be unbound?" He held it out still, motioning once more with his hand. "Try it if you want. It doesn't matter if it fails. The last two have failed when I tried to unbind something." He watched her chew her lip and then shake her head. "No, I'll see what it does the hard way." Tanilla took a deep breath and crushed it in her hand, gasping immediately. Her hit points dipped slightly and Batra cast heal on her. The green glow that surrounded their mage was quickly replaced by a red strand of what appeared to be blood racing up her arm and toward her mouth. It pushed past her clenched lips, disappearing inside, and Max saw her gold eyes turn red momentarily. "Tanilla," Batra exclaimed as she began to cast another heal. "I'm fine," their mage replied. "I the gem." Everyone waited for her to finish her answer as she turned her hand, pulling a sliver of glass that was stuck in her skin. "That gem, you can tell what I think it was." Max knew the thought that Bob had and felt his eyes widening. "You unlocked a bloodline." She turned at him and nodded. "I did. I'm at 25. Max watched as his three friends stared at the pulsing yellow gem in his hand. "I am glad that this is bound. You need to use this. Every other time, you have given away the tower rewards. This one is different. You can feel it. I can, but do we really need any more abilities or? We do not know what it grants. You could be giving away something of enormous power. Think about what has been acquired so far. It would appear that those items were almost picked for each person here, and only Fowl acquired the one they were supposed to have received. You should have gotten the blood gem, allowing you to be 100. That potion and Cordelia's gem should have been swapped if I guess right, which means this should have gone to Tanilla. And yet she acquired something she couldn't trade or give away just like you. Do not waste time trying to find out if you can unbind it. Take the power, Max. For once in your life, consider how this can help your allies if you have it." Frowning, Max sighed. "You're not seriously thinking what I think you're thinking, are you?" Tanilla asked. "It depends on what you're thinking. I'm thinking," he replied with a grin. She groaned before continuing. "What does Bob think?" Max tapped his head and slowly closed his hand around the gem as he locked eyes with Tanilla. "I should crush it and see what was meant for you." "Meant for her? What do you mean by meant for her?" Fowl asked. "He thinks you were the only one who got the item meant for them. Cordelia and Batra most likely got the other person's item. After I crush this, I'll know for certain if he's right." Their warrior scratched his beard and huffed. "Then do it, dear," Batra said. "Your skill is right. Take this for yourself." Closing his eyes, Max squeezed and the gem shattered in his palm. Warmth and power wanted to explode from his fist, yet Max couldn't open his hand. It fought and wormed its way through his fingers, covering his hand and racing toward his elbow. Every inch felt like it was on fire, worse than any burn he had ever experienced, yet no damage was done. Unlike the others, it only covered his right arm, the entire appendage radiating with magical energy that pulsed once and then vanished, absorbing through his skin. Wildfire Epic acquired. Wildfire Epic magic is power, and there are few as strong as that which is wild and difficult to control. The caster can summon a single bolt of the spell once every 24 hours for half of their maximum mana pool. Damage scales off their base intelligence and the amount of mana spent. Wildfire is dangerous and, unlike many spells, can damage foes and friends alike. When unleashed, the caster will also suffer a portion of the damage. Yes, that is what we need. Inside his chest and head was a sensation of Bob celebrating in a way he had only felt a few times. What this? It is a power unlike any you have witnessed. As soon as you acquired it, a memory was triggered. Know this, Max, you must be careful when using this spell. What it can do is devastating against some foes. Do not let your friends be close as it has a life of its own. So a sentient spell, no, a spell like a black spell. It hungers for life and will consume anything that is nearby. You should be careful as well. There is no telling how much damage it may do to you. Max. Tanilla's voice made him blink and he smiled, seeing his friends watching and waiting. It's a spell, wildfire magic. Holy, their mage started to say and stopped, words failing as her mouth moved. Wildfire magic, as in. It's an epic rank and yes, costs half my maximum mana pool, can only be used once a day and injures anything near it. My enemy, you, even me. What kind of crazy spell is that? Fowl asked. I mean, who would cast something like that? Any mage who could acquire it, Tanilla answered. That was meant for me, wasn't it? Max nodded. It would appear so. Still, I hope I'll be able to do it justice like you would have, in the end. A cracking sound made him go silent as they all turned and focused on the point of the noise. The purple crystal shell had a fissure starting to appear and more began to fracture, quickly spreading across the entire shell. I swear if she's got wings and can fly, I'm going to spit, Fowl muttered. A high-pitched grunt came and the face area shattered, falling to the ground. I can breathe, Cordelia exclaimed, taking deep breaths. She stopped talking, seeing them all looking at her. Then her eyes widened as she turned, more of the crystal shell falling to the ground. Oh, and did Batcher get so tall? Well, you've been in there a week, Fowl said. A week, I've been. She stopped her shouting as their warrior began to laugh, and Max couldn't help but chuckle, rolling his eyes at her. A few minutes at most. Need help getting free. Flexing and twisting again, the rest of the crystal cocoon ended up on the ground around her feet, and their ranger shook her head. No, but all I can say is wow. This thing gave a nice change. Change? Tanilla asked. Yup, look, their ranger removed the covering on her arm, and each gasped at how her skin sparkled. What in the gods is that? Batrayer asked. Something happened to my body. I've got protection against weapons and spells as if I'm wearing plate armor. Oh gods no, Fowl cursed. She's not taking my job. Laughing, Cordelia shook her head. Don't worry, Shorty, I don't want that job. The perfect item for a healer, Tanilla whispered. Bob was right. Sorry, what? The ranger asked. Bob was right about what? Max quickly explained what had happened, and the smile on Cordelia's lips lessened slightly. What's done is done. Don't forget we all still have items waiting on us, he said. Everyone go at once. They all nodded, and chuckles came as Fowl stepped onto his stool while Batcher grinned and kicked her stool away. I'm so climbing you tonight, their warrior whispered. And there goes my stomach, Cordelia groaned. Let's just see what we got, Tanilla said as she reached in, everyone mimicking her immediately. Max held the belt in his hands. The clear defensive item felt cool to his touch, and yet when he squeezed it, he knew it wasn't going to break at all. After having inspected their items, the others had already started to grunt and clear their throats. Inspect belt. Crystal belt of the time golem, plus 20 to stats, plus 20 to damage mitigation. Bonded. Like the rest of his team, Max didn't wait. He immediately stored it and had it appear around his waist. The power that flowed through him felt amazing. Although we did not get anything from the golem, we appear to have been rewarded well. I'd still prefer to have a few skills or stats. Yes, because what you just gained from that item isn't important. Total stat check simple. SDR 6053. Dex 5598. Con 6238. INT 4302. WIS 4254. He started to choke as he stared at the display before him. Oh gods, his must be broke, Fowl muttered. Do I even want to know? It's not that, Max replied. It's my total stats. Please don't tell me. All I need now is one more thing to point out how I'm the smallest one here. Chuckling, Max made a zipping of his lip motion. So what's the plan? Cordelia asked as she slowly touched the clear crystal earring she sported. I say we take our potions and the power crystals and check out the bazaar, Tanilla replied. Then we can head back to town and wait for the cooldowns on our abilities. That will also give us more time to review everything we purchased thoroughly. Always the smart one, Batrier teased as she moved to her friend and squeezed her arm. Even better, though, is that we need to go shopping. I won't have much to wear beyond my tower climbing equipment. Girls' shopping trip, Cordelia asked, eyes sparkling like her skin. Fowl's face went blank as he stared at Max. Save me, he whispered. Max could see the concern on Tom's and Everett's faces as they stood in the room where they normally turned in items, gazing at all the random things they had acquired. This is a bit disturbing, their trainer muttered as he ran a finger along the blade of a sword that looked like someone had twisted it into a spring. I'm just glad to know the tower isn't giving stuff like this out as loot. Chuckling, Max shook his head and set down a cup that always filled up with soured milk whenever someone mooed like a cow. I wish I could tell you more, but thankfully you both figured out on your own that we acquired these through different means. Somewhere in here is an item we need for the coming floor. It's just a matter of figuring out what it is. And all those other items you have on that other table, you don't, Tom asked. We don't know, Tanilla replied. As Max mentioned, we got all of those on the 80th floor. These over there we got on the 82nd. You hear that, Everett? She says that like it's not a big deal. The 82nd floor. Their faction leader nodded, setting down a spoon in a 12-inch cube with 6 different colors scattered around it. Tiny grooves turned it into 9 blocks on each side, and they could be moved to try to group them all together. It's peculiar, that's for sure, he answered. Still, I'm glad to have figured out a little bit of how the tower changes. And to know the boss they faced wasn't easy, even for them. His silver eyes focused on Cordelia, who wrote down a few things in a journal. Even more interesting is the difference between them. A sparkling elf and a dwarf who is 6 foot tall and could probably kick my arse now. All while healing you, Batter said, smiling the entire time. Everett chuckled and nodded. Still, word is already spreading about how you all have changed. There will be many questions, and I know you can't answer most of them. My biggest concern is that you five remember there is life outside the tower. Don't get caught up in the climb. In fact, he paused, summoning a book and holding it out. You might want to read this. Max leaned over the stone table, took the offered item, and opened it. His eyes widened as he quickly turned page after page. I forgot he can read like that, Tom muttered. Perks of all those intelligence points, Fowl said. Still, it does make it nice when he's wanting to learn a new baking recipe. Both men chuckled as Max ignored them, speed reading the small book his leader had given him. In less than a minute he was done, frowning and offering the book back to Everett. You just found this, he asked. Well, what's it say? Fowl asked. Some of us can barely read if there aren't pictures to go with the words. Max rolled his eyes at his friend before moving to where he could face everyone in his party. The story of a team that died because they tried to hurry through it as they neared the end. It said they met their demise on the 87th floor. I'll spare the details, but it happened shortly after the Seth Pendle event. From what I can tell, there was a golden age of adventurers who were carrying others past the 50th floor and up to the 59th. So they didn't have the bottleneck most face like right now in the 30s and 40s, Cordelia asked. Max shook his head. No, there were 3 or 4 groups, based on what the book says, who were all above the 60th floor. They worked together to help each other, and when one of the groups reached the 80th floor, they changed. All the help and advice they had been given stopped as the party ignored advice, continually diving back into the tower as quickly as they could. But we're not like that, their warrior said, where he paused, seeing the pained expressions on Batrier's and Cordelia's faces. What? Honestly, I'm ready to go right now if I knew our cooldowns were gone, their healer admitted. I lied when you asked why I was so jumpy after we exited the tower. Truthfully, it's like there's a hunger inside me for what else I might get. The sudden growth has been overwhelming. Literally, Cordelia said, but she's right. Not only has my skin changed, but I feel the same draw as well. The difference between us 2 and you 3 is that Max and Tanilla have already overcome that thirst. You know you'll never be as strong as your wife. Fowl held up his middle finger at their ranger, frowning at her. Max watched Everett as the older man slowly tapped his chin. What are you thinking? He asked. I'm beginning to understand now why Dexic has been so on edge since you took us into the tower, Everett replied. I've felt it as well, but not like her. She sees the possibilities and can almost taste it. Right now, she's working with a group, trying to prepare them and possibly join their party. It's because she wants what you all have. What's that? Fowl asked, powered. Max patted his sister's knee and squeezed it. Welcome to the hardest part of being the warrior, he said softly. Loss is hard. Stacy nodded, taking a deep breath and letting it out. It's my fault. I pushed them too hard. Do they blame you? She shook her head. No, I mean not to my face at least, but I can see it in their eyes. They hem and haw about whether we should go into a dungeon. They're scared, and I'm unsure if it's the fear of dying in the dungeon like Grella, our mage, or of me. It's not you, Max replied, but you've just experienced what will be one of the hardest challenges to overcome as an adventurer. True loss. Tanilla didn't say a word, just nodding as she held Callie in her arms, the child fast asleep. We've all been there. Fowl and I have spoken many times about the weight we feel rests upon our shoulders as the warriors. The truth is that every member feels it to a degree, even if it's different. Your healer feels awful because they couldn't heal Grella in time, prioritizing someone else. Your archer is most likely sick about being unable to do enough damage to prevent the spider that got your mage. And the off-tank is drowning his sorrows in another mug of ale because he couldn't do the one thing he thinks he's supposed to do. It's not you, it's the weight all of you feel. The hard part is that you must bring them together and move past this. You must talk it out, cry, remember Grella, and honor her. Trust me, it's only going to get a lot worse. But what if I had drunk that potion you have for me? I'd have been faster and... No, then you'd feel even worse for having stats 20 levels higher or more than everyone else in your party. Just like her brother, Tanilla scoffed. Squeezing Stacy's knee again, Max smiled at her. If you need to cry, do it. Trust me, I've cried more tears than you can imagine. There is no weakness in admitting the pain of what you feel for the loss of someone you knew and care about. A few sniffles came from her, and then the dam broke as she fell into his arms, sobbing as he held his sister tight. He could see a few tears rolling down Tanilla's face as she mouthed "I'm sorry" at him. Blinking, Max could feel tears in his eyes, knowing that this would not be the last time his sister cried like this. Finish it, Max shouted. Driving the wooden stake into the heart of the vampire rabbit, he towered over on the ground. A roar came from Fowl as their warrior thrust the one he held in his hand into the chest of the other vampire rabbit. Its red eyes faded and began to dim as its body dissolved. Max felt the sensation of cold coursing through him and almost let out a moan of pleasure as the notification scrolled by. Consume has consumed 9 skills. Skills do not match entity type. Consume has successfully converted 1 skill. Power stored for future use. Would you like to learn blood healing? Yes, no. Gone was the moment of excitement. replaced with frustration as the tower hit him with more abilities and skills that seemed impossible to use or convert. I know this is the fourth time I've said this, but you must be kidding me. 4 bosses and only 4 skills, and the stats gains haven't been as impressive as I thought. You're complaining about your strength, dexterity, and constitution being stuck at 1683. Do you remember when you only had 4 or 5 in each of them less than 2 years ago? Okay, fine, but the skills, blood healing. Am I going to grow teeth and start to suck the blood of my enemies? Most likely not. Again, I would say don't take it, but it's your call. The truth is it may come with a version of corruption like death magic. At this point, I doubt you'd give in to it, but you decide. Sighing, Max selected no, causing Bob to absorb the skill. Power stored for future use. That look on your face tells me it wasn't what you hoped, Fowl said as he moved to where Max was. Still, that fight wasn't as bad as I feared, knowing we just defeated the 89th floor. Unable to help himself, he smiled and nodded. Yeah, blood healing was an option. I turned it down, though. His friend frowned and nodded. Still, I can't complain about how amazing my skill is, Fowl exclaimed. I'm telling you, I want to go pick a fight with Dagon now and see if I can beat him alone. Glancing down at the smoldering remains of the vampire he had slain, Max grinned. Well, it does triple all your stats for a minute, so I'm guessing you probably have him beat in that department. Then again, you still don't know the name of what his ability is, and trust me, it wasn't just stats that always killed us. It's the hammer, you idiots, Cordelia said as she drew near. We've had this discussion twice already, and I'm telling you the hammer is what does all the damage. No, Fowl shot back. It's not just the hammer, it's everything Dagon has. His armor and weapon date back to the original dwarves if legend holds true. No one but the royal line knows the true power they possess. The ranger groaned and shook her head. I'm not going down that rabbit hole again. Max groaned as Cordelia started to chuckle. Gods, she's as bad at jokes as you are, Fowl muttered. Enough, Batra called out. Look over there, you three. Max and the other two turned, seeing a portal that looked like silver metal, shimmering and reflecting like a mirror. No chest, and I'm guessing Chromie is behind that, their warrior asked. You should call him by that name, Cordelia said. I'm interested to see if he knows how to make dwarf pancakes. Everyone but Fowl laughed as they moved toward the portal. Waiting for Tanilla, Max grabbed her hand as she got close and squeezed it. Less than 3 weeks to clear 4 bosses. Hard to believe, he whispered. Great thinking on hitting the bazaar each time we finish a boss and taking inventory of everything we purchased. Bah, I feel bloated from all the crap we're carrying. I mean, it was a great idea, not just because I came up with it, but still, we've managed to acquire a few good items, according to Alfreda. Even you looked excited at the ore you got from the last one. Max nodded and couldn't help but smile, sensing that he was finally drawing closer to the last item or two he needed to craft the tooth Weckham had given him. I'm more interested in knowing what comes next. 5 bosses, all hard but able to be defeated when one possesses the items. I won't say it, but whatever comes next, I'm guessing it will be on a whole different level. She nodded and squeezed his hand tightly, her face tightening. His sonar told him their child was kicking a lot more than usual and had grown, surprisingly faster than he or she had expected, considering the typical time an elf required to go full term. You okay? Yes, this little one of ours is attempting to move around like you do. These last 10 floors have made me wonder about what the gods told you. I just pray they are normal. Oh, I pray the same thing. Hopefully they won't look like me. That way they'll have some chance of being attractive. Tanilla smiled, shaking her head as they arrived at the portal where the others were waiting. Warriors first, she quipped. Letting go of her hand, Max let out a playful groan and touched the shimmering mass of silver with his fingers, feeling it suck his entire being into it. A scent of honey and lavender tickled his nose as his sonar detected nothing around him. When his eyes worked a moment later, he saw they were in a large hall 1/4 mile wide and almost a half-mile long. Near the opposite end was a table with 5 chairs on the closest side. On the other side sat Chromie in his gigantic chair. What smells so good? Fowl asked. My stomach just growled at me. Food, Cordelia said, and lots of it. Max could barely make out the food shapes on the stone table, piles stacked up from one end to the next. I guess we're having a party, Batrier said. The real question I have is what we're celebrating. Not dying, their warrior replied. Now then, if my nose is correct, and always is, I believe I can smell ale. That's your breath, Cordelia teased. Blowing into his palm, Fowl nodded. Guess it is. Welcome, Chromie's voice boomed through the hall. Please come and join me. There is much to celebrate about and discuss. Everyone glanced at each other and then moved to where the Chrome man sat. As they drew close, a variety of pleasant scents reached their noses and Max's stomach growled. Even though he didn't need to eat or drink more than once every 2 weeks, enjoying the taste of something good was still pleasurable. Please take a seat and help yourselves. We must rejoice in you 5 having made it to the 90th floor of the tower. Chromie clapped his hands multiple times, and the sound of applause echoed throughout the room as if they were at the Colosseum. Fowl didn't wait any longer, covering the last few yards and grabbing a plate from the chair he had been heading towards. Food began to fill up the plate, some falling off the edges as he stacked a pile taller than his head. I assure you there is plenty, their host said. Sit, please. The time has come for us to celebrate before the next phase begins. Max and the others quickly mirrored their warrior, picking up a plate and selecting a variety of meats, fruits, vegetables, breads, desserts, and other new foods. Chromie snapped his fingers, and 4 cups, all filled with beverages, appeared before each of their chairs. I could get used to this, Fowl exclaimed, wiping some foam from the ale tankard he had just drunk. Look, it keeps refilling. Please don't get drunk, Batra protested. The last thing I need is you making a fool of yourself, Fowl Hammerfall. Bah was all he said before downing another full tankard. Their warrior set it down on the table again, laughing as it filled up again. This is amazing, Cordelia said as she swallowed a piece of what appeared to be roasted meat. I'm not a huge fan of meat. Fowl began to choke, and their ranger growled at him from the opposite end of the table. Get your head out of the trash bin. Wiping off the liquid he had sprayed everywhere, their warrior just grinned. Max sighed and motioned toward their host. Are you going to eat or? I cannot help but make you all feel more relaxed by talking while you eat, or if you preferred, I could depart and return when it appears you are all done with this food. Max looked at the others digging in and they all shrugged. We're fine. Go ahead and say whatever it is you need to say. Very well, Chromie replied. Let me begin. You 5 have reached the last stage of the tower. Know that so few reach this point and those that do. Some stop right here, choosing not to go further. Wait, tower climbers, stop. Even coming this far, their host nodded his shiny head slowly at their healer. Yes, I will explain why in a moment, but know that with your accomplishment comes many rewards. All 5 of you have now reached the first tier in your stats. That milestone is not one most believe is possible, but the tower provides a chance for power beyond what any can truly comprehend. He snapped his fingers, and an image of what Max recognized as their world appeared, floating above the table. Your world is one of so many that to give you a number might break some. There are countless creatures, insects, and other life forms that all try to grow stronger. Some are docile, while others are bent upon destroying everything they set their eyes upon. Each world is created and set with a certain plan. Some stay within those lines and others evolve outside them. He snapped again and the world vanished, the images of Phaeus, Akram, and Thyja appearing now. Your gods came together to fashion this world and set rules in place, choosing the system that you live under. I am aware that you all have traveled to a different one and witnessed that they live within different boundaries. Soon you all shall be faced with some decisions that will require you to choose if you stop the tower climb or continue. Chrome waved his hand and the images vanished. First, there are rewards to be earned. You shall receive something unique and tailored specifically to you. Know that power like this is only a small taste of what comes in the next realm. Next realm, Fowl asked. What do you mean, next realm? Their host's head turned to gaze at their warrior, his mirrored face reflecting the things around it. There are many realms of power, and all I can say is that this world is one of the lowest forms. Keep your questions for later. More will be explained as I talk. Once more, Chromie snapped his fingers, and 5 different worlds appeared before them. Each of them looked different, some with more water, others with what appeared to be more forests or mountains. The true goal of any tower climber is to beat it. Doing so enables you to proceed to the next realm and become what many call a world champion. That title, which one of you currently owns even though you lost your world, provides you access to a new system. It is similar in many ways to how crafting works on your world. You will be allowed to design a new world that is your own and choose the system under which all life on your new home will operate under. It is from that place you will earn currency. Similar to experience, it is how you will choose the course of your next path. But can a world champion be defeated? Cordelia asked. They can. There is too much to get into right now, but yes, world champions can challenge others. Defeating them adds the world to their domain and thus is leveling up like you call it. Again, I am not here to discuss everything yet as a time takes place when all this knowledge is given. For now, just know this is what awaits you. The planets vanished and Max felt his pupils dilate as Bob began to growl. An image of a stone building that somehow felt familiar through their shared memories appeared above the table. It was crafted from so many different materials and looked like a combination of different types of construction. Round shapes, square corners, diamonds, donuts, and more were combined, yet they didn't look awful. Somehow it all seemed to fit perfectly. This is the place you desire to reach. Here is the first step in being a true god. That is where the real power lies. We need to reach there. What is it? The home of those who control everything. Seeing it brings up a rage, a desire to destroy and pillage. Whatever happened in my previous times, that is a place I know I loathe and yet desire. Bob went silent, the sensation of one brooding flooding Max's mind. A snap came and the image was gone as quickly as it had appeared. Now let me tell you what comes next before I offer you another alternative. Chromie stood, his immense size towering over them. 5 floors are what you must face. These floors will be difficult because the creatures on them are the strongest we throw at you right now. If you manage to get past them, you will reach the 96th floor. There we will meet again. Once more you shall be granted a gift worthy of your achievement, and I will give you one last reprieve before you ascend the final floors. This means I shall offer you a chance many have taken. That is how you all are here today. Max felt his eyebrows drawing closer and could sense his friends doing the same. If you choose not to continue the tower, there are gods who are willing to accept you right now as the starting being for their new worlds. You will become the king or queen of legends, the one who gave birth to the race you belong to right now. Wait, you mean the original dwarven king and queen were tower climbers who gave up? Batra asked, her jaw unable to close completely. Yes. Each of your races comes from a tower climber who reached that place long ago and chose not to risk death, instead becoming a legend and setting forth the direction of their race for the god they align with. What I mean, why? Cordelia asked. Why would one want to be that? Because often they have seen a friend or loved one die during their journey to reach this floor. Chromie's last words seemed to come with a physical force as Max felt pressure pressing upon him from every direction. Death is the end. You will be no more. There is no rebirth for your kind. You simply cease to exist. Wait, I thought our. It is a lie told to make you sleep at night and not cry when someone you love is gone forever, their host said, cutting off their healer. A pit grew in his stomach and pain blossomed in his chest as Max thought back to the funerals he had been to, the ones he had seen people only make it through because of what they believed came after. Some worlds provide that chance. Some gods choose to invest power in recycling souls. Your gods did not. Few grunts came and Max wasn't sure if he had done the same, feeling like someone had kicked him in the stomach. He turned to see Tanilla with a few tears running down her cheeks. So those worlds, if one becomes a queen there? Cordelia asked. What about those worlds? Do they return? It would depend upon the god you strike a bargain with, Chromie replied. Now then, I have spoken all that I can and am allowed to for now. Will any of you choose that path, rejecting the tower and departing for a new world? After he had spoken, the silence in the room felt almost deafening. Each person looked at the other, trying to guess what they might say. I will continue forward, Tanilla said. As will I, Batra declared. Guess that means I'm stuck as well, Fowl joked. Can't let my wife go on without me. Max turned to look at Cordelia, who was frowning, her whole body tight. It's your choice. No matter what you say, you get to choose, he stated. Just know we won't fail. I already promised you I won't let anything happen to you. I know, she replied. It's not that it's everything. All the lies and things we were told. The people I loved and thought I would see again. I'm angry, I'm pissed, I'm ready to be different from the god I gave everything for. I'm going to keep climbing. Max smiled and nodded, turning to where their host still stood. I will continue to climb also. Very well, then we move to the next part. Chromie clapped his hands once, and the table with all their food and drinks vanished. Hey, my ale, Fowl protested. Their host snapped his fingers, and each of them had a small plain-looking metal chest appear at their feet. Inside is a reward crafted explicitly for you. The tower has decided what you need to continue this journey. You will be returned to your world after retrieving your items. When you are ready, the 91st floor will be available. As soon as he had finished speaking, Chromie vanished, leaving the 5 of them sitting in their stone chairs, looking upward. Max shouldn't have been surprised that as he sat there, about to ask Bob a question, Fowl bent over, grabbed the chest and opened it. He reached into the small, 1-foot-wide chest and began to pull out a shield that grew as it came out. Their warrior stood up, still lifting his hand, and eventually the chest vanished as a thick silver metal shield as wide as him and to his shoulders was held in his hand. Fowl stood there, words not working as he stammered. What is it? Batter asked. This he turned, showing the shield with 2 crossed hammers in the center of it. Lining the outer edges of the metal were dwarven runes. It says it increases my damage reflection ability, but gives 200 to strength and constitution. With those words spoken, everyone moved quickly to grab their chest, reaching in and pulling out the item explicitly designed for them. Tanilla stood there with a staff that radiated magical energy. It was completely clear, yet elven and dwarven runes glowed either blue, orange, or red. Batra's hands trembled as she held a robe that was made from a dark gray color. Golden runes glowed along the bottom of it. Holy Mother of. A pair of forest green leather gloves covered their ranger's hands. She stood there, holding them close to her face, unable to stop touching them. Max stood there, watching everyone else admire their equipment, wondering what could have caused them to act in such a way. You need to see what yours is. I cannot fathom what it might be. He stood there, staring down at the unimpressive metal chest, knowing there was something in there the tower had picked out just for him. Every item he had run through his mind, and Max tried to consider what might be replaced. Bending his knee, he lifted the lid, sticking his hand inside the swirling vortex. His hand clamped onto something, and as Max began to pull it out, it stopped moving and something clamped onto his wrist. Yanked down to the ground, his entire arm was pulled into the vortex, and Max braced himself against the floor with his other hand, unsure if he could be pulled inside. Max. The others came close and Fowl reached out to grab him. Don't, Max shouted, unsure what would happen if he did get pulled inside. Something was holding his arm steady, not allowing him to pull free while the sensation of multiple fingers tried to undo the grip he had on whatever the object was. 2 fingers were almost pulled from it, and it seemed he couldn't overcome the power of it. Bob didn't wait, and Max went with it. Ultimate form. Every part of him grew, and his fingers wrapped around the object in the void, undoing whoever or whatever was trying to break his grip. With a roar, Max thrust with his legs and yanked his arm back, breaking free from whatever had been holding onto him. He leapt into the air, fingers wrapped around his prize, and almost needed Bob to use his wind magic to prevent him from smacking into the ceiling 50 yards above. Landing on the floor, he huffed, turning to see his friends all staring at him in shock. "What in the gods was that?" Fowl exclaimed. I don't know," Max replied. "It tried to take away what I've been given." "And what is it?" Cordelia asked. Looking at the object in his hand, Max froze. "Now we know why someone or something tried to keep that from you." "There are more here than I had expected," Wekheim said as he watched the line of gods moving toward the room with the watchers. "How long has it been since such a thing occurred?" Hagrusu said nothing for a moment, his sight set upon the dozen gods still waiting to enter, each shrouded in a cloak that hid their presence. "Ages, this one has stirred up the game in a way I hadn't imagined possible in so long. We both know why it has happened. That fool of a youngling tried to kill him." The tiniest of grins made Wekheim's lips curl as he nodded. "She will suffer much. I have heard reports that some of her worlds are already in ruins. Everyone knows that to appear weak is to invite others to challenge you, and the punishment told to all has left no doubt about how weak she has become. Part of me wonders if she will still be around by the time they finish the tower." Purple's swirling eyes brightened as the god of the void made a sound that Wekheim knew was a laugh. Irony of that would not be lost on all. Perhaps we shall see if others snuff her out or leave the pieces for him to get vengeance. Still, I am intrigued by how many have come, swinging the balance of rewards or limitations to that man and his group. Tapping a talon to his chin, Wekheim considered some of the moves some had already made. He had sensed the presence of another one of the 9, but did not know who it was. They had masked their identity with one of those cloaks and the power they knew how to use. Still, he knew it had to have been one of them that made the items on the 81st tower floor be hidden. This game gets better every moment. For so long, I have been bored. Tell me, Wekheim, do you believe he is worth it? Nodding slowly, the god of dragons and one of the original 9 didn't hide his smile. This game has yet to truly begin. We are in the early stages of setting the board. Soon we shall play a game that may change everything. Once more, Hagrusu's eyes brightened. "May we find amusement in the destruction of so many."